With a system that thrives on taking hits to level up, this time traveler has dedicated himself to mastering the art of getting beaten up with style. In the midst of the mountains surrounding the Xinyu sect, Li Xiaobai sat in his cave dwelling, staring at the system panel with a furrowed brow. As a new inner disciple who had arrived just 3 days ago, he discovered that his system was quite unique: attack 0, speed 0, defense 0, with 10 attribute points, but skills, items, and the shop were all empty. After 3 days of exploration, he finally understood the system's peculiarity. It couldn't increase cultivation. Instead, attribute points were earned by getting hit. During an experiment yesterday, when his master slapped him, his left cheek swelled up, but he gained 10 attribute points. After weighing his options, he decided to allocate all the points to defense. The panel immediately updated. Defense level, Mortal 10100 to advance. Feeling his skin thicken, Li Xiaobai hummed a tune as he made his way to the cave of Su Shiji, a cultivation fanatic. Despite her young age, she was already close to matching the strength of the elders, but her fiery temper made her as volatile as a powder keg. Sister, you look beautiful today. With sweet talk, he gained entry and began a series of provocations. Your cave is so bare, like a man's, unlike Sister Ye's refined place. Plus, with all that cultivating, your skin might start aging. Finally, he accidentally knocked over the specially prepared beauty ointment from Sister Yi. Sister, can you avoid my face? Before he finished speaking, he was beaten up and thrown out of the cave. But it was worth it. Gained 100 attribute points. After allocating them all to defense, the system displayed defense level, Mortal Flesh 10100 to advance. To his surprise, the system suddenly notified him that he had unlocked the 100 hatred skill. While showing off, he could provoke targets to attack him frantically. The more convincingly he acted, the harder they'd hit. Despite the high risk of getting beaten, it was a perfect control skill. Excited, Li Xiaobai went to test it with his mild-mannered master, Feng Lingzi. This lazy master, who had 7 disciples, spent most of his time napping and rarely visited the independent peak assigned by the sect. At that moment, he was in a small 2-story building organizing materials for the upcoming sect competition. You're here, so keep it down. Feng Lingzi casually tossed him a book titled Hunyuan Scripture. It's basic, but reliable. Don't embarrass me. Master, shouldn't cultivators strive against the heavens? Li Xiaobai deliberately questioned. Seeing Feng Lingzi's dismissive response, do you think the heavens care? He immediately launched into an ultimate show-off. I am no ordinary person and cannot be judged by common sense. From the day I was born, it was destined that I would contend with the forces of heaven and earth. I consider myself a prodigy, with countless fortunes converging upon me. Now, with your discerning eye guiding me into the immortal sect, I, this genius, shall learn the strongest techniques and tread the path of invincibility. As soon as the words left his mouth, a strong gust of wind swept in. Feng Lingzi appeared before Li Xiaobai like a specter, delivering a loud slap with a raised hand. The force of the slap was so intense that it spun Li Xiaobai around twice before he landed face down on the ground. Li Xiaobai was stunned, completely unprepared for this turn of events. He thought to himself, this skill's effect is way too powerful. Luckily, I stopped in time, or my whole head might have been knocked off. Feng Lingzi's eyes widened with anger, and even his beard seemed to bristle with rage. He spat and scolded harshly. You call yourself a genius? You don't even have a trace of spiritual energy and Yuyuri living in a dream. This new disciple, who had only been in the sect for a few days, was proving to be quite a handful. Li Xiaobai got up, covered in dust, and brushed off his clothes. This lesson taught him that while skills are useful, they shouldn't be used recklessly. They might work on ordinary disciples, but against a master, he could lose his life in a single encounter. Clearly, he needed to be more cautious when choosing targets. This skill was too dangerous to use on those with higher cultivation levels. The system notification chimed, adding 50 more attribute points. Li Xiaobai smiled wryly, realizing that his master's slap was even harder than yesterday's, leaving his head swollen like a pig's. Without hesitation, he allocated all his points to defense. The system displayed, defense, mortal body 601000, ready for advancement. After swallowing a few healing pills, Li Xiaobai decided to explore the sect. He wanted to familiarize himself with the surroundings and find suitable, face-slapping targets. The senior brothers and sisters were too strong, and their attacks were merciless, leaving him struggling to cope. Feng Lingzi and his 7 disciples occupied a mountain peak, a special privilege granted by the sect leader. Their peak, named Misty Peak, housed only the 7 of them, with no servants or attendants. To interact with others, one had to go down the mountain. As Li Xiaobai strolled downhill, a female cultivator in a green gauze dress approached. She smiled lightly and said, "Oh, isn't this Junior Brotherly? Have you been beaten by our master again?" Li Xiaobai's eyes lit up as he recognized her as Yu Wushuang, the 2nd senior sister of Misty Peak. Known for her medical skills and gentle demeanor, she was a stark contrast to senior sister Su Yunbing. Yu Wushuang was a renowned beauty in the Xinyu sect, and since they met here by chance, Li Xiaobai felt it would be a waste not to use his system. Feigning frustration, he replied, "It was senior sister who hit me, though master also had a part. Alas, let's not talk about sad things." Yi Wushuang, concerned, said, "If you train diligently, why would master or I punish you? Come over here, and I'll take a look." She took out silver needles and medicinal wine, preparing to treat Li Xiaobai. Watching her actions, Li Xiaobai blurted out, "Senior sister, your fingers are so rough, it must be from all the acupuncture you do without taking care of them." Yi Wushuang's expression remained unchanged, her smile still sweet. Yet, for some reason, Li Xiaobai felt a bit uneasy. He thought that perhaps he wouldn't gain much from her. Her temper was so good, she likely wouldn't hit him. But just as this thought crossed his mind, he couldn't control himself from saying, "Senior sister, you have a strange smell. The other sisters smell like fragrant flowers, but why does your scent have a bit of a stench? Senior sister, while mastering your skills is important, personal hygiene shouldn't be neglected. You should really take a bath when necessary." Li Xiaobai nodded earnestly, believing he was making a valid point. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt a slight pause in the acupuncture on his head. A twinge of unease crossed his mind. Could Sister Yi be upset? "It's just the smell of the herbs. I just picked them, and haven't had a chance to get rid of the scent yet." Yi Wushuang explained with a light laugh, her voice as melodious as a clear spring. Li Xiaobai felt a flutter of attraction and silently regretted his bluntness. Such a gentle and charming beauty like Sister Yi should not be offended. It was best to maintain a good relationship. He decided to keep quiet. However, things didn't go as Li Xiaobai had imagined. After a few more precise acupuncture strokes, Yu Wushuang deftly removed the needles, picked up her small medicine box, and turned away without a glance back. "Take care of yourself, junior brotherly," she said, leaving behind a message full of meaning as she disappeared down the mountain path with nimble steps. Thank you, senior sister," Li Xiaobai responded instinctively, but something felt off. Although the swelling on his face had indeed reduced, Sister Ye's attitude seemed somewhat unusual. He touched his face, muttering to himself, "Sister Ye's skills are impressive, but not liking to bathe isn't a good habit." With a hint of doubt, Li Xiaobai continued down the mountain, humming a cheerful tune. Suddenly, a series of system notifications interrupted his thoughts. Attribute points 20. Attribute points 20. The notifications kept coming, and Li Xiaobai panicked. "What's going on? I wasn't attacked. Where are these attribute points coming from?" He looked around, finding no one nearby, and Sister Yi had long gone. An ominous feeling crept over him as he recalled the earlier events. Of course, Yu Wushuang. Li Xiaobai suddenly remembered the chill he had felt earlier. Rumor had it that those skilled in medicine could also be adept at poisoning. Could Yu Wushuang have done something during the acupuncture? The thought of potential danger lurking behind her exquisite face sent a shiver down his spine. The system notifications of attribute points continued for a while before finally stopping. Li Xiaobai let out a long breath, speaking to himself with lingering fear. Indeed, you can't afford to offend beautiful women. He quickly checked his attribute panel and found that his points had accumulated to 100. After some thought, Li Xiaobai decided to invest all his points into defense. "I still don't know how defense correlates with the power levels of cultivators in this world, so it's better to be cautious," he reasoned. "Especially with such strong people around me. I have no reference point at all." The system panel flickered again, catching Li Xiaobai's attention. The words "skill acquired, paralysis toxin" appeared prominently. As he tried to read more, the panel shifted once more, with a new message following swiftly. Detected continuous damage, paralysis toxin upgraded to muscle weakness. Li Xiaobai's eyes lit up as he carefully read the description of his new skill, muscle weakness. Everyone within a 1-meter radius would enter a state of muscle weakness, with symptoms worsening the longer they remained. He couldn't help but feel fortunate. This was clearly an unexpected gift from Yi Wushuang's lethal toxin, granting him this area effect skill. He could barely contain his excitement. This was his first proper attack skill. His mind raced with tactical possibilities. Muscle weakness combined with 100% aggro was a perfect match. As long as he could withstand the opponent's attacks in battle, the enemy would gradually weaken and inevitably face defeat. Wouldn't this make him invincible? With a heart full of excitement, Li Xiaobai started down the mountain. As soon as he exited the mountain gate, the surrounding disciples stopped in their tracks, their eyes filled with a hint of apprehension as they watched him closely. Murmurs filled the air. "Did you see that? He's coming down from the misty peak," one disciple whispered in surprise. "I saw him. We don't usually see him around. He must be another formidable figure," another chimed in. A curious newcomer asked, "Senior brothers, what does it mean to be a strong figure from Misty Peak? I'm new here and don't quite understand." "What? You don't know?" An older disciple sighed, shaking his head. "Let me tell you, Misty Peak is a special place favored by the sect leader. It only has 7 inner disciples, but it's said that each of them is a training fanatic, with strength not inferior to the true disciples." Another disciple added, I know something even more shocking. 6 months ago, the fourth disciple of Misty Peak, Yang Chun, had a conflict with a true disciple of the third elder. The result? Yang Chun seriously injured the opponent with a single move in the arena match. That's strong, the new disciple gasped. Exactly, the older disciple said earnestly. So, when you see an unfamiliar disciple coming down from Misty Peak, be cautious. They might be a training prodigy just out of seclusion. And with the grand ceremony happening soon, the people from Misty Peak coming down now are likely trying to gauge the true disciple's strength. There might be another fierce competition brewing, and we'd better not get involved, lest we get caught up in it. As Li Xiaobai stepped out of the cave, the surrounding disciples scattered like startled birds, clearly unwilling to have any contact with him. This sudden cold reception made Li Xiaobai awkwardly touch his nose, muttering to himself. These fellow disciples seem particularly enthusiastic about Piamiao Peak, but unfortunately, I'm just a newcomer, not the mysterious, secluded expert they talk about. Just then, a slightly mocking voice called out from the crowd. Oh, isn't this a disciple from Piamiao Peak? A fresh face, huh? What's wrong? Can't sit still with the sect competition coming up? A young man with a fan in hand emerged from the crowd. It was Lin Feng, an inner disciple. There were whispers that his brother Lin Mang was the true disciple of Elder Sun, giving him a distinguished status. Recognized, Lin Feng became even more smug, lightly waving his fan, a confident smile on his lips, exuding an air of superiority. Meanwhile, Li Xiaobai was bewildered, alarm bells ringing in his mind. A sect competition? Why hadn't Feng Lingzi mentioned this? This can't be a good sign. Lin Feng glanced around and loudly declared, "Listen up, everyone. Those from Piamiao Peak are just a bunch of connections, relying on their ties with the sect leader to blatantly monopolize resources. My brother is determined to break into the top 10 in this competition and earn the chance to train at the Shengma sect. One day, he'll step over Piamiao Peak and show the sect leader their true colors." Li Xiaobai was utterly confused, scratching his head as he bluntly asked, "Your brother is so amazing. He can make it to the top 10. But what does that have to do with you?" This question left the crowd stunned, nodding in agreement. Yeah, what does his brother's prowess have to do with him? Lin Feng was momentarily speechless, his smug expression freezing. In the midst of this awkward atmosphere, the crowd parted again as a graceful young man strode forward. Like Lin Feng, he wore white and carried a fan, but his elegance was on a whole different level. Compared to this refined gentleman, Lin Feng seemed like a country bumpkin. Li Xiaobai recognized the young man as Yang Chun, the fourth senior brother of Piamiao Peak, whom he'd briefly met when he first joined. Yang Chun calmly approached Lin Feng and said, "Well said, junior brother. Some people just like to run their mouths. You're Lin Feng, right? Stop blabbering. If you're really capable, let's have a go." Lin Feng's face turned pale, and he stammered, "We'll see," before slinking away. The crowd burst into mocking laughter, with someone shouting, "What are you all staring at? Nothing to see here. Don't you have cultivation to do?" Yang Chun turned to Li Xiaobai, smiling as he asked, "Junior brother, why are you down the mountain?" Li Xiaobai answered honestly, "Senior brother, I just came down for a stroll, to relax a bit." Unexpectedly, Yang Chen's expression turned serious, his brows furrowing as he sternly said, "Relax? You'll have plenty of time to relax when you're dead. What we need to do is cultivate, nonstop from morning till night. The sect competition is imminent. You can't disgrace Piamiao Peak." Li Xiaobai sighed inwardly, another cultivation fanatic. Just as he was about to speak, he noticed the scenery around him blur. When he regained his senses, he found himself back in his cave. A system notification sounded, attribute points 10. From afar, Yang Chen's voice called out, "Junior brother, here are some spirit stones for you. Tomorrow is the competition, train well, and don't embarrass Piamiao Peak." Li Xiaobai was both amused and exasperated. Yang senior brother's enthusiasm is a bit much. I finally made it down the mountain, only to be sent back before even stepping out. What a situation. As he gathered his thoughts, he realized he had gained some crucial information. Tomorrow, the grand competition of the sect is set to begin. This event is not only a stage for disciples to showcase their strength, but also a ticket to the prestigious Sheng Mo sect. 10 spots mean 10 opportunities for a meteoric rise. Sheng Mo sect is a renowned and powerful sect, with rumors that its leader has survived a heavenly tribulation, making their strength unfathomable. The benefits of training in such a formidable sect are self-evident. Li Xiaobai glanced down at himself and let out a bitter smile. He knew all too well that his strength was lacking, having invested all his attribute points in defense. If a fight broke out, he'd likely end up being the one taking the hits. Just then, his eyes caught sight of a small bag on the ground. As he bent down to pick it up, the familiar system prompt sounded. "Host has acquired spirit stones, system store unlocked. Currency, 10 low-grade spirit stones." Li Xiaobai's eyes lit up with delight. He hadn't expected that these ordinary cultivation materials would unlock the system store, with spirit stones as currency. Eagerly, he opened the panel, and a dazzling array of items appeared before him. There were tools, equipment, mounts, talismans, and pills, everything one could imagine. However, when he saw the mount category, he was dumbfounded. Maserati, Lamborghini, armored vehicles, and even robot Gundam models. Unfortunately, these extravagant mounts cost tens of thousands of high-grade spirit stones, or even supreme-grade spirit stones. Even the cheapest flying broom required 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, which was an astronomical figure for Li Xiaobai at the moment. Disappointed, he turned his attention to other categories. Small mobility talismans, explosive talismans, Vajra talismans, each costing 10 low-grade spirit stones, defective poisons for 1 low-grade spirit stone, rejuvenation pills and strength pills, 10 low-grade spirit stones each. After scanning through everything, Li Xiaobai realized that the only things he could actually afford were a few basic tools and equipment. Not so rash helmet, which slightly increases defense when worn, for 10 low-grade spirit stones. Bronze sword, which slightly enhances attack power upon use, for 10 low-grade spirit stones. Bronze boots, which slightly increase speed when worn, for 10 low-grade spirit stones. Li Xiaobai unhesitatingly chose the helmet. This piece of equipment was a perfect match for his skill of always getting hit in the face. With it on, he'd no longer have to worry about being hit in the face. Choose to purchase, he shouted inwardly, as if he could already see himself standing undefeated in the competition. Before him, the starlight shimmered and coalesced into a grimy helmet. Li Xiaobai picked up the unattractive piece of gear, examining it closely. The helmet's surface was covered in scratches and dents, appearing quite shabby and making one doubt its quality. Pretty haphazard, indeed, Li Xiaobai muttered to himself as he tapped the helmet lightly with his fingers. Surprisingly, it emitted a clear, ringing sound, indicating a remarkable hardness. With a sense of curiosity, Li Xiaobai placed the helmet on his head. Instantly, a warm sensation surged through his body, and he felt a noticeable boost in his physical strength. Not bad, just like the description said. This helmet really enhances my abilities. Li Xiaobai nodded in satisfaction. At least I won't have to worry about being humiliated in tomorrow's big competition. While Li Xiaobai prepared for the upcoming contest, a heated debate was unfolding in the grand hall of the Xinyu sect. Several elders surrounded the sect leader, their faces filled with dissatisfaction and anger. Sect leader, this is absolutely unacceptable, one elder exclaimed, slamming the table. The training slots at the Sacred Demon Sect are incredibly valuable. How can 4 of them be directly allocated to Piamiao Peak? I absolutely disagree. I object too, another elder chimed in. By doing this, sect leader, where does that leave our true disciples? Even if there's favoritism, there should be rules. Exactly, a third elder interjected. In my opinion, at most, Piamiao Peak should get 1 slot, no more. Standing to the side, Feng Lingzi sighed helplessly as he watched the indignant elders. He thought to himself, these old guys are truly clueless. Can't they see that the sect leader is actually reducing Piamiao Peak slots in disguise? If it was truly based on merit, aside from that newly recruited kid, the others would probably all make it to the top 10. The sect leader looked at the scene before him, equally at a loss. He had intended to use this opportunity to balance the strength among the peaks, but his good intentions were being misunderstood. However, he also understood that the elders' agitation was largely due to the fact that Piamiao Peak's disciples were reclusive, and few knew their true capabilities. All right, since the elders have objections, the sect leader finally conceded. We'll let the disciples' abilities speak for themselves. But I must state, regardless of the final outcome, you must all accept it and not cause trouble. As soon as the sect leader finished speaking, the hall fell silent. He sighed inwardly, hoping that these elders wouldn't regret their decision later on. The next morning, Li Xiaobai sat anxiously on his bed, carefully examining the system panel in front of him. The panel displayed: Host, Li Xiaobai strength, 0 speed, 0 defense. Mortal body 170, 1000 can be upgraded to the next stage attribute points. 0 skills, 100 hatred, muscle weakness items. Not so hasty helmet store, open. Li Xiaobai sighed inwardly. Today was the day of the big competition, and he feared his mortal level body wouldn't hold up. He silently prayed not to be eliminated in the first round, as it would be embarrassing for a disciple of Piamiao Peak. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Knock, 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 came the voice of senior sister Su Yunbing from outside. Junior brother, the competition is about to start, get ready. Today, we're taking the top 10 spots for Piamiao Peak. Li Xiaobai forced a smile, put on the not-so-attractive helmet, and opened the door. Outside stood 6 people, 4 men and 2 women, all looking spirited and ready. Greetings, senior brothers and sisters, Li Xiaobai greeted respectfully. Su Yunbing frowned at the thing on his head, showing clear disdain. What are you wearing on your head? It's so ugly. Li Xiaobai awkwardly touched the helmet, at a loss for words. Master is who knows where today, so I'll be leading the team, Su Yunbing announced, wearing a fiery red outfit that exuded a fierce aura. We're heading out now to claim first place in the competition and head to the Sacred Demon Sect. If anyone messes up, don't blame me for being ruthless. Yang Chen laughed heartily. Let's take my flying sword. We need to make an entrance. With a flick of his wrist, he released a small sword that instantly transformed into a massive one, dozens of meters long, hovering in the air and blocking out the sun. Li Xiaobai looked on enviously, thinking that the store seemed to have similar mounts, but he couldn't afford one yet. He climbed onto the celestial sword, and the scenery around him shifted dramatically. Looking down at the crowd below, Li Xiaobai was filled with determination, deciding that he too needed a ride like that. Compared to his senior brother, traveling on foot was truly embarrassing. As they neared the arena, Yang Chen deliberately slowed down, intending to intimidate the other disciples. This entrance was even more grand than those of the elders. Li Xiaobai noticed the displeased expressions of the elders and felt a jolt of fear, thinking that his senior brother's move was surely attracting a lot of resentment, and he hoped he wouldn't be targeted. However, his worries were soon proven unnecessary. Before the celestial sword touched the ground, Su Yunbing leaped from the sky, her voice booming. Today, the top 7 spots in this competition are ours, Piao Peak. Her words echoed through every corner of the arena, eliciting a mix of envy, dejection, and even resentment from the other disciples. Oh, the disciples of Piao Peak are quite confident. The youth is full of energy, a senior elder chuckled. Indeed, full of energy, another elder chimed in. But it's the empty vessels that make the most noise. Elder Chun, I heard your disciple Feng Wuxia recently made a breakthrough. Just a step away from the golden core, nothing much. But I hear Elder Sun's disciple mastered the demon subduing staff technique. Nothing much, nothing much. The elders chatted and laughed, unfazed by Su Yunbing's bold words. Their indifference, however, didn't mean the disciples could remain calm. Yang Chun and Su Yunbing's actions had nearly maxed out the resentment levels of all present disciples. The air was thick with tension, and the competition hadn't even started yet, but the battle was already igniting. The seemingly frail disciples suddenly found their target, their gazes sharp as arrows, aimed directly at the disciples of Piao Peak. Li Xiaobai felt uneasy, realizing this might actually be boosting the opponent's morale. As the last disciple arrived, the sect leader floated gracefully into the arena, his figure like a light cloud, gently landing at the center. An aura of immortality surrounded him, silently showcasing his mastery. Yang Chen couldn't help but mutter under his breath. Damn, the sect leader is better at putting on a show than I am. The sect leader looked around and spoke loudly. Everyone, you are the pillars of our sect. Today's competition has 2 purposes, to select talent and to encourage you to persist on your path of cultivation. The top 10 winners will have the opportunity to advance their studies at the Sacred Demon Sect, and the sect will also prioritize resources for them. Now, let me explain the rules. He continued, we have a total of 108 arenas, divided into 11 groups. Shortly, you will draw lots in order, and those with the same number will be opponents. Understood. Understood. The disciples responded in unison. The sect leader nodded in satisfaction. Very good. Remember, this is a friendly match. Stop before causing any serious injury. Let's begin. As soon as he finished speaking, a large lottery box appeared out of thin air, distributing number plates to the disciples. Li Xiaobai anxiously looked at his number. Group 3, Arena 17, first match. Being scheduled early meant he would soon have to compete. 5th senior brother Lin Feng approached Li Xiaobai, usually aloof, but now showing a gentle smile. Junior brother, don't be nervous. Once you've participated, you'll find this competition is quite simple. It's easy to make it to the top 10, so don't stress too much. 6th senior brother Lu Jinshui, a plump fellow, also chimed in cheerfully. Our senior sister tampered with the number plates, so none of US brothers are in the same group. You can relax. Li Xiaobai forced a smile, as his real worry was not even making it past the first round. He didn't want to continue chatting with these brothers who seemed to live in another world, feeling they were subtly showing off. With a mix of apprehension, Li Xiaobai headed to Arena 17. A disciple was already in place, and the referee was reading out the guidelines. Both participants clasped their fists in salute. I'm Chen Tao, an inner disciple, rank 271. Please guide me. His opponent introduced himself. Li Xiaobai quickly returned the gesture. I'm Li Xiaobai, an inner disciple, unranked. Please guide me. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from the crowd. Look at that guy's ugly helmet on stage, someone shouted. I just saw him. He's from Piao Peak. Brother Chun, he's from Piao Peak. Give him a beating, more voices echoed. Clearly, Su Yunbing's previous remarks had left these disciples feeling disgraced. Piao Peak's ambition to claim the top 7 spots was a slight they couldn't swallow. Chen Tao chuckled lightly, a hint of disdain in his eyes. Junior brotherly, you must be the new disciple Piao Peak recently recruited. Your words are nice, but unfortunately, you've run into me. Don't worry, I won't make your loss too embarrassing. His gaze swept over Li Xiaobai, not sensing any spiritual energy. This indicated the opponent hadn't even begun cultivating. likely here just for the experience. Chen Tao was convinced this would be an easy victory. However, Li Xiaobai's words left him speechless. Rank 227th? With such a low ranking, you think you're worthy to fight me? Let me give you some advice, senior brother. Don't bring disgrace upon yourself. A sly glint flashed in Li Xiaobai's eyes, and a contemptuous smile curled his lips. He intentionally maintained this arrogant demeanor, secretly calculating his chances. As long as he let his opponent get close, he would have the opportunity to defeat him in one move. Arrogant. Chen Tao shouted angrily, his face dark as water. He suddenly drew the sword from his waist, its blade glinting coldly under the sunlight. With a flick of his wrist, the sword danced in the air, the sword light crisscrossing like silver snakes. The platform was immediately filled with sword energy, cold light shooting in all directions. The sword in Chen Tao's hand was a low-grade spiritual weapon, specifically prepared by his master for this competition. Combined with his exquisite swordsmanship, the power it unleashed was startling. It's the Xingye sword technique, the surrounding disciples exclaimed. Chen Tao has actually mastered this sword technique. It's the ultimate skill left by the sword saint. Legend has it that when perfected, it can split mountains and seas. Li Xiaobai watched, utterly bewildered, having no understanding of these sword techniques. However, at that moment, a sharp sword energy brushed past his side, and he felt a change. Attribute points 2. What does attribute points plus 2 mean? Li Xiaobai muttered to himself. Is this guy's sword energy really that weak? Chen Tao, however, was full of pride, a confident smile playing on his lips. Yeah, this sword technique took countless efforts for me to master. You can step down now. Xingye sword technique, transforming star. Before his words even fell, Chen Tao's figure suddenly blurred and vanished from the platform. Gusts of wind howled, and the platform was immediately covered with dense sword marks. Chen Tao has reached this level, another disciple exclaimed in amazement. His perfected movement technique combined with the Xingye sword has reached a state of true formlessness and invisibility. And look at the sword marks on the steps, perfectly matching the movement of his footwork. Senior brother Chun can already control the sword technique at will. This level is almost on par with the unity of man and sword. Li Xiaobai still looked utterly confused, muttering to himself. What the heck is this? Unity of man and sword, formlessness and invisibility. At that moment, Chen Tao's sword energy brushed past Li Xiaobai's body again. Li Xiaobai felt another change, attribute points 5. However, he felt no pain or discomfort. Li Xiaobai frowned in thought. Is this sword energy really that powerful? Or is there a hidden danger within it that I can't sense? Li Xiaobai nonchalantly said. Whatever, let's just provoke him. 100% hatred. Coward hiding in the shadows, I am a disciple of Piao Peak, a unseen-a-century genius in cultivation. Your sword skills? Just a minor trick. Chen Tao's sword flashed like lightning, so fast it was dizzying. Li Xiaobai struggled to keep his eyes open but still couldn't catch his opponent's movements, let alone dodge them. He secretly calculated in his mind, realizing he could only continue to provoke Chen Tao to lure him into close combat. Hope this helmet holds up, he silently prayed. The audience below was in an uproar, with someone shouting angrily, what nonsense! If Li Xiaobai is truly from Piao Peak, his arrogance is just like the rest of them. Too conceited. Brother Chun, hurry and teach him a lesson. Let this kid taste a dose of reality, another voice chimed in. The crowd's anger stemmed from Li Xiaobai's arrogance despite having no rank, which they found disgraceful. Chen Tao coldly remarked, Junior, you're quite good at boasting. I'll first cripple you, and see if your Piao Peak can still be so arrogant. Li Xiaobai detected the anger in Chen Tao's voice and was pleased that his taunting had worked. Feigning delight, he thought, muscle weakness. This opportunity must be seized. As long as I drag this out, victory will be mine. Sword energy crisscrossed as sparks flew above. Li Xiaobai's clothes were slashed with sword marks, and threads of blood scattered. Fortunately, his defense was strong enough to only sustain superficial wounds. The system notification kept ringing. Attribute point 5. Attribute point 5. Without hesitation, Li Xiaobai continued to add points to his defense, thinking, the longer I withstand this, the greater my chances of winning. He defiantly closed his eyes and taunted, Senior brother, you're pathetic. The act of closing his eyes was more mocking than any words. Chen Tao's temple veins bulged as sword energy swept the platform, densely enveloping Li Xiaobai. However, he quickly realized something was wrong. His strength was rapidly draining. Although his Dantian's spiritual energy remained abundant, he felt on the verge of exhaustion. Suppressing his anger, Chen Tao swiftly retreated to the other side of the platform, eyes wide, on high alert, watching Li Xiaobai. The audience was baffled. Someone questioned, what's going on? Why did Chen Tao retreat? Can anyone explain? A self-proclaimed knowledgeable spectator laughed. Haven't you figured it out? Chen Tao has already won. That Piao Peak disciple is all talk, unable to withstand Chen Tao's swordsmanship. Chen Tao, being kind-hearted, wants to teach him humility. After all these years of cultivation, can't you see the difference in their skills? Oh, I see, the crowd realized. Look at how relaxed Chen Tao is indeed. Chen Tao is impressive. After a brief silence, the disciples below cheered again, praising Chen Tao's noble character as an outstanding disciple of the younger generation. However, Chen Tao had no mind for the cheers. Sweat poured down as his calves cramped and his limbs weakened. He was grateful he had retreated in time. Otherwise, he might have already collapsed. Damn, what is this sinister technique? Chen Tao wondered in horror. Just a brief encounter, and I'm weakened like this, and I feel inexplicably agitated. Is it poison? Although the sect does not shy away from using poison, most disciples pride themselves on being righteous and rarely resort to such means. However, this disciple from Piaomiao Peak was unexpectedly treacherous. Chen Tao, with a fierce expression, gritted his teeth and said, "Kid, nice trick. If I hadn't discovered your little ploy in time, I might have really fallen into your trap." Li Xiaobai appeared calm on the surface, but he was anxious inside. His opponent had retreated voluntarily, indicating he hadn't completely lost his ability to fight. He thought to himself that he must find a way to inflict ongoing weakness while also provoking his opponent. Taking a deep breath, Li Xiaobai feigned arrogance and said, "Brother Chun, your skills are quite average. You're no match for me. I suggest you step down. We disciples of Piaomiao Peak are always invincible, and I don't want to embarrass you too much, which is why I haven't made a move. Can't you see the gap in our abilities?" With that, he clasped his hands behind his back and looked up at the sky, adopting a mysterious demeanor. His words caused an uproar among the audience. After a moment of silence, the spectators erupted in jeers. "Unbelievable, what a shameless boast. You can't even touch his clothes, yet you dare to spout such nonsense. Little brat, Brother Chun, take him down. Such a person isn't worth holding back against. Piaomiao Peak is full of arrogant fools. Knock him down." Chen Tao, hearing these words, felt his pride wounded and anger surged within him. To him, Li Xiaobai's weakness-inducing poison was nothing more than a cheap trick. It was infuriating that he had gained a slight advantage through such underhanded means and became so conceited. He pulled out an exquisite jade bottle from his robe, containing antidote pills crafted by a master alchemist he had encountered during his travels. Chen Tao had never had the chance to use them until now. He swallowed 2 pills, confident that such miraculous medicine could counter any poison, and this mundane toxin causing weakness was insignificant. "Arrogant brat, you have no idea of the world." Chen Tao shouted. "Stellar sword technique, star transformation." Before his voice trailed off, Chen Tao's feet sank as he forcibly summoned his inner energy. In an instant, his figure vanished from the platform. Sword energy poured down like raindrops, forming a massive net of blades aimed at enveloping Li Xiaobai. Feeling the approaching sword net, Li Xiaobai was secretly pleased. He activated his weakness-inducing ability again and noticed the system interface's attribute values fluctuating. Although each of Chen Tao's attacks only increased his attributes by 5 points, the rapid attack speed and sheer volume of sword energy presented a substantial cumulative boost. In just a short while, his attribute points easily surpassed 100. Without hesitation, Li Xiaobai added them all to his defense. Instantly, he felt as if his entire body was enveloped in an invisible armor, rendering Chen Tao's sword energy incapable of harming him. System notifications chimed continuously. Ding. Skill mastered, sword energy. Ding. Detected continuous damage, sword energy upgraded to sword piercing the rainbow. Li Xiaobai was delighted. This sword piercing the rainbow was a valuable skill, allowing him to defeat opponents with invisible sword energy when drawing his sword. However, his joy was short-lived as the fluctuation of attribute points on the system interface grew smaller. It was clear that muscle weakness had begun to take effect, and Chen Tao was exhausted. Attribute point 1. The system notification grew faint. Suddenly, Chen Tao's figure became visible, and he was instantly overwhelmed by extreme fatigue. With a clang, his longsword fell to the ground, and he collapsed, lying prostrate. Confusion filled Chen Tao's eyes. He couldn't understand how Li Xiaobai had defeated him. He didn't even know when his opponent had used poison techniques. It was all too bizarre. Li Xiaobai approached with a relaxed demeanor, looking down at Chen Tao. "Brother Chun, I told you long ago you were no match for me, but you didn't believe it." With that, he picked up Chen Tao and tossed him out of the ring. "This round, Li Xiaobai wins," the referee announced. The audience was silent, no one cheering or applauding. Everyone seemed to be petrified, mouths agape in disbelief. What had happened on stage was beyond their comprehension. If not for the referee overseeing the match, they might have suspected the two were putting on a show. The defeat was sudden, without any warning. Chen Tao was carried off the stage, his eyes vacant and his body severely weakened. Without a few days of rest, recovery seemed unlikely. Li Xiaobai walked through the crowd with a bright smile, saying, "Haha, thank you all for your support. I'm Li Xiaobai from Misty Peak, and I represent myself." Winning the first round, he felt proud, at least having made it through one round without disgracing Misty Peak. The system interface popped up again with notifications. Defense, Mortal Flesh 325-1000 can advance. Skill, Sword Energy Unleashed. Having comprehended another skill, Li Xiaobai was in high spirits and prepared to meet up with his senior sister. Just then, someone tapped him on the shoulder. Turning around, he saw it was Lin Feng, the inner disciple who had previously challenged him. Lin Feng sneered. Junior, quite arrogant, aren't you? Li Xiaobai raised an eyebrow and retorted. Senior, what advice do you have? Chen Tao is my junior. Lin Feng lightly waved his feather fan, speaking in a calm tone. Li Xiaobai looked puzzled, clearly missing the implication of the statement. He scratched his head and directly asked, so what? Lin Feng frowned slightly, a hint of displeasure in his voice. Your next opponent is none other than Lin himself. Did you not know? Li Xiaobai answered honestly. I'm not really sure. He had just finished his first match and hadn't had the time to worry about who his next opponent would be. Besides, he was focused on figuring out how to brace himself for the inevitable hits in the competition. Lin Feng's expression darkened, as if he had swallowed a fly. The fact that his opponent didn't even care about the next match felt like a huge insult. Anger surged within him, and his previously composed demeanor vanished. Well, truly worthy of a disciple from the ethereal peak, so arrogant. Lin Feng said through gritted teeth. My brother Lin Mang and I will sweep you and your ragtag bunch aside. The next time we meet, I'll make sure you're kneeling before me. His tone was filled with arrogance, completely dismissing Li Xiaobai. Li Xiaobai rubbed his head, wondering how someone could be so foolish. He decided to ignore him, as he had more important matters to attend to. His fingers gently brushed his spatial ring, a sly smile playing on his lips. When he defeated Chen Tao earlier, he had taken the opportunity to snatch Chen's sword. According to the gossip among the spectators, this sword was a lower-grade spiritual weapon, quite valuable. Although Li Xiaobai couldn't use spiritual weapons due to his lack of cultivation, the sword could fetch a good price. In the resource-scarce Xinyu sect, even a lower-grade spiritual sword could cause a scramble. Li Xiaobai looked around, contemplating where to sell the sword. He needed a crowded yet relatively safe place for the transaction. After weighing his options, he realized that there was no safer place than being near his senior brothers and sisters. Thanks to Su Yunbing's previous manipulations, most of the ethereal peak disciples had easily won their first matches. At this moment, only the sixth senior brother, Lu Jinshui, was still competing in the arena. It's decided, it's you. Li Xiaobai resolved to himself. Lu Jinshui's match had just begun, and a crowd had already gathered. The reputation of the ethereal peak disciples was well known, and many ordinary disciples wanted to witness their prowess firsthand. Li Xiaobai's eyes lit up, and he squeezed into the crowd without hesitation. There were so many disciples surrounding the arena, making it a perfect spot for selling. More importantly, with his senior brother and the judge present, safety was assured. He quickly set up a stall on an open spot and took out Chen Tao's spiritual sword. He shouted loudly, "Make way! Are you troubled by your lack of strength? Are you struggling to improve your ranking? Don't miss out. Today a divine sword is revealed, destined for those with fate." With the sect competition approaching, those looking to elevate their status should seize this opportunity. The one who possesses the divine sword will rule the world. A peerless sword, only 20 lower-grade spirit stones, it can be yours. Li Xiaobai's hawking immediately caught the attention of many disciples around. It was the first time someone had set up a stall to sell something during the sect competition. Even more surprising was that the stall only had one sword, which was quite peculiar. However, when they inspected the sword closely, they noticed its extraordinary luster and unique aura, clearly indicating it wasn't an ordinary item. Someone exclaimed, "This is a lower-grade spiritual weapon." A low-grade spiritual sword, shimmering with a faint blue aura, caught the attention of many outer sect disciples. They gathered around, eyes gleaming with desire. The sword's luster and aura unmistakably marked it as a spiritual weapon, prompting one well-informed disciple to exclaim in awe. Standing at the center of the crowd, Li Xiaobai held the sword confidently, a smile on his face. He announced loudly, "Dear junior brothers and sisters, this is an extraordinary sword, genuine and reliable. Each of you looks so spirited. This sword would suit you perfectly." The crowd was eager, yet hesitant due to the high price of 20 low-grade spiritual stones. A young female cultivator coquettishly pleaded, "Senior brother, could you lower the price a bit? I can be your personal attendant." Her words caused the male disciples to swallow hard, while the female cultivators looked on with disdain. Another female disciple quickly interjected, "Junior brother, how about 10 low-grade spiritual stones?" Li Xiaobai remained unmoved, calmly responding, 20 low-grade spiritual stones, no bargaining. You can pool your resources to buy it. Owning this, dominating the younger generation is no dream. Several female cultivators were torn, gazing longingly at the enchanting sword, afraid someone else might get it first. Finally, one gritted her teeth and took out her spiritual stones, saying, "I'll buy it." At that moment, a familiar voice interrupted the transaction. "Hold on, I want that sword." Li Xiaobai looked in the direction of the voice and saw Lin Feng. The two were momentarily stunned, surprised to meet again in such a vast arena. Lin Feng was inwardly frustrated, having only joined the crowd out of curiosity, not expecting to find Li Xiaobai selling his junior brother Chen Tao's spiritual sword. Li Xiaobai smiled slyly. Senior brother, didn't you say next time we'd meet, I'd be kneeling at your feet? Lin Feng, looking awkward, forced a smile and said, just joking, senior brother. I'll take the sword, offering 30 low-grade spiritual stones. Li Xiaobai's eyes lit up, casting a meaningful glance at the earlier female disciple, as if to ask, will you raise your offer? If not, this sword will be sold to someone else. The atmosphere grew tense, and everyone held their breath, waiting to see who would win this spiritual sword. The female cultivator stomped her foot in frustration and left angrily. 30 low-grade spirit stones were too expensive for her, and she was destined to have no fate with that spirit sword. Suddenly, a deep voice emerged from the crowd. Huh? Only 30 low-grade spirit stones for such an excellent piece among low-grade artifacts? Isn't that too little? I'll offer 40. Li Xiaobai turned towards the voice and was surprised to see it was his sixth senior brother, Lu Jinshui. This typically honest-looking chubby man had somehow quietly resolved his own matters and mingled with the crowd to join the excitement. Lu Jinshui winked at Li Xiaobai, who instantly understood his senior brother was intentionally driving up the price. Seeing the puzzled expressions around them, Lu Jinshui quickly explained, look at this treasure sword. It is naturally formed with a faint flow of Dao rhythm inside, which indicates it is close to a mid-grade artifact. A regular low-grade flying sword is no match for it. The two played off each other, leaving the onlookers stunned. Even Lin Feng was bewildered how had he not known his junior's sword was such an exceptional piece. But since it was, he couldn't miss out. I'll offer 50 low-grade spirit stones, Lin Feng said through gritted teeth. Lu Jinshui calmly responded, I'll offer 51, that's my limit. I can't go any higher. 55. Lin Feng increased the bid again, reaching near his limit. Deal. Li Xiaobai beamed with his eyes nearly closed in delight. Thanks to his senior brother's price-raising tactic, the amount had doubled. He silently praised Lu Jinshui's cleverness, realizing this seemingly honest senior was quite cunning, but he liked it. The transaction was completed swiftly, with 55 low-grade spirit stones instantly in hand. Li Xiaobai wasted no time purchasing a Vajra talisman worth 10 low-grade spirit stones from the marketplace. Under Lin Feng's shocked gaze, he slowly placed it on the stall. Don't miss out, folks! Li Xiaobai shouted. With the sect competition happening today, this divine talisman has appeared. It's for the fated one. Lu Jinshui chuckled and came forward again. This talisman is nice. I'll take it. Lin Feng's face was ashen as he stared at the 55 low-grade spirit stones in his hand, filled with regret. He had just been duped by Li Xiaobai, and to his surprise, this guy was now auctioning off another item with the same pitch. Junior brother, this talisman is truly remarkable. Lu Jinshui's eyes sparkled as he lightly tapped the talisman paper. Look at the flow of the Dao charm. The strokes are like dragons and snakes, executed in one go. This is definitely a master's work. Senior brother, you have a keen eye, Li Xiaobai quickly chimed in. This is indeed a divine talisman, immensely powerful. With it, winning first place in the competition is within reach. Rubbish. Lin Feng couldn't hold back any longer, crumpling the feather fan in his hand. This pitch is exactly the same as the one for the spirit sword earlier. This fat guy is clearly your plant. Lu Jinshui was unfazed. I'm no plant. Anyone can see the quality of this talisman. Look at these strokes, this flow. There's even a faint golden glow. It's definitely a top-tier low-grade spirit talisman. With that, the surrounding disciples couldn't help but lean in for a closer look, seemingly convinced of the talisman's extraordinary nature. Seeing the opportune moment, Li Xiaobai added, this is an authentic Vajra talisman. Once used, it greatly enhances physical defense, withstanding low-grade spirit weapons with ease. Lin Shixiang disparaged it earlier because he wants to keep the treasure for himself. Enough, junior brother. I'm buying this talisman. Without hesitation, Lu Jinshui tossed down 20 low-grade spirit stones and grabbed the talisman, fearing someone might snatch it from him. Li Xiaobai was momentarily stunned but quickly realized what was happening. Several well-dressed young men immediately followed Lu Jinshui, chatting and laughing together. That old fox clearly intended to resell it at a high price, probably making 4 or 5 times the profit. Damn, senior brother's heart is too black. Li Xiaobai cursed under his breath, but upon reflection, decided to stick to honest small business. With a flick of his wrist, he took out a few more Vajra talismans. Senior brothers and sisters, I have a few more here, just 20 spirit stones each. Half an hour later, Li Xiaobai happily packed up his stall. This round of street vending brought in 300 low-grade spirit stones. If not for the fear of attracting attention, he would have wanted to earn even more. Junior brother, you made quite a bit this time, huh? Lu Jinshui appeared out of nowhere, smiling slyly. Not at all, senior brother. This is legitimate business, just breaking even. Li Xiaobai replied earnestly. Lu Jinshui clearly didn't believe him. Don't pretend. You were the happiest when scamming people. Shouldn't you settle my commission now? Give me a few talismans, and I'll tell you a secret. After a moment's thought, Li Xiaobai handed over 5 Vajra talismans. Lu Jinshui leaned in and whispered, Lin Feng is your next opponent. He has a hidden ailment in his Tanzhong acupoint. During the match, just press it lightly, and he'll be in too much pain to move. With that, he walked away happily. Li Xiaobai was overjoyed. This was an unexpected boon. With his opponent's weakness in hand, his chances of winning increased significantly. The second match was about to start. Li Xiaobai stepped onto platform 17, and to be safe, picked up a regular iron sword from the weapon rack. The surrounding disciples had mixed expressions. His previous win was baffling and hard to understand. Lin Feng was already sitting cross-legged in the center of the platform, looking imposing. Ever since he encountered Li Xiaobai, nothing had gone right for him. He'd been duped and lost quite a few spirit stones. Today, he had to regain his dignity on this platform and teach this kid a lesson. Junior brother, you kept me waiting. Lin Feng sneered, already considering Li Xiaobai a dead man. He had learned from Chen Tao that this guy didn't really understand cultivation and relied on poison to win. So he specifically asked his master for a water spirit pearl, which could resist all poisons. Is senior brother in such a hurry to be defeated by me? Li Xiaobai immediately got into character. As fellow disciples, I truly don't want to make senior brother look too bad. The audience erupted again, cheering for Lin Feng and eager to personally teach this arrogant disciple of Piao Pika a lesson. Although Li Xiaobai was nervous inside, he had to keep up the pretense for victory. With his hands behind his back, he gazed at the sky. You common folks don't understand my lofty ambitions. My goal is the stars and the sea. Getting into the top 10 of this competition is a piece of cake. This taunt was over the top, and Lin Feng's eyes reddened as he drew his sword and charged. Silver snake dance. Sword energy crisscrossed, silver light flashed, aiming straight for Li Xiaobai's head. Fortunately, the helmet's quality was excellent. Anything made by the system was top-notch. No matter how Lin Feng attacked, he couldn't break through the defense. Watching the attribute panel constantly flash 5, Li Xiaobai was reassured Lin Feng's strength was similar to Chen Tao's. In that case, this would be manageable. Although Lin Feng's moves were visually striking, they were more bark than bite, failing to penetrate Li Xiaobai's defenses. Delighted by this rare opportunity to boost his attributes, Li Xiaobai decided not to rush into using his muscle weakness skill, but instead prepared to enhance his defense further. Senior brother, I'm from Piao Peak. I have 100 ways to make you step down, and there's nothing you can do about it. Li Xiaobai spoke with a calm demeanor, allowing the sword light to strike him. His tone carried a hint of provocation, and his eyes sparkled with confidence. In his anger, Lin Feng finally sensed something was off. His opponent was fearlessly withstanding the spiritual sword's assault with his bare body. Yet, Lin Feng still couldn't detect any spiritual energy emanating from Li Xiaobai. It must be a magical artifact. Lin Feng gritted his teeth. Your master must have spent a fortune to ensure your victory. Judging by the strength of this defense, it must at least be a mid-grade defensive spiritual artifact. A flash of envy crossed his eyes, quickly replaced by disdain. But today, senior brother will teach you a lesson. When the gap in power is too large, even a spiritual artifact is useless. With that, Lin Feng shook his long sword, and dozens of sword lights appeared around him, thrusting straight at Li Xiaobai. This was the sword control technique senior brother Lin had mastered this sword art. The disciples below cheered at the dazzling sword light effects. 13 sword lights in total. Senior brother Lin's swordsmanship has reached a high level, someone exclaimed. Not only the disciples, but even the elders nodded slightly, acknowledging Lin Feng's swordsmanship. They whispered among themselves. This young man is impressive. His sword control technique has reached the 3rd level. Just one more step, and he'll be able to control the sword from a distance. Indeed, he embodies the style of our Xinyu sect. The disciple from Piao Peak, I wonder what kind of magical artifact he used for protection. But against the sword control technique, he's likely to fail. Young people who rely on external tools instead of improving their own strength will suffer setbacks today, which is better than being killed and robbed outside later. Li Xiaobai couldn't hear the elders' fervent discussion. He was focused on the attribute panel before him. Defense, mortal body 600-1000 can advance. Detecting continuous sword energy damage. Sword piercing the rainbow upgrades to sword breaking the sky. Sword breaking the sky. When drawing the sword energy sweeps all directions, killing invisibly. Li Xiaobai was thrilled. Not only had his defense increased, but his skill had also upgraded. The sword energy skill had leveled up twice, making it his highest level skill so far. However, he thought to himself that now wasn't the time to use it. As the saying goes, don't use a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Saving the best for crucial moments would increase his chances of victory later. Just as Lin Feng's sword light was about to strike, Li Xiaobai suddenly reached out and poked Lin Feng's Tanzhong acupoint, unfazed by the sword glow. He remembered his senior brother's words. The opponent's Tanzhong acupoint had a hidden injury, and a single poke would end the match. Sure enough, even though the poke wasn't forceful, Lin Feng's attack halted abruptly. With a clang, his long sword fell from his grasp. Lin Feng lay on the stage, grimacing in pain. You, how did you know about my injury there? Lin Feng shouted through gritted teeth. You're despicable. Referee, I object. Lin Feng's hidden injury was severe, and he couldn't stand, losing the ability to continue fighting. The referee did not hesitate and immediately declared the result. If this were a battlefield, you'd be dead by now. Being exposed by your opponent shows your lack of cultivation. This round, Li Xiaobai wins. With the referee's announcement, the crowd fell silent. Everyone had clearly witnessed the entire match, and Li Xiaobai's clever tactics in defeating the formidable Lin Feng left them with a newfound respect for the disciple from Piamiao Peak. Unlike before, Li Xiaobai didn't seem to use any poison this time, but defeating an opponent with just one finger was still shocking. On the stage, Li Xiaobai casually collected Lin Feng's sword, a glint of greed in his eyes. This sword was even finer than Chen Tao's and would surely fetch a good price. He swiftly packed all of Lin Feng's gear into his spatial ring and left nonchalantly under the stupefied gazes of the crowd. The elders exchanged bewildered looks. Someone murmured, "Could we have misunderstood? Is Li Xiaobai actually a master?" Another countered, "Impossible. He shows no signs of cultivation at all. It's likely that Feng Lingzi, that old fox, gave him a protective artifact and a few pointers. That old fox is cunning indeed. Does he intend to let a disciple with no cultivation enter the sacred demon sect for advanced studies?" An elder scoffed. "If he goes, it would be a disgrace to our Xianyu sect. Just watch, relying on external aids won't get him into the top 10. Another elder shook his head dismissively. At that moment, a furious shout erupted from the crowd. "Stop right there!" A muscular man with bulging muscles pushed through the crowd, glaring menacingly at Li Xiaobai. Beside him stood a young man as gentle as jade. The brawny man gritted his teeth and said, "You've got some nerve, injuring my brother. Do you have a death wish?" Li Xiaobai realized that this must be Lin Feng's older brother, Lin Meng. He feigned innocence, explaining, "I only gave him a light poke. I had no idea he would collapse." Hearing this, Lin Meng flew into a rage and swung a heavy punch at Li Xiaobai's shoulder. Attribute points 10, Li Xiaobai noted to himself, acknowledging Lin Meng's strength. Just as tensions were about to escalate, an elder intervened. "Stop. Xinyu sect forbids private fights. If you offend again, your competition eligibility will be revoked." Although he disapproved of Li Xiaobai, the rules had to be upheld. Lin Meng, still fuming, threatened before leaving. "You better hope you lose your next match. If we meet on the stage, I'll make sure to cripple you." With that, he stormed off. The handsome man beside Lin Meng then stepped forward, offering a warm smile. "You must be Li Xiaobai, truly a young prodigy." Lin Meng acted impulsively. "Please don't take it to heart." He took out a small bottle. "Here's a bottle of healing pills for you. It's a small gesture, please accept it. My name is Feng Wuxia, a direct disciple of the Grand Elder. I look forward to meeting you on the stage." Li Xiaobai's displeasure vanished instantly. Smiling, he accepted the pills and respectfully said, "You're too kind, senior brother. Thank you for your generosity. I also look forward to standing on the same stage as you." He mentally calculated the value of the pills, knowing they would fetch a high price even if he had no use for them. Feng Wuxia smiled. "Well then, I won't disturb you further. Prepare well for the upcoming matches." With that, he turned and left. Watching Feng Wuxia's retreating figure, Li Xiaobai was secretly pleased. What a great senior brother, kind and generous. He thought to himself that he should definitely form a connection with him in the future. However, he failed to notice the cold smile that flickered on Feng Wuxia's lips as he turned away. Feng Wuxia watched Li Xiaobai intently, his gaze sharp and unwavering. This seemingly untrained young man had managed to win repeatedly in the arena, emerging unscathed even when attacked with a lower-grade spiritual sword. There was only one explanation. Li Xiaobai must possess a valuable treasure, likely a mid-grade spiritual artifact or even a high-grade one. Such an item was enough to tempt anyone to resort to murder for its acquisition. However, before making a move, Feng Wuxia needed to understand more about this young man. If Li Xiaobai truly was a wandering cultivator with no backing, things would be much easier. Outside the arena, Li Xiaobai was beaming as he held the pills he had won from Feng Wuxia, searching for his sixth senior brother. This senior brother was a marketing genius, and with his help, the prices of Li Xiaobai's spiritual sword and pills would surely skyrocket. As expected, he soon spotted Lu Jinshui by the arena, leisurely waiting for his match due to his later ranking. "Sixth brother, ready to make some money?" Li Xiaobai approached him with a conspiratorial grin. "Where's the money?" Lu Jinshui's eyes gleamed with understanding. He was well acquainted with opportunities to profit as a middleman. Li Xiaobai carefully uncorked the bottle, giving Lu Jinshui a glimpse of the pills inside. Ah, top-grade rejuvenation pills. Lu Jinshui had already calculated the potential profits, but feigned hesitation. Unfortunately, most disciples aren't wealthy, It might be hard to fetch a good price. Li Xiaobai immediately caught on. Brother, how about a 3,070 split? 40-60. Deal. Moments later, Li Xiaobai had set up a stall by the arena. Although many had been eliminated in the first round, those remaining were all strong contenders and potential high-value customers. With the right marketing, these spirit stones would naturally flow into his pocket. Today marks the grand sect competition, coinciding with the emergence of the divine Sorda double blessing. Li Xiaobai shouted, "Don't miss out on this opportunity. Divine swords and miracle pills are all here. Only 30 lower-grade spirit stones, guaranteed genuine." The gathered disciples recognized him and remembered the spectacle of his previous stall, quickly crowding around. Soon, someone noticed the sword looked remarkably similar to the Lin brothers' swords. Lin Feng and Lin Meng were both inner disciples, with Lin Meng being particularly notorious. Some disciples hoping to curry favor with the Lin brothers quietly slipped away to inform them. At this moment, Lu Jinshui approached with a smile, inquiring about the pill prices. With a deliberate performance, he took one pill and immediately exuded a powerful aura, leaving the surrounding disciples breathless. This display ignited the crowd's enthusiasm, and the pill prices were quickly driven up to 10 spirit stones each. In no time, Li Xiaobai had amassed 300 spirit stones, selling ordinary healing pills at the extravagant price of second-grade pills. From a distant platform, several elders watched, shaking their heads. Feng Lingzi, look at your well-taught disciple, neglecting proper cultivation to swindle within the sect. Feng Lingzi, embarrassed, made a hasty exit with an excuse. Just as Li Xiaobai was about to continue promoting the spiritual sword, a thunderous voice suddenly echoed across the arena. "How dare you auction my brother's lower-grade spiritual sword without my permission? Did you ask Lin Meng?" Lin Meng was seething with anger, his fists clenched tightly. He never expected Li Xiaobai to be so bold as to openly sell his brother Lin Feng's inferior spiritual sword. It was as if Lin Meng himself was being disregarded. For cultivators, reputation is of utmost importance. Even though the sword wasn't a top-tier weapon, it couldn't be sold to outsiders so easily. Glaring at Li Xiaobai, Lin Meng gritted his teeth and said, "Return my brother's sword immediately, or I will smash your stall to pieces." Lu Jinshui and Li Xiaobai exchanged knowing glances. The main character had arrived, and it seemed today's deal was secure. With a professional smile, Li Xiaobai calmly replied, "Brother Lin, you are mistaken. This is a rare and exceptional sword, not your brother's. Moreover, this brother here has already offered a high price for it. If Brother Lin is also interested, why don't we have an auction?" As he spoke, he skillfully tossed the bundle to Lu Jinshui. Just as Lin Meng was about to snatch the sword, he caught sight of Elder Sun observing from a distance. Remembering the rule against causing trouble during the competition, he reluctantly held back his anger. 50 lower-grade spirit stones. That's the going rate for an inferior spiritual sword. "Don't push it," Lin Meng said through gritted teeth. A sly look flashed in Li Xiaobai's eyes. These spirit stones were a gift too good to refuse. He feigned difficulty, saying, "That's not possible. This brother just offered 50 lower-grade spirit stones." Seeing this, Lu Jinshui quickly chimed in. "Indeed, although it's an inferior spiritual sword, its craftsmanship and quality are comparable to mid-grade ones. I might have to compete with you for it today." 55 lower-grade spirit stones. Lin Meng's teeth ground together audibly as he silently vowed to teach these two a lesson in the arena next time. "I'll offer 60. He almost spat the words out. "Deal." Li Xiaobai swiftly grabbed Lin Meng's money pouch and tossed the spiritual sword to him. Lin Meng caught the sword, glaring fiercely at Li Xiaobai. "You'd better hope we don't meet in the arena, or I'll make you wish you were never born." With that, he kicked over a few disciples nearby and stormed off. Such threats were nothing new to Li Xiaobai. He thought to himself that Lin Meng's attacks would, at most, add 10 points to his defense system, clearly no match for him. Right now, earning spirit stones was his priority. With a flick of his wrist, he laid out a collection of pills and runes on his stall, loudly announcing, "Brothers, everything's on sale." An hour later, at the entrance of the Piaomiao Peak, Li Xiaobai and Lu Jinshui met discreetly to divide their spoils. Li Xiaobai handed a money pouch to Lu Jinshui, saying, "Brother, here's your share. Thanks for your help today." Lu Jinshui accepted the pouch with a grin. "No problem, it's what brothers do. But you weren't very generous, selling so many pills and runes and only giving me this much. Isn't that a bit unfair?" Li Xiaobai chuckled awkwardly. "Brother, we agreed on a 6,040 split, only on what you helped me sell. The sword and pills were your sales, but the runes and pills I sold myself aren't part of the deal. You can't back out now." He paused, then added, "Besides, your match is about to start. You'd better get ready." Lu Jinshui looked at the pouch with disappointment, clearly realizing he'd been outwitted. Without another word, Li Xiaobai dashed back to his own cave, knowing his cunning sixth brother too well to give him a chance to linger. Back in his cave, Li Xiaobai blocked the entrance to prevent any disturbances from his sixth brother. He took stock of his day's earnings, totaling over 1,000 lower-grade spirit stones after sharing with Lu Jinshui. In just 1 hour, he had transformed from a poor disciple into a wealthy one, and it felt great. Just then, the system notification chimed. Ding. Achievement unlocked. Moneymaker. Reward. Supreme Soak. Supreme Soak, a divine-level bathing technique that slightly enhances attributes. Note: only pools constructed by the host can provide this effect. Li Xiaobai's eyes lit up. This was a valuable reward. If soaking in a bath could boost his attributes, he wouldn't have to suffer beatings anymore, just soak daily. On Piaomiao Peak, there was an abandoned arena, originally meant for disciple duels, but since the senior brothers and sisters preferred cultivating in their caves, it was left unused. Li Xiaobai thought it would make a perfect bathhouse. The materials for building a pool were available in the system shop, and with his current wealth, constructing a bathhouse was no problem. Li Xiaobai worked quickly, building a 1-meter-high wall around the arena with bricks. Though crude, it was sufficient for his experiment. If it worked well, he could build a more luxurious one later. He poured all the water from his storage ring into the makeshift bathhouse and eagerly jumped in. As soon as his body touched the water, the system panel's numbers began to change. Attribute points 1. Attribute points 1. It really worked. And he didn't even need to fully submerge, just touching the water was enough. Li Xiaobai was thrilled. He had found a way to grow stronger. With each passing minute, his attribute points increased, and soaking for an entire day could boost his points significantly. He soaked a while longer, gaining several hundred attribute points, all added to his defense. Defense, thick skin 700-1000 upgradable. Li Xiaobai found a plank, carved Supreme Soak, and his name on it, and planted it near the bathhouse. He planned to soak here whenever he had free time, enjoying the benefits. Back in his cave, Li Xiaobai reviewed information on his next 2 matches. His opponents were average disciples, not well known, so there was little pressure. With his enhanced defense, ordinary disciples couldn't harm him. He was beginning to contemplate the top 10 training slots, hoping to explore the broader world of cultivation. Suddenly, a rapid knocking on the door startled him. Knock, knock, knock. Li Xiaobai's heart skipped a beat. Could it be his 6th brother coming to confront him? There was a gentle knock at the door, followed by a female voice. Brotherly, I'm Yang Huan, an outer sect disciple. I'd like to discuss something with you. Li Xiaobai perked up, a hint of excitement flashing in his eyes. He quickly walked to the door, cleared his throat, and tried to sound composed. Sister, please come in. What brings you to see me? The door opened, and a graceful woman with a poised demeanor stepped inside. She had a beauty mark on her forehead and carried herself with elegance. Li Xiaobai eyed her with a pleased smile. Yang Huan glanced around cautiously before her gaze settled on Li Xiaobai. She spoke slowly. Brother, I'm here to discuss a deal with you. Li Xiaobai raised an eyebrow, signaling her to continue. Taking a deep breath, Yang Huan said, I know with your skills, the next 2 matches will be easy for you. However, for the 5th match, I hope you can lose. If you agree, I can offer a price that will satisfy you. Li Xiaobai's eyes gleamed as he calculated in his mind. The 5th match was crucial for entering the top 10 in the finals, clearly indicating someone wanted to prevent him from securing a spot. However, passing up free spirit stones would be a waste. A price that satisfies me? Li Xiaobai narrowed his eyes, probing. That depends on your sincerity. How much are you offering? 50 lower-grade spirit stones. Yang Huan replied without hesitation. Li Xiaobai chuckled lightly and said, You think 50 stones can buy my loss? That's too small a price. Yang Huan's expression darkened, her tone turning firm. Brother, I know you have no cultivation. You've won through your poison and defensive treasures. Although the elders turn a blind eye, if I make a fuss, you won't even qualify to enter the arena. Li Xiaobai frowned. Realizing this deal was turning unpleasant, he tentatively asked, What is your relationship with my opponent in the 3rd match? Did he send you? Yang Huan remained expressionless. That's none of your concern. You just need to do as you're told. Li Xiaobai's eyes shifted, and he suddenly changed the subject. Sister, your sword at your waist is impressive. It looks like a divine sword. Yang Huan took a cautious step back, yet Li Xiaobai continued. If you'd like to give it to me, I'd accept. Is that a jade pendant around your neck? If I like it, add it to the gift. Your earrings are quite unique. I take those too. And those shoes, they're not ordinary, are they? Include those as well. Minutes later, Yang Huan left with a forlorn expression, barefoot. Li Xiaobai contentedly examined his loot, a few trinkets along with 50 lower-grade spirit stones. He knew well that even small gains add up. The valuable items in the marketplace awaited him, and he couldn't miss any chance to earn spirit stones. After Yang Huan left, Li Xiaobai's expression darkened. This female disciple dared to threaten him, and he resolved to teach her a painful lesson. He smirked and thought to himself, I'll take the spirit stones, but I won't do the job. He swallowed the remaining discarded pills in one go, his eyes fixed on the system panel as he formulated a plan. Attribute point 1. Defense. Li Xiaobai felt a warm current surge through his body, making him feel inexplicably comfortable and invigorated. Looking down, he saw a faint layer of bronze patterns spreading across his skin, like a natural suit of armor. Bronze skin iron bones 05000 indicated his defense had advanced once again. Li Xiaobai was secretly delighted, thinking that those people wouldn't be able to hurt him anymore. The next two matches were as easy as taking candy from a baby. His opponents were lucky ones who had not faced any strong competitors in the previous rounds, but now they had met their match. Li Xiaobai handled them with ease, mocking his opponents while feigning weakness, winning effortlessly. With an additional 100 attribute points, Li Xiaobai was feeling smug. With this bronze skin and iron bones defense, the attacks from these disciples would be nothing more than a tickle. Even the senior brothers and sisters would struggle to make a dent. The third match quickly began. With the number of disciples dwindling, the pace of the competition had picked up, making 3 to 4 rounds a day the norm. This time, Li Xiaobai's opponent was a true disciple named Hao Jian. A true disciple needing to fix a match. Li Xiaobai sneered inwardly, stepping onto the stage with a menacing aura. This time, he intended to crush his opponent and vent his pent-up frustrations. True disciple Hao Jian, here to learn from my junior brother's skills, Hao Jian said calmly, maintaining a composed demeanor that befitted a master. He thought to himself, before going on stage, a female disciple had informed him that the deal was settled. Li Xiaobai would intentionally lose the match, securing his spot in the top 10 of the competition. Weaklings don't deserve to know the name of this genius. Li Xiaobai snapped into character, fully embracing the hostility. From Misty Peak, Li Xiaobai refrained from personal attacks. The referee intervened, announcing Li Xiaobai's name. So a disciple from Misty Peak, no wonder. Hao Jian frowned, instinctively sensing something was amiss, but he continued his verbal sparring. Yet, he had never heard of the name Li Xiaobai before. Li Xiaobai understood that Hao Jian was relying on his strength and status to get in some verbal jabs before the fight. But this played right into his hands. Without the verbal battle, how could he maximize the animosity? Defeated Chen Tao with one glance. Defeated Lin Feng with a single finger. Made Lin Meng obediently hand over spirit stones with just one sentence. That's me, the genius cultivator, Li Xiaobai. Li Xiaobai declared with his hands behind his back, his expression serene, as if recounting trivial matters. The audience erupted, voices clashing like waves. Brother Hao, don't listen to his nonsense. This guy wins using underhanded tactics. That's right, he relies on protective artifacts. Brother Hao, teach him a lesson. He's infuriating. This guy must be punished severely. The disciples were incensed, having witnessed Li Xiaobai's strange methods firsthand, and they didn't believe he had genuine skills. Feng Wuxia concealed himself among the disciples, his gaze sharp and penetrating. After observing the previous matches, he was convinced that Li Xiaobai possessed an extraordinary artifact of significant grade. He thought to himself that if he could seize this treasure, his position as senior disciple would be secure, and becoming the sect leader in the future wouldn't be just a dream. Li Xiaobai stood in the arena, a trace of disdain flickering in his eyes. Defeating the likes of Chen Tao and Lin Feng was merely a trivial task for him. He sighed inwardly, thinking, these people have never reached my level. How could they possibly understand the vistas I've seen? Outwardly, however, he feigned distress, shaking his head and sighing. Hao Jian noticed this, frowning slightly. Junior brother, your eloquence is impressive, putting me to shame. Why don't we let our skills speak for us? Before finishing his words, he drew the long sword from his waist, its sharpness evident. In a flash of sword light, Hao Jian struck abruptly, the sword tip aiming straight for Li Xiaobai's chest. This mid-grade spiritual sword was formidable, and even with a protective artifact, it would be difficult for anyone to come out unscathed. The sword's energy was so contained that it tore Li Xiaobai's sleeve even before making contact. Li Xiaobai felt a slight itch on his arm as a system alert appeared. Attribute points 20. He quickly assessed Hao Jian's strength, stronger than Lin Feng, but still not a match for him. With that in mind, he activated his muscle weakness skill without hesitation. Hao Jian suddenly felt weak, as if all his strength had been drained. He staggered back a few steps before collapsing over 10 meters away, drenched in cold sweat. Had he not retreated in time, he might have already lost the match. Damn it, Hao Jian cursed inwardly. This treacherous scoundrel, taking spirit stones, and then going back on his word. He managed to spit out a few words with difficulty. You used poison. He then swallowed several antidote pills, feeling both shocked and furious. To be rendered so helpless in just one exchange by an unknown young man was a testament to the bizarre potency of the opponent's poison arts, which even his 10th level foundation establishment cultivation couldn't withstand. After consuming a few rejuvenation pills, Hao Jian felt a slight recovery. His gaze turned sinister. Since the opponent wasn't playing by the rules, he saw no reason to hold back. He immediately turned to the elders in the distance, bowing and shouting loudly. Li Xiaobai used underhanded tactics during the match, tarnishing the reputation of our immortal feather sect. I implore the elders to investigate. Hao Jian was well aware that he couldn't withstand Li Xiaobai's poison, so he resorted to this desperate measure. He secretly planned that if the elders prohibited Li Xiaobai from using such underhanded tactics, he could turn the situation around. To Hao Jian, securing a spot in the sacred demon sect was a must. The disciples below the stage were outraged, loudly protesting. They believed that the arena competition should test strength and cultivation, not rely on poison to win. Ban Li Xiaobai from using such despicable tactics. We want a fair fight. Elders, please see reason, they shouted. On the high platform, the elders exchanged meaningful glances, a faint smile playing on their lips. They were waiting for an opportunity like this to suppress the disciples of Miao Miao Peak. The chief elder stood up and said sternly, "Master, you can't protect them this time. These youngsters have gone too far." With that, he leapt onto the stage. Facing the crowd, the chief elder's voice boomed. The purpose of the arena competition is to test the disciples' cultivation and to find areas for improvement, not to win by any means necessary. He turned to Li Xiaobai and declared sternly, "Li Xiaobai, you are forbidden from using that drug that weakens others. Winning with such means proves nothing." His words were met with unanimous support from the disciples below, who erupted in applause. Li Xiaobai looked resigned and quietly replied, "Understood." Being forbidden to use the drug, he had no choice, as he had already incited public anger. Slowly, he drew the sword at his waist, a simple longsword given by a female disciple earlier. With a sigh, Li Xiaobai said, "I intended to blend in as an ordinary person, but instead, I faced doubt. No more pretending. I'm a sword cultivator, and I'm revealing my true self." Hao Jian's pent-up anger finally found an outlet, and he sneered disdainfully. A clown who doesn't know his place. In his view, without the poison, Li Xiaobai was just an empty shell. Hao Jian formed a seal with his hands and shouted fiercely, "Breeze sword." An invisible sword energy, like a breeze, slashed rapidly toward Li Xiaobai. This breeze sword was hard to detect and was a lethal move from the start. The disciples below held their breath, and the chief elder's brow furrowed, ready to intervene at any moment. At this critical juncture, Li Xiaobai shouted, "Sword breaks the sky." He casually drew his sword, and in an instant, the stage was engulfed in a storm of sword shadows. The air was filled with the screech of metal, and the stage surface cracked inch by inch. The breeze sword was instantly consumed by the sword energy, and countless sword lights shot toward Hao Jian. Hao Jian was petrified. Such fierce sword energy was beyond his ability to withstand, even 10 times over. His mind went blank as his high-grade spirit sword shattered in the sword energy, and he was left with deep, bone-revealing cuts. The chief elder's expression changed drastically. Even he had to take this power seriously. He intercepted the overwhelming sword energy and sent the dazed Hao Jian flying off the stage with a palm strike. The chief elder hid his blood-stained hands in his sleeves and said hoarsely, "If I hadn't intervened, Hao Jian would have been dead." This round goes to Li Xiaobai. Internally, he was in turmoil because he couldn't discern Li Xiaobai's cultivation level. But the power of that sword energy was undeniable. Could it be that Li Xiaobai was truly a prodigious talent? The disciples below were dumbfounded. Those who had doubted Li Xiaobai were now speechless. Who said Li Xiaobai had no cultivation? Who said he could only win with magical items? The truth was evident. The overwhelming sword energy was no illusion. What's more shocking was that Li Xiaobai wielded only an ordinary longsword, not even a spiritual weapon, indicating he relied entirely on his cultivation to unleash such terrifying sword energy. Such prowess is truly unfathomable. The disciples were stunned, silently labeling Li Xiaobai as someone who hides his true capabilities. They couldn't help but wonder, with such formidable skills, why does he usually resort to such underhanded tactics? This behavior is indeed perplexing. It seems there's no one normal on Piamiao Peak. In the crowd, Feng Wuxi's eyes gleamed with a sharp light. The treasures on Li Xiaobai once again expanded his understanding, making him silently vow to acquire them at all costs. Li Xiaobai, however, appeared exceptionally calm. With his skills having been upgraded twice, defeating a true disciple was naturally not a problem for him. He cupped his hands towards Hao Jian, who stood there blankly, and said in a relaxed tone, "Hee, thank you for letting me win, senior brother." With that, he left gracefully. After this battle, it's likely that all the disciples in the sect would know the name Li Xiaobai of Piamiao Peak. He felt secretly pleased, as he now had another title, the one who defeated true disciple Hao Jian with a single sword. This victory not only secured his place in the top 10 of the sect competition, but also guaranteed his qualification to study at the Holy Demon sect. Humming a tune, Li Xiaobai walked with a spring in his step, feeling somewhat elated. In just a few days, he had transformed from an ordinary person into a top-notch expert. Such speed would surely be considered genius anywhere. Suddenly, Feng Lingzi's voice came from behind, interrupting his delight. "Boy, stop right there. How did you achieve this level of skill?" Behind Feng Lingzi were several senior brothers and sisters who had witnessed Li Xiaobai's performance. Feng Lingzi knew this young disciple too well. Since joining Piaomiao Peak, Li Xiaobai had not practiced a single day. Even when given a book of techniques a few days ago, he showed no interest in practicing. How did he suddenly become a master swordsman? The power of that sword aura was something even he, the master, had to respect. Could it be that he couldn't even defeat this newly accepted disciple? Li Xiaobai felt a bit nervous, as he indeed hadn't practiced before, lacking confidence. But he still feigned composure and blurted out, "Enlightenment. Master, have you heard of enlightenment?" Just as the ancients could attain Buddhahood in a single thought, so too can Li Xiaobai become a master in an instant. "Master, my foot." Feng Lingzi was about to curse. Yang Chen quickly interrupted him. "Who cares? Everyone has their own opportunities. What are you being so sour about, old man?" Lu Jinshui chimed in. "Exactly. Our junior brother making it to the top 10 today is something to celebrate. No doubt. Let's have a barbecue tonight." Other senior brothers and sisters also spoke up. "Master, your disciple has done well. You should be happy." Su Yunbing beamed with a smile, grabbing Li Xiaobai's hand and heading towards the mountain peak. She excitedly said, "At Miao Miao Peak, it's common for the master to be outmatched by the disciple. Today, junior brother has shown great prowess, maintaining the reputation of our Miao Miao Peak. Tonight's celebration banquet, let's make it lively." At the mountain top, the atmosphere of the celebration banquet was in full swing. Lu Jinshui had already set up a grill, busy preparing his specialty, wild game barbecue. However, when everyone saw that the original arena had been transformed into an open-air bath, they all wore peculiar expressions. "Who would have thought junior brother was into this sort of thing?" Someone murmured. "An open-air bath, that's something. Quite unique, I like it." Hearing the whispers around him, Li Xiaobai felt a wave of embarrassment. Clearing his throat, he explained, "Ahem, fellow brothers, this bath is for cultivation. Once you soak in it, your cultivation level can slightly increase." At these words, everyone present was astonished. Yu Wushuang, half doubting, stepped forward and tested the water temperature. Instantly, a refreshing sensation swept through her body, and her mind became clear. The usual cultivation difficulties she faced suddenly vanished. She couldn't help but immerse herself in the feeling, a look of bliss spreading across her face. Seeing this, Su Yunbing couldn't resist her curiosity and touched the water's surface. Her expression instantly became vivid with surprise and delight. The others, noticing the strong reactions of the two senior sisters, eagerly approached to test the water themselves. Lu Jinshui, in his excitement, didn't even bother to take off his clothes before diving into the pool, exclaiming, "Wow, junior brother, you're too secretive. With such a skill, you kept it hidden. Say no more. Tonight we brothers are sleeping in this pool. Even if the king of heaven himself comes, we're not leaving." The others, seeing this, couldn't wait to jump into the water as well. Even the usually reserved Su Yunbing and Yu Wushuang couldn't resist and plunged into the pool, comfortably lying back. Li Xiaobai was dumbfounded by the scene, barely having time to react before Lu Jinshui's voice rang out again. "The water's getting a bit cold. Fourth brother, warm it up." "Got it." Fourth brother responded, starting to heat the pool, and the entire mountaintop was soon filled with laughter and joy. At the same time, furious roars erupted from various caves within the Xinyu sect. The disciples were angrily cursing Li Xiaobai, claiming that he had sold them ordinary rejuvenation pills, deceiving them out of 10 low-grade spirit stones each. For many disciples, these stones were their entire fortune, and they had hoped to use them to break through in their cultivation, only to find them wasted. The enraged disciples vowed to confront Li Xiaobai for an explanation, some even declaring they would never share the same sky with him. Meanwhile, at the peak of Miao Miao Mountain, 7 senior brothers were leisurely soaking in the hot spring, completely unaware of the commotion below. Li Xiaobai was happily munching on a chicken leg roasted by the 6th senior brother, oblivious to the fact that he had become a thorn in the side of many disciples. Su Yunbing praised the effects of the hot spring, promising to build an even larger bath for Li Xiaobai in the future. The other senior brothers agreed, except for Yang Chun, who was slightly disgruntled as he was being used as a human heater to warm the water. Yu Wushuang curiously asked Li Xiaobai about how the hot spring water was made, but Li Xiaobai merely smiled mysteriously and gave a vague answer. The third senior brother, Lin Feng, suddenly launched into a discourse, elevating the act of bathing to a philosophical level, which made Li Xiaobai see this mysterious senior brother in a new light. The conversation shifted as Yu Wushuang inquired about Lin Yin's travels. Lin Yin's expression turned serious as he spoke of the unrest in the sacred beast forest, predicting an imminent beast tide. Li Xiaobai, puzzled, couldn't help but ask, "What is a beast tide?" Li Xiaobai keenly caught the key words, and a glimmer of excitement flashed in his eyes. Although he had never left the sect, he realized that the outside environment might be more suitable for accumulating attribute points with the system. At that moment, Lin Feng began to explain. The beasts seemed to be collectively going berserk. The beast tide might affect nearby towns and sects, but the real reason is still unclear. If the beast tide does break out, We might be dispatched immediately to the vicinity of the divine beast mountain range. Upon hearing this, Su Yunbing's eyes lit up with excitement as she exclaimed, if that's the case, it would be perfect. I've been itching for a fight lately, and there's no decent opponent in the sect. She clenched her fists, clearly eager for the upcoming battle. Lu Jinshui, however, seemed indifferent. He waved his hand dismissively and said, it's not really our concern. If something happens, the Holy Demon sect will take the brunt. At most, we'll just be assisting. His tone carried a hint of nonchalance, as if he didn't take the potential crisis seriously. Li Xiaobai listened quietly to the conversation among his senior brothers and sisters, silently noting down the key information. He learned that the beasts on the outskirts of the divine beast mountain range were generally equivalent in strength to Foundation establishment cultivators, while deeper in the mountains, there might be formidable beasts at the golden core or even nascent soul stage. Calculating in his mind, Li Xiaobai thought that the golden core stage beasts probably couldn't break through his copper skin and iron bones, so there might be an opportunity to explore. As the conversation deepened, Li Xiaobai gained a better understanding of this world. He was in a world called the Immortal Spirit Continent, and the land he stood on was known as the Northern Region, a remote area in the north of the continent. In this region, only the Holy Demon sect and the Tianwu sect were major sects, with all other smaller sects being affiliates. The two major sects appeared amicable on the surface, but secretly engaged in constant rivalry, each wanting to devour the other and dominate the area. After chatting for a while, the group fell silent and entered a serious cultivation mode, aiming to maximize the benefits of their soak. Li Xiaobai watched his diligent senior brothers and sisters, feeling a bit ashamed. Time flew by, and as dawn broke, Li Xiaobai checked his system panel and found that his attribute points had reached 1100. Without hesitation, he allocated all the points to defense, bringing the value of copper skin and iron bones to 11005000. The others also gradually awoke, praising the bathhouse's effects as comparable to external spiritual resources. Su Yunbing even stated that she would frequent this place for cultivation in the future. The group used their cultivation to dry their clothes and began heading down the mountain. However, as they approached the mountain gate, a commotion reached their ears. Li Xiaobai and Lu Jinshui's expressions changed dramatically, realizing that the issue with the pills might have been exposed, and the aggrieved parties had come knocking. The noise from the foot of the mountain broke the tranquility at the gate. The expressions on the faces of a few people instantly became colorful. Junior brother, why don't you go down first? Lu Jinshui suggested, a sly glint in his eyes. Li Xiaobai, not to be outdone, immediately responded, senior brother, you are older and my senior, so you should go first. His tone carried a hint of humility, yet it was subtly evasive. As the two continued to bicker, Yang Chun impatiently interrupted, stop dawdling. It's just about a few spirit stones, no big deal. With that, he strode confidently out of the gate to disperse the unruly disciples. Seeing the main figure appear, the disciples below became agitated. Look, that damn Li Xiaobai is actually a fellow disciple with that fat guy. One disciple shouted angrily. Damn it, that fat guy is from Piao Miao Peak too. Turns out he's an accomplice, and we've been thoroughly swindled, another disciple chimed in. We need an explanation for this. Let's go to the arena and confront the elders, someone suggested. Don't let him escape, the crowd shouted in unison. The disciples surged forward, following Li Xiaobai, determined to seek justice. Li Xiaobai felt panicked inside. Seeing the situation, he realized that today would not end peacefully. He thought to himself, there's no way I'll get those spirit stones, but I need to save my skin. Meanwhile, at the arena, another scene was unfolding. The sect leader and over a dozen elders were already in place, ready to give their speeches. The competition had reached a critical stage, and the spots for disciples to further their studies at the sacred demon sect had been decided. The upcoming matches were just friendly contests, with nothing significant at stake. What's happening over there? An elder asked, frowning. What else could it be except those from Piao Miao Peak? They've come to complain to me. Another elder replied dismissively. I've heard from Wuxia about this too, that Li Xiaobai is truly detestable for deceiving his fellow disciples, a third elder said indignantly. The sect leader, with a serious expression, interrupted their discussion. Enough. The sect will cover those hundreds of low-grade spirit stones as compensation for Li Xiaobai. Today is an important day, so don't get bogged down in trivial matters. Although the elders fell silent, they were inwardly displeased. They understood that when the sect leader said the sect would cover it, it meant the cost would come out of their salaries. Cleaning up Piao Miao Peak's mess was now their responsibility, and they couldn't help but feel resentment towards Li Xiaobai. Seeing that all the disciples below had gathered, the sect leader raised his hand for silence. I am aware of the dispute between you and Li Xiaobai, he said solemnly. All those who were swindled can go to the salary hall later to receive compensation, 20 low-grade spirit stones each. Hearing this, the disciples gradually quieted down. The ones who lost the most had been cheated out of a little over 10 spirit stones, so getting 20 back was a gain. However, The resentment still simmered inside them. Li Xiaobai secretly breathed a sigh of relief. With the sect leader handling the aftermath, he could finally relax. The sect leader continued. Outstanding disciples can use this competition to identify and address their weaknesses to strengthen themselves. I hope you all can. He and the elders gave some encouraging words before handing the arena over to the 10 participants in the upcoming matches. Su Yunbing stepped forward and boldly announced, Piao Miao Peak has secured the top 10 spots in the competition. Any objections? All wrapped up, all wrapped up. Yang Chun immediately echoed, a proud smile on his face. However, the surrounding disciples were not convinced. Objections, one disciple shouted. I have a big problem with Li Xiaobai. Losing the competition is one thing, but Li Xiaobai must pay. Hand over Li Xiaobai, we want to duel him, another disciple agreed. Despite the sect leader's offer of compensation, most disciples were unwilling to let Li Xiaobai off easily. After all, only a few had truly witnessed Li Xiaobai's strength, while the majority still saw him as a deceitful trickster. Li Xiaobai stood on the edge of the arena, silently mocking the elders' amused glances. He knew they were all waiting to see him make a fool of himself. The Grand Elder hesitated to speak, but ultimately remained silent. Some lessons can only be truly learned through personal experience. The disciples below the stage were in an uproar, clamoring to challenge Li Xiaobai. They were evidently unaware that he had already defeated the true disciple Hao Jian. Li Xiaobai shook his head in resignation and calmly said, I have no problem with it. Anyone who wants to challenge me, come on up. His words were like a bomb, instantly igniting the entire crowd. The disciples, infuriated, leapt onto the platform. Lin Feng was the first to step forward, coldly stating, Li Xiaobai, you're too arrogant. Our first encounter will be a duel between us. I promise that the next time we meet, I would make you wish you were dead. Li Xiaobai, with his hands behind his back, scanned the crowd with a calm yet piercing gaze. To me, there's no difference between true disciples and outer disciples. Come at me all at once. I'm not targeting anyone specifically. I just want to say that everyone here is trash. These words completely ignited the disciples' fury. Dozens of them jumped onto the stage, filled with murderous intent. Lin Feng sneered, Junior brotherly, it's quite an achievement to end up like you. Thank you for the compliment, senior brother. Make your move. Li Xiaobai raised an eyebrow, his face inviting a punch. In an instant, the arena was ablaze with a myriad of techniques. Ice and fire dual heaven. Great fireball technique. Ling Yun's sword technique. Demonic sword technique. Waves of spiritual energy swept across the arena, with overwhelming attacks converging on Li Xiaobai. Li Xiaobai was ecstatic. A large wave of attribute points was about to be his. Attribute point 1, 5, 10, 30. In mere seconds, he gained 100 attribute points. But the 30-point increase puzzled him. Was there a hidden expert among them? Without hesitation, Li Xiaobai allocated all the points to defense, continuing to withstand the onslaught of attacks. Below the stage, several senior brothers and sisters were dumbfounded. Despite facing so many attacks, Li Xiaobai remained unscathed. Lu Jinshui couldn't help but exclaim, it seems this junior brother has had some extraordinary encounters. In the crowd, Feng Wuxia was even more astonished. He had just shot a poison needle amidst the chaos, intending to seriously injure Li Xiaobai, yet it failed to even pierce his skin. It must be a magical artifact. He's using a protective artifact. Feng Wuxia's eyes flashed with fervor, eager to kill and seize the treasure. No matter, Feng Wuxia chuckled to himself. You're destined to head to the holy demon sect, and dying in the wilderness wouldn't be out of the ordinary. The crowd had mixed feelings, and the disciples in the arena were even more astonished. They were sweating profusely, their arms aching. Yet Li Xiaobai remained all smiles, showing no signs of fatigue. On the system panel, the defense value was constantly fluctuating. Bronze skin and iron bones 2300500, just a step away from advancing. Li Xiaobai was secretly delighted. The attacks from these disciples had contributed a full 1,000 points to his defense. As the frequency of attacks slowed, the disciples on stage started to show signs of fatigue. Only Lin Feng, with a ferocious expression and bloodshot eyes, continued his relentless assault from all angles, determined to break through his opponent's defenses. Suddenly, Li Xiaobai chuckled softly and raised his hand to grasp Lin Feng's sword. The sword energy came to an abrupt halt, and with a slight exertion of force, the sturdy sword shattered like a brittle cracker. Lin Feng was stunned, unable to believe what he was seeing. He had thought Li Xiaobai was an easy target, but now realized he had underestimated him. Sky-cleaving sword. Li Xiaobai called out softly, drawing the sword from his waist. In an instant, sword energy filled the air, cracking the arena. Dozens of swords turned to dust, and many disciples, including Lin Feng, were swept out of the arena. This is impossible. Lin Feng's face flushed with a mix of shock and anger. How can you possess such power? Referee, I object. Li Xiaobai must have cheated. Silence, the sect leader shouted angrily. You all ganged up on one person and still got defeated instantly. What face do you have left? Go back and start your training from the basics. He was secretly annoyed, as Li Xiaobai's move not only embarrassed his disciples, but also destroyed dozens of enchanted swords, which would be costly to replace. The elders whispered among themselves, none of them expecting the playful Li Xiaobai to have such strength, defeating dozens of disciples with a single strike, including the core disciple Lin Feng, leaving everyone astounded. Defeating all the disciples with one sword strike, that's our genius cultivator Li Xiaobai. Li Xiaobai was immersed in the joy of victory, the sword energy still swirling in the arena. Well said. The disciples from Misty Peak applauded and cheered. This battle had greatly boosted the prestige of Misty Peak. Li Xiaobai suddenly snapped back to reality and dashed off the stage. He knew well the difference in rules between the stage and offstage. On stage, he could show off, but offstage, being too conspicuous might attract trouble. The competition continues. The sect leaders signaled for the tournament to proceed. Next match, let me reiterate, friendship first. You are all excellent disciples of the Xinyu sect. Winning or losing is not important. What's important is what you learn from it. The referee announced, second match, Su Yunbing from Misty Peak versus Yu Wushuang from Misty Peak. The disciples below widened their eyes. Today, Su Yunbing was dressed in fiery red, full of heroic spirit. Yu Wushuang wore a light green dress, exuding a serene aura. The crowd buzzed with excitement, as matches against outsiders usually ended quickly for Misty Peak disciples. But now a Misty Peak internal battle promised to be a fierce contest. On stage, neither woman made the first move. Su Yunbing glared fiercely, exuding killing intent. Junior sister, our last match was 3 years ago, wasn't it? Yu Wushuang covered her mouth with a light laugh, causing male disciples below to drool. Yes, in the blink of an eye, 3 years have passed, and senior sister has gained a few more crow's feet. Su Yunbing bristled instantly. In terms of femininity, she couldn't match the gentle and tender Yu Wushuang. Although she considered herself stronger, she felt she was losing in some way, which left her quite displeased. Little sister, you're sharp-tongued. Today, senior sister will teach you some manners. A flash of red light, and Su Yunbing appeared behind Yu Wushuang in an instant, her palms striking down fiercely. Even before her palms landed, the pressure of her fists cracked the arena, sending stones flying. Yu Wushuang moved gracefully, evading the attack as if taking a leisurely stroll. Simultaneously, layers of light green mist enveloped the entire arena. This was her green lotus technique, a deadly combination of medicine and poison, capable of killing with a mere gesture. The elders quickly cleared the disciples from below the stage. This poisonous mist was no trivial matter. Even a trace could be life-threatening to ordinary disciples. Everyone retreated, avoiding the green mist. Soon, only 7 disciples from Misty Peak and the senior brother of Xinyu sect, Feng Wuxia, remained in front of the arena. A wisp of green smoke brushed past Li Xiaobai, and the system prompted, attribute points 100. Li Xiaobai was secretly amazed. Just being touched by the mist increased his attributes by 100 points, indicating that although his second senior sister was usually gentle, her attacks were truly vicious. However, he felt no discomfort and even wanted to inhale more. Li Xiaobai quietly took a deep breath, trying to absorb more of the green mist. This scene was noticed by Feng Wuxia, who raised an eyebrow thoughtfully. The more he understood Li Xiaobai, the more he realized the many secrets hidden within him. From small details, it was evident that the treasures on Li Xiaobai were extraordinary, capable of neutralizing even such potent toxins. No, Li Xiaobai seemed to be actively inhaling the poisonous mist. Could it actually be beneficial to his body? Feng Wuxia also took a couple of breaths, immediately feeling a burning sensation in his organs. He quickly circulated his spiritual energy to heal himself, becoming increasingly curious about the treasures Li Xiaobai possessed. By now, Li Xiaobai had cleared away the surrounding poisonous mist. The system prompted, defense, bronze skin and iron bones 30005000, ready to advance. Just 2,000 more to advance. Li Xiaobai was excited, secretly thankful for his senior sister's powerful attack, as each breath increased his attributes by 100 points. He wished he could keep inhaling. On stage, the battle between the two women had reached its climax. Powerful pressure swept across the arena. Yu Wushuang's movements were agile, allowing her to escape danger at critical moments, while Su Yunbing's approach was to overpower with sheer strength, each punch landing solidly without any flourish. The arena was battered beyond recognition, with each step they took creating deep pits, nearly leveling the stage after several exchanges. Li Xiaobai watched in some confusion and quietly poked Lu Jinshui beside him. Senior brother, the two senior sisters are fighting well, but why aren't they using their big moves? Lu Jinshui chuckled. Hee, the two senior sisters are truly sparring. Their Dao rhythm is restrained, abandoning secret techniques, and confronting each other with the purest cultivation. They're testing their weaknesses, finding and fixing their flaws. Junior brother, pay close attention and learn. Li Xiaobai stood at the edge of the arena, his eyes fixed intently on the battle unfolding before him. Although he didn't understand the intricacies of cultivation and could only see the cracks on the ground, he could feel the tension in the air. As the poisonous mist on the platform dissipated, two figures emerged. Their moves seemed ordinary, lacking even the basic visual effects of cultivation techniques. Yet the experts in the audience watched with bated breath. The lower-level disciples exchanged confused glances, unable to grasp what was happening, while the more advanced disciples widened their eyes, afraid to miss any detail. The elders, with serious expressions, focused intently on the fight. With such strength, they can stand on equal footing with us, one elder murmured. Even if their cultivation level is slightly lower, their combat awareness and understanding of techniques are remarkable. Piao Miao Peak truly produces geniuses. The two on the stage were completely absorbed, paying no heed to the exclamations below, with only their opponent in their eyes. Su Yunbing was secretly astonished, not expecting her junior sister's cultivation to have reached such a level, making it difficult to secure a victory. The competition has reached this stage. It's time to end it. Su Yunbing's eyes sharpened, and a cold glint appeared. With a flick of her wrist, a massive hammer materialized out of thin air. The hammer was absurdly large, with a head 3 meters wide and a handle of astonishing length. Wild totemic engravings covered its surface, stimulating the spectator's visual senses. It was hard to imagine how Su Yunbing's seemingly petite frame could wield such a colossal weapon. Junior sister, to have lasted this long against me is quite commendable, Su Yunbing said calmly. You may step down now. Before the words had fully left her mouth, she exerted her strength, and the giant hammer turned into a series of afterimages, crashing towards Yu Wushuang. The hammer's head glowed with a dark light, faintly revealing the form of a rare beast. The air was filled with the sound of sonic booms, leaving a powerful impact. Yu Wushuang's expression changed drastically, the force of the hammer making her hair stand on end. A swirl of dark green smoke gathered instantly as her cultivation technique surged within her, desperately trying to fend off the deadly strike. Bang! The hammerhead broke through her defensive technique effortlessly, hitting Yu Wushuang's chest heavily. Her internal energy became chaotic, and she spat blood, her body flying back like a kite with a broken string. Su Yunbing planted the hammer into the ground and exhaled deeply. Defeating Yu Wushuang left her feeling much more at ease, bringing a sense of balance to her mind. Feeling the vibrations and tremors of the ground, Li Xiaobai swallowed hard. Senior sister is terrifying. She can wield such a huge hammer, he muttered to himself. Beside him, Feng Wuxia stared at the exaggeratedly designed giant hammer on the stage, his face changing dramatically as he exclaimed, "That's a lifebound spirit treasure." "What is a lifebound spirit treasure?" Li Xiaobai asked curiously. Feng Wuxia explained, "It's a treasure nurtured with one's own blood essence. Those who possess a lifebound spirit treasure are invincible among their peers. Su Yunbing has reached this level. Her cultivation must be at least the 6th level of the Golden Core stage." Feng Wuxia was utterly shocked. He himself was only at the 3rd level of the Golden Core stage, yet he had always considered himself a leading figure in the Xinyu sect. Now he realized that in front of Su Yunbing, he was insignificant. "It's been a while since we sparred, and senior sister has reached this level, far ahead of us," Lu Jinshui murmured, his eyes reflecting a complex emotion. Yang Chen frowned and asked, "Third senior brother, if you were to face the senior sister, what are your chances of winning?" Su Yunbing's overwhelming strength made him worry for Lu Jinshui. "The senior sister's strength is far beyond ours. If she goes all out, we wouldn't stand a chance," Lin Feng said calmly, unsurprised by the outcome. His words left Yang Chen silent, seemingly stirring up some unpleasant memories. On the stage, the bloodstains were still fresh and shocking. Li Xiaobai asked worriedly, "Will second senior sister be alright?" Lu Jinshui reassured him, "Don't worry, for Sister Yi, this is just a minor injury. She'll recover quickly with a bit of energy circulation." The referee finally snapped out of his shock and announced, "In the second match, Su Yunbing wins." The lingering power of the previous strike had made him feel the threat of death, leaving him unsettled for a while. The disciples below the stage were in awe. The totem mark on that hammer exuded a powerful oppressive aura, deeply shaking everyone's hearts. Disciples of Misty Peak are terrifying. This thought echoed in everyone's minds. Su Yunbing, feeling triumphant, carried the hammer off the stage and laughed, saying to Yu Wushuang, "Junior sister, your skills need work. Go practice more." Yu Wushuang, though pale, had already recovered significantly, showing no signs of serious injury. She responded calmly, "Thank you for the lesson, senior sister." Li Xiaobai was even more amazed. He had thought the senior sister was formidable, but the second senior sister was even more extraordinary. Recovering so quickly from such severe injuries was truly astounding. The competition continued. The referee, still trembling, announced, "In the 3rd match, Lin Feng from Misty Peak against Lin Feng from Misty Peak." After speaking, he hurried off the stage, unwilling to stand too close. The thought of Misty Peak disciples fighting each other filled him with dread. Lin Yin appeared relaxed, effortlessly stepping onto the stage, and said nonchalantly, "Come on up, fifth junior brother." In contrast, Ling Feng seemed a bit tense, more silent than usual. Lu Jinshui patted Ling Feng on the shoulder and comforted him. "Fifth senior brother, don't worry. There's no shame in losing to third senior brother." Yang Chun chimed in casually. "Yeah, third senior brother has been in countless battles. His aura is deadly. Losing is no big deal." Ling Feng nodded, took a deep breath, and in a flash, appeared on the stage, facing his third senior brother. Li Xiaobai widened his eyes, staring intently at the two people in the arena. There was a faint trace of fear in Ling Feng's expression, which puzzled Li Xiaobai. Could something have happened between Ling Feng and Lin Yin in the past? On stage, Ling Feng bowed respectfully, his voice slightly trembling. "Please, senior brother, go easy on me." Lin Yin stood with his hands behind his back, his expression calm, and replied nonchalantly, "Of course." Taking a deep breath, he said in a low voice, "Forgive me, junior brother." Before his words finished, he suddenly thrust his palms forward, and a fiery red light shot up into the sky. The scorching wave of heat rushed forward, instantly charring the arena black, with even a hint of melting. "Blazing sun palm," someone exclaimed. Unlike his previous match with the senior sister, Ling Feng immediately unleashed his trump card. The overwhelming flames engulfed the entire arena, making it impossible to see what was happening inside. Seeing this, Li Xiaobai used his unique skill again, carefully absorbing all the nearby flames, instantly increasing his attribute points by several hundred. Impressive, Li Xiaobai secretly admired. The fierce battle in the arena intensified, and the temperature in the air kept climbing, causing many disciples to sweat profusely. The flames on the stage gradually changed from fiery red to a dark purple, the temperature suddenly increasing tenfold, burning a large hole in the center of the arena. Everyone couldn't help but worry for Lin Yin, wondering how he would handle such an environment. Suddenly, the ground shook violently. The flames in the arena slowly dissipated, finally revealing the two figures. Lin Yin was seen holding Ling Feng with one hand, casually tossing him off the stage like he was a small chick. Ling Feng landed heavily on the ground, coughing up blood, his body covered in a strange layer of frost, twitching uncontrollably. Seeing this, Yu Wushuang hurriedly rushed forward to heal him. The referee struggled to utter a few words. "Misty Peak. Lin Yin wins." The entire audience fell into a dead silence, everyone stunned. No one knew what had happened on stage. The overwhelming flames had already been terrifying, yet Ling Feng was defeated in an instant, which was simply incredible. Lu Jinshui couldn't help but ask Su Yunbing, "Senior sister, did you see what happened?" Su Yunbing took a deep breath and slowly said, "One move, defeated Ling Feng. Junior brother Lin Yin's cultivation level is almost the same as mine, only lacking the refinement of his lifebound spiritual treasure." Hiss! Lu Jinshui gasped. Has third senior brother reached this level too? A lifebound spiritual treasure is a standard for high-level cultivators. Cultivators at the golden core stage can start refining it, but due to insufficient spiritual power, they usually begin nurturing it at the 6th level. However, Su Yunbing's performance defies convention. It is evident that she started this process right after entering the golden core stage, showcasing remarkable boldness. Below the arena, Ling Feng appeared dazed. Defeated in a single move, the gap between him and his third senior brother was so vast that he felt a mix of emotions. "Junior brother, don't be discouraged. Victory and defeat are common in the path of cultivation. With diligent practice, you'll eventually turn the tide," Su Yunbing reassured him casually. Yu Wushuang chimed in. "Yes, you joined later, so winning or losing now isn't significant." Lin Yin slowly descended from the stage, expressionless and silent, seemingly indifferent to everything around him. He spoke faintly. "You've improved a bit, barely a large ant now." Upon hearing this, Ling Feng's eyes lit up as if receiving great recognition, and he instantly regained his spirits. "Thank you for the guidance, senior brother. I understand now." He returned to his cool demeanor. Li Xiaobai was puzzled. The senior sister's kind words had no effect, yet the third senior brother's mockery revitalized Ling Feng. Could he have a tendency for masochism? Feng Wuxia was intently observing the frost lingering on Ling Feng's hand, his brow furrowed. Although he couldn't see the scene inside the arena, he could sense everything happening within. Lin Yin's technique was clearly extremely strong with a chilling aura, and both Lin Yin and Ling Feng had cultivation levels higher than his own. He couldn't help but wonder what mysterious qualities Misty Peak possessed. The fourth match, Misty Peak's Yang Chun versus the true disciple Chen Ping, the referee announced, continuing the competition. Yang Chun eagerly leaped onto the stage. Chen Ping's eyes flickered, recalling the scene 3 years ago when he was brutally defeated by Yang Chun on this very stage. Now, unable to gauge Yang Chun's cultivation, he felt a surge of fear. "Junior brother Chun, don't hold back. Let me see if you've improved over the past 3 years." Yang Chen's attitude was arrogant, showing no regard for his opponent. Chen Ping's pride was wounded. He drew his long sword and executed the spirit snake sword technique. Transforming into a silver light, he moved around the arena, searching for Yang Chen's weaknesses. However, Yang Chun remained unguarded, seemingly provoking his opponent to strike. Dance of the Demons. Chen Ping's figure flashed, silver light sparkling on the stage as dozens of afterimages, wielding long swords, attacked Yang Chun from all directions. The disciples below the stage held their breath. They knew that if they faced this move, they would surely be defeated instantly. It's been a while, and you're still using the same old tricks. There are more clones, but what's the use? Yang Chen laughed, his arm twisting at an unbelievable angle, easily pinching the sword tip coming from behind. With a slight squeeze of his fingers, the long sword shattered. He turned and struck Chen Ping's chest with his palm, causing the latter to vomit blood and faint. Defeating a true disciple in 2 moves and crushing a spiritual sword with his bare hands, Yang Chen's effortless display shocked the entire audience. The disciples realized that Misty Peak's prowess wasn't due to favoritism, but because of their overwhelming strength, which allowed them to establish their own sect. Misty Peak, Yang Chun wins, the referee announced, as Chen Ping was carried off the stage. The 5th match featured Lu Jinshui against Feng Wuxia. Feng Wuxia politely greeted everyone, especially congratulating Li Xiaobai for making it into the top 10. However, Lu Jinshui unexpectedly conceded directly, stating that he had already secured the qualification for further training and didn't need to compete. This action stunned everyone present, and the elders in the distance were furious. However, since the rules didn't prohibit conceding, the sect leader had no choice but to accept it. The referee declared Feng Wuxia the winner, and the competition temporarily came to a halt. After a brief encouragement from the sect leader, he led the elders away. The disciples engaged in heated discussions, as today's events were truly astonishing. Feng Wuxia approached Li Xiaobai, smiling as he expressed hope for mutual support in the sacred demon sect in the future. Li Xiaobai readily agreed, feeling that Feng Wuxia seemed like a friendly neighbor. Yes, we should definitely keep in touch, Feng Wuxia hinted, but Li Xiaobai didn't notice, still smiling brightly. By the way, senior brother, do you enjoy soaking in hot baths? Li Xiaobai suddenly asked, changing the topic and lightening the atmosphere. At the mountain peak, an unusual scene was unfolding. Feng Wuxia was scheming on how to kill and seize treasures, while opposite him, Li Xiaobai was genuinely trying to build a closer relationship with his senior brother. The stark contrast left Feng Wuxia momentarily unsure of how to react. Ahem, junior brother, let's chat another day. I have to prepare for tomorrow's competition. Feng Wuxia quickly found an excuse to leave. Take care, senior brother. Li Xiaobai called after him with a satisfied smile. What a wonderful senior brother, so kind and approachable, without a trace of arrogance. Not like Lin Feng and Hao Jian, who are also true disciples, but so different in character. Lu Jinshui, standing nearby, couldn't help but interject. He's clearly a wolf in sheep's clothing. Can't you see that? Never mind. Let's go take a bath. That bathhouse will be our turf from now on. In the mountaintop pool, 7 junior brothers and sisters were soaking comfortably in the warm water, shivering with delight. Yu Wushuang, a student of medicine, was curious about the magical water quality. Junior brother, what is this water made of? How did you manage to fill another pool so quickly? It's a secret. A secret. Li Xiaobai shook his head playfully, also finding the water increasingly soothing. Who cares what it's made of? Yang Chun mumbled sleepily. From now on, if we want to take a bath, we'll just ask our little junior brother. He won't run away. As they were about to doze off, a sudden shout rang out. You little rascals! I've been searching all over the mountain, and here you are enjoying yourselves. Who made this bathhouse? Is this what cultivators should be doing? Feng Lingzi had somehow found his way to the mountaintop. Su Yunbing, startled awake, complained, Master, keep it down. We're cultivating here. Why don't you join us for a soak? The others were also wide awake now, looking disgruntled. Feng Lingzi barked. Line up outside. All of you. What kind of behavior is this? If you go to the Holy Demon sect, will you be this lazy too? You represent the dignity of the Xinyu sect. Reluctantly, they climbed out of the water, using their cultivation to dry their clothes, forming a line. Only Li Xiaobai remained dripping wet. Li Xiaobai, why are your clothes still wet? Feng Lingzi frowned. Master, I don't know how to dry them. Use your cultivation like your senior brothers and sisters. Aren't you a genius? Do I have to teach you such a simple task? Master, I've only mastered getting stronger quickly, not drying clothes quickly. Li Xiaobai blatantly lied, infuriating Feng Lingzi, who huffed and waved his hand to dry Li Xiaobai's clothes. Attribute points 10. Li Xiaobai thought to himself with delight. Calming himself, Feng Lingzi explained his purpose. I'm here today because of an important matter. Do you know what's happening outside? Is it the beast uprising? Linin asked. Correct. The beasts of the Divine Beast Mountain Range have been restless for 2 months and finally went berserk today. An envoy from Jinyuan Kingdom has informed our sect, and the headmaster is currently discussing the situation with the elders. The beast uprising this time must be due to the emergence of a valuable treasure. Are we just going to sit here and do nothing? In the elders' council chamber, the atmosphere was tense. A stern-faced elder suddenly slammed the table, his words breaking the silence like a sledgehammer. The other elders began whispering to each other, their discussions growing louder. I don't care what anyone says. I'm not happy about this. Another elder with a flowing white beard chimed in, disdain flashing in his eyes. We all know how Jinyuan Kingdom operates. I suspect they've already formed an alliance with the major sects, and we're just going to be cannon fodder. The elders argued more fiercely, with most opposing the idea of aiding Jinyuan Kingdom. Distrust and disdain were evident on their faces. The root of the issue was Jinyuan Kingdom's poor reputation. They were not only arrogant but also selfish, always putting themselves first, making it hard for anyone to want to cooperate with them. A well-dressed elder stood up, his voice steady and strong. Though Jinyuan Kingdom's conduct is deplorable, their strength is undeniable. They may lack nascent soul stage elders, but they have over 100 golden core cultivators. The fact that they sent an advisor personally suggests they've discovered something and want to use us as expendable scouts. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the other elders. We shouldn't let this opportunity pass by. The Grand Elder stroked his beard and spoke slowly. He knows these matters inside out. Jinyuan Kingdom has taken advantage of smaller factions more than once. This does suggest that a treasure has indeed emerged, making it an opportunity. Hearing this, the elders quieted down, their eyes reflecting contemplation as they weighed the pros and cons. At that moment, the sect leader's voice cut through the thoughtful silence. I've made my decision. Elder Sun will lead the team. In addition to the top 10 disciples from the competition, we'll also send a few inner disciples for training and experience. His gaze was firm, his tone carrying undeniable authority. The Grand Elder is right. This isn't just about rescue. There must be a reason for the beast uprising. If we find it, we might be able to claim a share of the spoils. The sect leader's words doused the elder's doubts like a cold shower. He continued, I'm also unimpressed by Jinyuan Kingdom's conduct, but this matter is too significant to ignore. Being the kingdom closest to the divine beast mountains, all major forces will send representatives. If Xinyu's sect does nothing, we'll be criticized. A glint of cunning crossed his eyes. Besides, I'm genuinely curious to see if we can gain any benefits from this incident. Very well, let's proceed as planned. One elder sighed, then smiled slyly. With those mischievous kids from Yaofeng Peak, do we really fear our people being bullied by Jinyuan Kingdom? Indeed, another elder agreed. We might even be able to snatch that treasure ourselves. The sect leader stood, surveying the room. Since we've reached an agreement, let's go meet the envoy from Jinyuan Kingdom. We shouldn't keep them waiting. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the window lattice, casting reflections in the pool. Li Xiaobai slowly opened his eyes, finding himself still soaking in the water, surrounded by several senior brothers and sisters. It seemed everyone had grown accustomed to sleeping in the pool. He quickly checked the system panel in front of him. Defense, copper skin and iron bones 40005000, ready for advancement. After soaking all night, his attribute points increased by 1,000, all added to his defense. Li Xiaobai felt a surge of joy. This method of gaining strength by soaking in water seemed like a blessing for a traveler from another world. The system truly suited him. Remembering Feng Lingzi's words that the sect leader would announce the trip to Jinyuan Kingdom today, Li Xiaobai was filled with anticipation for the beast suppression mission. Away from prying eyes, he could more boldly gather attribute points. He quickly exchanged for a few bottles of discarded elixirs, swallowing them in one go and relishing the continuous rise of his attribute points. Senior brothers and sisters, it's time to go. Li Xiaobai stood up, waking his still sleeping companions. The joyful bathing time was always fleeting. Today's tasks included the competition and listening to the sect leader's instructions. They leisurely got up, and upon realizing the sun was already high, they hurriedly dragged Li Xiaobai down the mountain, eager not to miss this important moment. Today, the sect leader is going to talk about the matters concerning the Beast Mountain Range, which is a significant issue. They dare not be negligent. A considerable crowd has already gathered around the arena, with the sect leader and the elders standing solemnly among them, their expressions grave. The disciples of Piaomiao Peak arrive fashionably late, discreetly blending into the crowd, careful not to draw attention. The sect leader surveys the surroundings, noticing that all the disciples have arrived. He takes a deep breath and begins. Everyone, a major incident has occurred recently in the northern region. Those of you who are well informed may already be aware that there has been a beast rampage in the divine Beast Mountain Range. No sooner had he spoken than a murmur of discussion erupted from the audience. The sect leader raised his hand to signal for silence and continued. Several neighboring nations and villages have suffered severe attacks from these beasts. Just yesterday, our neighboring nation, Jinyuan, sent an envoy to inform us of this situation. He paused, his gaze sweeping over everyone present. To strengthen the friendly relations between our two sides, Xinyu sect has decided that Elder Sun will lead a team comprising the top 10 from the grand competition and the top 20 from the inner sect to the divine beast mountain range to slay the beasts. This announcement stirred even greater excitement, with many disciples visibly eager, clearly looking forward to the mission. The sect leader turned and pointed to a stranger, a middle-aged man beside him, introducing him earnestly. This gentleman beside me is the national advisor of Jinyuan, Li Shijin. However, Li Shijin seemed unimpressed. He gave a dismissive snort, arrogantly waving his whisk as he leisurely stepped forward, exuding an air of superiority. Li Xiaobai, watching this from below, had a peculiar expression. He couldn't help but mutter to himself, Li Shijing? Who would have such a name? Truly, the world is full of wonders. Today has been enlightening. Scrutinizing Li Shijin, he appeared to be a gaunt middle-aged man with a haggard face, sunken eyes, and a lack of vitality, clearly someone who indulged excessively in vice and luxury. Li Shijin's arrogant demeanor had already irked many disciples. Someone whispered, the senior brothers and sisters were right. The people of Jinyuan do think highly of themselves, full of superiority. They come to us for help and still act so high and mighty it's sheer arrogance. Amidst the murmuring, Li Shijin suddenly spoke up, his voice sharp and grating. I am the national advisor of Jinyuan, Li Shijin. You may call me Master Li. My cultivation is at the 3rd level of the Golden Core stage. Li Shijin stood on stage with his head held high, exuding arrogance. His sharp, high-pitched voice was as grating as nails on a chalkboard. You disciples who have never ventured far should thank me. I merely informed you, but your sect leader's hospitality was irresistible. This time, I will show you sheltered flowers the real world of cultivation, and let you taste the flavor of blood. The crowd below wore grim expressions, their anger simmering. The national advisor of Jinyuan Kingdom's demeanor clearly showed his disregard for the Xinyu sect. Su Yunbing clenched her fists, ready to curse, but Yu Wushuang quickly covered her mouth, whispering, Senior sister, we're within the sect right now. It's not wise to create friction. Once we're outside, we'll show him who the real sheltered flowers are. Yu Wushuang's eyes flashed coldly, clearly furious as well. Lu Jinshui sneered from the side. Indeed. This guy is probably used to throwing his weight around and hasn't figured out the situation. Once we're out, we'll let him bleed a bit. Li Xiaobai looked at Li Shijin, who was still speaking incessantly on stage, and silently mourned for him for 3 minutes. This guy probably didn't know yet that his fate for the next few hours had already been clearly arranged. Unaware of the disciples' reactions, Li Shijin remained absorbed in his self-indulgent mode. He spoke fluently about theories, yet the sect leader and the elders behind him were livid. After all, they were a sect and had never been humiliated like this. Even in front of major sects, they hadn't lost face like this. Now, a mere national advisor from Jinyuan Kingdom dared to lecture their disciples with such superiority. The sect leader suppressed his anger and forced a smile. Advisor, the beast riots need to be quelled soon. We must trouble you to take these inexperienced disciples to Jinyuan Kingdom to broaden their horizons. The speech of the national advisor, Li Shijin, was interrupted, and a trace of displeasure flickered across his face. His greasy face wore a fake smile, and his small eyes scanned the crowd continuously, eventually settling on the people from Piamiao Peak. We have already reminded you about these matters. Life and death are determined by fate, the sect leader said with a resigned tone while cupping his hands in salute. This time, we'll have to trouble the national advisor. All right, rest assured, Li Shijin said slowly, his gaze unabashedly roaming over Su Yunbing and Yu Wushuang. Those disciples from Piamiao Peak are quite good. I'll take them. His words prompted the crowd to silently sympathize. The national advisor's blatant lechery made everyone present uncomfortable. The sect leader broke into a cold sweat, fearing that the disciples from Piamiao Peak might slaughter the national advisor as soon as they left the mountain gate. Unexpectedly, Su Yunbing smiled and said, I'm flattered by the national advisor's favor. It would be impolite to refuse. My 6 senior brothers and I will accompany you. Her smile made Li Shijin's Adam's apple bob as he began to fantasize about romantic scenes with the pair of sisters. Li Xiaobai watched with trepidation. The sect leader and the elders shared the same thought. Although they wanted to teach this national advisor a lesson, he was still a high-level cultivator from a major nation, and any fatal outcome could have dire consequences. The sect leader had to remind them again. Gather at the mountain gate in an hour. The grand elder of the Holy Demon sect will lead the way. The top 10 disciples from the competition will go directly with him to the Holy Demon sect. Remember, we must maintain a friendly attitude on this journey. Understood. The people from Piamiao Peak responded with unusual cooperation, which only made the sect leader more worried. The disciples quickly dispersed. Li Xiaobai took the opportunity to inquire about the situation from his 6th senior brother, Lu Jinshui. It turned out that Jinyuan country once had an ascended immortal, Jinyuan Daxian, who had connections with the forces of Zhongzhou and commanded hundreds of golden core stage cultivators. No wonder Li Shijin was so arrogant. Back in his cave dwelling, Li Xiaobai checked his system panel. Host, Li Xiaobai. Defense, copper skin and iron bones, 42005000. Skills, 100% hatred, muscle weakness, sword shattering the sky. Items, not so rash helmet, golden silk soft armor. Attribute points, 0. Store, open. He found several life-saving artifacts in the store. 1,000-mile teleportation talisman, 1,000 lower-grade spirit stones. Flying broom, 1,000 lower-grade spirit stones. Golden body talisman, 1,000 lower-grade spirit stones. As he contemplated his purchasing strategy, he heard the voices of his senior brothers and sisters arguing outside. We must take the bathhouse with us. Li Xiaobai's face darkened, and he furrowed his brows. Looking around, he saw his senior brothers and sisters embroiled in a heated argument about the bathhouse, their voices rising and falling. He couldn't help but shake his head and sigh, thinking that this group was always so frivolous. Sister, there's really no need for this. Li Xiaobai stepped forward, trying to interrupt the debate. Isn't our junior brother still around? If you want a bath, just ask him. Lu Jinshui chuckled bitterly to himself, thinking, sister is great in every way, except she's a bit stubborn. Su Yunbing remained unmoved, insisting, no, when we're out there, anything can happen. We might have to fight as soon as we arrive, and our junior brother won't have time to build a bathhouse for us. Just in case, we must bring it along. With that, she waved her hands as if she were about to magically pack up the entire simplified bathhouse. Suddenly, the ground rumbled, and spiderweb-like cracks spread rapidly. The surrounding trees snapped under the abrupt surge of energy, sending wood chips flying. This scene alarmed Li Xiaobai, who waved his hands frantically, worried about causing a bigger commotion. Sister, there's really no need for this. Li Xiaobai hurriedly explained. Our junior brother has stored the bathwater. Once we arrive, we just need to build a reservoir. Nothing too complicated. The bathhouse is a system product. No preparations needed, just find a spot and make a simple reservoir. Hearing this, Su Yunbing's expression softened significantly. She nodded and said, all right, let's go with the junior brother's plan. In front of the mountain gate, many disciples were already prepared, each with a solemn expression. Li Xiaobai and his group arrived fashionably late, yet the Grandmaster showed no signs of displeasure. On the contrary, his face lit up with a warm smile upon seeing Su Yunbing and Yu Wushuang. Elder Sun from the disciplinary hall stood at the forefront, speaking quietly to Li Shijin, his brows tightly knitted, his expression grave. He felt immense pressure about the trip. He was certain that the people from Misty Peak would not let Li Shijin off the hook, and it wasn't just Misty Peak. Even the senior brother of the immortal feather sect, Feng Wuxia, had an odd look in his eyes. Elder Sun sighed inwardly, fearing things might take a turn for the worse. These disciples were not ones to suffer losses. If Li Shijin acted recklessly, there would be nothing he could do to stop it, leaving everything to fate. Behind Li Shijin, a massive wooden ship quietly docked. The ship had an ancient and majestic design, with dragons and phoenixes carved on its bow, mystical patterns faintly visible. The ship's bow prominently displayed the characters Zhen Yuan, exuding an extraordinary aura. Li Xiaobai curiously examined the uniquely designed ship and nudged Lu Jinshui beside him, asking, Senior brother, what's this ship for? Can it sail on land? Lu Jinshui explained, Junior brother, this is called a warship, a plaything for the wealthy. It's an airborne vehicle, capable of soaring through the skies. But its fuel is spirit stones, which is very costly. Li Xiaobai suddenly understood, thinking that the Grandmaster's extravagance was truly impressive, using such an opulent vehicle. At that moment, Li Shijin's voice rang out, with a hint of boasting. You disciples have probably never seen such a high-class magical treasure in your lives. Let me tell you, this is a warship, a treasure of our Zhen Yuan nation. You all are quite fortunate today to have the chance to ride such a high-level magical vehicle. His gaze lingered on Su Yunbing and Yu Wushuang as he continued. This warship can fly and traverse the earth, covering 1,000 miles in a day. It is a gem of our Zhen Yuan nation. You'll see more of such things once you reach your destination. Come aboard. Everyone gradually boarded the ship, discovering its spacious interior, complete with private rooms and exquisite furnishings, showcasing luxury at every turn. Li Xiaobai followed at the rear of the group, inwardly marveling at the Grandmaster's extraordinary grandeur. Li Shijin put on a gentlemanly demeanor, gesturing with his hand to invite the two female disciples from Piaomiao Peak to rest in the room. The two female disciples from Piaomiao Peak can enter the room to rest, while the others should stay on the ship for now, he said, with a hint of frivolity in his voice. Yi Wushuang covered her face with a light laugh and walked into the room with Su Yunbing. This scene caught Elder Sun's attention, and he immediately sensed Li Shijin's inappropriate intentions. Master Li, what is this? Elder Sun hesitated, his brow furrowed. Li Shijin, unfazed, replied calmly. Elder Sun, just focus on your duties. I merely noticed the two female disciples from Piaomiao Peak are delicate and might be overworked, so I wish to take care of them a bit. His tone suddenly became stern. Make sure your Xinyu sect disciples hold their tongues. When we reach Xinyuan Kingdom, they better not speak recklessly. With that, he snorted coldly and turned to enter the cabin. After Li Shijin left, the group from Piaomiao Peak couldn't hold back their laughter. Feng Wuxia relaxed his expression, thinking to himself, anyone can see now that this national advisor is doomed. The ship's engine roared to life, the hull trembling as it slowly ascended. With an unobstructed aerial path, the vessel accelerated swiftly towards its destination. Li Xiaobai leaned on the ship's railing, eyes fixed on the scenery in flight. He secretly envied. The life of the wealthy is truly grand. Even flying is so extravagant. He pondered to himself, I wonder if there's anything similar available in the mall. Once I have spirit stones, I must get myself a set. Most of the Xinyu sect disciples were experiencing this kind of airship for the first time. Driven by curiosity, they tapped and examined the deck, trying to explore the ship's structure. In a corner at the stern, Lin Meng and Hao Jian were whispering conspiratorially, their gazes occasionally drifting toward Li Xiaobai in the distance, their expressions grim. Feng Wuxia noticed this and approached them with a smile. Are you two planning a strategy against Li Xiaobai? Lin Meng replied in a low voice, Senior brother, this is a personal grudge between Li Xiaobai and me. It must be settled, so please don't interfere. His tone was filled with determination, clearly indicating he was resolved to settle the score. Feng Wuxia chuckled lightly. Hee, no worries, if you wish to deal with Li Xiaobai, I can assist you. His words carried a hint of amusement, as if he was eagerly anticipating the events to unfold. Lin Meng and Hao Jian were taken aback by what they heard, exchanging puzzled glances. They were confused as to why Feng Wuxia, who seemingly had little interaction with Li Xiaobai, suddenly wanted to target him. Senior brother, why is that? Hao Jian couldn't help but ask. Feng Wuxia remained composed, a barely noticeable gleam in his eyes. The reason is not for you to know, he said calmly. You just need to understand that Li Xiaobai's strength has surpassed yours. To take action against him, you need to leverage power. How do we leverage power? Lin Meng scratched his head, his simple mind struggling to grasp the complexity of the plan. Feng Wuxia's lips curled slightly. Entering the mythical beast mountains is our best opportunity to strike. With so many beasts there, losing a disciple or two is not unusual. Acting there is foolproof. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the two. As long as you follow my instructions, I assure you, you'll get your revenge. For now, you'd better keep a low profile and not give anything away. Lin Meng and Hao Jian exchanged a knowing look and nodded in agreement. Although simple-minded, they understood the value of collaboration against a common enemy. Little did they know, Feng Wuxia secretly chuckled, thinking that with these two fools around, he wouldn't have to dirty his own hands and could even use them as shields if necessary, a win-win situation. At that moment, Li Shijin emerged from the building and went straight to Elder Sun, whispering a few words. Elder Sun looked troubled, repeatedly explaining something, but Li Shijin ignored him. Finally, with a stern expression and a flash of cruelty in his eyes, Li Shijin left Elder Sun with no choice but to comply. Satisfied, Li Shijin nodded and then headed towards the room where Su Yunbing was staying, his steps light and a confident smile on his face. He was secretly pleased. He had initially dismissed the Xinyu sect as a minor faction, its leader only at the peak of the Golden Core stage. Unexpectedly, this chicken coop had produced two phoenixes, such stunning beauties. Fate, it seemed, favored Li Shijin. Thinking of the night he was about to spend with the two beauties, Li Shijin felt a thrill, quickening his pace. He reached the door, gently pushed it open, and muttered to himself, Ha ha ha, little beauties, I'm here. Little did he know that what awaited him was an unimaginable nightmare. After fiddling with the ship for a bit, Li Xiaobai quickly lost interest in the seemingly imposing vessel. He turned to Yang Chun with a mocking look in his eyes and said, Junior brother, how many seconds do you think the national master can last in there? Yang Chun smirked as he stared at the cabin, while Lu Jinshui chuckled beside him. Let's hope he can be a real man for at least 5 seconds. The national master is quite a character, Lu Jinshui continued. So arrogant and self-important that he deserves to be skinned alive and strung up. While they were chatting, Li Shijin had already pushed open the door and entered, locking it behind him. Li Xiaobai shook his head and sighed. It's like looking for trouble with a lantern in a toilet. There's nothing you can do when someone is so eager to court death. Elder Sun was at the bow of the ship, enjoying the scenery, ignoring Li Shijin's actions. The earlier conversation had left him furious, his face ashen, thinking to himself, what a so-called noble family descendant. If it weren't for the ties between Jinyuan Kingdom and Zhongzhou, I would have sent him to the afterlife already. Inside the room, Su Yunbing and Yu Wushuang wore cold expressions. They hadn't expected Li Shijin to actually dare enter. The two beauties sat gracefully at the bedside, while Li Shijin suppressed his excitement, pretending to be suave. Hee, are you ladies satisfied with the room? Very satisfied. Yu Wushuang replied with a slight smile, her voice carrying a barely noticeable hint of coldness. Feeling emboldened by their lack of resistance, Li Shijin sat at the bedside, boasting endlessly. We're about to enter Jinyuan Kingdom. If you need anything, just let me know. If anyone bullies you, I'll handle it. You should know, I'm a third-level Jinin cultivator, and your elder son is barely at this level. In the entire Xinyu sect, only the sect master could possibly rival me. Hee hee. Thank you, National Master. Yu Wushuang replied dismissively, a trace of disdain flashing in her eyes. Seeing no resistance, Li Shijin grew bolder, his hand unconsciously wrapping around Yu Wushuang's waist. Honestly, I have quite a fondness for you two sisters. However, he quickly realized something was amiss. The soft touch he felt was rapidly disappearing, replaced by a rock-like stiffness. Looking down, he saw that his hand around Yu Wushuang's waist had turned a deep green. Ah! A scream of agony echoed throughout the cabin. Terrified, Li Shijin shouted with a twisted expression, What? What is this? You wretch, how dare you harm me? Do you know who I am? No one has ever dared to treat a citizen of Jinyuan Kingdom like this. Hand over the antidote, and I might spare you. The green poison was rapidly spreading from his hand to his arm, turning the whole limb green in a matter of moments. As his body began to lose sensation, Li Shijin grew more desperate, wanting to call for elder son's help. Su Yunbing, having reached her limit, sneered. Damn, so cowardly and yet so talkative. How did you even survive in this world? With that, she slapped him hard. Li Shijin flew across the room like a broken kite, crashing heavily to the ground. The slap was so powerful that it knocked out all his teeth, with blood gushing out. Lying on the ground, Li Shijin stared wide-eyed in disbelief at the scene before him. How is this possible? How could mere disciples of the Xinyu sect possess such power? It was only at this moment that Li Shijin realized with a start that the two women before him were not ordinary disciples, but rather formidable figures with cultivation far superior to his own. A chill ran through him as he understood that escaping alive from this place might be impossible. Su Yunbing's eyes flashed with disdain as she sneered. A mere Jinyuan Kingdom dares to cause trouble for me? She grabbed Li Shijin's jaw with a firm grip, and with a sharp crack, dislocated it. He could no longer speak, only managing to emit garbled sounds of iya, with terror filling his eyes. Yu Wushuang maintained a smile, though her tone was chillingly cold. Li Shijin, right? The state preceptor, correct? Don't worry, my sister, and I will give you the full treatment. She approached him slowly, continuing, the poison in you won't kill you. It'll just numb your body while keeping your mind painfully aware. Su Yunbing impatiently interrupted. Why waste words on him, junior sister? Just pour whatever poison we have down his throat. If he survives, he's lucky. If not, so be it. With that, she turned to block the door, preventing Li Shijin's escape. At that moment, a foul odor spread through the air. A large wet patch appeared at the hem of Li Shijin's pants, evidence that he had been scared into incontinence. Yu Wushuang's lips curled into a mocking smile as she retrieved a small bottle, holding it up to Li Shijin's face. State preceptor, didn't you say you had a fondness for us sisters? Drink this, and we'll be good friends, she said, forcefully prying open his mouth and pouring the liquid down his throat. Li Shijin's pupils contracted sharply, his gaze becoming vacant. With his last ounce of strength, he forced out a few words. The Xingtian sect won't let you go. Before he could finish, his consciousness began to fade. Meanwhile, the disciples on the deck were intently sensing the commotion inside the room. Mere seconds after Li Shijin entered, a piercing scream shattered the night. Then, an eerie silence engulfed the room, like the calm before a storm, hinting at more terrifying events to come. Even elder son couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. He silently lamented, wishing he had stopped Li Shijin earlier. Although he might have been scolded harshly, at least he could have saved his life. But now, all the regret in the world was useless. It was too late. Is that national advisor dead? One disciple couldn't help but whisper, breaking the silence outside the cabin. Yang Chun burst into laughter at the question. Do you even need to ask? He's definitely dead, probably being dismembered as we speak. The thought of punishing the advisor filled him with immense satisfaction. Just then, the cabin door suddenly swung open. They're coming out, someone exclaimed in surprise. To everyone's astonishment, Li Shijin emerged unharmed, followed by Su Yunbing and Yu Wushuang. The three appeared calm, as if the earlier screams had never occurred. The disciples exchanged puzzled looks. Li Xiaobai frowned, sensing something was off about the advisor, though he couldn't pinpoint exactly what. Elder Sun sighed in relief upon seeing Li Shijin safe. However, he soon noticed something amiss. The advisor's eyes held a hint of vacancy, and his demeanor seemed subtly altered. Ahem, advisor. Elder Sun cautiously inquired. My disciples didn't trouble you, did they? Li Shijin smiled at the question, though his eyes still carried that faint vacancy. Oh, not at all, he replied. Your disciples are quite remarkable. I'd love to have a long chat with them, to really explore our dreams. Hearing this, Elder Sun's heart sank. He recognized the signs all too well. This was the hallmark of puppet magic. Someone had used a special technique to erase Li Shijin's consciousness. turning him into a compliant puppet. While he might seem normal in daily interactions, any matters related to his master would trigger an obsessive enthusiasm. Elder Sun's expression turned grave. If this situation were discovered, it could escalate into a diplomatic issue between Yu sect and Jinyuan kingdom. Worse still, it might be perceived as an attempt by Yu sect to steal Jinyuan's secrets. Damn it. Elder Sun cursed inwardly. It would have been better if he were killed. He realized that the situation was far more complex and perilous than they had initially anticipated. It was clear that this was Yu Wushuang's doing. The effect of the bowl of Meng Pa soup was immediate, and the Grandmaster's memory had been completely erased. Li Xiaobai observed the Grandmaster's condition and nodded to himself. The world was indeed full of wonders, and today, someone with such a questionable character had finally met his comeuppance. Given his lecherous demeanor, there were likely many beauties hidden in his residence. Most people on the ship did not notice anything unusual about the Grandmaster, only expressing mild surprise that he could walk out of the room unscathed. As time passed, the deck gradually quieted down. In the distance, the rumbling sounds of warships from various factions could be heard as they sailed through the clouds, all heading in the same direction toward the Jinyuan kingdom. Li Xiaobai studied the surrounding warships, each bearing unique emblems representing different factions. Though he couldn't recognize which factions these emblems belonged to, it was clear these warships, capable of flying and equipped with cannons along their edges, were formidable weapons of attack. In comparison, the ship they were on seemed rather simple. On a nearby ship, a middle-aged man noticed Li Xiaobai's scrutiny and nodded slightly, saying, "Are you also heading to the Divine Beast Mountain range to clear out the beasts?" "Yes, as cultivators, it's our duty to help when we see injustice," Li Xiaobai answered cheerfully. Indeed, a young hero with ambition. The middle-aged man, who exuded an air of righteousness, replied, "I am Lei Wu from the Yuntian sect. May I know your name?" "I am Li Xiaobai from the Piaomiao Peak," Li Xiaobai blurted out. Elder Sun quickly stopped him and hastily explained, "We are disciples of the Yu sect. We brought the disciples along to broaden their horizons and also to contribute what little we can." He knew the Yuntian sect's status far surpassed that of the Yu sect, and Lei Wu was a renowned iron-blooded elder among them, so he dared not let Li Xiaobai continue speaking recklessly. "In that case, see you in Jinyuan kingdom," Lei Wu said with a cupped fist gesture, and his warship sped away. "Elder, why can their ship go so fast? Can't we speed up?" Li Xiaobai asked curiously. "Having a warship at all is already good enough. Don't be picky. We're almost at Jinyuan kingdom. Remember to keep a low profile in front of the major factions." "Understood," Li Xiaobai replied, turning to find his senior brothers and sisters, only to discover they were nowhere to be seen. Entering the cabin, he was stunned by the sight the room had been transformed into a pool, with several senior brothers relaxing in it. "Junior brother, come join us. This is spiritual water brought by senior sister from the mountain, just as effective," Su Yunbing called out, having ultimately brought the bathhouse along. "No thanks, you all enjoy," Li Xiaobai said with a quirky smile, closing the door behind him. He suddenly realized that these former cultivation fanatics had unknowingly turned into lazy bath lovers. But he couldn't blame himself. It was his senior brother's own choice. Yes, definitely not his problem. The warship soon arrived at Jinyuan kingdom, adjacent to the Yu sect. Li Shijin landed slowly, and Li Xiaobai saw the ground filled with countless warships, a truly spectacular scene. Clearly, the number of factions coming to Jinyuan kingdom was far greater than expected. There were already people on the ground responsible for reception. As a grandmaster, Li Shijin's status was evidently high, and after a brief conversation, someone came to specifically receive the Yu sect group. At this point, the grandmaster seemed no different from an ordinary person, and the stiffness had vanished. Under Yu Wushuang's instructions, the grandmaster followed several attendants and left. "Please follow me," the attendants said calmly, showing no sign of panic from the beast uprising. Has the beast rampage not affected Jinyuan kingdom? Li Xiaobai wondered, noting the peace and tranquility, with no signs of destruction. Naturally, our Jinyuan kingdom is protected by the divine power of Jinyuan Daxian, and won't be disturbed by mere beasts. Only the outer villages occasionally face attacks, an attendant replied proudly, sharing the same arrogance as the grandmaster. Li Xiaobai wanted to inquire further, but the attendants were clearly unwilling to say more. They were led to a hall the size of a football field, where disciples from various factions had already gathered, discussing the situation in the Divine Beast Mountain range. Elder Sun gave a few instructions before heading off to a meeting. Feng Wuxia led everyone to find a spot to rest, advising, "Everyone, let's find a place and avoid conflicts with others. Our main goal is to enter the Divine Beast Mountain range and seek opportunities." This godforsaken place, what opportunities could there be? Lin muttered under his breath. Li Xiaobai sighed inwardly. His senior brother was so strong that even danger zones were not daunting to him. The gap was indeed significant. However, Feng Wuxia's words were sensible. As the senior brother, he was gentle, steady, and considerate of the disciples, truly a role model. Just as the Xinyu sect settled down in the hall, Lu Jinshui loudly called out, "Attendant, bring some tea. I'm parched." An attendant soon came to register. "Which faction are you disciples from?" "Xinyu sect," Feng Wuxia replied truthfully. The attendant shook his head, put away the paper and pen, and turned to leave. "What does this mean?" Feng Wuxia frowned. Although Xinyu sect wasn't a major faction, they shouldn't be treated so dismissively. "Small factions don't need to register. No tea is provided," the attendant said coldly. "We came with your grandmaster to eliminate the beasts. Is this how Jinyuan Kingdom treats its guests?" Feng Wuxia was extremely angry. As the senior brother of Xinyu sect, he couldn't tolerate the sect being humiliated like this. Moreover, he didn't understand why. If Jinyuan Kingdom looked down on small factions, they had sent messengers to notify them. Was there some other hidden agenda? "Grandmaster," the attendant gave a playful smile. "Anyone who reaches the golden core stage can be titled Grandmaster. We have countless Grandmasters in Jinyuan Kingdom. Which one are you referring to?" "Li Shijin, the national master of the Li Kingdom." Feng Wuxi's expression instantly darkened as a crowd of curious sect disciples gathered around. "Hey, over there! Stop shouting!" a disciple yelled loudly. "We were all invited here by the national masters of Jinyuan Kingdom. Here, a national master doesn't mean much." As soon as he finished speaking, laughter erupted around them. Someone mocked. "Looks like another bunch of country bumpkins who've never seen the world. Let them learn something new." Feng Wuxia was left speechless by these words, and his attendant sneered before turning to leave. At that moment, Yang Chen couldn't hold back any longer. Pointing at one of the most boisterous disciples, he asked coldly, "Isn't this the guy who lost a hand back then? Now it's reattached? Since when do insignificant people like you get to make noise while our Xinyu sect is discussing matters?" This statement immediately caught the attention of the surrounding disciples. Many recognized a few familiar faces and began to chatter. "It's you. So you're from this sect." The named disciple was both shocked and furious, recalling the humiliation of having his arm broken by Yang Chen 2 years ago. "Look at those people over there," someone shouted. "The ones who set a trap with that treasure we fought over last time. That's them. I'd recognize that fat guy even if he turned to ashes. Damn, turns out these people are from a minor sect. I thought I was dealing with someone from a prestigious family back then. Enemies really do meet on narrow paths. Without backing, let's see how you intend to fight me this time." The atmosphere in the area became tense as many sect disciples stood up, eager to cause trouble for the people from Piamiao Peak. At this moment, Su Yunbing raised an eyebrow, exuding a powerful aura, and looked at everyone with a faint smile. "Do you want to fight me?" Feeling the terrifying spiritual pressure emanating from Su Yunbing, the disciples around turned pale. The highest among them had barely reached the golden core stage, and the gap between them and this monster from Piamiao Peak was simply too vast. Disciples from many major sects glanced at the Piamiao Peak group, secretly amazed at how such a small sect could have disciples with such solid foundations and profound cultivation. Just then, a man in a white robe stood up from the crowd. He released an equally powerful spiritual energy that pushed back Su Yunbing's aura. "Everyone," the man in white spoke, "we're here to help Jinyuan Kingdom through these tough times. Let's save our strength for fighting the monsters. Give me, Zhang Rui, some face, and let's all take a step back and bury the hatchet, shall we?" It turned out he was a true disciple of Tianwu sect, having reached the peak of the nascent soul stage, making him outstanding among the younger generation. With Tianwu sect speaking, the surrounding disciples immediately fell silent. This was face they had to give. However, a man in a black robe spoke in a mocking tone. "Since we're burying the hatchet, shouldn't the servant over there hurry up and write down Xinyu sect's name? Even the face of Tianwu sect's true disciple Zhang Rui isn't enough." This black-robed man was a true disciple of Shengma sect, and among those present, he was the only one daring enough to respond to Tianwu sect. The covert conflict between the Shengma sect and Tianwu sect was intense, with both sides being irreconcilable. Shengma sect would never miss an opportunity to undermine Tianwu sect, targeting them at every turn. "Come here," Yang Chun arrogantly gestured, calling back the attendant who had just left. His demeanor was extremely haughty, filled with disdain. Lu Jinshui chimed in. "That's how it should be. In this world, strength speaks. Your Jinyuan Kingdom doesn't even have a single expert in the tribulation stage, so what are you boasting about?" His tone was dripping with sarcasm. To Lu Jinshui, although Jinyuan Kingdom had many cultivators in the golden core stage, their strength was generally mediocre. Most were stuck at the initial stage, with few advanced cultivators, merely bluffing. As for the nascent soul stage, those were rare treasures, rarely showing themselves. Upon hearing this, the attendant from Jinyuan Kingdom's face changed drastically, looking embarrassed. Zhang Rui was also taken aback, not expecting Xinyu sect to be so disrespectful, completely lacking the humility of a small sect. The man in the black robe, however, laughed heartily, expressing admiration for Piamiao Peak's attitude. "Well said. I've long been displeased with Jinyuan Kingdom's conduct. Only some hypocrites would associate with them. Li Xiaobai felt a chill run down his spine as he listened. Looking around, he realized that those present were disciples of major and medium-sized sections. His senior brothers and sisters had offended them all, and it seemed like the animosity had grown significantly. He thought to himself that once they entered the mythical Beast Mountain range, he might be attacked. It seemed prudent to avoid his senior brothers and sisters and act alone to prevent being targeted. The reluctant attendant returned and began serving tea. Feng Wuxia remained calm, having regained face, but he hadn't expected Piao Peak to have offended so many sect disciples. He calculated inwardly that Xinyu sect must distance itself from Piao Peak to avoid becoming collateral damage. At this moment, elders and seniors from various sects began to return. Elder Sun appeared tense, evidently having learned some secretive news. The atmosphere suddenly became heavy, and everyone realized that a storm was brewing. The disciples gathered in a secluded corner, their expressions solemn. Elder Sun glanced around to ensure no one was eavesdropping, then spoke in a low voice. Everyone, this matter is of great importance. The Divine Beast Mountain Range is likely to experience significant events. As an elder of our sect, I have been assigned to support another side, and must part ways with you. His eyes swept across each disciple's face, his tone growing more serious. Once you enter the mountain range, remember to only hunt the beasts on the outskirts. The inner areas are beyond your capability, and you must not venture deeper. Remember, do not act alone, always stay in groups. Elder Sun paused and added, also, be wary of the Tianwu sect. No matter what they say, do not follow their orders. He specifically looked at the disciples from Miaofeng Peak, with a hint of concern in his voice. Do not aim too high. Feng Wuxia couldn't contain his curiosity and cautiously asked, Elder, may I ask what exactly is in the Divine Beast Mountain Range? Elder Sun's face darkened, and his tone became stern. Do not ask what you shouldn't. Knowing too much is not good for you. Just hunt the beasts on the outskirts honestly and earn some materials. With that, he ignored the disciples' questions and turned to leave. Li Xiaobai pondered silently. It seems there must be treasures deep within the mountain range, or the big shots wouldn't be scrambling for it. Although I currently only have a basic defense, if I can advance to the next stage, perhaps I will have a chance to explore. Besides, there are a few life-saving artifacts in the store, so safety shouldn't be an issue. Elders from various sects were instructing their disciples, clearly planning to act independently. Suddenly, an elder with a youthful appearance despite his white hair stepped forward and announced loudly, Everyone, this operation will be led by me. We will set off immediately for the Divine Beast Mountain Range. The white-haired elder was a master of Tianwu sect, and his presence was as sharp as a drawn blade. Ordinary disciples found their eyes stinging just by meeting his gaze, indicating his profound strength. He led the operation, and aside from a hint of dissatisfaction from the gray-robed elder of the Shoma sect, no one else voiced any objections. The elder distributed rescue tokens, one for each sect. He sternly advised, activate for help immediately if you encounter danger. Nearby teams will provide swift assistance. The token for the Xinyu sect was handed to Feng Wuxia. Then, Elder Sun gave special Shengma sect tokens to the top 10 disciples of the competition. These tokens were entirely black, with Shengma sect emblazoned on the front and Advanced Disciple on the back. Clearly, these were specially made, and the holders were not genuine Shengma sect disciples. Time is of the essence, we depart at once, the white-robed elder said gravely. The Divine Beast Mountain Range is extraordinarily perilous, teeming with golden core stage beasts, and even nascent soul stage ones are not unheard of. Be extremely cautious. With that, he led his disciples away. The gray-robed elder snorted derisively, mocking, a bunch of hypocrites, pretending to be noble while actually intending to use smaller sects as cannon fodder. He looked around and warned, don't blame me for not warning you. Cooperating with Tianwu sect is like seeking skin from a tiger. Be careful not to end up dead and buried. With those words, he also led his team away. The remaining sects exchanged glances but quickly followed. Despite the disturbing words of the Shengma sect elder, many still saw this as an opportunity to align with Tianwu sect. After all, compared to the strict admission criteria of Shengma sect, Tianwu sect had a lower threshold, and even serving as a menial disciple was considered an entry into a prestigious school. Junior brother, want to explore the depths of the mountain with senior sister later? Su Yinbing suggested. Li Xiaobai quickly waved his hands. No. Elder Sun told me to stay on the outskirts. I won't join in the excitement. He thought to himself that these individuals had already made enough enemies earlier, and following them might be life-threatening. It was better to focus on accumulating attribute points. Yu Wushuang remarked, that's a shame. Li Shi Jingang sent word that there's treasure deep in the mountains, which could be immensely beneficial. Li Xiaobai politely declined. With my insignificant skills, I'll pass on the excitement. The Divine Beast Mountain Range, one of the major ranges in the Northern Territory, was teeming with beasts. Rumor had it that even nascent soul stage great beasts lurked within. It was a perennial training ground for disciples of various sects, where they honed their skills by slaying beasts and could exchange the materials obtained for spirit stones, achieving multiple benefits at once. Li Xiaobai followed the team into the mountains, where the beasts were sparse and not particularly strong. The disciples quickly formed small groups of 3 or 5 and spread out to hunt. Li Xiaobai looked around, puzzled. How did these cultivators, who were usually not very close, suddenly team up so seamlessly? Looking back, he realized that the senior brothers and sisters from Piaomiao Peak had already disappeared, likely rushing to the inner regions to seize treasures. At that moment, Li Xiaobai noticed Feng Wuxia and his 2 companions staring at him with cold eyes from a distance. Their long-awaited opportunity had finally arrived. In this area, killing for treasures was commonplace. Even if someone found Li Xiaobai's body later, they would merely sigh, as no one would waste time on a dead man. Let's follow him. Feng Wuxia whispered to his companions. Li Xiaobai continued to search the forest for traces of beasts. After walking for a while, he only found the corpses of beasts, with no living ones in sight. The speed at which these disciples acted was astonishing. He searched the beast corpses and found that anything valuable had already been taken. As he moved forward, Li Xiaobai suddenly felt a slight thrill. Attribute point 1. Attribute point 1. Finally, an attack. However, the increase in attributes was negligible. There were still no signs of beasts around. Only a layer of hazy poisonous mist enveloping him and causing continuous harm. Just as Li Xiaobai was about to continue, the ground suddenly shook violently. Dust rose ahead, and a large group of beasts charged toward him, led by 2 figures. Junior brother, help us. Li Xiaobai squinted to see that it was Lin Feng and Hao Jian. These 2 had encountered so many beasts within minutes of entering the forest, truly remarkable luck. Without hesitation, Li Xiaobai rushed toward them, shouting, "Don't worry, senior brothers. I'm here to help." "Ah, thanks, junior brother." Lin Feng and Hao Jian wore strange smiles, with a subtle glint of cunning in their eyes. Lin Feng's eyes flashed with a cold gleam, and his body dropped suddenly like a tiger descending a mountain. His sweeping kick was swift and fierce, instantly knocking Li Xiaobai off balance. At the same time, Hao Jian's palms moved, unleashing a surge of powerful spiritual energy that pushed the staggering Li Xiaobai towards the thundering army of beasts behind him. Li Xiaobai cursed inwardly, having just entered the mountains only to be betrayed so quickly by his own fellow disciples. Hao Jian smirked, a cold smile playing on his lips. "Junior brother, you should always be cautious when you're out in the world. Today, I'll teach you a lesson, though I fear you won't have the chance to apply it." Before he finished speaking, the beast army halted, engulfing Li Xiaobai. These beasts were all at the foundation establishment stage, with 2 having just reached the golden core stage. Hao Jian was secretly pleased, knowing that not even a deity could save Li Xiaobai now. The beasts they had lured were the result of a carefully orchestrated plan. Feng Wuxia had promised each of them a boundary-breaking pill to help them quickly reach the golden core stage, on the condition that they lead a large number of beasts towards Li Xiaobai. The beasts swarmed together, writhing as they evidently feasted on Li Xiaobai's body. Feng Wuxia emerged slowly from the shadows, smiling. "Well done, you 2. Here's your reward." He handed them an exquisite little box. Feng Wuxia was secretly delighted, not expecting to eliminate Li Xiaobai so easily, rendering his backup plan unnecessary. Lin Feng grinned as he took the box and was about to open it when he sensed something amiss. The box sprang open, and dozens of poison needles shot out like a torrential rain, aiming directly at their vital points. Lin Feng's pupils contracted, and relying on his years of martial arts training, he barely dodged them. However, Hao Jian was not as quick and was instantly pierced by the needles. Feng Wuxia gave them no respite, swiftly changing his technique and striking with a powerful palm from midair. Lin Feng's chest caved in, and he coughed up blood. Feng Wuxia grabbed their wrists with the strength of an eagle's talon and hurled them into the beast army, as if they were mere trash. "No, Feng Wuxia, you'll die a horrible death." Lin Feng and Hao Jian's screams grew weaker amidst the beasts, eventually fading away. Feng Wuxia watched coldly, a cruel smile curling his lips, as if he had just rid himself of a few pesky ants. Feng Wuxia chuckled softly, unfazed by Lin Feng's curses. He said coldly, "Think you can benefit from me? Dream on. It's enough that I'm the only one who knows about this. You all can keep this secret for me forever." Before he finished speaking, a brown bear suddenly charged out, tearing Lin Feng in half. Blood splattered, and limbs flew everywhere. Seeing this, Feng Wuxia quickly concealed himself, planning to approach the scene once the beast left to loot the body. Meanwhile, Li Xiaobai, buried under a pile of beasts, looked surprisingly content. These beasts, below the golden core stage, couldn't harm him, but he felt frustrated. He hadn't expected Lin Feng and Hao Jian to be so treacherous. Despite his goodwill, they had pushed him into the beast horde. Li Xiaobai vowed silently. If he encountered them again, he would tie them up and feed them to the beasts. The beasts bit at Li Xiaobai fiercely. The brown bear gnawed at his head, a tiger tore at his arms, a wild boar rammed his legs, and countless smaller beasts bit all over his body. On his system panel, his attributes jumped rapidly. Attribute points 10, 30, 50, all into defense. Li Xiaobai decided decisively. Suddenly, a system notification appeared. Defense advanced. 9-turn indestructible golden body. First turn 010000, ready to advance. Li Xiaobai was ecstatic. 9-turn indestructible golden body? That name is off the charts. Looks like I'm about to take off. As his defense advanced, mysterious ancient totems appeared on his skin, covered by a faint golden hue, resembling some kind of divine beast. His eyes were also veiled with a faint golden light. This looked satisfied Li Xiaobai, making him feel more manly. At that moment, 2 screams echoed. A round head rolled to Li Xiaobai's feet. It was Lin Meng's head. Clearly, even with Li Xiaobai as bait, the two couldn't escape the beast's attack. Li Xiaobai thought to himself, this is karma. Stretching lazily, Li Xiaobai found that the beasts could no longer bite through his skin. With his defense advanced, he didn't even feel a twinge of pain. The system continuously notified. Detected ongoing attack on host, skills acquired. Bear paw impact, counterattack, bite, super abs. Li Xiaobai was overjoyed. So enduring continuous attacks could help him gain skills. This divine beast forest was truly his paradise. He decided to seek out more diverse beasts to bite him, not only to accumulate attribute points, but also to acquire more skills. Dragging along the beasts still attempting to gnaw at him, Li Xiaobai slowly made his way deeper into the forest. He didn't notice someone watching him from the shadows. Feng Wuxia murmured to himself. As expected, Li Xiaobai isn't so easy to kill. I was too hasty, shouldn't have killed those 2 fools so early. He was amazed at Li Xiaobai's powerful treasure and resolved to obtain it. Feng Wuxia followed silently, waiting for a chance to eliminate Li Xiaobai. In the jungle, Li Xiaobai hummed a tune, beginning a new round of beast hunting. As a novice, he was clueless about this dangerous place and could only wander aimlessly. Behind him, Feng Wuxia was frustrated as Li Xiaobai kept narrowly avoiding beasts and ventured deeper into the forest. Feng Wuxia was anxious. If they ventured deeper and encountered a powerful beast, even he, a 3rd-level golden core cultivator, might not handle it. He decided to find a chance to deal with Li Xiaobai quickly. Just then, a quarrel broke out in the distance. Hey, little girl, hand over the linglong grass, and big sis will let you go. Yeah, don't refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. No way, this herb was discovered by my Saint Demon sect, you can't take it. Li Xiaobai's eyes lit up, and he ran towards the voices. He thought he might find someone to team up with and avoid unnecessary detours. But his movement caused quite a commotion. The beast horde following him kept close, shaking the ground and kicking up dust. In the jungle, 5 young men and women surrounded a 12 or 13-year-old girl. The girl clutched a spiritual herb tightly to her chest. Feeling the ground tremor, the young men and women's faces changed dramatically. Oh no, it's a beast horde. Why are they coming for us? No idea, we didn't do anything. Run, we can't handle this beast horde. Take the linglong grass and the girl with us, or the Saint Demon sect will have our heads. The group hastily took out their magic weapons to flee. At that moment, a shout came from the smoke. Damn it, you idiots scared them off. How am I supposed to find a team now? Get lost, all of you. Li Xiaobai was furious, with a large group of mythical beasts relentlessly chasing him, nearly scaring away the cultivators in front of him. He suddenly turned around, delivering a flurry of punches and kicks at the beasts. However, without using his skills, he couldn't harm the beasts at all, and if he did use them, he'd lose his source of attribute points. He was counting on these beasts to help him level up. A few young men and women witnessed this scene, breaking out in a cold sweat. They watched in shock as Li Xiaobai let the beasts gnaw at him without suffering any harm. Such power and bizarre behavior made them wonder if he was a reclusive master. At that moment, a little girl seized the opportunity, rushing towards Li Xiaobai while everyone was distracted. Clinging to his leg, she pleaded tearfully, Master, please save me. They want to steal my elixir. I'm from the Holy Demon sect, and the headmaster, O Yezi, is my mentor. If you help me defeat them, my mentor and senior brother will surely reward you generously. Li Xiaobai looked down at the clever little girl and examined the elixir in her hand. After a moment, he shook his head in disappointment. This kind of cultivation-boosting elixir was useless to someone like him who didn't need to cultivate. The little girl sensed Li Xiaobai's reaction and was secretly pleased. She had guessed correctly that this master wasn't interested in her linglong grass and wouldn't compete with her for it. Li Xiaobai turned his attention to the disciples in front of him, feeling hesitant. The little girl seemed unreliable, but he might need to rely on these older disciples to quickly find the mythical beasts. The young men and women were stunned, watching the fierce beasts tear and bite at Li Xiaobai without effect, their legs trembling and cold sweat pouring down. The leading young man suppressed his fear and bowed, saying, Senior, we were wrong. We shouldn't have bullied the little girl and tried to steal her elixir. We'll leave immediately. Wait, no one is allowed to leave. Li Xiaobai was anxious. He had finally encountered a group of people and couldn't let them go easily. What guidance does Senior have for us? The young man was extremely nervous, secretly calculating how to escape. He had a few explosive talismans in his spatial ring, wondering if they could be useful. The others were equally on edge. Suddenly, Li Xiaobai grinned and said, "Nothing much, just feeling lonely on the road. Mind if I join you?" Everyone was taken aback, not expecting this senior master to make such an ordinary request. The young man respectfully replied, "Of course, if senior doesn't mind our company, it would be wonderful to explore the divine beast mountains together. I'm Ouyang Feng. May I have the honor of knowing senior's name?" "I'm Li Xiaobai," Li Xiaobai replied, finding it amusing that he, a novice, had become a senior master. The little girl, upon hearing that they were going to team up with these people, immediately began to wail, "Master, why?" Li Xiaobai gently pushed the little girl aside and pointed in the direction from which he had come. "You can leave that way," he said calmly. This response left the girl stunned, her mind racing. She blinked in disbelief, thinking, "This isn't right. Why is he not following the usual script? Isn't he here to rescue me? How could he let someone as cute as me leave on my own? Could it be he doesn't like little girls?" After a brief internal struggle, the girl quickly made a decision. She rushed forward and clung tightly to Li Xiaobai's leg again. "Mister, on second thought, these people aren't that bad," she said sweetly, her eyes darting around. "They just want the elixir and have no intention of killing anyone. They're actually quite nice." The others exchanged glances, momentarily speechless. The girl's sudden change of attitude was faster than flipping a page, leaving them unsure of how to respond. Li Xiaobai looked down at the girl clinging to his leg, a hint of curiosity in his eyes. "What's your name? Is the head of the Shengma sect your master?" he asked, his tone showing a keen interest in the sect. The girl raised her head proudly and replied, "My name is Chu Sha Sha, and I'm the head disciple of the Shengma sect's leader. Among all the disciples, the head cares for me the most." Li Xiaobai raised an eyebrow, puzzled. "Then why are you so weak? How could a true disciple of the Shengma sect be bullied by these guys who don't even seem to have reached the golden core stage?" His words created an awkward silence. The others exchanged glances, thinking, whatever he says is right. Being looked down upon is no big deal. Chu Xiaoxiao blushed, weakly defending herself. "I just wanted to keep the peace. If I fought, it would be a matter of life and death." Li Xiaobai shrugged, non-committal. Just then, Ouyang Feng interjected to break the awkward atmosphere. "Sir, which way should we go now?" Upon hearing Ouyang Feng's reminder, Li Xiaobai suddenly realized his purpose was to find mythical beasts. He glanced around with a hint of excitement in his eyes. "Let's go where there are more beasts." Ouyang Feng's gaze fell on the ferocious tiger gnawing wildly on Li Xiaobai's shoulder, hesitating to speak. The beast seemed to sense something and suddenly bared its teeth at Ouyang Feng, letting out a low growl. This unexpected threat frightened Ouyang Feng, causing him to step back with a pale face. Li Xiaobai, however, seemed unfazed. He gently patted the tiger's head and said with a smile, "It's all right, just let it hang there." Thus, an unusual group set off on their journey. The young men and women walked nervously ahead, occasionally glancing back at the beasts hanging on Li Xiaobai, fearing they might suddenly attack. Li Xiaobai followed leisurely behind, as if carrying a cute pet rather than a fierce beast. Suddenly, a crisp crack broke the silence. The tiger on Li Xiaobai's shoulder suddenly had its teeth shatter, its head falling to the ground in a bloody mess. The porcupine that had been ramming into him also collapsed with a crash. This was the effect of Li Xiaobai's passive skill, reflect damage. Although these beasts had been biting him, they were also constantly taking damage themselves, eventually reaching their breaking point and dying from the reflected damage. Quick-witted little girl Chu Sha Sha immediately rushed over, pulling out a sharp dagger from somewhere, and skillfully began carving up the beast carcasses. In no time, she had extracted a pile of precious materials. The others, though envious, dared not approach due to Li Xiaobai's presence and could only watch longingly. As Chu Xiaoxiao deftly processed the beast materials, she cheerfully said to Li Xiaobai, "Boss, these are just materials from Foundation Establishment and Golden Core Stage beasts. With your boundless power, I'm sure you're not interested. Why don't you let me have them?" As she spoke, she began stuffing the hard-earned materials into her pockets. Just then, a voice suddenly called out, "Wait." Li Xiaobai swiftly stored the materials into his spatial ring, a shrewd glint flashing in his eyes. These were valuable treasures, capable of being exchanged for spirit stones, not something to be given away lightly. "Boss, you probably don't need these materials, right?" Chu Xiaoxiao said with wide, innocent eyes, trying to appear pitiful. "I have my uses," Li Xiaobai replied coolly, casually taking out a demon beast's inner core and swallowing it. As the core entered his body, a wave of heat surged within his dantian, the fierce aura of the demon beast spreading in all directions. A thunderous sound erupted from his abdomen, causing those around him to tremble with fear. Li Xiaobai's face flushed red, showing an expression of enjoyment as he exhaled deeply. Refreshing. His attribute points instantly increased by 200. He nodded to himself, The energy in the demon beast's inner core was indeed as violent as rumored, lethal for ordinary people. The others were dumbfounded. Demon beasts capable of forming inner cores were at least at the golden core stage, and they would usually flee at the sight of one, never mind seeing someone daring enough to swallow one whole. What kind of power must one have to do that? To them, Li Xiaobai seemed like an ancient, monstrous being. Li Ruajun, the only girl in the group, had the weakest mental fortitude. She was so frightened that her face turned as white as a sheet, almost losing control. Yet, Li Xiaobai, seemingly unsatisfied, let out a satisfied burp and took out more demon beast inner cores to consume. The continuous explosions within his dantian, accompanied by rolling thunder, intensified the rampant aura of the demon beast, causing the young girl to scream in terror. "Boss, you're incredible." Chu Sha Sha's eye sparkled. "You even dare to eat demon beast inner cores raw. Much more impressive than those young talents in our sect. You're the most formidable person I've ever seen, without a doubt. Senior, you're truly extraordinary. Such cultivation is beyond our reach." Ouyang Feng said with a bitter face, realizing the gap was something he'd spend a lifetime trying to close. "Haha, it's just routine, nothing worth mentioning." Li Xiaobai waved his hand, signaling everyone to move on. Since the fierce beasts had been dealt with, they needed to find a new source of blood quickly to replenish the lost attribute points. By this time, they had ventured deep into the inner regions of the divine beast mountain range, where the strength of the demon beasts was formidable. The weakest were at the peak of the foundation establishment stage, with golden core stage beasts commonly seen. Ouyang Feng led the group to a marshland, pointing ahead. "Senior, this is Yunwu Swamp. There's a golden core stage heaven-devouring python here, which should suit your appetite." Choosing this area, Ouyang Feng had his motives. The swamp was home to many spiritual herbs, nourished by the aura of demon beasts for years, making them mature. Unfortunately, their strength was too low to harvest them without risking their lives. If they could kill the python, even taking a tenth of the harvest would be a significant fortune. Golden core stage, not bad. Li Xiaobai's eyes lit up, knowing it meant another inner core to acquire, and his attribute points would soon soar again. "Go, boss." The young girl cheered from a distance. Li Xiaobai's face darkened. She was all talk, yet her body honestly kept its distance, afraid of getting caught in the fray. How did someone so timid survive out here? After stretching, Li Xiaobai stepped into the swamp. As soon as he touched the water, his attribute panel started ticking. Attribute point 1. Attribute point 1. The system prompt sounded. Detected continuous poison damage to the host. Skill upgraded. Muscle weakness. When used, it creates a 2-meter radius of muscle weakness centered on the user, with longer durations deepening the symptoms. The poisonous swamp upgraded the muscle weakness skill, expanding its range to 2 meters, making it less restrictive in future use. The swamp was eerily quiet, with no roars to be heard. Li Xiaobai knew this was the calm before the storm. Snakes were naturally cunning, likely waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Sure enough, he suddenly felt a cold sensation at his feet, as if something had licked him. Attribute point 30. The power of this tongue was impressive, providing such a boost in attribute points, stronger than the beasts he had encountered before. Li Xiaobai didn't wait any longer, bending down to search the swamp to pull out the heaven-devouring python. Ouyang Feng and the others retreated in fear, knowing such provocation was suicidal. It was safer to keep their distance. Roar! Li Xiaobai's actions enraged the python lurking beneath the swamp, feeling severely challenged. Its roar was deafening, echoing across the land, and its powerful presence swept over them. As rumored, the snake carried a trace of dragon blood. The swamp exploded as the heaven-devouring python shot skyward, opening its massive jaws to bite Li Xiaobai. The giant snake was enormous, stretching tens of meters, its scales glinting like armor. But despite its intimidating appearance, it was only at the golden core stage, incapable of harming Li Xiaobai. Attribute point 100. The bite left Li Xiaobai unharmed, instead breaking the python's teeth, its venom spraying on him, causing his attribute points to surge again. The python coiled around Li Xiaobai's waist, initiating its constricting attack. The tighter it squeezed, the more Li Xiaobai's veins bulged. Attribute points began to skyrocket. 100, 100. The continuous constriction damage made Li Xiaobai feel both pain and pleasure, wishing the python would continue indefinitely. Unfortunately, his passive skill, counter damage, was always active. The greater the python's force, the more damage it suffered. Soon, its scales began to crack, blood seeping out. Roar! The python hissed wildly, its limited intelligence preventing it from releasing its grip once it had coiled around its target, leading to such significant damage. The roars faded, and the intense pressure suddenly vanished. Li Xiaobai felt his body relax as the heaven-devouring python lay dead in the swamp, having been killed by its own strength. Ah, it's rare to find one so useful, what a pity. The onlookers from afar finally understood the true purpose of the senior in seeking out the mythical beast. They witnessed the senior's expression of enjoyment as the sky-swallowing python was being strangled and couldn't help but speculate that he might have some peculiar hobbies. Realizing this might be a secret of the powerful elder, the group quickly reached a consensus to selectively forget what they had just witnessed to avoid bringing disaster upon themselves. With the death of the sky-swallowing python, the swamp returned to its calm state. Li Xiaobai gazed at the system panel in front of him, a smile unconsciously appearing at the corner of his mouth. The panel displayed: Host, Li Xiaobai. Defense, first turn of the 9-turn indestructible golden body 200, 010000, upgradable. Attribute points, 7,000. Without hesitation, Li Xiaobai allocated all the attribute points to defense. Defense, first turn of the 9-turn indestructible golden body 900, 010000, upgradable. This encounter with the sky-swallowing python directly provided over 7,000 attribute points, truly impressive for a golden core stage beast. The little girl Chu Sha Sha, sensing the situation, rushed forward and skillfully used a dagger to remove the valuable parts of the sky-swallowing python, presenting them with a flattering smile. Senior, there are many rare herbs in the swamp. Why don't we gather them together? Lin Feng, fearing that the little girl might get ahead again, quickly suggested. Let's dig them all up, Li Xiaobai replied calmly. The group efficiently scavenged the swamp, quickly collecting dozens of rare herbs, all fully matured. Each of these herbs could significantly boost their spiritual energy, but under the watchful eye of the senior, they dared not entertain any thoughts of keeping them for themselves. Li Xiaobai frowned as he looked at the radiant herbs in front of him. Although he was not versed in herbalism or alchemy, it was clear that these were rare herbs beneficial to the body. Unfortunately, these herbs could not provide him with attribute points, making them somewhat useless to him. However, he thought they could be exchanged for spirit stones in the future. With a wave of his hand, Li Xiaobai stored all the herbs in his space ring, ignoring the hopeful looks of the others. Senior, this, Lin Feng said with a mournful expression. He had hoped to gain some benefits by following the senior, but it seemed this senior was quite stingy, not letting anything slip through his fingers. Li Xiaobai raised an eyebrow. Wealth is external, you can't take it with you when you die. Moreover, I'm doing this for your own good. Keeping these herbs with you would only cause disputes and unnecessary sacrifices. As the saying goes, if I don't go to hell, who will? I'll bear this burden alone. Lin Feng now understood that although this senior had great cultivation, he lacked the generosity of a true master, not letting go of anything worth taking. It seemed they had no chance of sharing in the spoils. You're amazing, we'll just follow you from now on, Chu Sha Sha said with stars in her eyes, viewing Li Xiaobai as a walking treasure trove. Let's move on. Li Xiaobai laughed heartily, leading the group forward. The trip had been highly rewarding, with his defense increasing rapidly, making him confident enough to face even nascent soul stage cultivators. As they ventured deeper, the number of mythical beasts decreased, but the number of human cultivator corpses increased. Li Xiaobai recognized many familiar faces among the bodies, all inner disciples of the Xinyu sect. Most had been cut in half, seemingly ripped apart by some beast. The jungle was silent, and this time Lin Feng seemed to be in luck. No matter how he led the way, they never encountered any mythical beasts. Lin Feng appeared puzzled, as he was sure they were in the territory of the mythical beasts. Normally, mythical beasts were highly territorial and would attack any humans trespassing on their land. The silence was definitely unusual. Chu Sha Sha. A surprised voice suddenly called out from the shadows, startling Li Xiaobai. The speaker was a female cultivator in a white battle dress, holding a long sword, looking heroic. She was accompanied by several people, one of whom was a smiley young man with a buzz cut, who stared vigilantly at Li Xiaobai and the others. Susu. The little girl beamed with joy upon seeing the newcomer and rushed over. Susu, the outside world is so scary. I almost had my linglong grass stolen, but fortunately, I met the senior. Otherwise, you might not have seen me again, Chu Sha Sha said, tears welling up in her eyes, looking pitiful. Upon hearing this, the female cultivator named Susu immediately frowned. Who dared to rob my sister? I'll take care of them for you. No worries, Susu. Now that I have the senior's protection, no one dares to take my herbs, Chu Sha Sha said. Susu scrutinized Li Xiaobai. She was also a true disciple of the Saint Demon sect and hadn't intended to bring Chu Sha Sha on this expedition. However, the little girl insisted on coming, and after a mythical beast tied, they got separated. Seeing Chu Sha Sha safe and sound now, she was naturally delighted, and her gaze toward Li Xiaobai softened. Thank you for your help. Susu from the Saint Demon sect. If you ever need assistance, feel free to come to me. Susu, the senior doesn't need your help. He's really strong, Chu Sha Sha said slyly. She was curious about who was stronger, her invincible sister or the senior. Susu was polite, but her eyes held a hint of doubt. No matter how she looked at him, Li Xiaobai seemed like an ordinary person without any cultivation. Why did Chu Sha Sha call him a senior? Could it be that his strength far exceeded hers, making it undetectable? Impossible. She was on the verge of reaching the nascent soul stage, a leader among the younger generation. How could there be someone whose cultivation far surpassed hers? I'm Li Xiaobai, a rogue cultivator. Li Xiaobai introduced himself. I was wondering what happened here. Why are there so many cultivator corpses along the way? He intended to stir up trouble in the mountains, so he needed to keep his identity hidden. This is a long story. Let's talk as we walk, In Susu said warmly. She realized her sister was now completely attached to Li Xiaobai, so she invited him to explore the sacred beast mountains together. Susu, isn't this information too sensitive to share with outsiders? Just give him some compensation. What if he interferes with our plans? An unharmonious voice interjected. The speaker was a young man with a crew cut, whose cold, snake-like eyes sent shivers down one's spine. He warned sharply, Senior sister, don't forget our mission. Not just anyone can join us. The other young cultivators echoed his sentiment, clearly showing disdain for Li Xiaobai. Chu Sha Sha was immediately displeased, her face scrunching up as she retorted in a sharp voice. What are you talking about? The boss is my savior. His powers are boundless. All of you together couldn't match even his little finger. In Susu frowned, feeling her junior brothers were being disrespectful. She said in a serious tone, Brother Li has done us a great favor by escorting Xiao Xiao. Our mission is challenging, and having a skilled person join us is nothing but beneficial. The crew-cut young man wanted to say more, but In Susu stopped him with a wave of her hand. I've made my decision. No more discussion. Li Xiaobai found the situation a bit odd, wondering why this young man had such inexplicable hostility towards him. He pondered whether he had unknowingly offended him. Sensing the tense atmosphere, Lin Feng and the others prepared to take their leave. However, Li Xiaobai casually suggested, let's go together. After all, it didn't seem right to part ways so abruptly after meeting. Everyone was taken aback by this suggestion. They hadn't expected Li Xiaobai to be so oblivious to the tension. In Sushi was also surprised, finding Li Xiaobai quite unique and unlike any cultivator she had met. In Sushi thought to herself, not out of fear of more people competing for the treasure, but because the inner part of the mountain range was very dangerous. If their fellow cultivators met with misfortune, it wouldn't be good. These individuals were only at the foundation establishment stage, so how could they be allowed to join? However, Chu Sha Sha didn't care about any of that. In her eyes, whatever the boss said was right. She nodded eagerly, signaling Ouyang Feng and the others to follow. In Sushu and the others reluctantly agreed. In Sushu explained to Li Xiaobai, Mr. Li, the beasts here have already been slaughtered by the members of Tianwu sect. As for the corpses, that was also their doing. They used smaller sects to scout ahead, forcibly carving a path to the core area of the divine beast mountain range. We are here to search for the remaining heavenly treasures in the inner area. Li Xiaobai was greatly shocked to hear this. The Tianwu sect was so ruthless, pushing the forces that wanted to rely on them into a pit of fire. The cruelty of their methods was appalling. What's in the mountain range? Li Xiaobai asked curiously. In Sushi replied, a mature dragon snake fruit tree. The dragon snake fruit is a heavenly treasure. Eating one can not only reshape your foundation, but also significantly increase the strength and durability of your body. What does the dragon snake fruit look like? Li Xiaobai inquired further. It's entirely fiery red, like flames, and easy to recognize. Usually, a tree bears 9 fruits, In Sushu patiently explained. Li Xiaobai's eyes darted around, excitement building inside him. So, are we going into the depths of the mountain range to find the dragon snake fruit? He thought to himself that if he could obtain the dragon snake fruit, his defense capabilities would likely improve significantly. A fruit that could enhance the body was perfect for him. The crew-cut young man sneered. Huh? What are you thinking? The dragon snake fruit is a treasure contested by the big shots. We have no business getting involved. But this time, with our holy demon sect's grand elder taking action, the dragon snake fruit is sure to fall into our hands. The young man with the buzz cut mocked, his eyes full of disdain. He didn't believe Li Xiaobai was a big shot. At most, he thought he had sweet-talked Chu Sha Sha. Hey, Xiaoli, how can you talk to a big shot like that? The young man sneered. A big shot could crush you with a finger, so why can't he compete for it? The little girl, Chu Sha Sha, rolled her eyes and seized the opportunity to flatter Li Xiaobai. She pretended to be mature and said, Boss, let's go find the dragon snake fruit. I'm on your side. These harsh words immediately upset the buzz-cut guy, turning his face livid. In Susu quickly intervened to mediate. Xiao Xiao, don't make a fuss. The inner area is fraught with danger. Even I may not be a match for some of the golden core stage beasts. We must be cautious with every move. In Susu thought to herself that she also doubted Li Xiaobai's prowess. Chu Xiao Xiao had a tendency to exaggerate, and her enthusiasm often waned quickly. She might be clingy now, but she would likely lose interest in Li Xiaobai soon. Li Xiaobai nodded in agreement. Indeed, the divine beast mountain range is quite dangerous. We must proceed carefully. He thought to himself that he would steadily seek out suitable beasts to gradually enhance his defenses, prioritizing safety. Ouyang Feng and the others couldn't help but wear strange expressions. They secretly thought, "Are you sure this mountain range is dangerous? You didn't even blink when you devoured beast cores. You seem scarier than the beasts." With the big shot speaking, Chu Sha Sha quieted down. In Susu was surprised to see the little girl become obedient just because of a single remark. It was unusual. In Susu turned to Li Xiaobai and said, "Brotherly, we discovered a treasure trove in the outer area. That region is brimming with spiritual energy, indicating that rare treasures are about to emerge. Our goal is to secure that area, as the core of the mountain range is beyond our reach." Upon hearing this, Li Xiaobai immediately asked, "I see. Where is this treasure trove located?" In Susu explained, "To the northeast. We'll have to pass through several beast territories, so we must stay vigilant." Li Xiaobai nodded, "Of course." None of them noticed that someone was trailing them from the forest. A person named Feng Wuxia, whose eyes gleamed as he overheard some remarkable secrets. Feng Wuxia was thrilled. A dragon snake fruit, one of the rarest treasures in the mountain range. If I can obtain one, my foundation will be 100 times stronger, and reaching the nascent soul stage would be within reach. He also thought of Li Xiaobai and sighed. Li Xiaobai is lucky indeed, associating with the little witch of the sacred demon sect and gaining In Susu's favor. It's hard to make a move against him now, but I've got the scoop, so I can go ahead and search for other treasures in the mountain range. Even with so many experts from various sects here, I might still have a chance. With that, Feng Wuxia vanished into the shadows. Meanwhile, Li Xiaobai and his group continued their journey. The atmosphere was unusually silent. Li Xiaobai sensed the sacred demon sect disciples were not friendly. Apart from In Susu and the little girl, the others seemed hostile. He wondered, what did I do to deserve this? Ouyang Feng and his companions felt uncomfortable, feeling like they were just bystanders inadvertently swept up by the big shot, leaving them quite anxious. As they reached a certain point, In Susu suddenly stopped and turned to warn them. "Everyone, we're approaching a beast activity zone. Although this area has been cleared by the Tianwu sect, there might still be some stragglers. We must prioritize caution and safety." Li Xiaobai looked around. The forest remained desolate and silent, showing no signs of anything unusual. However, the group from the sacred demon sect was on high alert, their expressions tense. This made Li Xiaobai sigh inwardly, realizing his lack of cultivation prevented him from sensing potential danger. Chu Sha Sha, staying close to Li Xiaobai without any hint of nervousness, innocently asked, "Do you think there are any beasts in this forest?" Li Xiaobai hesitated for a moment before replying, "It's so quiet here, there probably aren't any." No sooner had he spoken than the crew-cut young man sternly whispered, "Keep quiet. If you don't know, don't speak. If you disturb the beasts, we'll have a tough fight on our hands." Li Xiaobai immediately fell silent, secretly admiring these experienced cultivators. They not only suspected the presence of beasts in the forest, but also prevented any actions that might provoke them, demonstrating their professionalism. The group cautiously navigated through the forest. Suddenly, In Susu relaxed her expression and announced, "There are no beasts here. They must have been wiped out by the Tianwu sect." Little Chu Xiao Xiao immediately protested, "See, I told you there were no beasts here, but you didn't believe me." The crew-cut young man sneered and warned, "He was just lucky, Xiao Xiao. Don't be fooled by this guy." Chu Xiao Xiao, unwilling to back down, retorted angrily, "How dare you speak to your senior sister like that? Xiao Lizi, show some respect when talking to your elders. I'm a direct disciple of the sect master, far above you in rank, and yet you call me by name. Where's your sense of propriety?" In Susu quickly intervened to stop the argument, suggesting, "Let's take a break here. Rushing isn't good, we're still some distance from our destination. Let's recover our strength before moving on." The other disciples of the sacred demon sect immediately stepped forward to offer their assistance, but In Susu declined politely and instead approached Li Xiaobai. She directly asked, "Mr. Li, may I ask where you learned your skills?" Li Xiaobai responded calmly, "I'm self-taught." In Susu inquired further, "And your cultivation level? Why do I sense no spiritual energy from you?" Li Xiaobai remained composed, replying, "I became a master in a single thought. Such talents are rare in the world, and I happen to be one." In Susu continued to probe, "So, were you also invited by the Jinyuan kingdom to enter the divine beast mountains?" Li Xiaobai explained unhurriedly, "It wasn't an invitation. The Jinyuan kingdom is in distress and sent their best to ask for my help. With a heart for the people, I came here." In Susu was at a loss for words, staring intently at Li Xiaobai, her intuition telling her this young man was no ordinary person. Li Xiaobai met her gaze without flinching, though he felt somewhat anxious, worried they might abandon him for being a burden. After a moment of tension, In Susu conceded. She still couldn't sense any spiritual energy from Li Xiaobai, a peculiar situation that made her doubt if he was truly a master. In the distance, the crew-cut young man watched Li Xiaobai and In Susu conversing amiably, his anger simmering. The other disciples of the sacred demon sect also grew increasingly dissatisfied with Li Xiaobai, feeling he was disrespecting In Susu. Just then, Chu Sha Sha's voice suddenly rang out from afar. Susu Jia, there's a spiritual herb here. In Susu's heart skipped a beat, and she urgently called out. Xiao Xiao, come back. It's dangerous. Chu Xiao Xiao paid no heed, and continued digging for the herb. Suddenly, several beams of sword light shot up from the ground, aiming straight at the little girl digging for herbs. Xiao Xiao, watch out. In Susu cried out in panic, rushing forward, regretting that she hadn't noticed the ambush. A man in white robes laughed heartily, grabbing Chu Xiao Xiao. Haha, look what I've caught today. A prized disciple of the sacred demon sect. Truly a stroke of luck for me. In Susu recognized him, glaring angrily. It's you. Li Xiaobai also recognized this Tianwu sect true disciple Zhang Rui, sighing inwardly at how such a reputable sect's disciple could be so despicable. Chu Xiao Xiao struggled fiercely, threatening. Tianwu sect, you'd better let me go. I'm under the protection of a big shot. Release me now, and I might spare your life. The crew-cut young man took the opportunity to mock Li Xiaobai. Li, it's your fault Xiao Xiao got captured. If you hadn't fooled her, she wouldn't have fallen into the enemy's trap. The other disciples chimed in. That's right, you're to blame for Chu Shiji's capture. What do you have to say for yourself? In Susu stopped the quarrel and turned to Zhang Rui. Zhang Rui, you're a true disciple of the Tianwu sect. Aren't you afraid of the sacred demon sect's retribution for acting like this? Zhang Rui squinted and smiled. As long as you're all dead, who's left to report it? In Susu's heart sank, realizing he might have surpassed her in cultivation. She quickly made a decision. I'll keep Zhang Rui occupied. You take the chance to rescue Xiao Xiao, and then run. Understood. Understood. The crew-cut young man replied solemnly, aware they were up against a formidable foe. Li Xiaobai wanted to help with the rescue, but the sacred demon sect members ignored him. After quickly assigning tasks, several beams of sword light suddenly shot toward Zhang Rui. The white-robed young men also wielded their swords, creating a crisscross of sword lights, meeting In Susu and the others Heaton. The air was turbulent with the exchange, and none of the disciples were below the golden core stage in cultivation. Debris constantly struck Li Xiaobai, and a system notification sounded. Attribute point 100. Attribute point 100. Li Xiaobai felt a surge of joy within as his defense attribute, ninefold indestructible golden body, reached 92001000, just 800 points short of leveling up. In just 2 days of training outside, his defense had skyrocketed like a rocket, filling him with excitement. He carefully moved forward 2 steps, his eyes fixed on the fierce battle ahead. Sword energy crisscrossed, and the fluctuations of spiritual power caused chaos. Li Xiaobai's attribute panel constantly flickered, with attribute points increasing continuously. Suddenly, a system notification sounded. Detected sustained sword energy attack on host, skill upgrade. Ninefold indestructible sword intent, first level. This was the realm sword cultivators pursued throughout their lives, merging their will with the sword to unleash sword intent that could crush opponents upon drawing the sword. On the battlefield, the clash had reached a fever pitch. In Susu furrowed her brows in confusion. Although the opponent's strength slightly surpassed hers, it wasn't enough to kill her. Where did their confidence come from? Could they have a hidden move? At that moment, Zhang Rui suddenly withdrew from the fray, striking midair with a palm. He flipped his wrist, revealing a blood-red bead. The blood spirit bead. In Susu exclaimed, and the expressions of others changed drastically. The blood spirit bead was an evil artifact, requiring the blood sacrifice of hundreds or thousands to forge, with power comparable to a full-force strike from a nascent soul stage cultivator. Judging by the bead's size, it likely cost thousands of lives during its creation. A young man with a flat-top haircut shouted angrily. Zhang Rui, you disgrace the righteous path by using such despicable means. If fellow cultivators find out, not even Tianwu sect can protect you. Zhang Rui sneered. I already said, once you're all dead, there will be no one to snitch. Holding the blood spirit bead, he exuded confidence. Surround them and let none escape. Kill them all. Several Tianwu sect disciples moved at his command, charging towards Li Xiaobai and the others. They intended to start with the weakest to save time. Great Thousand Leaf Hand. Falling Flower Sword Technique. Starlight Finger. A variety of techniques came rushing forward, but they had no effect on Li Xiaobai. His attribute points surged again, successfully advancing his defense, ninefold indestructible golden body, to the second level. Li Xiaobai was overjoyed, yet he realized that each subsequent level would require an additional 10,000 points, making the path ahead long and arduous. The Tianwu sect disciples' faces turned pale as their full-force attacks left no mark on him. This is bad, there's an expert here. Retreat. They quickly retreated to Zhang Rui's side. Senior brother, there's an expert on the other side. The situation has changed. Zhang Rui squinted, noticing Li Xiaobai's extraordinary nature. To withstand a full-force strike from a golden core stage cultivator without injury was indeed remarkable. In Susu and the others also retreated beside Li Xiaobai, faces full of shock. They finally realized that the little girl's words were true. This was indeed a profoundly mysterious expert standing before them. In Susu bowed deeply, her eyes filled with complexity as she looked at Li Xiaobai. Senior, we have offended you before. Please, let bygones be bygones and lend us a helping hand. The young man with a crew cut hesitated, recalling how he had been the most vocal in criticizing Li Xiaobai earlier. Now, he dared not approach. Li Xiaobai quickly got into character, his instinct to provoke enemies driving him to speak. No problem. Is that bead in his hand really powerful? That's the blood spirit bead, crafted through the blood sacrifice of thousands. It's an evil artifact, incredibly powerful, In Susu explained, her voice trembling slightly. How powerful? Li Xiaobai pressed. Equivalent to an attack from a great nascent soul cultivator. Li Xiaobai remained composed, slowly walking towards Zhang Rui, calculating how many attribute points he could gain by absorbing the blood spirit bead. He felt fortunate his defense had advanced again, giving him confidence to withstand a nascent soul attack. Zhang Rui spoke calmly. If I'm not mistaken, you must be a body-refining cultivator, trying to emulate ancient deities and achieve sanctity through the physical body. Li Xiaobai, hands behind his back, exuded an imposing aura. Since you recognize it, you should leave now. Zhang Rui sneered. Quite arrogant, but you body-refining cultivators focus only on the physical. My blood spirit bead specifically targets the spiritual sea. If you don't want to become a fool, you'd better leave. I am a peerless talent, blessed with immense fortune. Such evil paths pose no threat. Li Xiaobai retorted, undeterred, continuing to provoke. Zhang Rui's gaze turned icy. Sharp-tongued. I intended to spare you, but since you're so reckless, you can join them in death. With that, he activated his technique, hurling the blood spirit bead towards Li Xiaobai and his group. The blood spirit bead floated in the air, emitting a blood-red light as a thick, scarlet aura enveloped everyone. Zhang Rui and several cultivators simultaneously activated the bead, causing the sky to churn with ominous clouds and chilling winds. Li Xiaobai frowned as the stench of blood assaulted him, but he noticed his attribute points were increasing. Behind him, In Susu and the others struggled against the bead's power, their golden core level cultivation insufficient to withstand its might. Assessing his condition, Li Xiaobai thought, a nascent soul attack is nothing special. Without hesitation, he approached the blood spirit bead. Under Zhang Rui's horrified gaze, Li Xiaobai reached out, plucked the blood spirit bead, and swallowed it whole. Instantly, his body was engulfed in chaotic red light, and powerful spiritual energy surged within him, forcing a grunt. His passive skills fortified his physique, minimizing the damage from the bead. Moments later, the rampant blood energy subsided, and the blood spirit bead was completely converted into attribute points. Li Xiaobai silently calculated, attribute points 12,000, all added to defense. His defense improved to the second level of the 9 turns indestructible golden body, 120-002-0000, nearing a breakthrough. He grinned, revealing stark white teeth. Thanks for the hospitality. Li Xiaobai patted his stomach and let out a satisfied belch, leaving everyone around him momentarily stunned. They stared at the young man in disbelief, as if he were some kind of monster. You actually ate it? Zhang Rui's voice trembled, his face as pale as a sheet. Swallowing the blood spirit pearl whole. What kind of operation is that? Zhang Rui's heart pounded wildly, cold sweat breaking out. The blood spirit pearl was crafted by a master of an evil sect, costing thousands of lives to complete. Its power was immense, far surpassing even mid-level spiritual treasures. Once its blood energy was released, not even a nascent soul stage master would dare face it heathen. Yet Li Xiaobai had swallowed it without a care, completely appending his understanding. Li Xiaobai smacked his lips and earnestly commented, a bit fishy, not the best texture, but quite filling. He relished the sensation, a glint of excitement in his eyes. Just one blood spirit pearl can provide over 10,000 attribute points. If I had a few more, I might just ascend to heaven. He turned to Zhang Rui, his eyes full of anticipation. Do you have any more of these pearls? Once again, everyone was stunned, staring open-mouthed at this audacious young man. In Susu watched the scene unfold with a dazed expression, secretly regretting not recognizing Li Xiaobai's true nature sooner. A master of this caliber could bring immense benefits to her sect if befriended. However, she was grateful that Chu Sha Sha was around, thinking that as long as the young girl stuck close to Li Xiaobai, there might be a way to foster a closer relationship. The crew-cut young man's eyes glimmered with a strange light, plotting something unknown. Meanwhile, Ouyang Feng and others breathed a sigh of relief, convinced that the expert's intervention had stabilized the situation. You're amazing. Go, take them down. The little girl Chu Sha Sha cheered enthusiastically, as if she had been the one to consume the blood spirit pearl. Sensing the situation turning against him, Zhang Rui quickly held Chu Sha Sha in front of him, shouting with forced bravado. This little girl is in my hands. Don't move. I'm a true disciple of Tianwu sect. If you let us go, There will be a great reward in the future. Li Xiaobai chuckled softly. Sure, no problem. I won't move. You can go. Meanwhile, his fingers subtly moved towards his sword hilt. Zhang Rui's pupils constricted, realizing the other was about to act. He threw the little girl towards Li Xiaobai and rapidly vanished with a few quick steps. You won't escape. Li Xiaobai caught the little girl with one hand and drew his sword with the other. 9 revolutions, undying sword intent. With a low shout, a powerful will infused into the sword. The sound of metal clashing filled the air, and a golden pressure swept through the area. A massive golden sword shadow appeared in the sky, pointing towards the fleeing group. Li Xiaobai felt his consciousness extend miles away, piercing the brow of the Tianwu sect disciple. A gentle breeze blew by, and several disciples were left dazed. Zhang Rui, in his frantic escape, had his entire left arm severed but continued fleeing without a sound. So this is what sword intent feels like, Li Xiaobai realized. Sword intent is formless and shapeless, capable of cutting both spirit and flesh. No wonder so many choose to practice swordsmanship. It's truly powerful. You're amazing. I knew you could save me. Chu Sha Sha exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she watched the dissipating sword intent. You're so strong. I want to be your follower. Li Xiaobai's strength had completely shattered Chu Xiaoxiao's understanding. That single move made him seem far stronger than her own master. In Susu and the others stared wide-eyed at the scene before them, their shock evident. The mysterious expert not only possessed unparalleled physical prowess, but also displayed extraordinary mastery of swordsmanship. They wondered if perhaps a reclusive master had come out to play in the mortal world. Li Xiaobai was secretly delighted, amazed by the incredible power of his swordsmanship. After all, it was a skill that had advanced several levels, so its potency was naturally formidable. It was a pity that Zhang Rui managed to escape, though he did lose a hand. Such an injury could be healed with secret techniques and elixirs. He approached the disciples of Tianwu sect and waved his hand gently. Their expressions immediately turned blank, and their eyes vacant. The sword intent had pierced their minds, completely destroying their consciousness and leaving them in a state of stupidity. Li Xiaobai returned to In Susu and the others, smiling as he asked, "How are you all feeling?" Chu Xiao Xiao exclaimed excitedly, "I knew the big shot would save me." In Susu, weak and trembling, struggled to stand and show her gratitude. She sincerely said, "Thank you, Senior, for your assistance. I apologize for failing to recognize your true caliber earlier. Please forgive me." The others also expressed their gratitude, relieved to have such a powerful ally among them, as they might have been doomed otherwise. Li Xiaobai chuckled, "No need for thanks. Vanquishing demons is our duty as cultivators." He felt a sense of satisfaction, enjoying the attention and admiration. Just as In Susu was about to speak further, a small token at her waist suddenly emitted a brilliant light. It was a distress token given by a master from the Shengma sect before their departure. Once activated, it would alert nearby cultivators to come and provide assistance. Someone's in trouble, and it's in the northeast, likely that treasured place we talked about earlier. In Susu said with a serious expression, her brow furrowed. Li Xiaobai frowned at first upon hearing this, but then his expression relaxed. A hint of excitement flashed in his eyes as he said, "Danger is a good sign. It means there are attribute points to be gained. You all rest here. I'll go to the treasure site to help." As soon as he finished speaking, the little girl, Chu Xiao Xiao, jumped to his side, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. "Big brother, I'll go with you." She clutched his sleeve tightly, afraid of being left behind. In Susu immediately glared and scolded, "Xiao Xiao, don't be silly. The senior is on serious business and can't take you." However, Chu Xiao Xiao pretended not to hear and clung tightly to Li Xiaobai's leg, refusing to let go. She thought to herself that following the big brother would surely mean a feast of meat and wine. Li Xiaobai sighed helplessly, gently patting Chu Xiao Xiao on the shoulder, and said earnestly, "No, the mountains are extremely dangerous, and I can't take you with me anymore. Besides, your senior brothers and sisters are currently incapacitated and need someone to look after them here. What if they encounter danger while you're gone?" He considered that, along the way, the little girl hadn't contributed much beyond collecting monster cores, and she'd need rescuing in dangerous situations. It would be better to explore the mountains alone. With his current defenses, he could handle himself just fine. Chu Xiaoxiao looked a bit disappointed, but quickly regained her resolve. She released Li Xiaobai's leg, puffed out her chest, and said, "I understand, big brother. I will protect my senior brothers and sisters." Li Xiaobai nodded and turned towards the direction of the distress signal. Before leaving, he reminded them, "Wait here for rescue." With that, he quickly disappeared into the dense forest. Li Xiaobai wasn't worried about In Susu and the others facing danger again. He knew the members of the sacred demon sect were only temporarily weakened and would recover after taking some restorative pills. Shortly after Li Xiaobai left, a small river in the forest suddenly emitted a dazzling golden light, accompanied by a thunderous roar. The nearby disciples perked up, their eyes gleaming with greed. They exchanged glances, all thinking the same thing. a rare treasure has emerged. In the jungle, figures flickered like phantoms, racing toward the source of the golden light. Li Xiaobai watched the fleeting shadows around him, filled with envy. The ability to soar and vanish at will was incomparable to his slow jog on two legs. Fortunately, the treasure was not far, and the beasts along the way had already been cleared. Li Xiaobai ambled to the edge of the forest, where a small river lay before him, with golden light bursting from its depths. The water was murky, obscuring whatever lay below. Countless cultivators had gathered around, each eyeing the scene intently. By the riverbank, a stout man sat on the ground, wailing loudly, with several corpses laid out before him. It was a tragic sight, and no one dared to act rashly. Li Xiaobai recognized the man immediately as his sixth senior brother, Lu Jinshui. This guy is putting on a show again, Li Xiaobai thought to himself. I wonder where he got those bodies, crying like it's real. Friend, please accept my condolences. What happened? A cultivator approached to inquire. Through sobs, Lu Jinshui replied. A treasure has emerged in the river. We went to explore and encountered a beast. My brothers got me to safety, but they never woke up. He then burst into another fit of crying. A few female cultivators glanced over, feeling a pang of sympathy. In sects rife with deceit, such genuine familial affection was rare. Friend, take heart. We'll help you retrieve the treasure. Can you tell us about the beast? A cultivator asked, feigning righteousness while scheming internally. Wiping his tears, Lu Jinshui said, There's a 1,000-year-old dragon turtle down there, at the golden core stage. It's slow but can spit out venom. My brothers were caught off guard. I see. The cultivator declared grandly. Rest assured, with so many of us here, we'll retrieve the treasure and avenge your brothers. The other cultivators, reassured, realized a golden core stage dragon turtle, while defensively strong, was slow and could be defeated with caution against its venom. Thank you, friends, Lu Jinshui said with a mournful expression. Please bring up the treasure. My brother risked his life for it. Understood. The cultivator replied impatiently, having no more use for Lu Jinshui after receiving the information. Others looked down on him, finding him naive. Li Xiaobai watched from afar, silently observing. He realized the distress signal was sent by his sixth brother, intentionally drawing a crowd with a tearful act, clearly with ulterior motives. If my brother's up to something, I should get a piece of the action, Li Xiaobai mused. The surrounding cultivators gathered in small groups, discussing strategies. The greatest danger wasn't the beast below, but each other. Securing the treasure was one thing, but leaving safely with it was another. To avoid being ambushed, they needed a foolproof plan. For a while, they remained at an impasse, none daring to enter the water. Lu Jinshui had quietly slipped away into the forest. Li Xiaobai quickly followed, keeping his distance. His intuition told him this stout man was up to something big. Back at the riverbank, the standoff continued. The cultivator who had spoken with Lu Jinshui suggested, This isn't getting us anywhere. Let's all go in together, each relying on their own skills. I agree, let's see the treasure first. No objections here. All right, since everyone agrees, I'll count to 3, and we'll go in together, the cultivator proposed. 1, 2, 3. But no one moved. They all exchanged knowing smiles. Haha, seems we're all on the same page, the cultivator laughed. Waiting won't help. I'll set an example and go first. With that, he leaped into the water. The other cultivators snapped out of their daze, their expressions changing. Not good. He's trying to get a head start on us. Follow him. If he escapes with the treasure, it'll be gone. Damn, I thought I was cunning. But this guy is even craftier. This is deep, he's really playing us. With that, the rest of the cultivators hesitated no longer and plunged into the river. They believed there was only one dragon turtle below, manageable with caution. None noticed the mastermind had vanished, nor considered the possibility that the stout man's words might be false. Blinded by greed, the cultivators had but one thought. Find the treasure, take it, and leave. On the bank, a smiling stout man emerged from the forest, watching the churning water with laughter. These fools fall for a trap so easily. Saves me the trouble. Your spirit tools and pills are mine now. The loot of over a dozen golden core stage experts. Just thinking about it is thrilling. Lu Jinshui's face was flushed with excitement, but his smile froze as a familiar voice came from behind. Brother, you're quite the player, aren't you? Such a deep scheme. Junior brother, what brings you here? Lu Jinshui turned to see Li Xiaobai behind him, and his face immediately showed an awkward expression. He had just tricked someone, not expecting his junior brother to get involved as well. Li Xiaobai replied with a cheerful smile. It was naturally your distress signal that brought me here, senior brother. Lu Jinshui frowned and asked, When did you arrive, junior brother? Why didn't you inform me in advance? Senior brother is always so busy. I didn't want to interrupt your important matters, so I watched everything from the beginning, Li Xiaobai said with a sly glint in his eye. I must say, your talent is rare. Our sixth senior brother truly is a genius to come up with such a scheme. Hearing this, Lu Jinshui straightened up and confidently said, You flatter me, junior brother. The world is full of wonders and mysteries, but many are in forbidden or dangerous places, unreachable. I'm just helping them fulfill a treasure-hunting dream. Li Xiaobai looked at Lu Jinshui eagerly and said, with such a broad mind, Senior brother, I'd also like to contribute a little to humanity's dreams. Lu Jinshui's eyes twinkled, and he said with a chuckle, how much do you want to contribute, junior brother? 50-50, 20-80, 30-70. Deal. Li Xiaobai blurted out. Then his face darkened, cursing himself for saying too little. He thought to himself that his senior brother was indeed more skilled, and he still had much to learn. The two of them arrived at the riverbank, where the water surface was churning with waves, indicating an intense battle was occurring underwater. Li Xiaobai curiously asked, Senior brother, is there really treasure under the water? Lu Jinshui chuckled and whispered, there's only an illusion array I set up down there, and the so-called golden light is just a trick. Brilliant, Li Xiaobai exclaimed in admiration. Meanwhile, a chaotic battle raged in the underwater world. Upon entering the water, no one found the rumored dragon turtle beast. Instead, they saw a golden array on the riverbed. The array glowed brightly, the source of the strange phenomenon above the water. At the center of the array was a treasure chest, clearly the target of everyone's struggle. The cultivator who had previously spoken with the fat man was the first to reach the riverbed. His face was flushed, breathing rapid, eyes fixed on the treasure chest, as if under a spell. His hand reached out unconsciously, and the moment he touched the chest, a puff sound was heard. He felt the world spin, then saw a headless corpse slowly collapse. It was his own body. The cultivators underwater quickly confirmed two things. The dragon turtle beast was not present, and the array around the chest posed no danger, allowing anyone to enter and claim the chest. The dragon turtle matter was set aside, and the primary task now was not to seize the treasure chest, but to prevent others from doing so first. Thus, a fierce underwater battle erupted. With the treasure so close, everyone was frenzied, determined to be the last one standing to claim the chest. But the fiercer the fight, the more people died. The golden core cultivators went berserk, killing indiscriminately. All sorts of techniques were unleashed without restraint, soon leaving the riverbed littered with corpses, the water stained a deep red. Minutes later, only a dozen golden core experts remained, all severely injured. This reckless combat had indeed achieved killing 1,000 enemies at the cost of 800 lives. At this moment, an unexpected change occurred. The golden array on the riverbed suddenly trembled, layers of pale yellow light waves spreading out. The entire underwater world was cloaked in a faint golden illusion. The surviving cultivators exchanged looks, a single question arising in their minds. What is this? The remaining skilled practitioners were warily sensing the unusual ripples of the formation. Initially, they didn't perceive any threat from the ripples, assuming it was just a common anomaly. However, a strange feeling quietly crept in. Strange, why do I feel a bit dizzy? One cultivator frowned. You too? I thought I was the only one feeling unwell. Another agreed. Something's wrong, an experienced practitioner suddenly exclaimed. It's a hypnotic formation. We've been tricked. It must be that fat guy's doing. Realizing this, everyone understood that the treasure chest was most likely fake. Quick, get to the surface, someone shouted. Yet, as they frantically swam upwards, their bodies felt as heavy as lead, sinking faster the harder they tried. In no time, over a dozen golden core stage experts were already dazed, helplessly sinking to the bottom. In their blurred consciousness, they vaguely saw two figures approaching, one fat, one thin. Senior brother, your trick is truly impressive, Li Xiaobai praised. But isn't this method a bit too ruthless? With so many dead underwater, won't there be trouble later? He looked at the scene underwater with lingering fear. The cultivators, as rumored, were floating eerily head down, feet up, creating a chilling sight. Lu Jinshui laughed indifferently. What is there to fear? These people were killed by their own greed. If they weren't so eager to take advantage, how could they fall for such a simple trap? Don't worry, junior brother, I've done this before. There won't be any problems. With that, he began to loot the spoils underwater. The treasure chest was actually empty. Once someone checked it, the trap would be exposed. But these cultivators insisted on being clever, fighting among themselves utterly foolish. Li Xiaobai followed closely, searching each corpse. The disciples who made it to the inner circle indeed had plenty of valuables. They collected thousands of spirit stones, including some of medium quality. There were countless spiritual weapons and pills, though unfortunately, no higher-level spiritual treasures. Li Xiaobai regretted not finding something like the senior sister's treasure. The two quickly took the spatial rings from the deeply unconscious golden core stage cultivators. Lu Jinshui didn't go for the kill, claiming he only took their valuables, not their lives. Back on shore, the two laid out their underwater spoils, preparing to divide them. Junior brother, you're not being honest, Lu Jinshui squinted. I saw you search 11 bodies, so why is there so little here? Li Xiaobai retorted. Senior brother, you weren't truthful either. You took almost all the rings from those golden core cultivators, yet your pile is smaller than mine. Senior brother was momentarily confused. Please forgive me, junior brother. Lu Jinshui laughed awkwardly. Junior brother also accidentally overlooked a few rings. Please have a look, senior brother, Li Xiaobai quickly added. After a brief tally, both of their eyes shone with delight. The haul exceeded expectations. Over 110 spiritual herbs, more than 300 bottles of pills, over 70 monster beast inner cores, 21 lower-grade spiritual weapons, and 5 medium-grade spiritual weapons. Junior brother, have we truly struck it rich this time? Lu Jinshui asked with a smile. Senior brother, we've really hit the jackpot this time. Li Xiaobai responded excitedly. With a 30-70 profit split, Li Xiaobai suddenly became a little tycoon, with spiritual medicines, artifacts, and pills piling up like mountains in his spatial ring. He was secretly delighted, knowing these treasures could easily be exchanged for over 10,000 spirit stones. Cheerfully pocketing all the resources, he was about to leave. Junior brother, want to make a fortune? Lu Jinshui suddenly asked. Li Xiaobai's eyes lit up. Senior brother, count me in. There are still quite a few sect disciples in the inner area. We can hit another jackpot. This time, with our cooperation, let's aim to catch them all. No problem. The two quickly packed up and headed upstream along the river. Along the way, Lu Jinshui noticed Li Xiaobai's sluggish pace and asked, Junior brother, how do you usually train? Your speed is so slow. Li Xiaobai, panting and helpless, explained, Senior brother, my physical strength is formidable, but I'm otherwise like an ordinary person. He silently lamented the limitations of his system, as all his attribute points were allocated to defense, leaving his speed unimproved. I see. No worries. I'll give you a lift. Lu Jinshui grabbed Li Xiaobai's shoulder, and they vanished from their spot. They arrived at a mountaintop, originally the domain of a golden-winged rock, but for some reason, it wasn't there. Lu Jinshui surveyed the area. This spot is conspicuous, perfect for trapping cultivators. Junior brother, manifest a miracle here, and you can help more cultivators fulfill their treasure-seeking dreams. Li Xiaobai agreed. Senior brother, with your heart set on fulfilling the dreams of all cultivators, they will one day understand your good intentions. Lu Jinshui sighed. If everyone were as perceptive as you, junior brother, there'd be less conflict in the world. Then, Lu Jinshui took out a small array disc and placed it on the mountaintop. He formed a hand seal and chanted incantations, causing the array disc to glow and its patterns to intensify, creating a massive purple tree-shaped totem. As spiritual energy poured in, a towering purple withered tree manifested, awe-inspiring in its presence. All done. Lu Jinshui placed a treasure chest at the center of the array and exhaled deeply. Junior brother, I've offended quite a few people, and most of the inner area cultivators will be drawn here. If I show up, I might be recognized, so you'll have to do the acting. 60-40? 50-50. Li Xiaobai's eyes twinkled. Deal. Lu Jinshui reluctantly agreed, secretly admiring his junior brother's knack for negotiation. After handing Li Xiaobai a distress signal token, Lu Jinshui disappeared into the forest. Li Xiaobai looked around, realizing that the previous trick by the river wouldn't work here. The treasure chest was plainly visible on the mountaintop, lacking mystery, and the old routine might not fool the many cultivators. After pondering for a moment, he took out a dozen monster beast inner cores from his spatial ring and placed them within the array. Finally, Li Xiaobai activated the distress signal token, sending out a call for help. Li Xiaobai found a spot on the edge of the formation, lay down flat, and slowly closed his eyes. Hidden in the shadows of the forest, Lu Jinshui witnessed this scene and couldn't help but secretly admire. Little junior brother truly surpasses his master. His skills are far superior. The mountain breeze gently blew, creating a peaceful atmosphere atop the mountain. Only the enormous purple shadow silently proclaimed the extraordinariness of this place. About half an hour later, several figures quietly appeared at the mountaintop. These individuals moved cautiously, first carefully scouting the surroundings, and, once assured of safety, slowly advanced. If Li Xiaobai were to open his eyes at this moment, he would surely recognize these familiar faces. Leading them was Zhang Rue, a true disciple of the Tianwu sect who had previously lost an arm, accompanied by a black-robed youth from the Holy Demon sect he had met once before. They were followed by several other cultivators from various sects. Zhang Rue had intended to leave the mountains, but noticed unusual phenomena near a massive purple withered tree, clearly signaling the emergence of a great treasure. This reignited his hope, making him feel that fate was finally favoring him. The black-robed youth had arrived upon receiving a distress signal. I am a true disciple of the Tianwu sect. I ask for your cooperation, and I promise substantial gratitude in the future, Zhang Rue said calmly. The black-robed man responded with a cheerful smile. The Tianwu sect and my Holy Demon sect have been on good terms for generations. I, Xiang Tiandi, am willing to give you this courtesy. No one else should act rashly. With that, he made a gesture of invitation. Zhang Rue's expression changed slightly. He and Xiang Tiandi were usually at odds, so why was he being so agreeable today? However, When Zhang Rui noticed the demonic beast's core inside the formation and Li Xiaobai lying in front of it, his pupils suddenly contracted. This formation is peculiar, he thought to himself, wary of nearly falling into a trap. The holy demon sect's people were indeed cunning, putting him in a difficult position. Feigning calmness, Zhang Rui smiled and said, I actually came to offer assistance. Obtaining treasures is secondary, saving lives is the priority. With that, he approached Li Xiaobai and crouched down to examine him. Who would have thought such a formidable elder would also fall to this formation? What a pity, Zhang Rui murmured to himself, secretly removing Li Xiaobai's spatial ring. Rest assured, elder, I will carry on your legacy. You took my arm, so taking your ring is not excessive, is it? Your possessions will surely thrive in my hands. He had given up on the idea of retrieving the treasure within the formation. Li Xiaobai's strength was deeply imprinted in his mind. If even such a master couldn't defeat the formation, he certainly had no chance. However, Zhang Rui failed to notice that the finger from which he removed the ring twitched ever so slightly. Li Xiaobai was fuming with anger, shocked to encounter his old acquaintance Zhang Rui in such a place. What infuriated him even more was that this shameless person had taken the opportunity to steal his spatial ring. Li Xiaobai silently vowed to make Zhang Rui taste the harsh realities of society. After his success, Zhang Rui quietly retreated into the crowd, showing no further interest in other treasures. A man in a black robe cast a disdainful glance at him and sneered, a disciple of the mighty Tianwu sect, resorting to such disgraceful acts. I wonder how your elders taught you. Zhang Rui's face turned pale, but he didn't retort. Instead, he focused intently on the formation before him, puzzled as to why he couldn't sense any danger. The surrounding cultivators began to whisper among themselves. One said, this formation seems all show and no substance. Another countered, look closely, there are dozens of demon beast cores in the formation, and a cultivator's distress signal before dying. This is clearly a perilous place. Discussions buzzed around. This formation might have killed numerous golden core stage demon beasts. It's not something we can easily unravel. Fortune favors the bold. Maybe we'll get lucky. The crowd was restless, their experience telling them that no treasure comes easily. Even picking a single spiritual herb on a mountainside could lead to unimaginable dangers. The calmer the mountaintop seemed, the more vigilant they became. Xiang Tiandi surveyed the surroundings and asked loudly, is there anyone here skilled in formations? Let's work together to decipher this. And if successful, you'll get a 30% share of the treasure. From the crowd, a female cultivator in white stepped forward. It's Yun Mengqing from the Xiaoqing sect, someone exclaimed. I've heard she was brought back from the western desert, naturally endowed with Buddhist teachings. Indeed, they say she is dedicated to her practice, having severed all worldly ties. Seeing her today, it's true. Xiang Tiandi was surprised to see even the fairy from Xiaoqing sect involved in this endeavor. He respectfully said, thank you, Fairy Yun. No problem, Yun Mengqing replied calmly, walking gracefully towards the formation. She first examined Li Xiaobai's condition, frowning slightly. There were no visible injuries on him. He seemed merely asleep. Yun Mengqing remained cautious, suspecting it might be an attack on the primordial spirit, as the most insidious harm often targets the sea of consciousness. Sitting cross-legged, Yun Mengqing began to manipulate the formation in the air, attempting to deduce the essence of the one before her. As she moved, faint traces of the Tao manifested in the air, intertwining continuously. Under the flow of Tao rhythm, everyone watched the Xiaoqing sect fairy's performance with bated breath, deeply impressed. Despite Yun Mengqing only being at the peak of the golden core stage, her understanding of the natural world is astonishing, hinting at her potential to be invincible. The array patterns in the void resonate with her dantian, and suddenly, a sacred chant rises, like the whispers of gods and Buddhas. Yun Mengqing lets out a soft laugh, and a radiant glow bursts from her dantian. In an instant, a golden Buddha's phantom appears in the void, holding a scripture, with deep, contemplative eyes, as if murmuring to itself. The surrounding cultivators feel their minds clear, and their comprehension of techniques advances rapidly. The barriers that had long hindered their progress show signs of loosening. They are shocked to realize that merely through the vision from her dantian, Yun Mengqing can lead everyone to break through simultaneously. Such a legacy cultivator is truly terrifying. Li Xiaobai feels tense, watching the attribute points before him continually jump. 10, 10. He muses to himself. Yun Mengqing's display is impressive, and her technique effects are extraordinary. Could she really see through the essence of the formation? If so, he fears becoming a target. At this point, he can only put on a brave face and continue the charade, hoping his senior brother's formation isn't just ordinary. The situation is better than expected. Yun Mengqing repeatedly deduces the formation in the void dozens of times, yet her brow remains furrowed, indicating a difficult challenge. Each deduction yields different results, as if the formation before her is a living entity, constantly changing. This explains why many cultivators think the formation is powerless, yet it has killed numerous golden core beasts and led to a cultivator's mysterious death. Such a bizarre formation is unlike anything she has ever encountered, truly bewildering. Yun Mingqing stands up, casually picks up a stone, and tosses it into the formation. The stone falls in, yet nothing happens. He took out another spirit stone and threw it in, but again, nothing happened. The formation remained completely still, as if it were just an ordinary patch of ground. What do you think? Xiang Tiandi squinted his eyes, a hint of anticipation in his voice. Yun Mingqing observed for a moment, a glint of insight flashing in her eyes. This formation is quite something. But I've cracked its secret. It changes constantly, sometimes becoming a deadly trap, other times just a harmless ordinary formation, all at random. As it stands, this formation poses no threat. We can come and go freely. Li Xiaobai's face involuntarily twitched upon hearing this. He pondered inwardly, wondering whether this woman's words were genuinely helpful or just adding to the confusion. Xiang Tiandi's eyes brightened at her words. In that case, what are we waiting for? Let's grab the treasure chest and sort out the distribution later. With that, he made to rush forward. At that critical moment, a white figure dashed forward like lightning, heading straight for the treasure chest at the center of the formation. Everyone looked closely and saw that it was Zhang Rui, who had been waiting for this moment. A hint of amusement flickered in Xiang Tiandi's eyes. He chuckled inwardly, realizing that he had only been pretending to test the formation with someone else, and Zhang Rui had taken the bait. Calmly analyzing the situation, he thought, even if you get the chest, what can you do? We're at the mountaintop, with only one path down. Eventually, you'll have to hand over the chest. However, not many could see the situation clearly. Most cultivators, seeing Zhang Rui seize the chest without being attacked by the formation, were instantly envious and eager. They mobilized their powers and surged toward Zhang Rui, hoping to snatch the chest away. The mountaintop quickly turned into a chaotic battleground. Cultivators fought fiercely, exchanging blows and spells. As the chaos grew, even Xiang Tiandi and a few other elite cultivators had to join the fray. After all, with only one way down the mountain, whoever managed to seize the chest would ultimately claim it. The mountaintop was filled with roiling energy, rocks shattering, and dazzling spells clashing with deafening roars. Amidst the chaos, no one noticed a small detail: the corpse that had originally lain at the edge of the formation had quietly vanished without a trace. In the forest, Lu Jinshui was laughing so hard, he could barely breathe. He never expected the imagination of these cultivators to be so wild. Especially Yun Mingqing from the Xiaoqing sect, who sat cross-legged on the ground, her hands forming intricate gestures as she deduced formations in the air, surrounded by dazzling spiritual light. The spectacle left everyone in awe. However, the conclusion she reached was what made Lu Jinshui chuckle. It was just an ordinary special effects formation, hiding a bewildering array, integrated into the mountains and plants. As the mountain breeze blew, the rocks and vegetation shifted, naturally altering the formation. Such a straightforward concept. Yet Yun Mingqing insisted on using profound methods to analyze it from every angle, which nearly made Lu Jinshui laugh out loud. The disciples with such heritage are indeed formidable. Lu Jinshui thought to himself. Seizing the moment when no one was paying attention, Li Xiaobai quietly slipped into the woods, a peculiar expression on his face as well. Senior brother, I almost thought we were busted. Li Xiaobai whispered. Junior brother, we must remember the favor from Yun Mingqing of the Xiaoqing sect. She really helped us out. Hee, Miss Yun is truly a wonderful person. Li Xiaobai couldn't help but laugh, the image of Yun Mingqing muttering to herself still vivid in his mind. In the clearing, the cultivators resumed their fierce battle. Nearly all of them were elite members from various sects, and although many were injured after the brief clash, none had been eliminated. Compared to the previous group of sect disciples, these individuals were much stronger. Xiang Tiandi, are you sure you want to compete with me for this? Zhang Rui's face was grim, his strength compromised by the loss of an arm, making it difficult to handle his opponents. Treasures belong to the capable. Isn't that what you always say? Xiang Tiandi retorted with a sneer. Yun Mingqing from the Xiaoqing sect seemed inclined to join forces with him. The intention was clear. Eliminate Zhang Rui from the Tianwu sect first, then continue to vie for the treasure chest. Fine. The Tianwu sect will remember this grudge. Zhang Rui's forehead veins bulged with anger. And Miss Yun, I didn't expect the Xiaoqing sect to be so close to the Shengma sect. It seems we'll have to reconsider our cooperation. My Xiaoqing sect is not beholden to anyone. We act according to our conscience, Yun Mingqing replied calmly. Very well, the treasure chest is yours. You can fight over it yourselves. I won't be part of this. Zhang Rui tossed the treasure chest back into the center of the formation. The cultivators went wild again, rushing towards the chest. However, Xiang Tiandi and Yun Mingqing didn't let Zhang Rui go. They swiftly blocked his path, launching a fierce attack. Waves of spiritual energy reverberated with their every move, forcing Zhang Rui to retreat repeatedly. What do you mean by this? I've given you the treasure chest, so why pursue me relentlessly? Zhang Rui shouted in shock and anger. Hee, you're more valuable than the treasure chest. Killing you to weaken the Tianwu sect is far more satisfying than grabbing a chest. Xiang Tiandi laughed heartily. Indeed, to maintain the friendship between the Xiaoqing sect and the Tianwu sect, please, senior brother, meet your end here. Yun Mingqing's dantian shone with golden light, and a Buddha's phantom appeared behind her. Her hands turned into scriptures, striking Zhang Rui and sending him flying. Zhang Rui lay on the ground, coughing up blood, a bitter taste in his throat. The Tianwu sect will not let you get away with this. His eyes were filled with venom. Although he had life-saving treasures, using them might also cost him his own life. Just then, an inexplicable dizziness swept through the crowd. The spiritual power that had been frantically circulating within everyone began to calm down uncontrollably. Their physical strength continued to wane, and their minds were engulfed in a haze. Suddenly, rings of pale yellow light radiated from the center of the formation where the treasure chest was located, enveloping everyone. Yun Mengqing immediately sensed something was wrong and shouted sharply. No, it's a bewildering formation. Her slender figure shot forward like an arrow, trying to escape the bounds of the formation. Seeing this, the other cultivators also forcibly redirected their internal energy, striving to break free. At this critical moment, a thunderous roar shook the heavens. Get back here. Following this was a crushing wave of pressure that cracked the ground inch by inch. Lu Jinshui's eyes were wide open as he swung his fist down, unleashing a violent surge of spiritual energy, revealing his formidable cultivation at the 6th level of the Golden Core stage. Under the impact of this overwhelming force, everyone was thrown back to the center of the formation like kites with broken strings. Although Lu Jinshui's cultivation was not as high as some of the prodigies present, under the influence of the bewildering formation, the others were already exhausted and unable to resist his assault. At the center of the formation, Xiang Tiandi strained to open his eyes wide, trying to see the face of the newcomer, but everything remained blurred. His mind grew even more muddled, and he could barely make out the terms senior brother and junior brother. Before losing consciousness, he couldn't help but marvel. Where did this peerless genius come from? Such overwhelming strength this time. They were utterly defeated. Li Xiaobai looked at the scattered cultivators on the ground, his heart surging with admiration, and couldn't help but exclaim, Senior brother, you're incredible. I never expected you to have such a domineering side. Lu Jinshui smugly stroked his smooth chin, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Heh, junior brother. As they say, strike when the time is right. Hesitation leads to defeat. Decisiveness is the key to success. Clearly, his heroic act of turning the tide single-handedly at the last moment had left him feeling quite elated. This encounter served as a wake-up call for Li Xiaobai. He pondered silently, realizing that walking by the river often leads to getting one's shoes wet. Relying solely on the maze of bewilderment might not be enough to deal with these cultivators. It seemed that he must act with greater caution and precision in the future. Your power is boundless, senior brother. I am impressed. Li Xiaobai sincerely praised, and then began his collection work. His eyes first targeted Zhang Rui, the one who dared to take his spatial ring. Li Xiaobai vowed to himself that he would strip Zhang Rui of every valuable item, not leaving even a hair behind. Li Xiaobai meticulously searched Zhang Rui's body, his skillful technique astonishing. From head to toe, anything that could be taken was pocketed. Even Zhang Rui's personal clothing was not spared. What grudge or enmity is this, junior brother? Lu Jinshui couldn't help but ask as he watched Li Xiaobai's actions. He just took my spatial ring. Li Xiaobai replied through gritted teeth. Take it all from him. Lu Jinshui, hearing this, joined the cleansing operation. His actions were equally swift and skilled, not only taking rings but also the shoes, clothes, and other magical items worn by the cultivators, all packed away. When Lu Jinshui's hand touched the spatial rings of Yun Mengqing and Xiang Tiandi, his breathing suddenly became rapid. Overcome with excitement, his hands trembled, his face flushed, and he secretly rejoiced. This time, I've really struck it rich. He quickly glanced back at Li Xiaobai, discreetly hiding a few treasures in his own spatial ring, fearing his junior brother would notice. Meanwhile, Li Xiaobai was examining Zhang Rui's spatial ring. When he saw the contents, his heart skipped a beat, his eyes widened, and his breathing quickened. The ring was filled to the brim with spirit stones, pills, and spiritual herbs, overwhelming him. What excited him even more were the blood spirit pearls inside, each one larger than the one Zhang Rui had used before. Damn, I've really hit the jackpot this time. Li Xiaobai was ecstatic. This is a massive boost of attribute points, and consuming them will enhance my defense again. He carefully pocketed the valuable treasures from Zhang Rui's ring, wary of his senior brother noticing. Unintentionally, Li Xiaobai glanced back at Lu Jinshui. Their eyes met, revealing complex emotions, both anger and resignation. Senior brother, all I've got is junk, Li Xiaobai said, feigning nonchalance. Junior brother, all I have is trash, Lu Jinxue replied, pretending indifference as well. Their words were filled with insincerity, both knowing that the other had secretly stashed away precious items. Yet, to maintain surface harmony, they chose to deceive each other, continuing this unspoken collection game. The disciples of such a prestigious sect, and all they carry are counterfeits. Lu Jinxue shook his head in disdain, while Li Xiaobai feigned a sorrowful expression. Junior brother, are you ready? All set. Shall we divide? Let's do it. Lu Jinxue placed his arm over Li Xiaobai's shoulder, and the two vanished from the scene. After all, splitting the loot is best done in a secluded place. In a quiet part of the inner forest, they laid out all their spoils. The ground was covered with rare herbs glittering with a jewel-like luster, and spirit stones were piled high. Is this everything, senior brother? Junior brother, it's all just fakes. Li Xiaobai's face darkened, realizing he had been duped by his senior. How could this chubby guy have honestly handed over all the treasures? The fact that he could nonchalantly display so many rare items meant he was definitely hiding something more valuable. Unfortunately, he had agreed too quickly with the fake's comment when searching the rings, making it impossible to ask for anything more valuable now. Then let's split it. Li Xiaobai sighed. They divided the items equally. Even though there weren't many high-grade goods, it was still a considerable fortune. Li Xiaobai calculated that he had over 10,000 lower-grade spirit stones. If he sold off the spiritual tools and herbs, he'd be quite wealthy. The thought of luxurious items in the mall and flashy rides like Lamborghinis and Gundam robots, every man's dream, made him smile. Senior brother, won't we get caught for doing this? Li Xiaobai asked, worried. This is a beheading offense. It's satisfying to get the money now, but if someone comes after us later, even 10 heads wouldn't be enough. Don't worry. Lu Jinxue said nonchalantly. We only went in after the illusion array took effect, so no one saw our faces. Besides, cultivators have their pride. If their space rings were taken, they can only blame themselves for not being skilled enough. They won't openly come after us. Li Xiaobai's heart sank. That meant they'd be hunted in secret. His senior brother was indeed unreliable. Junior brother, are you specializing in body cultivation? Lu Jinxue suddenly asked, pinching Li Xiaobai's muscles. Yes, I'm training my body's defenses. How much can you withstand? A nascent soul stage attack is no problem. Yeah, right. Lu Jinxue clearly didn't believe him. Without a word, Li Xiaobai took out a monster's inner core from his space ring and swallowed it whole. Thunder roared, smoke rose from his body, and after a moment, he belched and exhaled a breath of stale air. Lu Jinxue was dumbfounded. Wow, junior brother, how did you train? It's been less than a month since you started, and you're already this strong. Lu Jinxue was shocked. Everyone knew how fragile the body's interior was, yet this junior could swallow a monster's core and let the rampant spiritual energy rampage inside him. Such a body might indeed withstand a nascent soul stage attack. Junior brother, with a body like yours, it's a waste to do petty theft. Want to do something big? Lu Jinxue said mysteriously. Please teach me, senior brother. Li Xiaobai's eyes lit up, seeing another opportunity to make money. Do you know why all the major sects have gathered here? The dragon serpent fruit in the depths of the mountains? You're well informed, junior brother. Lu Jinxue was surprised. Indeed, the monster riot was triggered by a dragon serpent fruit tree ripening. The major forces are here, ostensibly to clear out the monsters, but really to get a share of the spoils in the mountains. Does senior brother also want a share? Yes, the second senior sister already learned the approximate location of the dragon serpent fruit from the national advisor. Many sect experts are still clearing monsters and aren't moving quickly into the core area, so we can get there first. Have you found it, senior brother? Yes, only I know the location. Isn't it extremely dangerous near the dragon serpent fruit? Li Xiaobai said dryly. That's why I have you, junior brother. Lu Jinxue chuckled. 70-30. Deal, and we'll save a share for the other senior brothers and sisters. Agreed. Let's go. Meanwhile, by the river deep in the sacred beast mountains, many cultivators ensnared by the illusion array began to wake up. After floundering in the water, they climbed ashore and realized they had been tricked. Damn it, that fat guy fooled us. If he could take the treasures, why trick us into the water? Isn't it obvious? He needed us to trigger the array first so he could benefit. Wait, did you notice something missing? My space ring is gone. Mine too. Could it have fallen in the water? Impossible. The rings are secure unless someone removes them. It was that damned fat guy. He tricked us into the water to steal our rings. On a mountaintop elsewhere, the same scenario played out again. As the illusion array dissipated, the crowd awoke and realized something was wrong. Empty hands and missing space rings. Damn it, someone took my space ring. Mine's gone too. Even my mixed element armor was taken. It's a mid-grade spiritual tool. This is my life savings. Xiang Tiandi touched his finger, his expression changing drastically. His ring was gone too. Yun Mengqing of the Xiaoqing sect was even more embarrassed. Her ring was stolen, and even her close-fitting soft armor was taken. But the most unfortunate was Zhang Rue. He was stripped bare, not just of his space ring, but even his underwear, truly embracing nature. Which bastard did this? I. Zhang Rui, will never rest until I get my revenge. Amidst the rising tide of angry voices, the instigator had long since distanced himself from the commotion. At this moment, Li Xiaobai was lingering at the edge of a forest with Lu Jinshui, their eyes fixed on the wasteland ahead. There stood a peculiar tree, its branches twisted into irregular shapes, entirely aflame in red, standing out starkly against the barren backdrop. The tree bore no leaves, only 9 silver fruits hanging silently, like 9 pearls adorning it. Yet beneath this seemingly tranquil scene lurked danger. Below the tree lay a blood-red array, emitting a stench of blood that was nauseating even from a distance. Inside, metallic clangs pierced the air, their sharpness enough to make one's eardrums tremble. Li Xiaobai shivered, thinking to himself, is this the legendary dragon snake fruit? Lu Jinshui's eyes gleamed with excitement as he cheerfully explained. Indeed, those 9 fruits are dragon snake fruits. Eating just one can not only strengthen your foundation, making future cultivation smoother, but also rapidly enhance your physical body. It's a perfect match for your training. Li Xiaobai frowned and asked, how do we enter the array to get the fruits? Senior brother never mentioned that the purpose of this trip was to obtain the fruits. A sly glint appeared in Lu Jinshui's eyes. Heh, junior brother, aren't you specializing in physical training? You should be able to move freely through the array, right? Li Xiaobai's heart skipped a beat. Is senior brother suggesting? Haha, you know me too well. Lu Jinshui laughed heartily. Dragon snake fruits are just the beginning. Let's aim for something bigger. While Li Xiaobai and Lu Jinshui were plotting, a hidden current was stirring in the core area of the Divine Beast mountain range. Several elders were using their powerful abilities to clear the surrounding beasts in preparation for their next move. A master from the Sacred Demon sect reported to a gray-clad elder, Feng Bo, the experts from Tianwu sect have already left for the core area of the mountain range. Hearing this, the gray-clad elder's expression darkened with anger. Humph, those shameless scoundrels. They must have colluded with people from the Jinyuan kingdom. They probably already know the exact location of the dragon snake fruits. Let's not waste time searching blindly. We'll follow them directly. In a flash, the group disappeared into the depths of the forest. Similar scenes played out across the mountain range as experts from various sects rushed toward the core area. Everyone wanted a share of the dragon snake fruits, these natural treasures, and they couldn't let Tianwu sect and Jinyuan kingdom monopolize them. At that moment, an unexpected event occurred. Small tokens in the hands of the experts suddenly began to glow an emergency signal. Even more surprising was that the signal originated from the core area. Damn it, someone has beaten us to it, an elder exclaimed. It seems they've encountered significant trouble. Heh, another person sneered. I bet the location of the distress signal is near the dragon snake fruit tree. Let's follow the signal. The group flashed through the forest at high speed. In less than half an hour, they reached a barren land. Elders and experts from various sects gathered there, exchanging looks filled with tension and confusion. The faces of the experts from Tianwu sect and Jinyuan kingdom were marked with bewilderment and anger. Despite being the first to set out, they were still caught up by the larger group. Even more unexpectedly, someone had already reached the dragon snake fruit tree and sent out a distress signal, drawing many cultivators to the scene. Who the hell is causing trouble? A Tianwu sect elder growled through clenched teeth, his eyes flickering with a dangerous light. Chun and the people from Jinyuan kingdom quietly infiltrated the core area, arousing the vigilance of other cultivators. Feng Bo spoke coldly. You snuck in during the chaos. Care to explain? The elderly man in white from Tianwu sect remained calm and pointed to several beast corpses on the ground. It's a misunderstanding. We were merely chasing these beasts here. Look, these are the beast kings from around here, one of which has even reached the nascent soul stage. A master from Jinyuan kingdom chimed in. We intended to kill the beasts, but unexpectedly discovered the dragon snake fruit tree. Life is full of surprises. The crowd was clearly skeptical of this explanation, but the most pressing matter was to obtain the dragon snake fruit. Feng Bo promptly declared, the nascent soul stage beast's core is mine. Chen Kuan nodded indifferently. Other experts eagerly suggested discussing the distribution of the dragon snake fruit, but someone pointed out that deciphering the formation should be the priority. An old woman from Xiaoqing sect was about to demonstrate her knowledge of formations when she suddenly exclaimed, wait, there's someone inside the formation. Only then did everyone notice a motionless figure standing within the formation, creating an eerie atmosphere. Chen Kuan frowned, sensing something was amiss. The old woman from Xiaoqing sect continued to analyze the formation. This is a gung metal formation, focused on slaughter. It may appear as a light golden mist, but each wisp contains immense power. The blood energy within suggests a live sacrifice was performed, likely doubling its potency. Unbeknownst to them, the young man inside the formation, Li Xiaobai, was benefiting from this perk. The gung metal energy continuously sliced through his body, causing his attribute values to fluctuate wildly. The system notifications rang out. Attribute points 100. Ninth turn Undying Sword Intent upgraded to the 3rd turn. New skill acquired, super abs. When tense seriously, even a great Luo immortal can't harm them. Li Xiaobai unhesitatingly allocated all 20,000 attribute points to defense, boosting his defense to the third turn of the ninth turn undying golden body. He chuckled to himself. Heh, this formation is practically a heaven-sent training ground. Thanks to Sixth Brother's idea, this formation's continuous damage is more effective than any beast attack. Li Xiaobai felt the rapid increase in his attribute points and was tempted to stay there permanently, but quickly dismissed the thought. Meanwhile, Lu Jinshui had quietly blended into the crowd, ready to make his move. Everyone was focused on the old woman's analysis of the formation. She spoke eloquently and incisively, and everyone nodded in agreement. The formation exuded a strong aura of bloodlust, its lethal intent evident. The cultivators present, both in the nascent soul and divine transformation stages, realized that breaking through would be challenging and required careful planning. At that moment, a simple voice broke the silence. Esteemed seniors, I have a way to break through the formation and make the dragon snake fruit come out on its own. Everyone turned to see a chubby man with an honest face stepping forward. Feng Bo, the gray-robed elder of the Holy Demon sect, asked with interest, "Oh, please, share your plan." The chubby man humbly replied, "I wonder if any of you noticed that the figures within the formation aren't dead, and they're completely naked. I suspect they're not cultivators." Upon hearing this, everyone observed closely and indeed noticed the figures moving slightly. The old woman admitted her previous oversight with surprise. The crowd quickly concluded that this might be a dragon snake fruit that had already taken human form. Exclamations came from the back of the crowd, from a few other disciples of the Misty Peak. They immediately recognized Lu Jinshui, who was pretending, and the young disciple in the center of the formation. Although they hadn't interacted much before, they knew Lu Jinshui well enough to guess that he and the young disciple were likely plotting to trick these big shots. Seeing several familiar faces, Li Xiaobai felt a bit more at ease. Among so many powerful figures, having a few allies gave him some sense of security. Fengbo chuckled and said, "It seems we all think alike. The number of dragon snake fruits isn't 9, but 10. This fruit is an extraordinary gift from nature, and now that one has taken human form, its grade must have increased." Chen Kuan from the Tianwu sect snorted. "So what? If we can't break the formation, it's all just an illusion, visible but untouchable." He could already foresee how fierce the competition would be for this fruit, which could benefit even a tribulation crossing stage cultivator immensely. Lu Jinshui spoke again. "Seniors, there's no need to rush. As I mentioned earlier, we can get the dragon snake fruit to come out on its own." Feng Bo found this chubby man increasingly likable and asked, "Then, my young friend, what clever method do you have?" Lu Jinshui's eyes gleamed with a cunning light, yet his face remained honest and sincere. Since the fruit has taken human form, it has gained some intelligence. However, its intelligence might not be high yet. We can completely negotiate with it, making it voluntarily pick the fruit and bring it out. Feng Bo was intrigued, thinking it was a viable plan. A dragon snake fruit that could take human form was a true treasure, worth any amount of resources. If the issue could be resolved through negotiation, they would indeed profit. Lu Jinshui appeared very confident and volunteered to try on everyone's behalf. His performance earned the admiration of those present, with experts from various sects casting approving glances his way. Feng Bo smiled and asked, "I haven't asked for your name yet, young friend. Which sect do you belong to?" "Just a humble rogue cultivator, not worth mentioning," Lu Jinshui replied modestly. Subsequently, Feng Bo, Chen Kuan, and the old woman handed him tokens as a gesture of thanks. Lu Jinshui was overjoyed inside but maintained his honest demeanor, feigning modesty. Behind him, the Misty Peak disciples had peculiar expressions, thinking these big shots were being played for fools, counting money for someone who had tricked them. They struggled to hold back their laughter, their faces flushed. Inside the formation, Li Xiaobai kept a close eye on Lu Jinshui's actions. When he saw Lu Jinshui step forward, he knew it was his time to perform. Lu Jinshui carefully approached the edge of the formation, took out a medium-grade spirit stone, and beckoned to Li Xiaobai. "Brother Fruit, I'm offering you a medium-grade spirit stone." Li Xiaobai scoffed. "A mere medium-grade spirit stone? How dare you embarrass yourself with that? Bring out the superior-grade spirit stones." With an exaggerated flourish, Lu Jinshui tossed the spirit stone into the array, his movements so grand they seemed almost acrobatic. Li Xiaobai, quick on his feet, deftly caught the high-grade spirit stone and tucked it away with a satisfied grin. Turning to the fruit brother, Li Xiaobai's eyes fell on the dragon serpent fruit tree laden with fruit behind him. "Fruit brother, are those dragon serpent fruits for sale?" Li Xiaobai asked tentatively. "Not for sale," Fruit brother replied flatly. Unfazed, Li Xiaobai upped the ante. "How about 10 high-grade spirit stones?" Fruit brother scoffed. "What are you thinking? Then 100? Li Xiaobai raised the stakes again. Fruit brother shook his head. "You're dreaming." Taking a deep breath, Li Xiaobai shouted boldly. "How about 1,000 high-grade spirit stones?" Deal. Fruit brother finally relented. Feigning seriousness, Lu Jinshui produced a spatial ring and handed it to Li Xiaobai. His senior brother whispered a warning. Junior brother, be careful. These people may be rich and foolish, but if you push too hard, there could be backlash. Li Xiaobai chuckled dismissively. Relax, senior brother. I know what I'm doing. He quickly made his way to the dragon serpent fruit tree, plucking all the fruits. Just as he was about to leave, he stumbled over something. Looking down, he noticed a translucent shard, glowing with a crimson light. Li Xiaobai thought, anything growing beneath a dragon serpent fruit tree must be extraordinary. He bent down to pick up the shard, but before he could examine it, it transformed into a stream of light and vanished into his forehead. Simultaneously, his attribute panel flickered, showing an increase of 10,000 attribute points. Gasp! Li Xiaobai inhaled sharply, murmuring in shock. What is this? It just increased my attribute points by 10,000 in one go. He began to worry. It's just a small shard, yet it contains such power, and it entered my body on its own. Could this be a problem? Fumbling around his body, he found nothing unusual. Although he didn't understand cultivation and couldn't inspect his internal state, the shard seemed beneficial for now. He decided that he wouldn't let any other shards slip by in the future. As Li Xiaobai prepared to leave, he heard barking from where he had tripped. Woof woof. Looking back, he saw a small pit beneath the shard's previous location, and within it lay a palm-sized white puppy. The puppy was entirely white, fluffy, and struggling to open its dark, shiny eyes, appearing to be just a newborn. After the shard disappeared, it seemed restless, kicking and sniffing around the pit. Drawn by Li Xiaobai's scent, the puppy waddled over, trying to burrow into his clothes. Li Xiaobai pulled the puppy from his pant leg, curiously asking, "Who are you?" Woof woof woof. The puppy continued to try and wriggle into his pant leg, as if something there captivated it. "Why are you here?" Li Xiaobai asked again. Woof woof woof. The puppy just kept barking. "What was that shard just now?" Woof woof woof. Li Xiaobai sighed. "Can't you speak human language?" Woof woof woof. The puppy still only barked. Li Xiaobai thought, aren't all mystical beasts supposed to talk? Why is this one different? But since this puppy was with the mysterious shard, it must be valuable too, so I'll keep it. He tucked the puppy securely inside his shirt, picked a dragon serpent fruit, and walked over to Lu Jinshui. Though the fruit wasn't large, it was quite hefty, like a small lead ball. Li Xiaobai held up a dragon serpent fruit, openly handing it to Lu Jinshui in front of the esteemed crowd, while discreetly passing the remaining 5 fruits to him as well. He explained, "These are for the senior brothers and sisters of Piaomiao Peak, 1 each." Lu Jinshui chuckled. "Thank you, fruit brother." Li Xiaobai laughed in return. "No problem, no problem." The transaction between the two was conducted under the watchful eyes of many, and the senior figures observed the competition clearly. The intelligence of the dragon serpent fruit exceeded expectations, even being able to negotiate, which undoubtedly made its value immeasurable. This scene also confirmed that the fruit could indeed be obtained through trade. Lu Jinshui, holding the fruit, respectfully cupped his hands towards the elders of various sects. "Respected seniors, I have successfully obtained 1 fruit, spending 1,000 high-grade spirit stones. Please feel free to divide the remaining fruits among yourselves. I shall take my leave now." Before his words had faded, he tapped his foot, and his figure vanished like lightning from everyone's sight. It seems this young man isn't really foolish. Haha. Anyone who reaches the golden core stage isn't a fool. However, reaching the 6th level of the golden core stage at such a young age is indeed remarkable. Too bad about my token. After Lu Jinshui left, an undercurrent surged. Many people from different sects quietly followed him, clearly intending to catch up and rob him. Such occurrences are common in the world of cultivation. Possessing a treasure invites trouble. The senior figures knew this well, and suspected that the seemingly naive chubby man might not escape unscathed. The people from Piaomiao Peak followed closely. Although the other sects were composed of elite experts, dealing with the senior brothers and sisters from Piaomiao Peak might be beyond their capabilities. Li Xiaobai took a deep breath, realizing that the stage was now set for his solo performance. He instinctively touched his chest, where the small, broken dog lay quietly, neither noisy nor restless. At that moment, Chun from Tianwu sect couldn't hold back and stepped forward to speak. "Ahem, young friend, may I have a word with you?" He was eager for the dragon serpent fruit. Consuming it could very likely lead to a breakthrough, so he was determined to obtain it. Li Xiaobai raised an eyebrow, his tone indifferent. "Who are you? If you want to talk, come in yourself." He had no fondness for Tianwu sect. Chen was infuriated, but for the sake of his goal, he had to suppress his anger temporarily. "I would like to propose a trade with you, young friend." "Go on. I am willing to offer 1,000 high-grade spirit stones for one of the dragon serpent fruits behind you." Upon hearing this, Li Xiaobai was furious and cursed at Chen. "Old fool. You want to buy my brother?" Feng Bo and others in the back laughed heartily, delighted to see Tianwu sect in a predicament. They were in no rush to step forward, curious to see how much more embarrassment Chen could endure. Chen Kuan was stunned. This was not the reaction he expected. His approach was similar to that of the chubby man earlier, so why was the response so different? Wasn't the other party supposed to greet him with a smile and agree happily? Why was this encounter completely different? Could it be the price wasn't right? Yes, that must be it. This fruit with transformative abilities is probably greedy. Chen Kuan thought to himself, then smiled, his eyes glinting coldly. How about 1,000 high-grade spirit stones plus 50 low-grade spiritual herbs? In this world, no one dared to cheat him out of his money, and no one ever succeeded. Whatever the fruit collected now, it would eventually be returned with interest. However, the next moment, he couldn't keep smiling. Li Xiaobai's eyes widened with anger, and he shouted sternly, "Are you trying to sow discord between me and my brother? With such a small amount of money, you think you can play tricks like that? You must be dreaming." Li Xiaobai switched into his boastful mode, his eyes gleaming with a sly glint. He thought to himself that he was now the master of this deal, and it was time to assert his dominance. Standing tall, he surveyed the crowd with a cocky tone. "Ladies and gentlemen, if you want my precious fruit brothers, you'd better show some sincerity." His performance didn't raise suspicion. Instead, it put the cultivators at ease. Li Xiaobai chuckled inwardly. Having navigated the cultivation world for hundreds of years, deceiving a newly awakened spirit was a piece of cake. Sensing the tension, Feng Bo quickly stepped in to mediate. "Fruit brother, please don't be upset. This old fool doesn't know what he's saying. Don't take it to heart." Chen Kuan's expression was a mix of emotions, clearly struggling to contain his anger. Yet, given the circumstances, he chose not to complicate matters further and silently endured. Li Xiaobai squinted his eyes, smiling as he looked at Feng Bo. "Old man, you have a way with words. Are you interested in buying a Longxi fruit as well?" Feng Bo cautiously inquired. "Indeed, how much would it take to acquire one?" "How much do you have?" Li Xiaobai retorted. Feng Bo quickly upped the offer, 1,000 high-grade spirit stones and 50 mid-grade elixirs. Li Xiaobai's demeanor changed abruptly, and he barked, "These are my brothers." Feng Bo was taken aback, still processing, when Li Xiaobai smiled again and asked. And then, realizing he nearly fell for it, Feng Bo cursed himself inwardly and gritted his teeth. 2,000 high-grade spirit stones and 100 mid-grade elixirs. Deal. Li Xiaobai swiftly grabbed Feng Bo's spatial ring, slipping it onto his finger without handing over any fruit. He scanned the room, announcing loudly, "I have 7 more brothers up for grabs. This gentleman has reserved one. Who else is interested?" Feng Bo's expression darkened, realizing something was amiss. Chen Kuan, on the other hand, wore a knowing smile, relieved he hadn't rushed into payment. At this moment, an elderly woman from the Xiaoqing sect approached. "Fruit brother, I too wish to reserve one. However, I lack sufficient spirit stones and elixirs. Could we trade instead? What treasures do you have?" Li Xiaobai asked with interest. The elderly woman confidently presented a bronze mirror. "This mirror reveals the hearts of all under heaven, crafted by a disciple of Zhongzhou's Tianji elder. No one can hide from its gaze." Li Xiaobai tossed the mirror back dismissively. "That's rubbish, worthless junk, not worth my brothers." The elderly woman was taken aback, never expecting her treasured item to be so easily dismissed. Little did she know, Li Xiaobai's mall had everything he needed, except for spirit stones. The old woman, her face ashen and teeth clenched, declared, "I offer 2,000 high-grade spirit stones and 100 medium-grade medicinal herbs." Her offer matched Feng Bo's exactly, yet she hadn't anticipated such disdain. Li Xiaobai sneered, a trace of contempt flashing in his eyes. "You've got a narrow view. Such a small amount. You might as well be giving it to a beggar." His words were like a slap in the face for the old woman. Her fists clenched, veins bulging, nearly driving her to an outburst. However, this scene made those present realize Li Xiaobai's asking price was always significantly higher than the last. Damn it, it's just a dragon snake fruit, yet he's so greedy. Who knows where he learned this from? Someone muttered quietly in the crowd. The old woman took a deep breath, suppressing her anger, and raised her offer. 2,000 high-grade spirit stones and 100 high-grade medicinal herbs. Deal. Just as she was about to hand over the resources to Li Xiaobai, Feng Bo suddenly stopped her. "Wait," he said with a smile, turning to Li Xiaobai. "I've already offered a plethora of resources, yet I haven't received the fruit. There seems to be something fishy. Brother Guosher, could you bring out the fruit I bought earlier?" Li Xiaobai frowned, displeased. "Why the rush? I'll confirm the buyers first, then hand over the fruits all at once. Do you think I'd go back on my word over a dragon snake fruit?" Feng Bo quickly explained. "That's not what I meant. It's just that Brother Guosher has been hesitant to hand over the dragon snake fruit, which makes us uneasy." Li Xiaobai let out a cold laugh, his gaze sharp as a knife, piercing Feng Bo. "Uneasy? That old man who didn't know better and this old woman offered their prices without flinching, but you keep whining. It seems your unease is just a facade. You probably want to monopolize all my brothers for yourself, right?" At these words, Feng Bo's face changed dramatically, and others reacted with mixed expressions. Li Xiaobai continued to press. Don't think I don't know what you're planning. You want to tarnish my reputation so that my deals fall through, leaving you as the only buyer. His words exploded like a bomb among the crowd. Although the Shengma sect usually treated people well, those who reached this level were no saints. Everyone knew that what Li Xiaobai described was something the Shengma sect could indeed pull off. Seeing this, the old woman hesitated no longer and handed her ring to Li Xiaobai. Brother Guosher, I am Yunmingza. Reserve a spot for me, and remember my name. Li Xiaobai, hands behind his back, responded calmly. All right, don't worry. Just stand aside, and I'll contact you later. The remaining experts hurriedly stepped forward to hand over their spatial rings, fearing they might miss the opportunity. The atmosphere instantly became tense, and the transaction evolved into a fierce auction. 3,000 high-grade spirit stones, 200 high-grade medicinal herbs, 5 pounds of black iron. How about 3 Tianshan snow lotuses? I also have a batch of Tianjiao horses. The bidding continued to rise, and Chen Kuan from Tianwu sect rejoined the fray. However, everyone shared the same thought: this was just a temporary deposit of resources with Li Xiaobai. Once they got the fruit, they'd find a way to trick him out and divide the humanoid fruit amongst themselves, eventually reclaiming their resources. Amidst the flurry of bids, a young man in white at the back of the crowd watched coldly, calculating his next move. Feng Wuxia arrived following the distress signal, initially planning to take advantage of the situation. However, upon seeing Li Xiaobai, he realized the truth. It was a meticulously crafted trap. Li Xiaobai was using treasures to move freely within the formation, trading with various powerful figures, and had already succeeded. Thinking about Li Xiaobai's bulging space ring, Feng Wuxia's heart burned with desire. He secretly plotted how to eliminate Li Xiaobai, not only to seize the treasures, but also to claim all his resources. Seeing no immediate opportunity, he decided to make his move on the way to the Holy Demon sect after leaving the mountain. This trip to the mountains had been fruitful for Feng Wuxia. He was confident he could cultivate to the peak of the Golden Core stage, and if lucky, even touch the threshold of the nascent soul stage. With a glint of cold determination in his eyes, Feng Wuxia vanished into the forest. In front of the formation, Li Xiaobai was all smiles, gratefully accepting the space rings handed over by the others. These powerful figures were generous, offering substantial prices without any hesitation. Li Xiaobai secretly marveled. If he had to part with such resources, he would be heartbroken enough to want to end it all. These leaders were indeed extraordinary, with a boldness and composure far beyond his reach. After carefully storing the 8 space rings, Li Xiaobai counted his gains, his heart racing with excitement. He had amassed over 10,000 high-grade spirit stones, an equal number of mid-grade ones, and countless low-grade stones. There were over 1,000 spiritual herbs and various precious treasures, all of undeniable value. This windfall left him feeling surreal, as if he could see the mall's Godzilla mount beckoning to him. Happily pocketing the space rings, Li Xiaobai turned and sat cross-legged under the dragon snake fruit tree at the center of the formation, ignoring everyone else. Seeing this, Feng Bo grew suspicious and asked, Brother Fruit, what do you mean by this? We've handed over our resources. Isn't it time to proceed with the transaction? Li Xiaobai scratched his head, looking puzzled. Transaction for what? At these words, the faces of everyone present changed dramatically. The worst fear had come true. This guy was planning to renege after taking everything. Chen Kuan said sternly, We've already given you the treasures of heaven and earth. Does Brother Fruit intend to go back on his word? Others echoed this sentiment, demanding that Li Xiaobai honor his promise. They felt secure handing over the rings because Li Xiaobai was trapped in the formation. Once the formation was broken, both the fruit and the rings would return to their rightful owners. Li Xiaobai sneered. Don't think I don't know your plans. You're clearly trying to lure me and my brothers out with these resources and then catch us all at once, right? I, the dragon snake fruit, am condensed from the essence of heaven and earth. Your little schemes are transparent to me. With his pockets full and more spirit stones than he could spend, Li Xiaobai felt confident. The life-saving artifacts in the mall could be unlocked at any time, and with a 1,000-mile teleportation talisman in hand, he could disappear without a trace, fearing none of these so-called big shots. As his defense and skills advanced simultaneously, a mysterious pale golden totem manifested once more. In the void, a massive golden totem rapidly contracted, transforming into a gigantic face that slowly imprinted itself onto Li Xiaobai's body. In an instant, divine radiance filled his entire being, and his body glowed with a brilliant golden light. Li Xiaobai felt every pore greedily absorbing the air around him, and his body became incredibly resilient. He estimated that even a cultivator at the nascent soul stage would struggle to harm him. He pinched his skin, nodding in satisfaction. Not bad, it's tough. Indeed, a real man must be tough. Around the formation's perimeter, the experts from various sects were astonished by Li Xiaobai's current appearance. They had never seen such a peculiar totem. The human-like face was too faint to discern clearly. More shocking was a fruit that had taken human form suddenly bursting with light, bathing in divine radiance. Even an untrained mortal could sense the significance this dragon serpent fruit had broken through. The breakthrough of such a rare treasure was a once-in-a-century opportunity. Its original grade would surely rise to a higher level. At this moment, even the usually composed Feng Bo couldn't maintain his calm, his eyes involuntarily revealing a glint of greed. There was no choice. Such a fruit was too rare and had to be controlled by the holy demon sect. If they couldn't obtain it, then no one else should either. Feng Bo quickly decided that if he couldn't acquire the transformed dragon serpent fruit, he would destroy it, even at the cost of his treasures. This level of fruit was beyond the reach of nascent soul and divine transformation stage cultivators. Even a tribulation transcendent stage expert would likely go mad over it. All the leaders present shared a common thought. They must not let other sects seize the transformed dragon serpent fruit. In an instant, the wind changed direction. Li Xiaobai keenly sensed that, for some reason, the leaders before him had suddenly united against him, and he seemed to have become their target. Feng Bo, still smiling, asked, "Are you really unwilling to hand over the dragon serpent fruit, my young friend?" Yet his eyes faintly glimmered with a cold light, revealing his murderous intent. Li Xiaobai calmly replied, "This is my brother. In the world we live in, loyalty is everything. Without loyalty, people die." Chen Kuan was infuriated, almost snorting with anger. He cursed inwardly, "Loyalty? Damn. How do you even relate to the word loyalty? Do you even know how to write it? When you were scheming and deceiving, did you ever think of loyalty?" The others also looked displeased. They all knew the transformed dragon serpent fruit was clearly trying to trap them. Since the facade was broken, there was no need to pretend anymore. The old woman from the minor ascension sect spoke slowly. "I have a formation-breaking talisman that can break any formation. Though the metal energy here is strong, it can be temporarily breached for a few breaths." Chen Kuan's eyes glinted dangerously, and he eagerly said, "What are we waiting for? Break the formation quickly. I want to deal with this scoundrel myself." Li Xiaobai felt a slight tension in his heart. Although his defense was strong, Chen Kuan's demeanor was indeed intimidating. However, he maintained a tough exterior. "Heh, I'm so scared," Li Xiaobai mocked. "Go ahead, break the formation, come in and deal with me. I'm laying it down here today. If you don't deal with me today, you won't leave this valley. I'm not targeting anyone specifically. I just want to say, everyone here is trash." The old woman was seething with anger, her eyes glinting with greed. She demanded sharply, "I want 2 dragon snake fruits for myself. The rest you can divide among yourselves. If you agree, I'll break this formation immediately." The arrogant attitude of the transformed fruit infuriated her, and she secretly plotted a way to teach it a lesson. However, breaking the formation was the most pressing matter at hand. "Deal. No problem. Hurry and break the formation," the group eagerly agreed. The old woman let out a cold laugh and stepped forward slowly. "All right, step aside, and let me do my thing." She pulled out a pitch-black formation disc from her robe, inside of which a few beads could be seen rotating slowly. This formation disc was crafted by the disciple of the Elder of Mysteries and consists of a parent and a child disc, she explained, a sly glint in her eyes. "I've already placed the child disc quietly in that spatial ring. By activating the parent disc, the two will work in tandem, opening a path through the killing formation." Upon hearing this, Li Xiaobai was alarmed, realizing the enemy had already infiltrated. He hurriedly fumbled through several rings, trying to throw out the child disc, but it was too late. A small, ink-black formation disc suddenly emerged from one of the spatial rings, hovering in the air and emitting a faint glow. "Heaven and earth formation, rise. Yin Yang escape," the old woman chanted, her hands forming intricate gestures. In an instant, the 2 discs connected tightly, unleashing a primordial chaotic energy. This force, with tremendous power, forcibly blocked the relentless onslaught of the gung metal energy. Li Xiaobai felt a pressure on his chest, the aura from the formation disc causing his blood and energy to surge. The treasure, wielded by a nascent soul stage expert, was truly extraordinary. The formation disc radiated brilliant starlight, its interior resembling a miniature universe, with stars revolving and containing endless mysteries. Li Xiaobai was awestruck, admitting to himself that the old woman was indeed formidable. He remained vigilant, aware that the upcoming confrontation would likely be even more challenging. "It seems my strategies aren't deep enough, and my awareness of countermeasures isn't strong," Li Xiaobai thought to himself, resolving to learn more from his 6th senior brother in the future. At that moment, the old woman suddenly shouted, "Minor celestial microdust prohibition. Major celestial shift of stars. Open for me." 2 formation plates in her hands shone brightly, causing the flow of the gung metal energy to abruptly halt. A passage was forcibly carved out within the formation. 3 breaths of time. Act quickly," the old woman commanded harshly. "Don't fight within the formation. Get him out." Everyone treated it as a serious threat and quickly set up formations. Someone shouted, "Circle around to the back. Watch out for the gung metal energy. mind your positioning. Immediately, a barrage of attacks surged forward like a tide. Heavenly Net, Bull Melting Palm, Pure Yang Sword Formation. Li Xiaobai hadn't expected the formation to be broken so quickly by the group. However, the attacks from these nascent soul and divine transformation stage cultivators weren't as overwhelming as he imagined. He speculated that perhaps these experts were holding back, coveting the dragon snake fruit body he possessed. Chen Kuan's bone-melting palm struck Li Xiaobai heavily, causing the affected area to rapidly decay and the muscles to atrophy. Yet, the mysterious symbols on Li Xiaobai's body glowed, and the injured area quickly healed. This was the effect of the immortal golden body, which could rapidly recover from physical injuries as long as they weren't fatal. A system notification sounded, attribute points 1000. Hiss. Li Xiaobai was secretly alarmed. A divine transformation stage expert is terrifying indeed. But my defense has improved greatly, even able to withstand such attacks. The system is reliable. Seeing this, Chen Kuan couldn't help but praise. Good kid, for a mere dragon snake fruit. You've got some skills. As a dragon snake fruit, you're quite impressive. Feng Bo frowned and interrupted Chen Kuan without hesitation. Stop the chatter. Get him out. We only have 3 breaths of time. Clearly, he had little patience for Chen Kuan's subtle boasting. Before the words finished, Feng Bo's figure flickered and instantly appeared behind Li Xiaobai. Li Xiaobai only saw the scenery blur before he could react, and he was already taken hundreds of meters away. Looking back, Li Xiaobai found that the exit had been blocked by the powerful cultivators, each with a sinister smile, their eyes full of malice. An elder sneered. Little thing, weren't you arrogant just now? Show me that arrogance again. A sinister smile appeared on Chen Kuan's face, his eyes gleaming with malice. Li Xiaobai remained unfazed, raising his middle finger again to show his disdain. Through their previous exchange, he had understood the relationship between the 9-turn golden body and the 9th level of the nascent soul stage. Although the opposing side included a group of formidable transformation stage masters, Li Xiaobai believed that with his fully enhanced defense, he could at least hold his own against them. He calculated that his 9-turn golden body had reached the 4th turn, equivalent to the 4th level of the nascent soul stage. However, because he focused entirely on defense, his defensive power should far exceed that of a typical 4th level nascent soul cultivator. More importantly, due to his unique status as a transformed dragon snake fruit, these people wouldn't easily destroy him unless absolutely necessary. This realization emboldened Li Xiaobai, and he decided to take a risk. He beckoned to the crowd with a finger and calmly said, "Come and hit me." Chen Kuan immediately jumped forward, his face twisted with rage as he shouted, "Don't stop me. This guy is provoking me, and I want to duel him. None of you interfere." With that, he shook his palms and charged at Li Xiaobai. However, Feng Bo saw through Chen Kuan's act. He struck several times in the air, knocking Chen Kuan back down, and sneered, "Stop pretending. Everyone knows what kind of person you are. You didn't even get angry when your son was killed. You're putting on a good show, but you're just using the duel as an excuse to claim all the dragon snake fruits for yourself. Forget it." Hearing this, Chen Kuan's expression instantly calmed, and he even flashed a faint smile, saying, "I never intended to keep it all to myself. I just wanted to secure this transformed fruit first. We can discuss the rest later." Other cultivators quickly chimed in. "The dragon snake fruit should be divided as we agreed. No one takes more." "Exactly. Anyone who takes more will lose a hand. I'll take 2 dragon snake fruits, as previously agreed." Watching these powerful figures change their demeanor so quickly, Li Xiaobai was deeply impressed. These cultivators were truly skilled actors. If Feng Bo hadn't exposed Chen Kuan, he wouldn't have realized that Chen Kuan's anger was feigned. The cunning of these people made him understand that reaching the nascent soul and transformation stages was no easy feat. Li Xiaobai was planning to provoke them once more to gain some attribute points before making his escape. After all, there were too many of them, and his 9-turn golden body was only at the 4th turn, making it risky to resist them heated. Just then, the sky suddenly changed, and a dense, visible malevolent aura rolled in from afar. A figure appeared before everyone in an instant. The newcomer wore a bamboo hat and a raincoat, with strong winds following, stinging Li Xiaobai's cheeks. A notification of 100 attribute points flashed, and Li Xiaobai's heart skipped a beat as he thought, "Who is this master? They seem even more powerful than the transformation stage experts. Just the wind they stir up can cause harm. What level of power is this?" Li Xiaobai immediately considered retreat. Dealing with the transformation stage was challenging enough, but this mysterious figure in the raincoat and bamboo hat was clearly on a different level. It was time to leave. At that moment, the raincoat-wearing figure spoke, their voice hoarse, as if talking to themselves or asking a question. "Who has disturbed my formation?" This statement shocked everyone present. The formation had been deliberately set up by this mysterious figure, which was an intriguing revelation. Everyone instantly realized that the dragon snake fruits in the mountains were already claimed by someone. The situation couldn't be clearer. Now the original owner has discovered the breach in the formation and has come to confront them. Li Xiaobai quickly seized the opportunity, pointing urgently towards the elderly woman from the Xiaoqing sect. Senior, it was that old lady who forcibly broke through your formation. She even wants to take the dragon snake fruit tree inside. You must stop her. The old woman's expression changed drastically upon hearing this. She glanced back and forth between the straw-cloaked figure and Li Xiaobai, realizing the newcomer's power was unfathomable and far beyond her own. Offending such a venerable figure was a grave mistake. She hurriedly explained, Senior, don't listen to this shape-shifting fruit's nonsense. This shape-shifting fruit has taken all the dragon snake fruits and deceived us of our spiritual stones and medicines. I just want to seek justice. Shape-shifting fruit. The figure in the straw cloak frowned slightly, his tone laced with skepticism. The old woman cautiously inquired, It's this young man. He's a dragon snake fruit that has taken human form. Didn't you know, Senior? The straw-cloaked figure couldn't help but laugh coldly at this. Huh. For cultivators at the nascent soul stage, you've all lived your years in vain. This is clearly a person. Where's the shape-shifting fruit? Besides, I planted the dragon snake fruit myself. Don't you think I know what it looks like? The old woman was filled with disbelief and wanted to say more, but the straw-cloaked figure interrupted her. A bunch of fools, trying to covet my dragon snake fruit. How ridiculous. If you were under my tutelage, I'd have sent you off long ago. With that, he strode over to the formation to inspect it closely. This declaration left the other experts present both shocked and furious. They finally realized they had been duped, and by a mere human boy. The straw-cloaked figure couldn't possibly be lying. There was no such thing as a shape-shifting fruit. It was all the boy's ruse. He had used some unknown method to move freely within the formation, pretending to be a shape-shifted dragon snake fruit, and deceive them out of their resources. Understanding the truth, their faces flushed with a mix of anger and embarrassment. They couldn't help but recall their previous assumptions about Li Xiaobai's intelligence, thinking they could outsmart him, only to find out they were the ones tricked in the end. This feeling of being played left them both furious and utterly humiliated. Li Xiaobai felt the intense, murderous glares piercing him like sharp blades, causing him to swallow nervously. His hand discreetly reached for the teleportation talisman hidden in his robe, ready to make a quick escape. The situation was worse than he had anticipated. Not only was the dragon snake fruit tree already claimed, but he had also angered a group of powerful cultivators. Chun Kuan's expression was as dark as ink, his eyes glinting with cold, murderous intent. You've got some nerve, kid, managing to fool us. But don't think you'll leave here alive. The other cultivators began to shout as well, though they held back because of the presence of the mysterious man in the raincoat. You're dead meat, kid, one of the leaders snarled. I said I'd wipe out your entire family, and I mean it. Why waste words on him? Another cultivator shouted angrily. He dared to trick us out of our spirit stones. Let's just finish him off. Li Xiaobai cursed his sixth senior brother, Lu Jinshui, for getting him into this mess. He cautiously eyed his surroundings, especially the enigmatic man in the raincoat. Even with his system backing, Li Xiaobai dared not underestimate the man's unfathomable cultivation level. At that moment, the man in the raincoat was intently searching within the formation, seemingly looking for something crucial. Suddenly, his expression changed dramatically, and he roared. This is the yin-yang evasion technique. Who touched my fragments? Who performed Tai Chi? With his furious outburst, a powerful aura swept through the area. The metallic energy shrouding the dragon snake fruit tree shattered instantaneously, and the entire formation collapsed. Everyone present was shocked, their hair standing on end. A thought struck Li Xiaobai. The fruit and fragments were placed by the man in the raincoat. But since he didn't mention the little dog, could it have wandered in on its own? Before Li Xiaobai could ponder further, the surrounding cultivators were quick to curry favor with the raincoat man. Senior, this kid was the only one moving freely within the formation. Let me capture him for you. Bold of you, kid, to take the senior's treasures. I will see justice done today. We cultivators despise thieves the most. Don't be angry, senior. I'll help you get your treasures back. Kid, prepare to die. Facing this dire situation, Li Xiaobai gripped the teleportation talisman tightly, ready to make his escape at any moment. Feeling the overwhelming force in front of him, Li Xiaobai's face changed dramatically. The combined full-force attack of numerous nascent soul and spirit transformation cultivators was coming at him, and he knew that his defenses might not hold. Those high-ranking figures, usually so aloof, were now charging at him like they were on a rampage. Li Xiaobai quickly reacted by crouching down and covering his head with his arms. His muscles tensed up, especially his abdomen, which felt as hard as steel. Super abs, he muttered, activating his skill and instantly doubling his defense. Despite the dire situation, Li Xiaobai's mind was racing. The behavior of these big shots was too unusual. Just a moment ago, they were bowing and scraping to the man in the straw raincoat, and now they were launching a fierce assault. This was exactly like what happened with Chen Kuan earlier. Something was definitely fishy. But there was no time to dwell on it, as the attacks from the big shots were already upon him. 9 dragons in the sky. Pure Yang sword technique. Sword shatters the galaxy. Yin and Yang escape. The spirit transformation experts unleashed incredible power, their overwhelming aura engulfing the area. Sword energy crisscrossed the void, and dozens of massive primordial spirit phantoms appeared, as if ready to fight Li Xiaobai to the death. Li Xiaobai felt his breath catch, the air around him roiling with energy waves. He had a plan: withstand this wave of attacks, accumulate attribute points, and then use the teleportation talisman to escape. At this rate, he might not survive otherwise. In the blink of an eye, the attacks arrived. Sword light, ghostly claws, blade energy, and star glimmers enveloped Li Xiaobai. The big shots lunged at him with ferocity. Li Xiaobai kept his eyes on the system panel in front of him, ready to teleport away as soon as the attribute points were credited. However, the anticipated storm never came. The big shots merely brushed past Li Xiaobai, retreating at an even faster pace. Their supposed offensive was just a fleeting moment, and in an instant, a dozen figures turned into streaks of light, vanishing into the distance. Li Xiaobai remained crouched, bewildered. The system panel flickered, showing attribute points 10 repeatedly. He gasped, realizing he'd been duped. The extravagant effects were nothing but a bluff. Looking back at the Naunti horizon, Li Xiaobai was at a loss. He realized he had once again been outsmarted by these cunning old foxes. Only now did he understand that the angry expressions of those big shots were indeed an act, as Feng Bo had mentioned. The pressure from the man in the straw raincoat was immense, and his unfathomable strength had driven these big shots to resort to desperate measures. They pretended to help capture Li Xiaobai while actually using the opportunity to flee. They even abandoned the treasures and resources they had offered, showing decisiveness and unity. With the big shots gone, only Li Xiaobai remained in the field. He forced a smile and said, "Senior, they've taken your fruits and fragments. You should hurry and chase them." The man in the straw raincoat replied ominously, "They will be dealt with. None will escape. But you have the scent of dragon fruit and fragments on you. Hand them over." Li Xiaobai responded earnestly, "Senior, you truly have sharp eyes. I did have the fruits and fragments, but I traded them with those big shots. They have them now." The man in the straw raincoat replied coldly, "Then wait, my people will bring them back, and we'll confront them face to face. I don't care who took my things, because everyone involved today must die." The man in the straw raincoat declared coldly, his hands clasped behind his back. This statement sent a shiver through Li Xiaobai's heart, making him realize that the person before him was no ordinary individual. Even a cultivator at the nascent soul stage had fled without a word, so he knew he was no match and needed to find a way to escape. An idea struck Li Xiaobai, and he decided to assume someone else's identity. Standing tall, he boldly spoke in the name of Zhang Rui. "I, Zhang Rui, have always lived an honest life, walking the straight path and sitting with integrity. I would never stoop to petty theft. If I, Zhang Rui, have taken this item, may I be struck by lightning. Even if those big shots return, I'm not afraid to face them. Even in death, I, Zhang Rui, will leave my name untarnished." His powerful words echoed through the forest. Li Xiaobai felt secretly pleased, as the man in the raincoat didn't know his true identity, making it perfect to swear an oath using Zhang Rui's name. He quietly gripped a long-distance teleportation talisman, ready to make a quick getaway, leaving the man to chase after Zhang Rui instead. "Huh, quite the talker, aren't you, Zhang Rui? Let's see if you can keep that bravado." The man in the raincoat sneered, his face hidden by the weeds, making his expression unreadable. Just as Li Xiaobai was about to activate the teleportation talisman, the man in the raincoat suddenly became alert. He sprang up, his eyes flashing with vigilance as he scanned the surroundings. "Who's there? Come out." Li Xiaobai was startled by this unexpected turn of events, wondering if there were others nearby. The man continued, "1, 2, 3, 6, a total of 6 people, 4 men and 2 women, come out. Don't force me to make a move." His tone was arrogant, clearly not taking these hidden individuals seriously. Li Xiaobai immediately understood that these 6 people must be his senior brothers and sisters. It seemed that after Lu Jinshui and the others left, they circled back to ensure his safety. His heart warmed, appreciating the true camaraderie from his fellow disciples of the Misty Peak. At that moment, a voice suddenly roared from the forest. "Damn, we've been discovered. Junior brother, it's time to split." Lu Jinshui burst from the bushes, charging towards Li Xiaobai's position. Wearing silver armor and wielding a large machete, his round figure cut a somewhat comical figure. "Move, move. Keep your positions spread out." Lu Jinshui's voice echoed across the battlefield as he shouted and swung his large machete. The silver blade flashed like a torrent of rain, slashing towards the man in the straw raincoat. The glint of the blade illuminated Lu Jinshui's tense face. However, the power of the man in the raincoat far exceeded Lu Jinshui's expectations. Faced with the overwhelming barrage of blades, he didn't even blink. With a casual gesture, he reached out with a few slender fingers and effortlessly caught several of the blade strikes. With a slight twist of his fingertips, the blade lights dissolved into tiny sparks, disappearing into the air. Lu Jinshui's face turned pale. The treasure in his hand was of a spiritual artifact level, and even the elites wouldn't dare to confront its blade lights directly, yet the opponent neutralized them so easily. "Junior brother, run," he shouted, his voice tinged with undisguised fear. At that moment, Lu Jinshui finally understood why the previous powerful cultivators had all fled. The strength of this man in the raincoat was likely at the level of the Tribulation Transcendent stage. "Senior brother, you all go first. I have my own way to escape," Li Xiaobai said urgently. Although he possessed a 1,000-mile teleportation talisman, his senior brothers and sisters did not. If he escaped alone now, wouldn't his senior brothers be left to face certain death? Li Xiaobai was anxious, pondering how to share the teleportation talisman with his senior brothers. Just then, the man in the raincoat slowly turned, hands behind his back, his eyes emitting a chilling glow. "Do you think you can leave in front of me?" His voice was deep and filled with authority. With just a glance from the man in the raincoat, Lu Jinshui felt his internal energy shatter, and even his cultivation technique was forcibly halted. His expression grew more terrified, knowing that escaping today seemed impossible. In this critical moment, a violent ripple suddenly appeared in the void. A massive golden hammer materialized out of nowhere, crashing down towards the man in the raincoat with immense force. The powerful pressure swept over the entire area, forcibly dragging the man into the battle. "That's senior sister Su Yunbing's hammer." Li Xiaobai's face lit up with joy. Taking advantage of the distraction, he quickly pulled out a 1,000-mile teleportation talisman and secretly slipped it to Lu Jinshui. "Senior brother, a 1,000-mile teleportation talisman. Use it, and you'll instantly appear 1,000 miles away. Go quickly." Lu Jinshui's eyes glinted with greed, his avaricious nature evident even in perilous circumstances. He urgently said to Li Xiaobai, "Junior brother, you actually have such valuable items. Had you mentioned it earlier, we wouldn't have had to go through so much trouble to rescue you." Then, with a resolute expression, he quickly added, "Senior brother, hurry and distribute the talismans to the other senior brothers and sisters. I'll go and hold off the attack from the straw-cloaked people." Before his words fully landed, Lu Jinshui dashed into the dense forest, leaving behind a cautionary note. "Be careful, junior brother." At the center of the battlefield, Su Yunbing and Yu Wushuang were fiercely attacking the straw-cloaked figure. Despite being the most powerful among their peers, their formidable skills seemed to have no effect. Su Yunbing wielded her giant hammer with precision, the mysterious beast totems etched on it manifesting as she relentlessly struck at the enemy. Yu Wushuang unleashed her full power, a green astral projection rising behind her, deploying a myriad of toxic arts that turned the ground beneath the opponent into a barren wasteland. The cloaked figure sneered. "Heh, you two young ones have honed your skills well. To have reached the nascent soul stage at such a young age, truly prodigious. Which sect are you from, and who is your master?" Su Yunbing retorted bluntly. "None of your business." She swung her hammer fiercely, unwilling to waste words. Meanwhile, Yu Wushuang seized the opportunity, directing tendrils of poison mist to infiltrate the enemy's open mouth. The cloaked figure was taken aback. Never had he been treated with such disregard. People usually treated him with utmost respect, barely daring to breathe in his presence. Yet today, he was being relentlessly pursued by these juniors. If not for the backing they seemed to have, he would have sent them to their doom long ago. Chaos unleashed. With an angry shout, a layer of gray spiritual energy enveloped the cloaked figure, dark light surged, and the two women were swept aside. Hidden in the shadows, third brother Lin Feng exclaimed, "This is a dark cultivator, practicing blood fiend arts. He must be from the Central Continent's evil sect." The cloaked figure raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. "Oh, you have some skill to recognize my techniques. Impressive insight." He hadn't expected to encounter such a talented group in this remote area. He was merely resting in the mountains to cultivate his dragon snake fruit tree, but upon his brief absence, the fruit had been taken, and more crucially, the significant fragment was missing. This infuriated him, for if his master discovered this, his life would be forfeit. The cloaked figure clenched his hand toward the void, sending out invisible waves that immobilized Su Yunbing midair. At that moment, fourth brother Yang Chun burst from the ground, wielding a Fong Tian halberd that transformed into a golden dragon, aiming straight for the cloaked figure's brow. The cloaked figure smirked. "Heh, I've been waiting for you." He caught the halberd effortlessly between two fingers, rendering Yang Chen's efforts futile. Third brother now. Lin Feng also emerged from the ground, dagger in hand, targeting the cloaked figure's back. Simultaneously, Lin Feng transformed into a gray mist, charging at the enemy's location. The cloaked figure grew increasingly wary, not due to their strength, but their fearless spirit. Such invincible confidence was rare, even among geniuses in the Central Continent. He attempted to probe. "I am well acquainted with the Nalen family from the Central Continent, and have good relations with other clans. Might you reveal your affiliations?" It would be unfortunate if we were unknowingly at odds. However, the group from Yaofeng Peak ignored his words, continuing their relentless assault. They coordinated, maintained dispersed positions. Senior sister, leave that area. Burrow underground, find another opening. Second sister, follow up with your poison arts, slow him down. Seeing this, the cloaked figure lost all patience, enveloping himself in pitch black, ghostly mist. The sky instantly darkened, clouds roiled, casting a shadow over the land as black miasma surged from the earth, creating an eerie atmosphere. Day turned to night, accompanied by the chilling wails of ghosts and wolves. In the void, energy erupted, causing everyone's hairs to stand on end. Even without engaging, the oppressive aura was suffocating. Lin Feng warned again. This is a dark art. Even a trace can corrupt your body, destroying your foundation. The cloaked figure cackled. Impressive knowledge. Your techniques suggest you're somewhat of a dark cultivator yourself. Unfortunately, you chose the wrong opponent. He resolved to eliminate them all at once, targeting senior sister Su Yunbing first. He pointed into the void. A streak of black mist shot towards Su Yunbing's brow. Her face paled, her body seemingly frozen, unable to evade. The power of this attack was beyond her defense. Sister, Li Xiaobai rushed to intervene, but in that moment, the little dog in his arms suddenly became agitated. It emitted a brilliant golden light, leaping towards Su Yunbing's hammer. Simultaneously, the beast totem on the hammer awakened. Roar! A beastly roar echoed across the heavens, as an indistinct beast slowly emerged in the void. Its crimson eyes locked onto the black mist. With a mere flick, the mist dissipated instantly. Holy cow, Erguzi, you're amazing! Li Xiaobai exclaimed in astonishment, eyes wide at the incredible scene. Li Xiaobai was overjoyed as he watched the incredible scene unfold before him. The mysterious creature he had always called Little Mutt resonated with the totem on his senior sister's hammer at the critical moment, forming an impenetrable barrier that blocked the deadly strike of a cultivator in the tribulation stage. A colossal beast manifested in the void and roared thunderously at the cloaked figure before dissolving into specks of starlight. The little mutt quietly returned to Li Xiaobai's chest, curling up into a warm, furry ball. Stroking it gently, Li Xiaobai's eyes sparkled with delight. Remarkable. The little dog I saved turns out to have the bloodline of the ancient divine beast, the Qilin. Once we're back at the sect, I must give you a majestic name. A disciple of Huyan Cave? The cloaked figure was filled with shock. To summon a Qilin totem at the nascent soul stage, such talent is rare, even in Central State. He calculated internally, reluctant to easily offend a major sect from Central State, but the people from Yao Miao Peak had already launched another fierce attack. Yang Chun flipped his halberd, summoning a coiling dragon. Su Yunbing's giant hammer shook the ground, emitting golden light. Yu Wushuang cast a spell to lay down a poisonous domain, sealing layers upon layers. The cloaked figure sneered. What of Huyan Cave? Once I eliminate you all, who will know it was I? He took out a blood-red array flag, his lifelong spiritual treasure, the soul-reaping banner. As he unfurled it, a massive crimson wave surged forth, threatening to engulf everyone. Don't worry, seniors, I'll hold it off. Li Xiaobai's words were cut short as he saw everyone pulling out their teleportation talismans, shouting in unison. Junior brother, see you in the martial world. As the talismans burned away, the six figures vanished without a trace. Li Xiaobai stood there, smiling bitterly, realizing he'd been tricked again. The crimson wave swallowed him instantly, its toxic blood eroding his flesh, while the wails of countless wronged souls echoed around him. His body quickly withered, revealing bones that glowed with a golden light. Increased defense. Boost all defenses. Li Xiaobai, enduring the dual torment, frantically increased his attribute points. The methods of this tribulation stage cultivator were indeed extraordinary. If he didn't escape soon, he would surely perish on the spot. Curse it! The cloaked figure roared in fury. Dare to mock me? Blood Fiend Soul Searching Technique. I will grind you all to dust. Tell me about your favorite characters. The man in the straw raincoat clenched his fists in rage. He had thought he could easily kill the little cultivator, yet the target vanished without a trace, leaving him feeling mocked and on the brink of madness. What worried him even more was the potential retaliation from the powerful forces behind these talented disciples. I must eliminate them completely. His eyes burned with murderous intent, and a thick, bloody aura surged into the sky. The blood-red light spread like a tide, enveloping the entire divine beast mountain range in an instant. 1,000-mile soul-searching technique. Within 1,000 miles, no one can escape my detection. He sneered as he began to cast his spell. Li Xiaobai, overhearing the man reveal his trump card, felt secretly relieved. The 1,000-mile teleportation talisman could indeed allow one to instantly move 1,000 miles away, and he had prepared several for his senior brothers and sisters, enough to get them out of the man's soul-searching range. Sure enough, after carefully sensing, the man in the straw raincoat was furious. Impossible. They really escaped the divine beast mountain range. Kid, what kind of talisman is that? The 1,000-mile teleportation talisman, just a bit stronger than your soul-searching technique, Li Xiaobai said, deliberately stalling for time while watching his attribute points surge thanks to the blood pool. The man lost patience completely, waving a small blood-red flag. Instantly, a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood appeared out of nowhere, as countless blood-colored skeletons wielding weapons rushed towards Li Xiaobai. Seeing the dire situation, Li Xiaobai quickly pulled out a 1,000-mile teleportation talisman. The 1,000-mile teleportation talisman. You deserve it. Goodbye. Blood Demon Primordial Heaven Sovereign. Halt. As the talisman turned to ash, the anticipated teleportation failed to activate. In the void, a terrifying blood-colored deity appeared, with dozens of blood-red tentacles thrashing wildly. Li Xiaobai was horrified. This tribulation-transcending cultivator had frozen the void with supreme magic. The 1,000-mile teleportation talisman was rendered ineffective. Such petty talisman tricks, daring to show off in front of me? The man laughed wildly, and a dark red tentacle from the blood-red statue behind him pierced through Li Xiaobai's chest. The system blared warnings. Attribute points 5,000. Blood demon corrosion detected. Condition deteriorating rapidly. Li Xiaobai was in utter shock. This was his first time facing a life-threatening situation. As his flesh was being corroded, he frantically searched the mall for life-saving items and finally found an ancient through heaven talisman. 10,000 spirit stones for a life. Worth it. Without hesitation, Li Xiaobai purchased and used it. As golden light shattered the void, he declared, Zhang Rui swears here that one day he will surpass you and take your life. Before he finished speaking, Li Xiaobai vanished into a stream of light. The man in the straw raincoat was enraged, his blood demon primordial spirit swelling, and dozens of tentacles pummeled the void. The entire divine beast mountain range trembled under the tribulation pressure, causing all living beings to faint instantly. Zhang Rui, is it? No matter whose disciple you are, I will skin you alive, the man growled through gritted teeth. At that moment, several black-robed figures arrived, escorting 3 captured nascent soul stage cultivators. These 3 were the unfortunate ones betrayed by their companions during their escape. Spare us, my lord. We will tell you everything. The 3 cultivators begged, kowtowing repeatedly. The man in the straw raincoat smirked, placing his palm on one of their heads. I prefer to search the soul myself. Blood demon soul search. The blood energy surged once more, causing the eyes of the nascent soul stage cultivator being restrained to widen in shock, his gaze gradually turning vacant. The figure in the raincoat pressed his palm against the cultivator's forehead, allowing threads of blood energy to snake into his brain. Moments later, the raincoat figure withdrew his hand, squinting his eyes in satisfaction. The now soulless shell had provided him with quite a bit of intriguing information. So it was that kid who took the fruit and the fragment, the raincoat figure murmured. Unfortunately, the most crucial information remains elusive. He turned to the remaining 2 nascent soul cultivators. Next, spare us, my lord. We'll tell you everything. The 2 cultivators trembled, their pants soaked with cold sweat. They knew all too well the horrors of this soul-searching technicia, forbidden art that could steal memories but would permanently destroy the spirit of the victim. Well then, do you know a young man named Zhang Rui? I do. I do. One of them eagerly raised his hand, his face full of flattery. The raincoat figure appeared before him in an instant, pressing his palm against the man's forehead. Soon, this cultivator too was reduced to a state of stupor. I see, the raincoat figure mused. Zhang Rui is merely a disciple of the small sect Tianwu sect in the northern region. Interesting, the other 6 disciples are also in this backwater. Tianwu sect has some connections with the Jinyuan kingdom, and likely ties to the central continent as well. They'll give them some face for now. He turned to several figures in black robes. Go to Tianwu sect immediately, find Zhang Rui, and figure out how to bring him here. I want my treasure back. Understood. The black-robed figures responded in unison and vanished instantly. The last nascent soul stage cultivator fell to his knees, weeping. Spare me, my lord. I am Elder Yuan Feng of the Holy Demon sect, in charge of internal affairs. I am willing to serve you. Yuan Feng, I lost something in the northern region, suspected to be taken by someone from Tianwu sect. What do you think? I will do my utmost to help you reclaim your treasure. Very well, I only need you to do one thing. In a valley thousands of miles away, Li Xiaobai lay on the ground, barely clinging to life, as his system panel flickered. Status, critical. Attribute points 100. Skill acquired, Blood Demon Primordial Spirit. Blood Demon Primordial Spirit upgraded due to erosion, advanced to Blood Demon Sovereign. Can summon Primordial Spirit for attack, highly corrosive, can absorb enemies' internal power through tendrils. Despite acquiring powerful skills and a wealth of attribute points, Li Xiaobai felt no joy. The ancient Tongtian talisman had drained his high-grade spirit stones, leaving him unable to afford the life-saving 9 revolutions golden pill. Attribute points, 40,000. All points added to defense. Defense, 9 revolutions, indestructible body, 5th revolution, 0, 50000 to advance. Status, blood demon, erosion severe. After adding the points, his status shifted from critical to severe, slowing the rate of life force loss. His exposed bones gradually became covered with a blood membrane as the 9 revolutions indestructible body began to repair muscle tissue. Any slight movement caused excruciating pain as his wounds tore open again. Li Xiaobai had no choice but to lie still, waiting for his body to heal itself. Damn, I really messed up this time, he thought with relief. Good thing I left Zhang Rui's name. Let them go trouble Tianwu sect first. Hopefully, they'll get into a fight and leave me alone. Erguzi, find a couple of people to use as bait. Lure some demonic beasts to help me recover. His consciousness gradually faded as he slipped into sleep, allowing his body to channel energy and heal his injuries. A small white dog emerged from his chest, sniffing around its master, a look of confusion in its eyes. After a moment of realization, it quickly dashed away. On a road several miles away, a carriage moved slowly forward. Miss, how did the trip go? The driver, old Wang, asked with a smile. Thank you for asking, Uncle Wang. A clear female voice replied from inside the carriage. Yin, you found a true young herb and can now break through to the 9th level of the Qi refining stage. I really envy you young ones who can cultivate. Uncle Wang sighed. Suddenly, a white dog darted out from the roadside bushes, barking furiously at the carriage. Where did this stray dog come from? Get lost. Uncle Wang waved his whip. Wait, Uncle Wang, let Yin you take a look. From inside the carriage, a young woman in plain white clothing leaned out. The little dog immediately leaped up, biting and tearing at her. This is a spirit beast. Uncle Wang, what is a spirit beast? Uncle Wang asked in confusion. C2 Yinyu looked at the little dog that kept gesturing, a smile playing at her lips. You see, this little dog has clearly developed intelligence and can understand what we're saying. Her eyes sparkled with affection. Such an adorable and perceptive little dog was truly a heart stealer. Uncle Wang reached out and poked the dog. Then what does it want from us? Woof, woof, woof. The dog barked eagerly. Do you want us to follow you? C2 Yinyu asked softly. The dog nodded enthusiastically, tugging insistently at C2 Yinyu's sleeve. Uncle Wang, why don't we follow it and see? C2 Yinyu suggested. All right, I've never seen a dog that can understand human speech in my life. It's truly remarkable. Woof, woof, woof. The dog suddenly stood on its hind legs, crossing its front paws with a disdainful look, leaving the elder and the young girl dumbfounded. Hurry, follow it. C2 Yinyu thought excitedly. A spirit beast with such human-like traits was indeed rare. Although other families in the city also kept spirit beasts, those could only understand basic commands and often disobeyed. Compared to this little dog, they were worlds apart. She secretly hoped to persuade the dog to become her own spirit beast. Uncle Wang drove the carriage off the main road, following the dog into the dense forest. Miss, this forest is often home to monsters. It's quite dangerous. Uncle Wang, you can head back. I'll follow the dog. As a cultivator, I'll be fine. C2 Yinyu kept her eyes fixed on the dog, unwilling to let go of this rare opportunity. Silly girl, how could Uncle Wang leave you alone in a monster-infested forest? I'm just worried about your safety. The carriage continued deeper, and the cries of monsters could be heard all around. Occasionally, a gust of wind laden with a bloody scent swept through the forest, the oppressive aura of roaring beasts. Suddenly, the dog stopped in the distance, barking furiously at the carriage. C2 Yinyu, full of joy, got off to take a closer look around. They were in a secluded valley, with a refreshing mountain breeze blowing gently. She had never ventured this far into the mountains, having only searched for herbs a few miles from the main road before. This place was likely over 100 miles away. Miss, this place is too dangerous. We should finish up quickly and leave. Uncle Wang said nervously. The more comfortable a place seems, the more likely it is to harbor monsters. He regretted coming along impulsively, fearing he would forever regret it if C2 Yinyu were to encounter danger. The dog, however, ignored their concerns and leaped into the valley, barking insistently. They had no choice but to follow, only to discover a young man lying there. Miss, this is Uncle Wang. He seems to be a cultivator. The dog probably wants us to save him. C2 Yinyu's expression was complicated, feeling a slight disappointment so the dog already had a master. In the void, a blood-red aura surged as a three-headed, six-armed scarlet demon stood towering over everything. Dozens of blood-red tentacles shot out like lightning, piercing the diving beasts with precision. The beasts' bodies, suspended in midair, withered rapidly before turning into bones that scattered in the wind. Meanwhile, Li Xiaobai's physical form was recovering at an astonishing pace. The gaping hole in his chest healed in an instant, vitality returning to him. He slowly got up from the ground, his voice hoarse as he muttered to himself. What a pity, just a few foundation establishment beasts, not even a single inner core. The system panel flickered, displaying attribute points 1000, Status: severe blood demon erosion. Li Xiaobai murmured. It seems advancement is the only way to alleviate this condition. He patted the fluffy little stray dog on his chest, secretly pleased. It was worth bringing it along, proving useful at a critical moment. Suddenly, a system notification chimed. Ding. Achievement unlocked. Master of Reckless Stunts. Reward: 1 heavy-duty truck. The system detailed the truck's capability to transport 30 tons of cargo and its exceptional durability, while also reminding, note, even experienced drivers face risks. Drive safely and responsibly, starting with me. Li Xiaobai felt a surge of excitement. This was his second achievement unlock, directly earning a heavy-duty truck worth 3,000 top-grade spirit stones. He thought to himself, this was definitely worth it. Situ Yinyu trembled all over, feeling a primal fear at the sight of the blood-red demon behind Li Xiaobai. She realized all this was Li Xiaobai's scheme, using the little dog to lure her in, then using her to attract the beasts, and finally using demonic arts to drain the beasts and recover his injuries. The brilliance of this plan left her in awe. Li Xiaobai mustered the strength to bow and thank the two of them, but fatigue hit him again. The blood demon's erosion continued to sap his vitality, leaving him exhausted. His legs gave way, and he collapsed back to the ground, falling into a deep sleep. As the scarlet demon's phantom dissipated, the pressure eased, and Situ Yenyu felt a wave of relief. The little dog tugged urgently at her clothes, indicating it was time to take Li Xiaobai away. Uncle Wang advised, take him with us. If it weren't for this senior, we'd all be dead here. Who knows? This might be your opportunity. Uncle Wang decisively picked Li Xiaobai up, and together with Situ Yenyu, they managed to get him into the carriage. The small dog leaped up and jumped into the carriage right behind them. Uncle Wang flicked his wrist, the reins jingled softly, and the carriage shot forward like an arrow, leaving a cloud of dust hanging in the air. Inside the carriage, Situ Yenyu finally held the little dog in her arms, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as she examined the unique creature. Where did you come from? She asked softly, with a hint of anticipation in her voice. The little dog responded with a few short barks, but soon Situ Yenyu's attention shifted to the unconscious young man. She couldn't help but be amazed. This young man looks so close to my age, yet he possesses such incredible strength. How fortunate it would be to receive guidance from him. Her gaze lingered on the young man, and a sense of awe rose within her. Whoever managed to injure him so severely must be someone I could never hope to rival. Her eyes were filled with a longing, as if she saw an unattainable pinnacle of martial arts. Suddenly, a commotion outside caught her attention. Situ Yenyu turned to look out the window and saw that wherever the carriage passed, beasts scattered in fear, their eyes filled with terror. This must be because we just saved this young man, she speculated to herself. Even in his unconscious state, just lying quietly in the carriage, he can terrify the beasts so profoundly. His cultivation must be unfathomably deep. Hearing Situ Yenyu's musings, the little dog gave her a look of disdain. It knew well that Li Xiaobai's ability to intimidate the beasts wasn't due to his own cultivation, but because he still carried the residual power of a blood demon from a tribulation stage master. It was this ominous aura that frightened the nearby beasts. Noticing the little dog's peculiar gaze, Situ Yenyu couldn't help but laugh, teasingly saying, "You're quite the interesting dog. Do you think that injured young man is nothing special?" Her tone was playful, trying to amuse the extraordinary little dog. To her surprise, the little dog stood up on its hind legs, its disdainful look growing stronger. It extended a paw, making a gesture as if declaring itself supreme. Situ Yenyu was amused by the dog's antics and couldn't help but retort, "Then why did you dive into the young man's arms when you encountered the beasts earlier?" Woof woof woof. The little dog was momentarily speechless, its attempt to show off backfiring. Frustrated and embarrassed, it turned away, ignoring Situ Yenyu, leaving her with nothing but its stubborn backside. The journey was uneventful, with Li Xiaobai's presence deterring any beasts from approaching. Uncle Wang skillfully drove the carriage, guiding it steadily into Guyu City. The city gate was imposing, with the bold characters Guyu City prominently displayed at the top. At the checkpoint, Uncle Wang passed through effortlessly with just a nod. Inside the city, it was bustling with activity and noise. Uncle Wang was well liked, with many people greeting him warmly along the way. "Hey, old Wang. Off to pick up Yenyu again, and old Wang is such a good man. Almost like a second father to Yenyu." Amidst the teasing remarks, Uncle Wang responded with a smile. The carriage turned into a secluded alley, and the surroundings changed abruptly. This was the slum area, with a faint stench of decay, starkly contrasting with the bustling city center. Clearly, Guyu City had distinct social divisions, with wealth and poverty sharply separated. "Grandpa, I'm back." Situ Yenyu called out loudly as she and Uncle Wang worked together to carry Li Xiaobai into the courtyard. An elderly man with white hair emerged, leaning on a cane as he walked unsteadily. He immediately noticed Li Xiaobai's severe injuries and frowned with concern. "What happened here? Who is this man, and why is he so badly injured? Yu, have you gotten into trouble outside? The old man asked, his tone filled with worry. Grandpa, it's not what you think. I'll explain everything in detail later. Yu quickly reassured him. Uncle Wang chimed in. Don't worry, sir. This young man is extraordinary. If it weren't for him, Yu and I might have ended up in a beast's belly. He suggested they get Li Xiaobai settled before explaining further. Relieved to hear that his granddaughter wasn't at fault, the old man visibly relaxed. As long as that's not the case. The outside world is dangerous, and if anything were to happen, it would be too much for us to handle. All right, let's get this young man into the old man's room. The elderly man said as he led the way, already considering how to care for their savior. Li Xiaobai lay quietly on the bed. It was the second day now. Through his observations over these 2 days, he had gained a thorough understanding of the city and the household that had taken him in. After the numerous calculations in the Mountain of Divine Beasts, he was acutely aware of the need to be cautious when traveling. A faint light filtered through the window lattice, illuminating his pale face. The woman who had rescued him, Situ Yenyu, was merely at the foundation establishment stage, with average abilities. The household consisted of only the grandfather and granddaughter. The elder, Situ Kong, was also a foundation establishment stage cultivator, who spent his days guiding his granddaughter in her cultivation, leading a leisurely life. Ah, young master, the old man is here to wipe you down again, Situ Kong remarked softly as he entered the room with a basin of warm water. So young, yet with such cultivation. If you could awaken, I'd love to learn a thing or two. The city doctor will arrive soon. I hope you recover quickly. With that, he gently wiped Li Xiaobai's face with a damp cloth before leaving with the basin. In truth, Li Xiaobai had already regained consciousness, but his body was temporarily immobilized. Being rescued and brought to the city was far better than being left in the wilderness, at least offering the security of 4 walls. He knew that the man in the raincoat must be searching for him everywhere. He silently checked the attributes panel before him. Host, Li Xiaobai. Defense, 9-turn indestructible golden body 5th turn 600, 005, 0000 to advance. Attribute points, 0. Skills, 100% hatred, muscle weakness, 9-turn indestructible sword intent 4th turn, blood demon transformation into heavenly lord, super abs. Store, open. Status, severe blood demon erosion. Although the blood demon erosion continued, the regenerative ability of the 9-turn indestructible golden body counteracted it. With a bit more rest, he should be able to regain his mobility. Browsing through the inventory, the achievements unlocked this time had brought him some valuable items. A not-so-hasty helmet, a 1,000-mile transmission talisman, and a heavy-duty truck capable of carrying 30 tons of cargo. This off-road vehicle not only had excellent defense, but could also use spirit stones as fuel, consuming 1 medium-grade spirit stone per kilometer. After searching the store for a while, he found a much-needed treasuria human skin mask. For just 1,000 medium-grade spirit stones, he could alter his appearance and aura at will. Li Xiaobai immediately purchased it and began crafting his new look. Sharp eyes, a prominent nose, combined with the melancholic demeanor of his 3rd senior brother attractive to women and envied by men. Just then, the door creaked open. Situ Kong and Situ Yenyu entered with the doctor. Noticing Li Xiaobai's changed appearance, the grandfather and granddaughter understood that he had awakened and was trying to conceal his identity. Dr. Mo, this is the patient I mentioned. Please take a look, Situ Kong said politely. Humph, have the silver ready. My visits aren't cheap. Dr. Mo replied sarcastically. Situ Yenyu was about to retort, but her grandfather stopped her. In this world, alchemy masters were revered by the upper echelons, and doctors were similarly valued by the lower classes because they held the power to save lives. Dr. Mo sat by the bed, carefully examining Li Xiaobai's condition. As soon as he felt the pulse, his face changed dramatically. This is the evil toxin inflicted by a nascent soul stage expert, and he's still alive. With that, he hastily packed his medical kit, repeatedly promising to keep silent, and fled. Situ Yenyu couldn't help but laugh. Have you woken up, young master? Yes, I have. Is there anything you desire? I'd like some peace and quiet. Situ Yenyu and Situ Kong left the room. Li Xiaobai sat up on the bed, his fingers gently touching the human skin mask on his face, feeling its realistic texture. He tried to move his body. Though still weak, he could manage some movement. He knew that as long as the blood demon's erosion in his body wasn't completely eradicated, his sickly state would be hard to change. Li Xiaobai frowned, pondering how to quickly boost his attributes. Getting beaten up was the quickest way, but in his current state, challenging weaker cultivators would yield little, and sparring with stronger ones was akin to seeking death. With the blood demon's erosion not yet resolved, he didn't want to stir up any more trouble. After much thought, he concluded that only Tang Ning's bathhouse could solve his urgent problem. I need to soak in a bathhouse, Li Xiaobai muttered to himself, while rubbing the furry bundle on his chest. Dog brother, do you have a name? He asked. Woof woof woof. The little scruffy dog poked its head out from Li Xiaobai's shirt, tilting its head with a puzzled expression. Shall I give you one? Woof woof woof. The little dog seemed to agree. Then from now on, you'll be called Nicholas or Guzzi. How about that? Isn't it cool and awesome? Li Xiaobai suggested with a hint of pride in his voice. Woof woof woof. The little dog suddenly stood up on its hind legs, making a unique gesture with its paw, clearly unimpressed with the name. However, Li Xiaobai misunderstood its intention. Great, since you think so too. From now on, that's your name, or Guzzi. Li Xiaobai patted the little dog's back, pleased with its understanding, completely ignoring the discontent on the little creature's face. Li Xiaobai got up, preparing to go out and find a suitable place to build a bathhouse. Just then, a heated argument erupted outside the house. Wang Ergu, give up. I, Situ Yinyu, would rather die here today, be buried alive, than marry into the Xia family, an angry female voice shouted. That's right, my granddaughter is talented and progresses in cultivation rapidly. Given time, she will surely be exceptional. How could we let you ruin her? An elderly voice followed. Heh, old man, do you think your precious granddaughter's cultivation came out of nowhere? A stranger's mocking voice chimed in. Li Xiaobai paused, deciding to observe the situation before acting. However, the little dog couldn't hold back and dashed out through the door crack. Even though it disliked the name, or Guzzi, it had no choice but to accept it once Li Xiaobai insisted. Now, it decided to prove that there could only be one Guzzi in this world. In the courtyard, several young men had cornered Situ Yinyu and Situ Kong, their expressions menacing. The earlier conversation had clearly displeased both parties. What do you mean by that? My granddaughter's cultivation is the result of her hard work. Situ Kong angrily questioned. The leading young man sneered. You're overestimating yourselves. Without our young master's help, how could a girl from the slums obtain a technique capable of reaching the golden core stage? Don't blame me, Wang Ergu, for not warning you. Our young master is giving you face by taking a liking to Yinyu. Don't refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. The others smirked, knowing that in this city, power and influence ruled, and they were undoubtedly on the side with both. You're threatening us, shameless. Situ Yinyu's face was full of anger, her voice filled with indignation. Yes, it is a threat. What can you do about it? Wang Ergu said arrogantly. Our young master has given you time to think. Today, you must come with me to the Xia family. You should know that in this ancient moon city, there are at least 1,000 people hoping to marry into the Xia family. Don't be ungrateful. At this moment, a series of urgent barks broke the tense atmosphere. The little scruffy dog charged out, fiercely biting at Wang Ergu. This person, who not only shared its name, but was also so arrogant, had to pay the price. Where did this stray dog come from? Get lost. Wang Ergu cried out in pain, kicking the little dog away. Though angry, the little dog held back from attacking again. Instead, it barked loudly towards the house, seemingly calling for Li Xiaobai's help. There's someone else inside. Wang Ergu grew alert, and the others became wary as well. The Situ family was supposed to have only 2 members, the grandfather and granddaughter. Today, there was someone else they hadn't noticed. No one. Situ Yinyu hurriedly tried to block Wang Ergu's view. Just then, the door creaked open. Broad daylight, under the clear sky, and you dare to harass an innocent lady? As a person of righteousness, I can't just stand by, Li Xiaobai said calmly, his hands behind his back. A man? You've been hiding a man in your house. Wang Ergu shrieked. No wonder you refused my young master's proposal. So you were hiding a pretty boy all along. Well then, let me, or Guzzi, put an end to your fantasy today. With that, he drew the sword from his waist, his eyes gleaming with malice. What are you standing there for? Attack. Kill this pretty boy. The henchman charged at Li Xiaobai with malicious grins. Be careful, sir. Situ Yinyu instinctively shouted, but then stopped herself. These thugs were merely the Xia family's foundation establishment stage lackeys and couldn't possibly be a match for the gentleman. Yeah, looks like someone's delivering nutrients right to my doorstep, Li Xiaobai chuckled. I don't like killing. Let's just absorb half each. Blood Demon Primordial Transformation Sovereign. As soon as he finished speaking, a blood-red phantom appeared behind Li Xiaobai, with countless tendrils piercing into the henchmen, greedily absorbing their energy, not just spiritual energy, but also physical strength and vitality. Attribute points 50. Attribute points 50. All points to defense. Li Xiaobai mentally noted. Defense, 9-turn indestructible golden body 5th, turn 700, 050000. However, these henchmen were too low in cultivation, providing limited attribute points. After draining them nearly dry, the blood-red phantom vanished, and they collapsed into a deep coma. Li Xiaobai waved his hand, using a skill he acquired in the Divine Beast Mountain range, Bear Paw Impact. Although its effect was modest, it was more than enough to deal with a few lackeys. An invisible wave swept out, cracking the ground inch by inch, sending the troublemaking henchmen flying like broken kites. Sir, won't this cause any trouble? Situ Yinyu asked worriedly. Li Xiaobai's assertive demeanor made Situ Kong feel apprehensive, worried about potential retaliation from powerful families. However, Situ Yinyu believed that Li Xiaobai was actually helping them and frowned, reproaching her grandfather for being overly cautious. Li Xiaobai responded calmly. As cultivators, we are bound by righteousness. When we see injustice, we must act. Rest assured, I will help you resolve this issue. When he donned the mask, it was as if he was following in the footsteps of his third senior brother, taking on a life of living on the edge. Wang Ergu was thrown out, while Guzi excitedly jumped into Li Xiaobai's arms, nestling against his chest. This scene made Situ Yinyu's heart skip a beat, and her cheeks flushed slightly. She found Li Xiaobai, with the mask on, even more attractive, exuding a charm irresistible to women. His straight nose, hawk-like eyes, and handsome features coupled with a brooding aura all embodied the traits of a perfect man. Situ Kong coughed at an opportune moment, breaking Situ Yinyu's reverie. She quickly composed herself, realizing her lapse. May I know the gentleman's name? Situ Yinyu inquired. Li Xiaobai replied with a cheerful smile. My name is Yi Chun, and I thank you, young lady, for your righteous assistance. He thought to himself, in the unpredictable world of martial artists, it's wise to use an alias to ensure safety. In this unfamiliar place, starting anew seemed like the best option. Situ Yinyu beamed, finding Li Xiaobai increasingly pleasing to the eye. So, it's Mr. Liangshan. I'm Situ Yinyu, pleased to meet you. This is my grandfather, Situ Kong. Situ Kong also offered a respectful salute, expressing gratitude for Li Xiaobai's help. Aware of Li Xiaobai's unfathomable cultivation level, he dared not offend him. Li Xiaobai glanced around and asked if there was an abandoned house available. Situ Kong promptly directed them to a long-unused woodshed. As they opened the door, dust fell in clouds, and cobwebs were everywhere. Just as Situ Yinyu was about to grab a broom to clean, Li Xiaobai stopped her. There's no need for that. I'll take care of it. Despite Situ Yinyu's embarrassment, Li Xiaobai insisted on doing it himself. He mused that with so much dust, manual cleaning would only make things messy. Fortunately, he had a marketplace tool to aid him, sparing him from such primitive cleaning methods. Li Xiaobai purchased a vacuum cleaner, powering it with 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones. He tested it with a single low-grade spirit stone, and immediately, all the dust and debris in the room surged into the vacuum, swiftly collected. After adding 2 more low-grade spirit stones, the suction grew even stronger, and within a few breaths, the room was spotless. Not even a small teacup remained. Gazing at the now bare room, Situ Kong felt a bit dismayed, thinking it was cleaned too thoroughly, with even the bed gone. Situ Yinyu, on the other hand, was amazed by the incredible abilities, finding it utterly astonishing. Li Xiaobai humbly remarked that it was nothing significant. This old man is really something else. I have no idea what he's thinking about all day. Li Xiaobai thought to himself as he absent-mindedly rubbed the human skin mask on his face. Standing in the courtyard, he glanced at the cluttered room to the west, a slight smile playing on his lips. Am I, a promising young man, interested in such things? He muttered to himself. I just want to help Miss Yinyu improve her abilities. Li Xiaobai sighed softly, a hint of helplessness in his eyes. Alas, the world always misunderstands me. Being too handsome truly is a curse. He turned and walked toward the storeroom to the west, the spirit stone in his hand glowing faintly. With the insertion of 2 low-grade spirit stones, the entire room transformed instantly. The clutter vanished, replaced by a simple yet tidy bathhouse. Miss Yinyu, Li Xiaobai said with a smile. This bathhouse has unique benefits. Training inside can yield twice the results with half the effort. Yinyu's voice was barely audible, tinged with shyness. Thank you, sir. Take your time with your practice. I'll go for a stroll outside, Li Xiaobai said cheerfully before turning to leave the courtyard and stepping into the street. The city was bustling with people, most dressed simply. Occasionally, young noblemen on tall horses passed by, prompting the crowd to give way. As Li Xiaobai walked, he pondered the need for a more upscale bathhouse. After all, the effectiveness and prestige of a bathhouse like Tangning Yipin were directly proportional. Suddenly, a commotion interrupted his thoughts. Everyone, get ready to drag that kid out of the Situ family. How dare he compete with me for a woman? I'll make him wish he were dead. A familiar voice rang out, and Li Xiaobai immediately recognized Wang Ergu, whom he'd sent flying earlier. The dog in his arms stirred restlessly, clearly remembering Wang Ergu. In the crowd, a young nobleman on a white horse was angrily berating his lackeys. You useless bunch. You didn't even see what moves the opponent used before getting knocked out. You're a disgrace to the Xia family, the young master roared. If you make such a rookie mistake again, you'll all be out on the streets. Li Xiaobai appraised the young master. Snake-like eyes, sunken cheeks, a lack of vitality, clearly someone who indulged in debauchery. He shook his head discreetly, thinking that being targeted by such a person was not a blessing for Yinyu. Suddenly, a sharp-eyed lackey spotted Li Xiaobai and exclaimed. The young master immediately turned his horse and galloped over. The white horse snorted hot air, and the crowd quickly dispersed. Li Xiaobai looked up at the young master towering over him, feeling an inexplicable irritation. This emotion stemmed from the persona created by his human skin mask. He was now a brooding prince not to be challenged. Sir, it was him who injured us. Sir, you must stand up for us. Sir, this guy dared to compete with you for a woman. Let us take him down for you. The lackeys clamored, but none dared to make a move. Shut up, all of you. The Xia family young master barked, clearly displeased with how his entrance had been ruined by his subordinates. So you're the pretty boy Yin you recently got to know. What's your name? The young master asked, looking down at Li Xiaobai. My name is Yiliang Chun, Li Xiaobai replied calmly. Was it you who injured my men? Yes, it was me. Do you know who I am? No, I don't. I am Xia Lu, the third young master of the Xia family. And so, Li Xiaobai's expression turned peculiar. He mused that even someone calling themselves Xia Lu was something not easily comprehended. So, there's no need for explanations. Just quietly endure my wrath. Seize him, Xia Lu commanded. His lackeys immediately surged forward, dragging Li Xiaobai into a nearby alley. The city patrol asked what was happening, but Xia Lu deftly brushed them off. No worries, brother Lu. We just want to have a chat with this gentleman. There's nothing else going on. You can continue your patrol. With that, he discreetly slipped the patrol leader a pouch of spirit stones. The patrol leader accepted it with a grin and led his men away. In the alley, Xia Lu sneered and ordered, cut off his hands and feet. The henchmen efficiently restrained Li Xiaobai's limbs, sharpening their blades. How about this? If you kneel and beg for mercy, I might be in a good mood and spare you. Xia Lu taunted with a smug smile. Li Xiaobai responded calmly. I'm an outsider, but believe me, I have 100 ways to make you beg for mercy, while you remain powerless. Cut! Xia Lu shouted in fury, personally swinging his blade at Li Xiaobai's wrist. The others simultaneously aimed for his limbs. However, the next moment, they all froze. With a crack, sparks flew as several blades shattered into pieces. Xia Lu was dumbfounded. His blade hadn't even left a scratch on Li Xiaobai's skin. Attribute points 3. Attribute points 10. Li Xiaobai murmured softly, then addressed the stunned crowd. If you could actually cut off my limbs, I would be grateful. But unfortunately, in this world, the only one who can harm me is myself. Li Xiaobai maintained a calm demeanor as he felt the continuous increase of attribute points within him. He glanced around, a slight smile playing on his lips. To him, this group of self-proclaimed exceptional individuals were nothing more than novices. The young master of the Xia family, Xia Lu, seemed to only have the cultivation level of the foundation establishment stage, and the rest of his henchmen hadn't even reached that stage, incapable of causing him any harm. So these are the so-called family science? Their cultivation levels are embarrassingly low, Li Xiaobai chuckled to himself. It feels like I've wandered into a beginner's village. Xia Lu's face changed drastically. He had initially thought the opponent was at his mercy, only to realize the situation was quite the opposite. Suppressing his inner fear, he demanded harshly. Who? Who exactly are you? Li Xiaobai raised an eyebrow, his tone calm, yet carrying undeniable authority. I am Yi Liangchun. Situ Yinyu is not someone you can afford to provoke. After donning a human skin mask, Li Xiaobai felt a subtle change in his demeanor and personality. This guise, modeled after his third senior brother, proved advantageous in the outside world. Xia Lu was both shocked and furious, gritting his teeth. Are you threatening me? Don't think you can act recklessly just because you have some cultivation. The Xia family has been a prominent family in Guyue City for centuries, not someone you can offend lightly. Li Xiaobai crossed his arms, full of disdain. Liangchen doesn't like wasting words. If you think you have the strength, by all means, come at me. Xia Lu and his cronies slunk away in defeat, leaving behind even their white horse. Li Xiaobai chuckled inwardly. This mask was indeed useful. It sharpened his senses, making him aware of details he previously overlooked. He mounted the abandoned white horse and softly said, Hey, horse, your master doesn't want you anymore. I'll take you for a ride. On the street, the townsfolk watched as Xia Lu and his group fled in disgrace, while Li Xiaobai rode out leisurely, sparking murmurs among them. Damn, today was unbelievable. Yeah, who would have thought the arrogant Xia family would face such a day? This young master isn't someone to mess with either. Well, I don't care. Seeing the Xia family young master humbled feels great. Absolutely, it's truly satisfying. Li Xiaobai rode along the streets, observing the city. Stalls lined the roads, with taverns, tea houses, and shops selling spiritual tools and items aplenty. Yet there was not a single bathhouse in sight. It seemed this world knew nothing of bathing culture. Just then, a small tea house next to a tavern caught his attention. A sign at the entrance read, Shop for sale or transfer. Li Xiaobai's eyes lit up, thinking, I found it. This tea house is in a great location, right next to a tavern, ensuring a steady flow of customers. Li Xiaobai led his horse into the courtyard in front of the tea house, his eyes sweeping over the shabby storefront. Are you selling this place? He asked. As soon as he spoke, a thin middle-aged man hurried out from inside, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. That's right, I'm looking to sell it. Are you interested? He replied eagerly. already calculating how to pitch this problematic location. Li Xiaobai glanced around, noticing a large tavern not far away. This place isn't too bad. Name your price, he said calmly. The middle-aged man's eyes darted around, thinking he had found an easy target. 500 low-grade spirit stones, he announced, setting a sky-high price. That's too much, how about 50? Li Xiaobai replied, a slight smile playing under his mask. The shopkeeper's face changed, quickly explaining, you must be joking, sir. This tea house is right next to the Guanyue Tavern, with thousands of customers passing by every day. It's a sure profit. I'm only selling it because of family matters back home. Li Xiaobai chuckled, pointing out the obvious flaw. A tea house beside a tavern? Who would come here? Clearly, your business has been taken over by the tavern. Don't try to fool me. 60 low-grade spirit stones, no more. After some haggling, they finally settled on 80 low-grade spirit stones. The shopkeeper looked at the stones in his hand, lamenting his lack of business acumen. With the deal done, Li Xiaobai immediately started renovating. He cleared out all the furniture and fixtures, leaving an empty room. Then, he began designing a bathhouse layout, dividing the space into male and female sections, with just one door connecting them. Male cultivators won't mind being seen, Li Xiaobai mused to himself. It might even boost the happiness of marriages in town. He set up a counter in each section to sell tea and snacks. Soon, a simple but functional bathhouse took shape. Content: Li Xiaobai immersed himself in the water, watching his attribute panel flicker. Attribute points 30. Attribute points 30. Not bad, he thought. It's not as luxurious as the Situ family's bathhouse, but it's much better. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Why not have Situ Yinyu manage the female section? She's quite attractive and should draw in plenty of male cultivators. With that thought, Li Xiaobai smiled cheerfully to himself. Yes, that's what I'll do. After giving the bathhouse a makeover, Li Xiaobai stood in front of the newly renovated tea shop, admiring his handiwork with satisfaction. He had redeemed an exquisite plaque from the mall, which was inscribed with the powerful characters Tang Ning Yi Pin and hung prominently above the entrance. Beside it, a striking notice caught the attention of passers-by. Our shop is about to open, and we're launching a promotional event. The first customer to make 10 purchases will receive a free BMW steed. Don't miss out as you pass by. Below the notice, the shop's information was displayed. Manager, Yi Lianchen. Staff, the stunning beauty, Situ Yinyu. We sincerely welcome your visit. Li Xiaobai nodded to himself, thinking that such a promotion, offering both benefits and a touch of flair, would undoubtedly attract customers and be profitable. After tidying up, he decided to return to the Situ residence, letting the news of Tang Nang Yipin simmer on the streets for a while. Meanwhile, inside one of the halls of the Xia family, a conversation between brothers was taking place. Xia Lu knelt on the ground, tearfully pleading with a young man. Brother, you must stand up for me. That guy named Yi is too arrogant. He not only injured my men, but also took my woman and humiliated me in public. It's unforgivable. The young man asked impassively. What's his full name, and where does he live? Xia Lu quickly replied. His name is Yi Lianchen, and he's living with that woman Situ Yinyu now. Brother, you must help me. The young man glanced at Xia Lu with disdain, his voice dripping with contempt. Look at you, getting bullied by an outsider. Pathetic. He paused, then continued. We've got guests at home these days. I'll talk to them and make Yi Lianchen disappear. No one can take a woman fancied by a Xia family member. Xia Lu's face lit up with hope as he cautiously asked. The guests, could they be those from outside the city? The young man interrupted. That's none of your concern. Be careful not to get reprimanded by father. Rest assured, no matter Yi Lianchen's background, he's as good as dead. Haha. Thank you, brother. Xia Lu said gratefully. Back at the Situ residence, as soon as Li Xiaobai walked in, he was greeted by a wave of steam. Despite 1 or 2 hours having passed, the grandfather and granddaughter were still soaking in the bath, a testament to the allure of the bathing culture. Li Xiaobai thought he should take them to the large bathhouse for a proper experience later. Miss Yinyu, old master, I'm back, Li Xiaobai called out, only to see Situ Kong eagerly approaching him. Oh, young master Lianchen, it's been 2 hours, and I've missed you dearly, Situ Kong said, his face glowing and still dripping with water. The bath water isn't as comfortable as it was before. Do you have a way to heat it up a bit? Li Xiaobai looked at Situ Kong's eager and hopeful eyes, feeling a bit uneasy. He had expected Miss Yinyu to greet him first, but instead, it was this elderly gentleman. What made him even more uncomfortable was the hint of ambiguity in the old man's gaze, sending a shiver down his spine. Just then, Situ Yinyu emerged from the room, fully dressed, and with a slight blush on her face, breaking the awkward atmosphere. Young Master Lianchen, she called softly. Li Xiaobai suddenly felt a sense of relief. This was the normal reception he had anticipated. Trying to maintain his composure, he asked, So, is the bath enjoyable? Situ Kong immediately chimed in. Young Master Lianchen, this bathing technique is miraculous. After being stagnant for over a decade, I feel signs of a breakthrough in my cultivation. If possible, I would like to continue bathing with you. Ha ha ha. Listening to the old man's eerie laughter, Li Xiaobai couldn't help but wonder if the old man had peculiar tastes. Just as he was thinking of an excuse to leave, Situ Yinyu spoke up. Indeed, I also feel a subtle breakthrough in my cultivation. May I ask, young master, is the bathwater made with spiritual herbs? In Situ Yinyu's eyes, there was a glimmer of excitement. She could feel her cultivation level quietly rising, with a faint trend towards breaking through to the 9th level of the qi refining stage. Even before the newly discovered spiritual herb had been used, her cultivation had already shown significant progress. Li Xiaobai smiled calmly. Your progress, though small, is real. This technique should lend you a hand. With a flick of his wrist, he produced a book titled Han Yuan Jing. He had obtained it from Feng Lingzi at Misty Peak, but had yet to read it. Situ Kong immediately leaned in, barely able to contain his excitement. He recognized at once that the techniques recorded in this Han Yuan Jing were far superior to those he and his granddaughter had been practicing. Situ Yenyu, however, appeared hesitant. Sir, this is too valuable. I cannot accept it, she said, biting her lip and handing the book back. Li Xiaobai waved dismissively. There's no need for that. It's just an ordinary technique. Your current abilities limit your imagination. Practice with this for now, and we can find a better one later. His tone carried a hint of unintentional arrogance, a common trait since he started wearing the mask. Also, Li Xiaobai continued, I've built a new bathhouse next to the moon viewing tower, called Tang Nangi Pin. If possible, I'd like your help in managing it. You can also practice there. Haha, I'm all for it, Situ Kong replied with a cheerful laugh. Thank you, sir, Situ Yinyu said respectfully with a bow. Meanwhile, in front of the moon viewing tower in the city, a ragged old beggar was rudely thrown out the door. No money, and you still want to freeload? We're running a business here, not a charity, shouted the attendant. If you dare come to our tavern again, we'll have you thrown out immediately. The old beggar rubbed his sore backside, muttering, if you won't give food, then you won't give food. Why so harsh? His attention was caught by a nearby shop. Huh? Wasn't this a tea house just this morning? How did it change so quickly? He moved closer to read the sign. Tang Mingi Pin? A bathhouse. And they have separate sections for men and women. The old beggar's eyes lit up. With the beautiful Situ Yenyu and a divine steed? Admiring the white horse tied nearby, he clicked his tongue. This must be the divine steed. Impressive indeed. Rubbing his hands together, a sly smile appeared in his eyes. Well now, everything seems in order. I'll come back later to check it out and see what level of beauty we're talking about. Ha ha ha. Maybe I'll even catch a glimpse of a beauty bathing. He chuckled mischievously and walked away. Not long after, Li Xiaobai entered Tangning Yi Pin with Situ Yenyu and Situ Kong. The two were stunned by the site's spacious pools, a grand counter, steaming mist, and every facility imaginable, with tea and snacks already prepared. As expected, the efficiency of the powerful is unmatched, Situ Kong marveled. Just a short trip, and there's already a horse and a house. After soaking in the pool for a while, Situ Yenyu and Situ Kong were surprised to find that their cultivation efficiency was actually faster here than at home. Li Xiaobai clapped his hands and announced, all right, here's the division of labor. Miss Yenyu, you'll take care of the women's bath. Mr. Situ, you'll handle the men's bath, and I'll be in charge of collecting money. Let's get to work. Sir, Situ Kong suddenly sidled up to Li Xiaobai with a fawning expression. Can this old man stay with you tonight? I promise I can be still. Ha ha ha. Tang Ning Yipin opened its doors with high hopes, only to face the awkward situation of a quiet grand opening. The entrance was deserted, with potential customers drawn to the neighboring restaurant, leaving the new bathhouse unnoticed. Inside, Sitong Yinyu dutifully manned the women's bathhouse counter, ready to welcome any customers who might come. In stark contrast, Sitong Kong, the unreliable old man, had already immersed himself in the pool, humming a tune in his own world of enjoyment. Li Xiaobai surveyed the quiet scene and decided to start with the little dog. Ignoring its struggles, he tossed the dog into the pool. Woof woof. The little dog paddled around, then suddenly calmed down, feeling a surprising surge of strength within. The pool's benefits far exceeded its expectations. After a moment of shock, the dog quickly adapted to the pleasant sensation, a look of enjoyment spreading across its face. At that moment, a group of young men peeked into the shop. One scholarly-looking youth frowned and said, when did this place become like this? Wasn't it a tea shop before? What does Tang Ningi Pin mean? A bathhouse can open as a business? This is outrageous. Li Xiaobai approached them with a smile. Welcome to our shop. We are here to offer you the most sincere service. The scholarly youth continued to question, what kind of shop is this? Bathing is such a private matter. How can you run a business on it? This is inappropriate. Li Xiaobai calmly explained. That's not quite right. Bathing is an art. To bathe comfortably, one must master the mystery of temperature. There's a lot to it. Bathing relates to one's pursuit. If you just want to get clean, you can do that at home. But if you want a truly relaxing experience, you need to understand the nuances. Oh, there's more to it. The young men became interested. Li Xiaobai seized the opportunity. Of course, bathing at home is too monotonous. In a bathhouse, you experience human interactions. Here, you meet all sorts of people and stories. Everyone shares the same pool, barriers fall, and bonds form quickly. When emotions are in place, everything else falls into place. Plus, my bathhouse can aid in cultivation. An hour of training here is more effective than using spirit stones. Hearing about cultivation benefits, the group was intrigued. What about the price? They asked, curiosity gleaming in their eyes. Li Xiaobai pointed to the price list on the wall. Please check the wall. Men's bathhouse, 10 low-grade spirit stones for an hour and a half, 100 for an overnight stay. Women's bathhouse, 8 low-grade spirit stones for an hour and a half, 80 for overnight. So expensive, the young men exclaimed. Even the moon viewing tower next door doesn't charge this much. This is daylight robbery. We're leaving. As they were about to leave, Li Xiaobai remained unfazed, clearing his throat lightly. Yinyu, please come greet the guests. The door to the women's bathhouse opened slowly, and Sitong Yinyu emerged. Dressed in white, her eyes clear as water, and her skin smooth as jade, she was breathtakingly beautiful. The young men were instantly captivated, her ethereal beauty undeniable even in simple attire. Gentlemen, how long would you like to stay? Sitong Yinyu asked softly. The young men quickly changed their minds. Half an, oh no, an hour. With a faint smile on her lips, Situ Yinyu stepped outside. Several young men immediately blushed, staring at her without blinking, with drool escaping the corners of their mouths. Mesmerized, they stumbled after Yinyu's figure, walking into the pool without even remembering to take off their clothes. Li Xiaobai couldn't be bothered with these details. He knew full well that once these people discovered the pool's magical properties, they would rush to take a bath. Sure enough, after just a few breaths, exclamations erupted from the pool. Oh my, I've broken through. I've reached the 7th level of the Qi refining stage. Me too. My bottleneck has loosened, and I'm about to break through the 6th level. What kind of magical bathhouse is this, where just soaking in it can increase your cultivation? Now I can save the breakthrough pill that the ancestor gave me. In the end, the allure of beauty couldn't compare to the temptation of a cultivation boost. Realizing the sudden surge of spiritual energy within them, the young men became excited. They understood that the owner hadn't deceived them. This bathhouse truly had the effect of enhancing cultivation. Spending 20 lower-grade spirit stones for a breakthrough in cultivation was definitely a bargain. Watching the blissful expressions of the people in the pool, Li Xiaobai's lips curved into a slight smile. These young men were now thoroughly captivated by the small shop. He thought to himself, becoming the richest man starts now. The street was bustling with traffic and crowds. Before long, a few more cultivators arrived, both men and women. They were drawn in by the slogan at the door and curiously entered the bathhouse. As soon as they walked in, they saw the people soaking in the pool. Boss, your bathhouse is quite unique, one male cultivator remarked. Let's go. 13th sister, there's nothing much to see here, another male cultivator urged. However, the female cultivator referred to as 13th sister paused. Let's take another look, you go? I think this place is quite nice, she said softly, her voice gentle and tender, a stark contrast to her usual fiery temper. Leah felt a bit uneasy about 13th sister's unusual behavior. At that moment, 13th sister stood rooted to the spot, her gaze fixed on Li Xiaobai at the counter. His handsome appearance, melancholic aura, and faint smile seemed to melt her heart. She thought to herself, how could such a man exist in this world, and why had she only met him now? Let's go in and soak, 13th sister suggested, her eyes never leaving Li Xiaobai. The others reluctantly followed her inside. Boss, arrange a bath for us, 13th sister said softly, but Li Xiaobai didn't even lift his head, leaving her slightly disappointed. Yinyu, come and attend to the guests. There's a female cultivator, Li Xiaobai said casually. All right, Siti Yinyu replied, stepping out again. The male cultivators instantly went slack-jawed, their eyes filled with lust as they ogled her enticing curves. How many hours would you like to soak? Yinyu asked. Overnight, they all replied in unison. Huh. 13th sister, after a closer look, I think you're right. This place is indeed wonderful, worth experiencing. They were all wealthy and paid the spirit stones without hesitation before diving into the pool. However, it was clear that their traditional mindset held strong, as they only removed their shoes and not their clothes before soaking in the pool. Moments later, more exclamations rang out, including a piercing, high-pitched female voice. Foundation establishment stage complete. I've broken through the foundation establishment stage. This bathhouse can enhance cultivation. Quickly, get our elder brother to come too. Who is this boss? This is truly an opportunity. A group of young cultivators looked astonished, nearly losing their composure in excitement. They widened their eyes in disbelief as they surveyed their surroundings. Who would have thought that an ordinary bathhouse could help someone break through to the foundation establishment stage? Leah stood in the pool, eyes moist. As the sole heir of the Li family, he had always been troubled by his lack of cultivation talent. A month ago, his family had spent a fortune on foundation establishment and breakthrough pills for him, but to no avail. Just as the family was losing hope, an unexpected turn of events at this modest bathhouse allowed him to achieve a perfect foundation establishment level. Feeling the widened meridians within him, he could channel more spiritual energy, making cultivation incredibly smooth. Overwhelmed, Leah stood up from the pool and bowed deeply to Li Xiaobai. Thank you, boss, for the life-changing bath. I will never forget this. In the future, if you ever need my help, I will do whatever it takes. Li Xiaobai waved his hand nonchalantly. No problem, just take care of the business here in the future. Such scenes had become routine for him. More visitors poured into the bathhouse. Situyen Yu took charge of the male guests, while Li Xiaobai attended to the females. Their striking appearances were particularly appealing to the cultivators. Soon, many cultivators paid their spiritual stones, grinning as they were led into the bathhouse. News of the bath's ability to enhance cultivation spread rapidly, causing a buzz in the bathhouse. The cultivators were ecstatic, with some even dancing with joy. They eagerly inquired about the source of the water, hoping to purchase it. Some secretly collected a jar of water amidst the chaos. Li Xiaobai explained, it's not the water's effect, but a technique and art. You are soaking in a culture passed down through millennia. As for the water, feel free to drink it or study it as you wish. Though skeptical, the cultivators collected some water samples. The bathhouse returned to calm as everyone seized the moment to cultivate. Li Xiaobai and Situyen Yu also set up a small pool behind the bar, allowing them to cultivate during their free time. As their attribute points increased, Li Xiaobai's defense steadily improved. Just then, a filthy old beggar walked in, and a pungent odor filled the room. The cultivators protested, demanding he be kicked out. Li Xiaobai calmly stated, all are welcome as long as they can pay. The old beggar scratched his ear and chuckled. I'll take an hour first. It's been ages since I had a bath. The cultivators grew even more furious, with some offering double the price to have the beggar removed. Li Xiaobai sternly said, quiet down. Anyone who can pay is a valued customer. The old beggar approvingly remarked, not bad, young man, you have insight. This face mask is done quite well. Li Xiaobai was startled, realizing the old man had seen through his human skin mask. An hour cost 20 pieces of low-grade spirit stones, no credit allowed. Li Xiaobai said calmly, his gaze sharp. He knew his identity had been uncovered, but rules were rules, and even if the king himself came, he'd have to pay up. The old beggar was taken aback, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. He hadn't expected such nonchalance from the other party, which only piqued his interest. Rubbing his hands awkwardly, he said, well, this old beggar doesn't have that much money right now. Could I offer something else instead? Li Xiaobai squinted, discreetly assessing the seemingly shabby old man in front of him. He was on high alert, suspecting this old man might be a hidden boss in disguise. He had played such games with his sixth senior brother numerous times before and knew to be cautious until he understood the other party's intentions. That depends on what level of item you can offer, Li Xiaobai replied without betraying any emotion. The old beggar's eyes lit up as he pulled out a dirty gourd from his coat. This old beggar has a pot of fine wine here. I'll let you have a sip, but you must allow me to stay for a day. How about it? As soon as he said this, the cultivators around the pool erupted. Nonsense, someone shouted angrily. A sip of wine for a whole day? Dream on. Exactly. Do you even know how many spirit stones it costs to stay here for a day? Another cultivator chimed in. Boss, he's just here to cause trouble. Throw him out, someone suggested loudly. Amidst the commotion, Li Xiaobai remained calm. He told the old beggar, let's see your wine first. If it's too poor, it won't even get through this door. The old beggar grinned, revealing a set of yellow teeth. Haha, no problem, you'll be satisfied. With that, he pulled out the dirty gourd from his waist pouch. The gourd was pitch black, covered in mud and unidentifiable substances, looking quite disgusting. As soon as the old beggar removed the cork, the atmosphere in the room changed. A delicate fragrance wafted through the air, overpowering the sour stench within. Li Xiaobai felt a rush, and system notifications started to ring continuously. Attribute points 20. Attribute points 20. Detected continuous exposure to wine fragrance. Skill acquired. Drunken aura. Drunken aura. Releases a wine fragrance that causes those who smell it to experience muscle weakness, with symptoms worsening the longer they remain in the scent. Li Xiaobai was startled, thinking, wow, what kind of wine is this? Just smelling it increases attribute points. Imagine what a sip would do. This old beggar is definitely a formidable master. The old beggar eagerly looked at Li Xiaobai and asked, so, how do you like the old beggar's wine, boss? Deal. Li Xiaobai agreed immediately, reaching out to take the dirty wine gourd. As he slowly poured the wine into his mouth, a storm erupted in his dantian. Li Xiaobai felt his blood boil, qi and blood rushing to his head, and his vision darkened, nearly causing him to collapse. The system notifications went wild again. Attribute points 2,000. Attribute points 2,000. Attribute points 50,000. Beep. Continuous exposure to wine fragrance detected. Skill upgrade. Drunken 8 immortals. Drunken 8 immortals. Movements can cause enemies to become intoxicated and incapacitated, with severity increasing over time. Li Xiaobai was overjoyed, thinking, wow, this wine is incredibly powerful. Just one sip increased my attribute points by 50,000. It's practically a heavenly treasure. He felt warm all over, his energy overflowing, and his spirits lifted significantly. All points to defense. Li Xiaobai mentally commanded. The system responded immediately. Defense. Immortal Golden Body 6th, turn 900, 060000 for progression. Attribute points. 0. Status. Blood Demon Erosion Moderate. The status bar's change brought a spark of joy to Li Xiaobai's heart, as he felt his body becoming significantly lighter. As expected, with the advancement in defense, the blood demon's erosion was gradually diminishing. The old beggar watched in astonishment as Li Xiaobai effortlessly downed a mouthful of the liquor. Though the drink was excellent, it wasn't something an ordinary person could handle. He thought to himself that this seemingly ordinary shop owner might not be so simple after all. Seizing a moment when the old beggar wasn't paying attention, Li Xiaobai was tempted to take a few more sips. He thought that if he could drink to his heart's content, the points for the 9 revolutions indestructible golden body might be maxed out in one go. But rationality quickly prevailed, and he reminded himself, stop, this is the old man's treasure, only one sip allowed. The old beggar swiftly snatched the gourd back. He had initially thought Li Xiaobai could only manage a few drops, but to his surprise, he had actually taken a full sip, causing him a pang of distress. Go on in, you can only stay for a day. If you come out midway, it means your bath is over, Li Xiaobai remarked nonchalantly, smacking his lips. Situ Yinyu approached with a smile, inviting the old beggar into the bathhouse. This way, sir. Such a pretty young lady, the old beggar ogled, his eyes roving over Situ Yinyu, making him seem quite lecherous. The cultivators in the pool scattered like birds and beasts upon seeing the old beggar approach. Many scooped up some water to take home for cultivation. Someone muttered, seriously? Is the old guy really coming in to bathe? Once he's in, this bathhouse might turn into a stinking cesspool. I'm taking the water home for cultivation anyway. The boss doesn't forbid it. Me too. That old beggar is just too disgusting. In just a few breaths, the bathhouse was nearly empty, leaving only Li family's young master Liya, Situ Kong the elder, and the old beggar. Li Xiaobai didn't stop the cultivators from leaving since the spirit stones were already collected. Staying or leaving was entirely up to them. Liya and Situ Kong were not snobs, so they didn't mind the old beggar's presence. Ah, this is nice. The old beggar was unfazed by the others' reactions and sank into the pool, the water reaching up to his neck, a look of utter satisfaction on his face. Li Xiaobai carefully observed the old beggar's reactions. The old beggar seemed unconcerned about the pool water's effect on cultivation, his face full of contentment. Li Xiaobai thought to himself, this guy is definitely a master in disguise. Old man, if you let me have another sip of your liquor, I can upgrade you to our shop's first monthly VIP member. If you let me have 2 sips, I'll give you a free super VIP package. How about that? Li Xiaobai said with a sly grin, his eyes repeatedly glancing at the old beggar's gourd. No more. No more. One bath is enough. Just getting clean is fine. The old beggar replied as he started scrubbing himself, causing Li Xiaobai to shudder with disgust. He thought to himself, why do these experts have such peculiar tastes? Old man, a bath is about the state of mind, striving for comfort. Just getting clean is too superficial. You should discover the bathhouse's hidden delights, Li Xiaobai gently persuaded. Like what? The old beggar asked, intrigued. For instance, the world behind that door, Li Xiaobai said mysteriously. If you become a super VIP member, you can see beauties emerging from the bath in this pool every day. Ah, the old beggar gasped. Is that true? Don't deceive me. I'm not well read. The old beggar's eyes widened, gleaming like a beast ready to pounce on its prey. He recalled the scene of Situ Yinyu emerging from her bath and felt secretly delighted. If he could enjoy such a sight every day, offering a bit of fine wine was a small price to pay. Li Xiaobai inwardly scoffed, thinking, old pervert, so unrefined. Is this what they call a senior expert? His eyes light up at the mention of a beauty. He said seriously, of course it's true. Liangshan never speaks nonsense. If he says there's a beauty emerging from the bath, then there is. Old Master Situ Kong immediately became anxious. I don't mind you looking at others, but my granddaughter Yinyu is absolutely off limits. He suddenly realized that with a few old lechers in the bathhouse, his granddaughter was in a precarious situation. The old beggar squinted and chuckled strangely. Deal. But first, you have to let me experience the super VIP treatment. If it's as you say, the wine is yours. Li Xiaobai casually replied. No problem. From this moment, you're the first monthly VIP of our establishment, with a 1-month trial. He thought to himself, as long as the old beggar stayed in the shop, he wouldn't worry about getting wine. The old beggar continued rubbing his feet, turning the entire pool of water a murky green. who knew how much grime he had accumulated. Leah, watching from the side, was puzzled. As the water washed away the dirt on the old beggar's face, she felt he looked familiar but couldn't recall where she had seen him before. Li Xiaobai frowned, thinking this wouldn't attract customers. He immediately purchased a bag of air purifiers from the shop, priced at 10 low-grade spirit stones. The product description said, purifies the air, clears the mind, and temporarily enhances comprehension. He sprinkled a small bag of the purifier into the room, and the rotten stench vanished instantly. The pool water became crystal clear, and the air was filled with a faint tea fragrance. Leah was astonished. Boss, what is this? She felt her understanding of martial arts techniques suddenly became much clearer, almost unbelievably so. The old beggar also looked surprised, muttering to himself, this stuff rivals Tao enlightenment tea leaves, but it's more comfortable to soak. Li Xiaobai was secretly amazed. The items produced by the system were indeed extraordinary. Even a simple bag of powder could enhance comprehension. He exchanged for another bag and handed it to Situ Yinyu. Yinyu, sprinkle a bag in the women's bath too. Sure enough, within minutes, a large crowd swarmed in. They were drawn by the scent of the air purifier and found that the closer they got to the bathhouse, the clearer their thoughts became, and many problems were easily solved. What kind of magical place is this? The crowd exclaimed. Li Xiaobai chuckled. Ha! Ha! Come in and sample the wonders of our bathhouse. Meanwhile, the news had also alarmed the major families in Guiyue City. Young Master Wang Ning of the Wang family rushed back to his family after visiting the bathhouse, reporting to the head of the family, Wang Ba. Father, I've discovered a treasure trove. He detailed the bathhouse's wonders and even brought back some water samples. Wang Ba listened, his eyes gleaming with interest. If he could harness such a secret to enhance cultivation, the Wang family would surely prosper. He carefully examined the water samples, but found nothing unusual. Tasting it, he only found it bitter and foul. You scoundrel! How dare you make me drink your foot wash? Prepare to die. Similar scenes played out across the major families in Guiyue City. Disciples presented the water from the bathhouse to their elders, who were initially thrilled and tried various methods to uncover its secrets, only to find it was just ordinary water. Someone suggested, try to sense if there's a special scent in the water, perhaps some kind of herb. So everyone began to taste it carefully. There is something about this water, someone frowned. Judging by the taste and texture, it seems to be foot wash. Immediately, curses erupted among the families. Damn it! Are you trying to make a fool of your father? What did I do in my past life to deserve such a useless offspring? 10 years of cultivation, and you treat foot wash as a sacred elixir. The heads and elders of the families turned livid, as if they had swallowed flies. If word got out that they had tasted their disciples' foot wash, their reputations in the city would be ruined. The disciples were puzzled. Why was the water effective in the bathhouse, but lost its potency when taken out? Could the owner be right, that the bath water was ordinary, and the true value lay elsewhere? Unconsciously, disciples from various families once again flocked to the bathhouse in droves. To their surprise, they found it surrounded by a dense crowd. Don't push, I was here first. Don't cut in line. Brother, I'm waiting to get into the bathhouse. Brother, you misunderstood. I don't have spirit stones. I'm not going in, just hanging around outside. Me too. I'm just soaking up the atmosphere, not competing with you. The refreshing scent of the air purifier acted like an invisible lure, drawing people in from all around. The practice of cultivation, the very foundation of existence, suddenly seemed within reach around this bathhouse. Eager eyes glimmered with desire, but the steep price of 10 low-grade spirit stones made them hesitate. Most could only stand in the courtyard, greedily breathing in the air, consoling themselves by calling it catching a whiff. A disgruntled voice suddenly rang out from the queue. Hey, no cutting in line. Wait your turn. A few well-dressed young men turned pale at the reprimand, and one of them arrogantly declared, I am Wang Ning of the Wang family. Do I need to queue as well? The air grew tense, and the crowd erupted in anger. Who dares block my opportunity? I'll die at their doorstep. I'm just half a step from the golden course stage, and anyone who hinders me is a mortal enemy. If you want to enjoy the bath today, follow the rules, or we'll all go die at your doorstep. Faced with such fierce reactions, the young men realized that many in the line were from prominent city families, waiting patiently. They had no choice but to curb their arrogance and quietly join the end of the line. Inside the bathhouse, the cultivators soaking in the pool wore blissful smiles. Bathing enhanced their cultivation, and the air purifier boosted their insight. In such an environment, even a pig could gain enlightenment. Exclamations of amazement filled the air, and everyone was as excited as if on a stimulant. When time was up, the cultivators reluctantly prepared to leave. Someone shouted, Boss, can we pay for extra time? I'll pay double. Boss, me too. Boss, let me extend my time, and my daughter can keep you company in the bath. But Li Xiaobai firmly replied, No, rules are rules. There are still so many people waiting. As Situ Yinyu led the female cultivators out from the adjacent area, the scene instantly quieted. Each woman had a flushed face, jade-like skin, and dreamy eyes, with water droplets sliding down their necks, causing the male cultivators to blush and swallow hard. Wow, this is a real treat. Not only does it enhance cultivation, but you also get to see beauties stepping out of the bath. You couldn't find a better place with a lantern. The cultivators outside were abuzz. Look, isn't that the eldest daughter of the Ouyang family? Yes, she's my goddess. Seeing her step out of the bath, I have no regrets in life. You too have small dreams. If you could bathe and cultivate with these goddesses, that would be a real story to tell. Noticing the heated gazes around them, the female cultivators quickly lowered their heads and left, planning to ask their families for more spirit stones to book the entire bathhouse. Li Xiaobai cheerfully greeted the next batch of customers, contemplating how to expand and open a chain to dominate the ancient city of Guyue. Just then, a familiar voice shouted from outside. Get out of the way. Xia Lu barged in with his older brother Xia Chuan, full of swagger. You sneaky kid, I wondered why I couldn't find you at the Sidu house. So you're hiding here. My brother's here today, and even if a god were watching over you, you wouldn't escape. Xia Lu boasted. Recognizing the Xia brothers, the crowd stepped aside. The brothers exploited their family's power to act recklessly in the city, and no one dared to provoke them. Li Xiaobai frowned and said, Liangchen doesn't like you. You can leave. Xia Chuan, fanning himself with flair, asked, Are you Yi Liangchen? Indeed, I am Yi Liangchen. Do you know who I am? I don't. Xia Chuan. And then, Li Xiaobai looked puzzled. Xia Chuan was taken aback. You don't know me? Li Xiaobai, with his hands behind his back, calmly replied. Liangchen doesn't need to know anyone. You only need to know that I am Yi Liangchen. Xia Chuan's face darkened. You've got guts. In the city of Guyue, even the other big families have to give my family some respect. You're the first to speak to me this way. Xia Lu smugly added. Yi, if you cut off one of your arms now and kneel before my brother, he might just let you go. Li Xiaobai sneered. Heh, Liangchen enjoys dealing with those who think they're powerful. If you think you have what it takes to play with me, Liangchen doesn't mind going all the way. Upon hearing these words, everyone present gasped, as if the air had momentarily frozen. The bathhouse owner's audacious response shocked everyone. He dared to directly confront the young master of the Xia family, without a hint of fear. Xia Chuan's nose flared with anger, his eyes widened, and his face flushed red. In Gugu Moon City, no one had ever dared to oppose him so directly. What infuriated him even more was his inability to gain any advantage in their verbal exchange. He gritted his teeth, thinking, damn it, who here is the real boss? Your sharp tongue won't save you. I'll cut it out later and see if you can still act so calm. Rage burned like wildfire in Xia Chuan's eyes, and his aura surged, revealing his golden core stage cultivation. With a swift movement, he appeared ghost-like in front of Li Xiaobai. Amidst swirling black smoke, a pitch-black palm print struck heavily on Li Xiaobai's chest. Execution seal. Xia Chuan shouted, his palm strike fierce. Young Master Liangchen. Situ Yinyu exclaimed, her eyes filled with worry. To her, Xia Chuan was a true golden core stage master, a level she aspired to all her life. She couldn't believe that the injured Li Xiaobai could withstand such a vicious blow. However, reality once again proved that the gap in strength limited her imagination. Li Xiaobai's clothing at his chest burned away in an instant, revealing his muscular physique, but his body remained unscathed. Xia Chuan's expression changed drastically, staring in disbelief at the unharmed man before him. His attack had no effect. Unwilling to accept this, Xia Chuan drew his sword, its blade glinting coldly, clearly no ordinary weapon. Exorcising sword technique. Xia Chuan shouted, the black sword energy lunging like a viper toward Li Xiaobai's forehead. The sword energy met Li Xiaobai's body, but dissipated without effect. Li Xiaobai silently calculated. Attribute points 300. Still too weak. At that moment, a crisp crack sounded, triggering a passive counterattack skill. Xia Chuan's sword trembled violently, disintegrating into powder in an instant. Even more shocking, Xia Chuan's hand was left bloody and torn from the backlash. How is this possible? Xia Chuan was horrified, struggling to accept the reality before him. His golden core stage cultivation couldn't harm the opponent, and terrifyingly, his mid-tier spiritual weapon shattered against the man's flesh. What kind of monstrous power was this? Li Xiaobai spoke calmly, with a hint of disdain. I told you, only I can harm myself in this world. He silently calculated. Attribute points 400. Since his defense had reached the 6th transformation of the 9 turns undying golden body, these small attribute points were insignificant. He knew that the further he progressed, the more astonishing the required attribute points would be, necessitating diverse methods to increase them. Relying solely on enduring cultivator attacks was too simplistic. Still shaken, Xia Chuan asked in a trembling voice, who exactly are you? Are you from one of the other families opposing my Xia family? The opponent's strength astounded him. He recalled a major deal the Xia family was negotiating, with rumors of interference from other families. Li Xiaobai replied coldly, I don't waste words. Just remember, my name is Yi Liangchen. Xia Chuan's face twisted with rage, gritting his teeth. Fine, my Xia family will remember you. Today's humiliation will be avenged. Beside him, Xia Lu also shouted defiantly. That's right, Yi. Our Xia family is not someone you can afford to offend. Within 3 days, we'll kill you. Li Xiaobai chuckled contemptuously, saying, No matter. Feel free to bring everyone you know. I don't mind playing with you. If I win, you must leave my shop. Of course, if you back down, I, Liang Chun, will reward you handsomely in the future. Judging by the cultivation levels of these family disciples, Li Xiaobai concluded that the families in Gugu Moon City weren't very powerful, likely only at the nascent soul stage at most. As long as he didn't encounter experts like the Straw Hat Man, there shouldn't be any major issues. He thought to himself, time to have some fun. Fine, get lost quickly. You've brought nothing but disgrace to the Xia family, Leah said coldly, stepping out slowly from the house. Her voice was calm, but her eyes flickered with disdain and a warning. Leah continued, although the Li family doesn't have as extensive connections as the Xia family, we're not pushovers. I'll remember what you did today. Her tone carried a hint of threat, making the Xia brothers' faces turn pale with anger. Despite their seething anger, the Xia brothers knew they were no match, so they reluctantly left, their retreat looking especially embarrassing. Li Xiaobai remained composed, as if the earlier conflict was just a trivial episode. He turned to the waiting customers and said steadily, All right, the shop is open again. If you want a bath, please pay and head to the bathhouse. His calm demeanor immediately caught the attention of the female cultivators present. They thought to themselves, handsome, strong, good at business, and with a noble character such a man is indeed rare. The queue orderly resumed, entering Tang Neng Pin. At this point, Lia's time had come to an end. He had only paid for an hour's bath and was reluctant to leave, wishing he could stay longer. Lia leaned closer to Li Xiaobai and whispered, Brother Yi, I fear trouble might come our way soon. The Xia family is one of the largest in Guyue City, and they are said to have close ties with other cities. In Guyue City, no one dares to offend them. They even secured 3 spots for disciples to train at the Shengma sect this year. He shook his head with a sigh, his voice filled with worry. Training at the Shengma sect? Li Xiaobai's eyes lit up, clearly interested in this news. Seeing his interest, Liya explained further. Brother Yi, you must know about the Shengma sect, right? It's one of the top sects in the northern region. Many sects and cities nearby select talents to go there for advanced training. Normally, each family in the city can only select 1 young disciple, but this year the Xia family took 3 spots, usurping the ones from the Song and Xiu families. Although everyone is discontent, they only dare to be angry but not speak up. Li Xiaobai pondered this. He vaguely remembered hearing about it on the street, but at the time he was busy building the bathhouse and recovering from his injuries, so he hadn't paid much attention. Now, it seemed like this might be his opportunity to return to the Shengma sect. He calculated that if he joined the larger group heading there, he should be able to enter the Shengma sect smoothly. At this moment, Li Xiaobai's fellow disciples have probably already arrived at the Sacred Demon sect. Their cultivation speed is astonishing, and by the time they meet again, they might have become powerful figures. Leah suddenly flashed a bright smile, a mischievous glint in her eyes, and asked, Brother Yi, what do you think of me? Without hesitation, Li Xiaobai replied, Brother Li is excellent, not at all fragile like a hothouse flower, definitely worth befriending. His tone carried a hint of admiration. Hearing this, Leah was overjoyed and quickly followed up. Then, Brother Yi, could you perhaps let me have another soak? Li Xiaobai's expression turned serious, and his tone became cold. Brother Li, even among brothers, accounts must be clear. You're out of spirit stones, so it's best to get in line early. Unwilling to give up, Leah quickly reminded him. I just shared some important information with you. Li Xiaobai feigned ignorance and said lightly. Sorry, I must have been a bit confused earlier. I didn't hear anything. Upon hearing this, Lia's smile froze. Meanwhile, inside the Tang Neng Pin bathhouse, there was a harmonious atmosphere, with cultivators coming and going incessantly. However, many of them discreetly took some of the bathwater with them when they left. Despite Li Xiaobai's repeated assurances that the water was just ordinary, most people refused to believe it, determined to uncover its secrets. In addition to secretly taking water, some even managed to pry off a piece of brick when no one was looking. They were convinced that the bathhouse's magical properties lay in either the water or the bricks. They believed that if they could decipher the mystery, their power would soar. Li Xiaobai was indifferent to these small actions. He knew full well that neither the building materials nor the pool water were anything extraordinary. The magic of Tang Neng Pin lay primarily in the fact that the bathhouse had to be built by him personally. This effectively prevented anyone from replicating it. However, what Li Xiaobai didn't know was that at this very moment, a conspiracy was quietly unfolding against Tang Neng Pin. In the Xia family mansion, the head of the Xia family wore a thoughtful expression and asked in a deep voice, Who is the owner of that bathhouse, that he dares defy our Xia family? And why is the business of a bathhouse so booming? The young master of the Xia family respectfully replied, Father, the owner is named Yu Chun, and he is extremely arrogant. He even boasted that I should bring everyone I know to play with him. As for the bathhouse, I have already sent someone to investigate. In the grand hall of the Xia family, an urgent family meeting was underway. The scouts sent by Xia Chuan had just returned, bringing back samples of water and stone bricks. As the head of the family, Xia Jiuquan was meticulously examining these utterly ordinary materials, even consulting the elders of the clan for their assessment. This is just plain water and stone, nothing special about them. The elders concluded, their brows furrowed. Xia Jiuquan fell into deep thought. How could an ordinary bathhouse attract so many people? The young members of our city's families have never been ones to lose themselves in idle pursuits. Why are they so captivated? It's probably just the novelty. One elder shook his head and said, once the younger generation loses interest, that bathhouse will naturally close down. Another elder's eyes gleamed with insight. Since the bathhouse is so popular, why don't we seize the opportunity to build a larger one? We could capitalize on the trend and earn spirit stones. Wouldn't that be great? Indeed, the other elders agreed in unison. Who would ever complain about having too many spirit stones? Xia Jiuquan nodded slightly. As for the owner, you don't need to worry. I'll arrange for a few of our guests to take care of him. He paused, his tone turning serious. Moreover, the second son is about to return from his studies in Jinyuan Kingdom. You all need to act cautiously and avoid causing trouble. Remember, securing a spot for further training in the Holy Demon sect is no easy task. We understand. Thank you for your guidance, Father. The Xia family members responded respectfully. All right, you may leave. Xia Jiuquan waved his hand, bringing the meeting to a close. The next morning, Li Xiaobai gradually awoke. The bathhouse was still bustling with activity, and the line outside had grown even longer, stretching across the street. Attribute points, 10,000. Li Xiaobai silently calculated his earnings from the day and night. Allocate all to defense. Defense power, 9th turn immortal body, 6th turn 19, 00060, 000. Status, blood demon erosion moderate. Li Xiaobai calculated that in a few days, his defense would break through, and the effects of the blood demon erosion would completely disappear. Currently, most of the cultivators in the pool were overnight guests. To cultivate loyal customers, Li Xiaobai had not yet introduced daily or monthly packages. After all, this was a crucial period for attracting clients. The more repeat customers he had, the more confident he could be in opening additional branches in the future. Boss, isn't there a place to store clothes here? A cultivator asked. Yeah, it's really inconvenient to hold them, another chimed in. In the pool, some confident male cultivators were fully immersed in bathing, casually placing their clothes aside and flaunting their welted muscles in hopes of catching the attention of those in the adjacent women's bathhouse. As the overnight time was coming to an end, and the female cultivators were about to emerge, they saw this as their golden opportunity. However, most male cultivators were still too shy to show off. They had neglected physical training, lacking firm muscles and attractive abs, which made them feel insecure in front of their admired goddesses. Li Xiaobai watched the excited group of cultivators in the pool and couldn't help but smile. A small bathhouse had made these cultivators experience the stirrings of young love. Hee, not yet, but we'll set it up eventually, Li Xiaobai replied with a smile, already planning his next steps for expansion. There's a lot more to a bath than you might think, Li Xiaobai observed, glancing around the steamy bathhouse at the group of cultivators who had just shed their clothes. A gentle mist floated over the water's surface, and the cultivators appeared slightly uneasy in their newfound vulnerability. By daring to undress and meet each other openly, you show you have wisdom, Li Xiaobai continued with a smile. Keep coming back, and you'll understand even more. The cultivators exchanged glances until one gathered the courage to ask, Boss, could you explain more? Is this bathhouse not a place for cultivation? Li Xiaobai shook his head with a mysterious smile. Of course not. A bathhouse is just for bathing. Using it solely for cultivation is too narrow-minded. He gestured to the clear water around them. Though the water is clear, you all still hold your guard. Clothes are like masks and disguises. Removing them is about shedding burdens and defenses. When people meet openly and relax, the genuine connection naturally follows. The cultivators nodded thoughtfully, and Li Xiaobai went on. A true man reveals his nature when immersed in water. Bathing is the ultimate form of communication. He pointed to a cultivator who had decisively plunged into the water. A bold person will submerge all at once, regardless of the water's temperature. Then he indicated another who was cautiously testing the water. A hesitant person will dip their toes first, testing the waters before slowly immersing themselves. Li Xiaobai concluded. So, you can tell a lot about someone from how they take a bath. In this world, there's nothing a good soak can't solve. If it doesn't, then soak twice. The cultivators nodded repeatedly, one exclaiming, Wow, hearing you speak is more enlightening than reading 10 years worth of books. Who knew you had such insight, boss? I've learned a lot. Another cultivator mused. The boss's strength must come from bathing regularly, right? Exactly, a third agreed. The boss can withstand a golden core stage attack without a scratch. He must be a formidable master. Perhaps he gains enlightenment from nature while bathing. The cultivators all displayed expressions of newfound understanding, realizing they had underestimated the significance of bathing. They collectively recognized that considering it only as a means to get clean and accelerate cultivation was indeed too simplistic. At that moment, Li Xiaobai checked the time and announced, "All right, the overnight package is over. Time to make way for the next batch." He expertly began ushering them out to make room for the new group of cultivators. The male cultivators reluctantly climbed out of the pool, as if intentionally dragging out the moment. Li Xiaobai knew exactly what was happening and stood by with a knowing smile. He understood their thoughts. While the more they enjoyed the bathhouse, the stronger their attachment to it would become, making it harder to leave in the future. Suddenly, with a creak, the door to the women's bathhouse slowly opened. Situyen, you let a group of female cultivators out, looking as fresh and radiant as lotus blossoms emerging from water. The male cultivators watched, their faces flushing and hearts racing. Immediately, a dozen or so male cultivators stepped forward, eager to show off their physiques. They struck various poses, their muscles bulging impressively, exuding undeniable masculine charm. Although the female cultivators lowered their heads, their eyes couldn't help but drift towards the men, faint smiles playing on their lips and their expressions full of interest. Seeing this, the male cultivators doubled their efforts. They began to compliment each other. "Senior brother, your biceps are well developed." "Hee hee. Junior brother, your quadriceps are impressive." Those wind god leg techniques really paid off. "But I must say, I admire your abs, senior brother. They're like a steel plate. Do you have a secret?" "Oh, not at all, junior brother. Your back muscles are truly separated and defined. It's inspiring. I should be learning from you." "You're too kind." Li Xiaobai looked on, dumbfounded by this mutual flattery. The shamelessness of these cultivators was beyond his imagination. But what surprised him even more was that the female cultivators seemed to be genuinely taken by it. So innocent, Li Xiaobai thought to himself. Such a simple trick, and they're already hooked. Just then, he overheard the excited chatter of the female cultivators outside. "Yunjia, did you see those men? They were so handsome. I think the one in the middle was the most handsome. His abs were incredible." "Nonsense, the third one from the left was the best. His physique was perfect. I'll be back tonight. Girls, keep it down. Remember to maintain our image." These whispered conversations reached Li Xiaobai's ears, making him shake his head with a wry smile. The monks at the entrance were all wide-eyed with excitement. At this moment, it didn't matter if they were male or female. Everyone seemed to have found a new goal for their bath time. It turns out that showing off a good physique can easily attract the attention of someone they fancy. The male monks, faces flushed, secretly resolved to practice body refining techniques diligently from now on. These days, if your abs aren't rock hard, you might be embarrassed to call yourself a real man. The female monks weren't about to be outdone, since stepping out of the bath would inevitably catch the eyes of the opposite sex, who wouldn't want to present themselves in the most perfect form. Many of them discreetly glanced at their slightly sturdy calves, deciding to exercise more to achieve slender and long legs. Thus, a wave of body refining fervor was about to quietly rise in Guyu City. However, these little thoughts had nothing to do with Li Xiaobai, who was happily counting spiritual stones inside Tang Nengi Pin. The bathhouse was indeed a lucrative business, earning over 1,000 low-grade spiritual stones in just a day or two. He casually handed 200 stones to Situ Yinyu, saying, "Stick with me, and you won't be treated badly. Keep up the good work. I have high hopes for you." "Thank you, young Master Lianchen." Situ Yinyu was overjoyed. Although she knew the shop was making a fortune daily, she never thought she would get a share, and she couldn't help but feel moved. At this moment, old Master Situ Kong came over, rubbing his fingers suggestively. "Ahem, young master, about my wages." Li Xiaobai replied with a smile. "Old master, you've been soaking here for 2 days. Isn't it about time to settle the bill?" "Ahem, I haven't soaked enough yet. I'll soak a bit longer," Situ Kong grumbled as he returned to the pool, laying back down beside the old beggar, chatting idly. Just then, 3 masked figures in black robes entered the store. "Boss, 2 hours." Li Xiaobai frowned slightly. As these 3 approached, he inexplicably felt a sense of rejection, a strange aversion to these unfamiliar guests. This feeling was odd, as he was usually welcoming to all. "Please come in." Li Xiaobai put away the spiritual stones and put on a professional smile. The 3 black-robed figures said nothing, heading straight to a corner of the pool and sitting down with a splash, startling the surrounding monks. According to the boss, these 3 were undoubtedly formidable characters. Li Xiaobai narrowed his eyes. People who sat down without a word were likely more troublesome than tough guys, akin to wolves in nature. After soaking for a while, the 3 black-robed figures suddenly sat up, clearly shocked by the pool's effect on improving cultivation. In just a short time, their spiritual energy had noticeably increased, which was unbelievable. However, They quickly suppressed their emotions, as they had another mission in mind. Boss, bring us some good wine and food. We're hungry and not short on spiritual stones, the leader of the black-robed figures said. Sure thing, just a moment. Li Xiaobai quickly prepared the wine and food and brought them to the group. Care to join us, boss? The black-robed figure tossed a few low-grade spiritual stones as an invitation. Li Xiaobai didn't refuse and joined them with a set of chopsticks. I'm from Zuan, Li Xiaobai answered. Where's that? They inquired, unfamiliar. It's just a poor little district called Zuan, with hospitable people, nothing worth mentioning. You seem quite skilled, boss. You must venture into dangerous places often. Not really. Why does this pool enhance cultivation? If you're willing to sell the formula, we'll reward you handsomely and keep it a secret, the black-robed figure asked in a low voice. You're not the first to ask that, Li Xiaobai chuckled. There's nothing special about the water. It's just ordinary water. The enhancement comes from the love I put into it. We don't prohibit taking the water out, so if you don't believe me, feel free to take some back and study it. I see. They nodded and continued eating leisurely. Just as Li Xiaobai was about to speak, he was suddenly startled. The values on the system panel began to fluctuate. Attribute points 100. Attribute points 100. Hiss. The food is poisoned. Li Xiaobai instantly realized. No wonder he felt uneasy around these three. They were here to assassinate him, poisoning the food while he was off guard. Such a sneaky tactic. No doubt, they were sent by young Master Xia. But the poison was lacking in potency. Attribute points increased to 1,000. Add to defense. Defense increased to 9. Turn indestructible golden body stage 6200 006 0000. Why are you only eating rice and not the dishes? Come on, eat more, don't be shy. You ordered it, don't let it go to waste. Li Xiaobai cheerfully placed more food in their bowls. The black-robed figures turned green but, with their mission unfinished, had no choice but to reluctantly eat everything. Do you drink, boss? One black-robed figure asked. I do. Li Xiaobai watched closely as they poured the drink, but saw nothing unusual. After a few bowls, he remarked, this wine isn't strong at all, not even close to being a strong drink. Attribute points fluctuated again. 200, 200. Here we go again. Li Xiaobai understood now. This group was indeed sent to kill him. Using such covert poisoning methods, they were quite skilled. The system alert chimed. Host is under continuous attack from Blood Demon Corruption Force. Skill acquired. Blood Demon Essence Transformation. True explanation. Skill description. Can unleash Blood Demon Soul Energy, greatly increasing power for a short time, affecting space-time and disturbing minds. After use, the Blood Demon Soul will be temporarily weakened. Hiss. Blood Demon Corruption Force. Li Xiaobai was shocked. The poison technique these black-robed figures used was similar to the one used by the Straw Hat Man, albeit less powerful, indicating they were undoubtedly his subordinates. Is this the Xia family's revenge, or have I already been exposed to the Straw Hat Man's gaze? Li Xiaobai's mind raced with thoughts, deciding to probe further. You guys can really hold your liquor. Among the people I've met here at Liangshan, aside from Zhang Rui from Tianwu sect, you guys drink the most. The name Zhang Rui was a fake identity that Li Xiaobai had given to the Straw Raincoat Man. At this moment, when several people in black robes heard the name, they hesitated, a flicker of surprise crossing their eyes. Boss, do you know Zhang Rui? The leader of the black-robed figures asked, his tone slightly excited, leaning forward unconsciously. Li Xiaobai shook his head with feigned regret and sighed. Yes, I've met him a few times. Zhang Rui is quite capable, but unfortunately, his character is lacking, not someone you can be friends with. Hearing this, the black-robed figures exchanged glances, a silent communication passing between them, their eyes gleaming with delight. Please have some tea, boss. The leader offered another bowl of tea with even more respect than before. Li Xiaobai took it and drank it all at once. He noticed that the Blood Demon Corrosion attribute on his system panel had stopped fluctuating, realizing that this was an antidote. Li Xiaobai inwardly smirked, thinking how naive these evil cultivators were, first giving poison and then the antidote, seemingly not the sharpest tools in the shed. Could you tell us more about this Zhang Rui? The black-robed figure handed over another bowl of tea, again an antidote. We're also looking for him. To be honest, he owes us quite a bit of resources, and we've been trying to get him to repay his debt. Li Xiaobai understood clearly that finding Zhang Rui was obviously a big task for these people. With only golden core stage strength, they probably didn't expect to find Zhang Rui, but now they had come across someone who knew him, which was undoubtedly a stroke of luck for them. The black-robed figures kept handing him bowls of antidote tea, afraid of inadvertently poisoning Li Xiaobai to death. Compared to the insignificant personal grudge with the Xia family, finding Zhang Rui was their top priority. Pretending to ponder, Li Xiaobai slowly spoke. This Zhang Rui is a true disciple of Tianwu sect, quite formidable. I heard that there was a disturbance in the Divine Beast Mountain range recently, and he went to stir things up, acquiring a lot of valuable items. However, his character is poor, always ambushing opponents and taking their spatial rings. That's not a good habit. I've advised him many times, but he's too greedy to listen. Do you have a grudge against him? The black-robed figures were overjoyed upon hearing this. A capable individual recently seen in the Divine Beast mountain range named Zhang Rueha must be the one they were looking for. Ah, it's not a deep grudge, the leader hurriedly explained. He took our spatial rings, which contain relics left by our late father, and we must retrieve them. Their attitudes became even warmer as they engaged Li Xiaobai in conversation about various topics. Through their talks, Li Xiaobai deduced that these three were undoubtedly disciples of the Straw Raincoat Man, actively searching for Zhang Rui. They seemed to be evil cultivators from outside the city, with some connections to the Xia family, who treated them as honored guests. The leader was named Zuida, and the other two were Zua Er and Zua San, a trio of brothers. Li Xiaobai chuckled to himself. These people originally came to kill him, but unexpectedly, a random name had not only dispelled their murderous intent, but also turned them into friends. Indeed, the path of cultivation is fraught with complexities, and even allies of one's enemies, if handled correctly, can become one's own brothers. Well, the more friends you have, the more paths you can take, Li Xiaobai said with an air of magnanimity. All right then, meeting you is fate, and I'll help you find Zhang Rui. Li Xiaobai's eyes were deep and filled with endless sighs, as if reminiscing about an old friend. He thought to himself, sorry, Zhang Rui, you're the only one I can rely on for this. So please bear it all. Zhua laughed heartily and said, it's not about education. We just want to reclaim what's rightfully ours. As soon as he finished speaking, a strange yet harmonious atmosphere filled the bathhouse. The other cultivators, seeing this, felt at ease and silently agreed with the boss's words. There's nothing a good soak can't solve. As time passed, the men in black robes transformed from being menacing to looking friendly, as the steamy air seemed to wash away their hostility. They chatted and laughed, discussing worldly affairs. The old beggar listened intently, his eyes gleaming with interest. He murmured to himself, who would have thought, after decades, Tianwu sect still has such talent, reminiscent of my own glory days. With that, he drifted off into a comfortable sleep. The evil cultivators continued their conversation for a while before gradually shifting into serious cultivation mode. This time, they gained much, not only discovering the magical bathhouse, but also obtaining crucial information about Zhang Rui. Li Xiaobai returned to the counter, his eyes on the system panel before him. Suddenly, a system notification sounded. Ding. Achievement unlocked. All cultivators are one family. Reward. 1 pill of righteousness, 1 pill of mischief. The system elaborated on the effects of the pills. The pill of righteousness makes one wholeheartedly virtuous, with righteousness values skyrocketing. The pill of mischief causes one to be entirely mischievous, with evil values soaring. Interestingly, these pills have no consumption restrictions and can be taken by all living beings. Li Xiaobai pondered. These pills are interesting, 1 righteous and 1 mischievous. I definitely shouldn't take them myself. I'll have to find the right candidate in the future. His gaze unintentionally drifted to Guzi, who was swimming in the pool, and a smile crept onto his face. This little dog has mysterious origins. Although it acts silly most of the time, it showed its extraordinary strength during the battle in the Divine Beast Mountains. If I give it a pill of righteousness, it might become completely loyal to me. Li Xiaobai mused. The little dog seemed to sense something, shivering as it eyed Li Xiaobai warily, full of suspicion. It had a bad feeling. Guzi, come over here. I've got something tasty for you, Li Xiaobai said with a grin, shaking the pill in his hand. Woof woof woof. The little dog bristled, looking as if it was facing a great enemy. After spending a few days under Li Xiaobai's care, it was only attracted by the scent of the fragments. But now Li Xiaobai seemed to consider it a pet, casually naming it, and trying to trick it into eating an unknown pill, definitely not a good sign. Nicholas Guzi was not so easily fooled. The pill that could be casually taken out like this was obviously counterfeit, and it had better treasures to share with Li Xiaobai. Woof woof woof. The little dog shook off the water and looked at Li Xiaobai with disdain, barking to indicate that the pill was nothing special, and it had something better, motioning for him to follow. You want me to go with you? Li Xiaobai asked, puzzled. Woof woof woof. Guzi barked eagerly. I'm making money here, don't cause trouble, Li Xiaobai said, a bit impatient. Woof woof woof. Guzi barked even more excitedly, as if saying, there's treasure. For some unknown reason, Li Xiaobai suddenly found himself able to understand a dog's barking. He was startled, wondering if he had somehow unlocked a hidden power and learned the language of dogs. Woof, woof, woof. The little stray dog barked urgently. Li Xiaobai's eyes lit up. All right, I'll accompany you on this adventure. He thought to himself, this little stray isn't an ordinary dog. It even ignored precious elixirs. Whatever it was talking about must be extraordinary. He turned to give a few instructions to Situ Yenyu, leaving the shop temporarily under her care. Then, Li Xiaobai quickly followed the dog out the door. Inside the bathhouse, the gathered cultivators were left speechless, utterly amazed by Li Xiaobai's interaction with the dog. Two different species communicating so smoothly. Could this be the magic of bathing? They recalled that the dog had also been soaking in the pool earlier, which might explain its seamless communication with the shop owner. With this thought, they focused more intently on their bathing. Feeling grateful that the owner hadn't deceived them, bathing truly seemed to be the best way to communicate in the world. On the street, the little stray dog sniffed around energetically, as if searching for something important. Is there really a treasure? Li Xiaobai asked. Woof, 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 the dog confirmed. More valuable than my elixir? Woof, 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 the dog affirmed again. Li Xiaobai looked around, puzzled. Where could there be a treasure on this street? Woof, woof, woof. The little stray had a mischievous glint in its eyes. In truth, Li Xiaobai's ability to understand the dog was due to its special power. While the dog couldn't speak human language, it could easily convey its meaning to humans. Still skeptical, Li Xiaobai followed the dog through twists and turns into a secluded alley. The alley was deserted, eerily quiet. The dog reached the end, jumping excitedly, indicating that Li Xiaobai should dig up the ground. Li Xiaobai approached, sensing a pungent odor. Although he wasn't trained in cultivation or identifying herbs, anything with such a strong scent from the ground was clearly no ordinary item. Is this the spot? Li Xiaobai asked. Woof, 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 the dog confirmed. You step aside, let me dig it up, Li Xiaobai said, not noticing the dog's playful expression. He quickly redeemed an automatic Luoyang shovel from the system shop. This shovel could dig automatically, consuming 1 low-grade spirit stone per minute, with higher power requiring higher-grade stones. Li Xiaobai spent 30 mid-grade spirit stones on this tool, thinking the longer the shovel, the stronger it would be. He took out the Luoyang shovel, inserted a low-grade spirit stone, and the shovel head immediately started spinning at high speed. Dust and debris flew everywhere. Li Xiaobai marveled at the convenience of the tool. Soon, a small dark pit appeared, just big enough to fit an arm. The little stray dog suddenly lunged forward, seemingly trying to snatch the treasure. Li Xiaobai pushed it aside, saying, "The treasure is mine, don't grab it. I'll give you a divine pill later." Seeing the dog's anxious demeanor, Li Xiaobai was even more convinced that there was a rare treasure inside. He reached into the hole to explore. You're quite something. It's worth bringing you out from the divine beast mountains, Li Xiaobai chuckled, suddenly feeling something with his fingers. Got it, he exclaimed excitedly. As he explored further, he realized the object was soft and damp to the touch. Curiously, he squeezed it, and it immediately gave way, as if he had plunged into an unknown realm. Li Xiaobai cautiously reached into the hole and touched something sticky. He frowned and pulled his hand back, examining the pale yellow slime on his fingertips. Bringing it closer to his nose, he was hit by a strong, nauseating stench that made his eyes roll. Is this poop? Li Xiaobai muttered in disbelief. Just then, the mischievous dog grinned triumphantly and bolted away, trying to make a quick escape. Blood demon transformation technique, freeze. Li Xiaobai shouted angrily, realizing he had been tricked by a dog. He had gone through so much trouble and spent 30 low-grade spirit stones, only to end up with this disgusting mess. Tonight, we're having dog meat, he growled through clenched teeth. A blood-red aura swept through the alley in an instant. The little dog froze mid-stride and toppled over, its eyes wide with terror, as if it saw mountains of corpses and endless bones in the blood mist. Come back, Li Xiaobai commanded coldly. The dog, too scared to defy him, crawled back obediently. The power of the blood demon's soul intimidated it. Now, how are you going to fix this? Li Xiaobai asked, staring at the dog. Eat it. If you can eat it, we're still friends. The little dog barked excitedly, rushed to the hole, and quickly devoured the mysterious substance. Watching it lick its lips contentedly, Li Xiaobai felt a shiver of disgust. Damn it, a dog truly can't change its habits. Whatever, more important matters await. Li Xiaobai shook his head. Open your mouth. The little dog opened its mouth obediently, and Li Xiaobai tossed a pill inside. This is the pill of righteousness. Once you consume it, you'll become very righteous, Li Xiaobai explained, closely observing the dog's reaction. The little dog spun around in circles, but seemed unchanged. However, when it spoke again, both Li Xiaobai and the dog were astonished. Wow, this stupid kid actually forced Lord Air Guzi to eat pupno. I mean immortal delicacy. The dog suddenly spoke. Lord Air Guzi will remember this grudge and repay it someday. The alley fell silent. I can talk? The little dog was shocked. Was that Lord Air Guzi speaking just now? Li Xiaobai chuckled at Air Guzi. You tell me. This pill is truly remarkable, allowing you to speak. Air Guzi quickly adapted to the situation and began boasting. Kid, don't fuss over the small stuff. Lord Air Guzi is destined for greatness, and getting a taste of Air Guzi's immortal delicacy is your blessing. Let's call it even. Lord Air Guzi never holds grudges. Li Xiaobai cleaned the filth off himself while laughing in agreement. Yeah, you're right. It's indeed my blessing. Secretly, he was pleased, knowing the dog had no idea it was now compelled to do good deeds, with no chance to cause trouble. Li Xiaobai's unusual demeanor made Guzi suspicious. It was about to speak again when it felt an inexplicable urge. Woof, who has no sense of responsibility, digging holes in the ground like this, Guzi barked. Lord Guzi will fill it up. It began frantically filling the hole with dirt, its face a picture of shock. Kid, what kind of pill did you give me? Guzi asked while filling the hole. Why does Lord Guzi suddenly feel this urge to do good deeds? Guzi suddenly stopped in his tracks, realizing something was amiss. This unexpected surge of righteousness was puzzling, as it was unlike his usual behavior. A justice pill, he suddenly understood. How dare you trick Lord Guzi? However, a voice echoed in his mind. Guzi, the world outside is both wonderful and dangerous. There are many people in need of help, and you are the embodiment of justice. That's right. Lord Guzi is the embodiment of justice, he exclaimed excitedly, panting with enthusiasm and rushing out eagerly. Meanwhile, the street was alive with cries of, the Xia family's premier bathhouse is officially open. Everything is half price on the first day, absolutely comfortable, don't miss it. Li Xiaobai looked in the direction of the sound and was taken aback. A two-story building stood by the roadside, its size almost rivaling that of a restaurant, and it was several times larger than his own Tang Nangipin. The Xia family's bathhouse was bustling with people as soon as it opened, with cultivators pouring in. Thanks to the success of Tang Nangipin, the cultivators in the city had learned that bathing could enhance one's cultivation. Although the major families hadn't yet understood the secret behind this, the effects were evident. Li Xiaobai watched the familiar faces, including Li Ye, the young master of the Li family, among those flocking to the Xia family's bathhouse, and smirked inwardly. Trying to imitate me, he thought to himself. It's not that easy. The skills provided by the system cost nothing, whereas creating a pool that could enhance cultivation would require countless precious materials. The superiority would be obvious after just one night. Back at Tang Nangipin, the shop seemed deserted. There was no telling when Guzi would return with his foolish nature. He might even get himself beaten up. The customers had all left, drawn away by the Xia family's opening promotions. Aside from the Sitong grandfather and grandson, only the old beggar and a few female cultivators remained. Master Liangshan, the guests have all. Sitong Yinyu said anxiously. I know, Li Xiaobai replied calmly. They've gone to the Xia family's bathhouse. But don't worry, they'll naturally return after tonight. You should go and cultivate in the pool, and come back to manage the shop tomorrow. Also, offer the remaining customers a monthly VIP membership, allowing them to visit anytime within a month, free of charge. Li Xiaobai walked to the pool and casually adjusted the price board. Men's bath, 1 medium-grade spirit stone per half hour. Overnight stay 8 stones. Women's bath, 1 medium-grade spirit stone per hour. Overnight stay 6 stones. The prices had increased by several dozen times. 1 medium-grade spirit stone was equivalent to 100 low-grade stones. The boss has some serious tactics, the old beggar said lazily. With prices hiked this much, those cultivators will regret it deeply. He looked revitalized, and if not for his ragged clothes, he might have even seemed somewhat ethereal. It's just standard procedure, Li Xiaobai chuckled. But why didn't you go to the new shop, old man? Do I need to say? With our friendship. Yeah, it's because you don't have any spirit stones, right? Let's not speak of what's obvious, the old beggar laughed. The Xia family shop won't last long. Tang Ningyi is the one with the future. You have a good eye, old man, Li Xiaobai said with great ambition. Tang Ningyi will one day become a continental chain. He could already envision the day when Tang Ningyi would be present in every corner of the continent, with cultivators enjoying baths and an endless stream of spirit stones. Don't forget us when you're rich and famous, Sitong Kong, the old man, joked from the side. In just 2 days, he and the old beggar had become great friends, always finding common ground to talk about. Li Xiaobai lay back in the pool, checking his attributes. Attribute points, 2,000. All points to defense. Defense, 9th turn indestructible golden body 6th turn 220-006-0000. Status, blood demon erosion moderate. At the same time, the cultivators at the Xia family's bathhouse were soaking in the luxuriously decorated pools with silk and gold edges, eagerly waiting for any sign of spiritual energy growth. Is it not enough time? They wondered, confused. Is the pool not working yet? The Xia family's premier bathhouse, a brainchild of the family head Xia Jiuquan, emerged in the burgeoning bathing market. Xia Jiuquan, along with several elders from the clan, swiftly leveraged their family's influence to construct this opulent bathhouse at breakneck speed. The exterior was adorned with luxurious silks, and the interior was inlaid with gold and jade, showcasing an astonishing level of extravagance. On opening day, a half-price promotion drew a large crowd of cultivators eager to experience the bathhouse. At just 25 low-grade spiritual stones for half an hour, it was a bargain for the cultivators. The bathhouse was divided into separate areas for men and women, and its layout mirrored that of Tang Ningyi, albeit on a grander scale. However, as the cultivators submerged into the pools, the anticipated flow of spiritual energy was absent. The warmth and comfort were there, but the expected benefits for cultivation were nowhere to be found. Disappointment spread among the crowd. Brother, why does this water feel just like ordinary water? Can you cultivate in it? One cultivator asked, puzzled. No, it's completely different from Tang Nang Yipin's water, and it doesn't help with cultivation at all. Another replied, shaking his head. Voices of discontent rose among the crowd. Have we been deceived? 25 spiritual stones just for a regular bath. The Xia family has gone too far. Do they think they can overcharge us just because of luxurious decor? No way, I want my money back. Sensing the situation spiraling out of control, the steward of the Xia family hurried over, inwardly cursing the oversight. They had opened the bathhouse without proper investigation, and now trouble was brewing. Everyone, please stay calm, the steward said, feigning composure. This was an oversight on our part. To make amends, everyone's bathing time will be extended by half an hour. We will soon add the ingredients that enhance cultivation. Please bear with us. After calming the crowd, the steward rushed to Xia Zhouquan's room to report the situation. Xia Zhouquan was furious upon hearing the news and immediately convened the elders and his two sons to discuss the issue. You two fools, Xia Zhouquan scolded. You didn't even get the basic information right. Tang Nang Yipin is popular because it aids in cultivation, and you just filled the pool with regular water. The atmosphere in the room was tense, and Xia Lu and Xia Chuan were sweating profusely. They truly hadn't known, assuming they were using water obtained from Yilianshan. Father, Xia Chuan cautiously suggested, perhaps we could use the water from Tang Nang Yipin temporarily? It might solve the problem for now. Xia Zhouquan nodded in agreement and immediately arranged for it to be done. Meanwhile, he led others to the bathhouse to appease the customers. While the Xia family was in turmoil, in Tang Nang Yipin, Li Xiaobai was leisurely chatting with an old beggar. Suddenly, a group of people burst in, led by an imposing white-haired elder. Owner, the elder said directly, is the formula for your pool water for sale? Name your price. Li Xiaobai glanced at him and replied calmly. Tang Ning Yipin is just in the bath business, not selling formulas. Then can we buy this pool's water? The elder persisted. Half an hour for one medium-grade spiritual stone. Li Xiaobai pointed to the price on the wall. If you can't afford it, don't bother coming. The elder was taken aback. This price was much higher than Xia family's. Some of his followers couldn't hold back and spoke rudely. Li Xiaobai's expression darkened as he warned. If you're here to cause trouble, Liangshan doesn't mind playing along. The elder quickly silenced his followers and softened his tone. Mr. Yi, we were too abrupt. 100 medium-grade spiritual stones, and we'll take all the water in the pool. How about it? Deal. Li Xiaobai readily agreed, and the situation was resolved. Li Xiaobai was overjoyed to sell a pool of foot bath water for 100 mid-grade spirit stones, barely able to contain his laughter. The old man's thought process was truly baffling, but there was no need to question it further. It must have been sent by the Xia family. It seemed that the cultivators had already realized that the Xia family's bathhouse was ineffective for cultivation, prompting their urgent purchase of bathwater from Tang Nang Yipin. Chen Bo swiftly pulled out a storage bag and collected all the water from the pool. After a slight bow, he hurried away with his entourage. Li Xiaobai smirked slyly, flipping his wrist to pour water from his spatial ring, refilling the pool. It was merely water from the moat outside the city, an inexhaustible resource. At that moment, a familiar bark came from outside. Woof, kid, your heir Guzzi is back. Doing a good deed is no easy task. A scruffy little dog staggered in and dove into the pool with a flip. Old Master Situ Kong looked surprised. Though he'd known the little dog for a long time, he never realized it could speak. The old beggar also watched the dog with great interest, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. Woof, you're the dog, your whole family are dogs. Heir Guzzi bristled at Situ Kong's words. Your master, Nicholas Heir Guzzi, is of supreme existence. Everyone exchanged glances, speechless. Li Xiaobai raised an eyebrow and asked, what good deed did you do? Secretly doubting the dog's intelligence. Heir Guzzi boasted. The Xia family next door threw out a bunch of clothes, such a waste. Master Heir Guzzi gave them to the poor. It proudly raised its head, as if it had accomplished a great deed. I helped hundreds of impoverished people, running back and forth dozens of times. It wore me out, but the endless gratitude was a great reward for my righteous heart. Li Xiaobai's expression turned peculiar, understanding the situation. The Xia family's Yipin was a bathhouse, and Heir Guzzi likely took the customers' clothes. Yet he did not reveal this, instead feeling secretly delighted. When the cultivators realized they would soon be without proper clothing, it would surely cause trouble for the Xia family. That truly is a great deed. Li Xiaobai feigned admiration. Robbing the rich to help the poor, very noble. A righteous dog. The two old men also gave thumbs up and praised repeatedly, making Heir Guzzi wag its tail with pride. Seeing this, Li Xiaobai began his persuasion. Heir Guzzi, in this city, the class divide is clear. Families only look out for their own interests, never considering the bigger picture, causing the poor to become poorer and the rich richer. The conflicts are growing more intense. Shouldn't we take action? The righteous heir Guzi couldn't hold back, excitedly barking. That's right. As messengers of justice, we must act. Kid, tell me what to do. Li Xiaobai gently guided. We'll use Tang Ning Yipin's bathhouse to create a harmonious city. I'll focus on expanding it, while you cause trouble for our competitors. Heir Guzi, this city needs you. Rest assured, Master Heir Guzi will ensure the people lead good lives. Heir Guzi promised, thumping its chest. Its righteous heart wouldn't allow it to waste time in the bathhouse any longer. After a brief rest, it dashed out again, determined to contribute to the city's harmony. Shortly after Heir Guzi left, several figures entered from outside. Li Xiaobai didn't recognize them, but the familiar question was asked. Boss, is the bathhouse formula for sale? Li Xiaobai remained calm, replying coolly, not for sale. As if expecting this, they continued. Then is the pool water for sale? My rate is 120 mid-grade spirit stones for half an hour. It's a bargain, Li Xiaobai quoted, his eyes gleaming with shrewdness. Deal. The visitor agreed without hesitation, promptly handing over the spirit stones and quickly collecting the water from the bathhouse before leaving. With a flick of his wrist, Li Xiaobai refilled the pool with clear water. He was secretly delighted, almost laughing out loud. He had just sold 2 pools of ordinary water for a staggering 200 mid-grade spirit stones. The Xia family were truly foolish. Boss, did we strike it rich? The old man asked, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Yes, we did, Li Xiaobai replied with a smile, already calculating in his mind. He decided not to take a bath, but to wait for the Xia family to return for more water. He had figured out their pattern. The Xia family's establishment was too large for one pool of water to suffice, so they would inevitably send different people to buy more until they filled the entire place. Sure enough, just a few minutes later, more people came through the door, asking to buy water. Li Xiaobai welcomed them warmly, and after some haggling, they settled on a price of 150 mid-grade spirit stones. Throughout the afternoon and into the evening, several groups came from the Tang Ning Yipin, all intending to buy water. In the end, they raked in over 3,000 mid-grade spirit stones. C2 Yinyu counted the stones until her fingers ached. Such a fortune was beyond her wildest dreams. This business is more lucrative than running a bathhouse. C2 Yinyu exclaimed. Li Xiaobai calmly replied. Just basic operations, nothing to brag about. You two can each have 100 mid-grade spirit stones as your reward. Meanwhile, in the Xia family estate, Xia Zhouquan leisurely sipped tea in his armchair. He was secretly pleased, thinking his usually unreliable son had finally done something right by securing the Tang Ning Yipin water for their guests. The water would last a few days, enough for the Xia family to unlock its secrets. He imagined that once the half-price promotion ended and prices doubled, the Xia family estate would become a gold mine. As Xia Zhouquan indulged in his daydream, urgent knocking interrupted him. Master, there's a problem. The water we bought from Tang Ning Yipin is just ordinary river water, useless for cultivation. The guests are furious. What did you say? Xia Zhouquan sprang up, his face turning ashen. The bathhouse was already filled with angry shouts. The manager was still assuring everyone that the water was the same as Tang Ning Yipin's, capable of aiding cultivation. But after waiting, the guests realized the water had no effect. Worse, it reeked of smelly feet. The crowd was outraged. Damn it, the Xia family is despicable, selling us foot wash water, a burly man roared. This water is clearly used bath water, an insult to us cultivators. Even if they refund the spirit stones, we demand an explanation. Exactly, we need an explanation. Does being a big family give them the right to bully us? Another cultivator chimed in. Brothers, no more talking. This is obviously a shady business. Let's smash it, someone shouted. Suddenly, several members of prominent families stepped forward, inciting further chaos. I'm Leah from the Li family. I'll take responsibility. Smash it up. I'm Sun Xia from the Sun family. Tear down this shady shop. I'm the young master from the Wang family. The Xia family estate descended into chaos as the young scions from various families led the charge to dismantle the shop. These young nobles were not accustomed to such humiliation, and even though the opponent was the Xia family, they would not let it go easily. As the situation spiraled out of control, Xia Zhouquan's dreams were completely shattered, replaced by the impending disaster. Xia Zhouquan's face was ashen, and cold sweat dripped from his forehead. The other family elders also looked grim, as though they had swallowed a fly. They had been deceived, thoroughly duped by the owner of Tang Ning Yipin. Who could have guessed that what they were sold was nothing but ordinary water, utterly lacking the spiritual energy needed for cultivation? Chen Bo, quickly take people back to the family and bring over the basic spiritual herbs. Xia Zhouquan ordered through gritted teeth. No matter what, the family's reputation cannot be tarnished. We must get through tonight first. Yes. Chen Bo responded promptly, hurrying away. In the bathhouse, the family elders rushed to the main hall to calm everyone down again. Suppressing his anger, Xia Zhouquan forced a smile. Everyone, This situation was unforeseen by us as well. To make it up to you, we are extending everyone's bath time to an overnight stay. Our steward has already gone to the family to transport the spiritual herbs and will add them to the bathhouse within a quarter of an hour. Please, trust the Xia family this once. Xia Jiuquan's sincerity was palpable, and the noise in the bathhouse gradually subsided. For 25 low-grade spirit stones, they were getting a large amount of Xia family's cultivation resources, which, in the end, was a profit for them. The world of cultivation is one where strength and interest reign supreme. Since the Xia family was willing to offer considerable compensation, they were willing to wait. After all, an overnight stay was promised, so waiting a bit longer wouldn't hurt. At that moment, a cold voice drifted from the women's bath. The Xia family, a prestigious clan, yet your methods are quite disappointing. Does the master of the house believe that taking away my personal clothing will keep me here? This voice. Xia Jiuquan was startled, his expression changing abruptly. Miss Wang Ruoxian? Isn't Fairy Wang in the Xiaoqing sect for further studies? How did she return, he pondered. I didn't expect Fairy Wang to be in this bathhouse too. It seems soaking in a bath is indeed the best way to communicate. The owner wasn't lying. Trying to maintain composure, Xia Jiuquan responded loudly. Fairy Wang, what do you mean? Our establishment does not have the habit of taking guests' clothing. But more than half of the cultivators' clothing here have disappeared. How do you explain that? Wang Ruoxian's voice came again, cold as ice. Meanwhile, the entire women's bath erupted into screams. Who took my clothes? My personal clothes are gone. I'm too embarrassed to face anyone. Xia family, how despicable. When I return, my Lu family will definitely sever ties with you. Only then did the cultivators realize their clothes were indeed missing. The ground was bare, not even a sock in sight. Xia Jiuquan was dumbfounded. A thief had managed to sneak into the bathhouse and made off with more than half of the cultivators' clothing. Damn it! Who did this? He raged internally. Master Xia, I don't care about any spiritual herbs. I just want my clothes back. Wang Ruoxian's voice was still calm. Rest assured, Fairy Wang, I will send someone to find them. No, to buy them. Xia Jiuquan blurted out in his panic, immediately realizing he had misspoken. Meanwhile, inside Tang Nangyi Pin, Guzi rushed back in. Woof, kid, there's a big catch, it barked excitedly. What big catch? Li Xiaobai asked, raising an eyebrow. The Xia family is transporting spiritual herbs to Xia family Yi Pin. 10 carts in total. Guzi's eyes gleamed with cunning. Such resources should be shared so that the common people can benefit too. What a great opportunity. Li Xiaobai's eyes lit up. This was a perfect chance to make a fortune. 10 carts of resources could likely be exchanged for a fortune in spirit stones. The Xia family is really generous. No doubt, we have to act. Yin guard the door. I'm heading out. The little dog was very familiar with the surrounding terrain and led Li Xiaobai along the shortest routes. After half an hour, carts appeared in their view. These carts were larger than usual, each pulled by 2 horses. Li Xiaobai and Guzi hid in the roadside bushes, holding their breath and waiting for the right moment. Both sides stood ready, heavily guarded. Guzi glanced around and whispered, What do you think? Can we pull it off? Li Xiaobai smirked slightly and replied softly, Standard procedure, drunken 8 immortals. Before he finished speaking, he had already begun to cast his skill. Instantly, the rich aroma of alcohol swept through the entire street like a tide, the intoxicating scent spreading everywhere. The bustling street fell silent in an instant. Guards, passers-by, even the horses were not spared. It was as if an invisible hand had sapped their strength, leaving them with glazed eyes and muddled minds, collapsing one by one. Li Xiaobai nodded in satisfaction and said to Guzi, Not bad, kid. Go collect the spiritual herbs. Excited beyond measure, Guzi dashed out, hoping to seize the opportunity. Unfortunately, he only managed a couple of steps before collapsing to the ground like the others, unconscious. Li Xiaobai chuckled. Heh, all mine now. With a wave of his hand, 10 carts of precious spiritual herbs vanished into his spatial ring. Upon closer inspection, while the herbs were of decent quality, they were merely of low grade. Nevertheless, selling them later would still fetch a considerable fortune. Having succeeded, Li Xiaobai didn't rush to leave. He drew his sword, and with swift strokes, carved large characters into the ground. Nicholas Guzi, a lesson in life. This operation was executed with such speed and precision that there were no witnesses, and the misleading evidence left behind was perfect. Li Xiaobai left the scene, thoroughly pleased with himself. Meanwhile, inside the Xia family's top establishment, chaos had erupted. This batch of herbs was Xia Jiuquan's last card to appease his clients, yet it had been intercepted midway. Many cultivators had been waiting in vain, with no sight of the herbs or the person in charge. Finally, they realized they had been duped. Enough talk, one cultivator said through gritted teeth. Let's bring some clothes for the fairies, and once we're back, report today's events to the family head. This grudge, I'll remember. Indeed, another agreed. Being played for fools like this is unacceptable. Inside the Xia family's main residence, the atmosphere was tense as the high-ranking members gathered. Xia Zhouquan spoke gravely, "Stop deploying materials. From tomorrow, Xia family's top establishment will temporarily close. I'll personally explain to the other families." A flash of coldness appeared in his eyes. "Find out who this Nicholas Guzi is. Daring to rob the Xia family's herbs will come at a price." Xia Zhouquan was furious. Since the opening of Xia family's top establishment, they had faced repeated setbacks, causing significant losses. The expenses for buying water from Tang Ning's top establishment, the stolen resources, and the renovation costs added up to losses exceeding 10,000 mid-grade spiritual stones. Even for a family as established as the Xias, this was substantial. More concerning was that someone could silently steal the Xia family's resources within the city, something beyond the capability of ordinary cultivators. Xia Zhouquan couldn't help but suspect the involvement of other prominent families. Cautiously, Xia Chuan ventured. "Could this be a challenge to us? If so, then what about Xia family's top establishment?" "Fool!" Xia Zhouquan roared in anger, instantly reducing the furniture to dust. "Your information has shamed the Xia family. If you weren't my own flesh and blood, you'd be dead by now." The young masters of the Xia family dared not breathe too loudly, afraid of incurring the family head's wrath. Taking a deep breath, Xia Zhouquan continued. "The Xia family's top establishment will close. Tomorrow, I will personally visit Tang Ning's top establishment to meet the owner and see what kind of person he really is. Also, the second brother is returning. Make sure to welcome him properly." The next morning, a large crowd of cultivators gathered at the entrance of Tang Ning's top establishment. After the commotion at Xia family's top establishment, the whole city had heard of this bathhouse's mystical properties. Soaking in the bath could enhance one's cultivation, something even the Xia family couldn't replicate, making the place truly remarkable. However, when the cultivators saw the new prices on the wall, they were dumbfounded. Half an hour for a mid-grade spiritual stone was outrageous. Unable to hold back, someone shouted, "Boss, are you running a black market here too?" "Small business, fair prices." Li Xiaobai stood at the entrance of Tang Ning Yipin bathhouse, glancing over the crowd with a sense of satisfaction. Yesterday's quietness had been replaced by today's bustling scene, both inside and out. He sighed theatrically and said, "It's a shame you all left yesterday. I was planning to offer our loyal customers a free 1-month VIP membership. Now, only a few lucky ones have that privilege." Li Xiaobai was secretly pleased, as yesterday's lackluster turnout seemed to be washed away by today's success. He surveyed the area, knowing that the unique ability of the bath to enhance cultivation made him a leader in this business. Capitalizing on the momentum from the Xia family's incident, Tang Ning Yipin's reputation had spread far and wide. He calculated that opening more branches would surely bring in a fortune. A stir erupted in the crowd. "Someone's really bathing in there," someone exclaimed. "And they've got a monthly VIP pass. Bathing for a month straight could boost their cultivation by several levels." The cultivators watched the blissful customers inside with regret, thinking how they had succumbed to temptation and abandoned the owner yesterday. The family disciples didn't hesitate, readily paying the fee of 1 mid-grade spirit stone. Though expensive for itinerant cultivators, it was a worthwhile investment for them. Seeing this, other cultivators reluctantly followed suit, fearing they might miss out on this rare opportunity. Suddenly, the crowd parted, creating a path. "The head of the Xia family is here." With this announcement, a middle-aged man in white robes walked in slowly. His stern face and commanding presence were unmistakable. Following him were the heads of the Wang, Li, and Zhang families, all evidently intrigued by the secrets of Tang Ning Yipin. The Xia family head stepped forward and greeted, "I am Xia Zhouquan, head of the Xia family, at your service." Li Xiaobai raised an eyebrow at the name, thinking it sounded ominous. He replied coolly, "Half an hour, 1 mid-grade spirit stone. Fair trade, no credit." Xia Zhouquan hesitated, clearly not expecting to be asked for a spirit stone. Li Xiaobai disdainfully added, "No spirit stone, no bath. Don't hold up my business. There are people waiting." The other family heads mocked him openly. "Old fool, still shameless at his age, thinking he can bathe for free? I heard the Xia family tried opening a bathhouse and lost everything, even their underwear. What a disgrace. If I were you, I'd find a quiet place to end it all." In the city, the major families were deeply entrenched, constantly engaged in both overt and covert conflicts. Although the Xia family had extensive connections, they were cautious not to be too ostentatious. A few days ago, the heads of these families learned about the existence of Tang Ning Yipin, but after an initial evaluation, they concluded that the bathhouse only contained ordinary water, so they paid it no mind. However, when the Xia family unexpectedly launched Xia Jia Yipin, aiming to replicate the bathhouse's success and make money, it dawned on the family heads that Tang Ning Yipin indeed had the power to enhance cultivators' abilities. Driven by curiosity, they all came to see for themselves the mysterious owner who had challenged the Xia family. Xia Zhouquan, with a sullen expression, disdainfully pulled out several mid-grade spirit stones from his pocket, slammed them on the counter, and coldly remarked, "These mid-grade spirit stones are only fit to build toilet fences in my Xia family. Book the whole day." Li Xiaobai's mouth twitched as he quietly collected the spirit stones, secretly mocking the Xia family's arrogance. The other family heads also booked the entire day, eager to study this miraculous bathwater. For these highly skilled family heads, taking a bath was a novel experience. They were all at the peak of the golden core stage, and as soon as they stepped into the water, they felt a loosening in the golden core within their dantian. The bottleneck that had long troubled them seemed to show signs of breaking through. The warm water enveloped their bodies, and the spiritual energy inside them surged wildly like an untamed horse, continually increasing. The family heads' eyes widened in disbelief, realizing that the younger generation's claims were true. The pool indeed had an extraordinary effect on enhancing cultivation. The effect was so strong that even at their level, they could feel a significant boost. "What a great opportunity!" they silently exclaimed, greedily inhaling the rising steam from the pool, soon immersing themselves in a state of cultivation. Watching these usually aloof family heads lose their composure, Li Xiaobai couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Newcomers are always so naive, acting like they've never seen the world. The old beggar curled his lip and glanced at the group of cultivators in the pool, focused on their training. He sighed inwardly, thinking these people were treating the bathhouse like a place for cultivation, missing out on the true pleasure of bathing and wasting such a good resource. Just then, an angry bark shattered the calm. "Woof! Kid, how dare you try to pull a fast one on Lord Urguzi? You must be trying to hog everything for yourself." Urguzi suddenly woke up and began spewing a rapid-fire string of curses. Li Xiaobai, quick on his feet, clamped his hand over its mouth. He glanced around nervously, his heart racing. With all the city's family heads gathered here, if his little actions were exposed, the consequences would be dire. He whispered to Urguzi, "This is called smart investment. Only by making Tang Nang Yipin bigger and stronger can we gain a voice and help more people with employment issues." He paused, his tone becoming sincere. "Urguzi, you've done well before. Keep it up, the city is counting on you." Urguzi's eyes lit up, and its tail wagged involuntarily. "Woof! Lord Urguzi is the embodiment of justice. Leave those aristocrats to Lord Urguzi." It barked enthusiastically, then dashed out of the room like an arrow. Watching Urguzi's retreating figure, Li Xiaobai couldn't help but marvel. These pills are really something. Urguzi can't go a day without doing good deeds now. With just a little guidance, it can be spun around my finger. In the pool, the family heads were startled awake by Urguzi's noise, pulling out of their meditative states. They exchanged bewildered glances. Anything that could aid in achieving the golden core's full cultivation must be a treasure. Yet, why couldn't they sense even the slightest hint of spiritual energy from this water? Someone couldn't resist taking a ladle of water to taste it. The familiar flavor spread through their mouth, and their faces immediately crumpled in disgust. This was nothing but ordinary foot bath water. One family head tentatively asked, "Why did you decide to open a bathhouse in the city? Wouldn't it be better to open a shop selling cultivation materials? If you sold this water, you'd make a fortune, wouldn't you?" Li Xiaobai gave a mysterious smile, his tone carrying an air of profundity. "Well, bathing is just bathing. Using it as a means of cultivation is too simplistic. There's a deep culture behind it, which you'll come to understand in time." The boss was quite understanding, thinking that having such a beautiful waitress was indeed a blessing. The head of the Wang family chuckled as he spoke, trying to build rapport. Li Xiaobai, with his hands behind his back and an expressionless face, replied, "To be honest, Liang Chun is face blind. He can't tell who's pretty and who's not. The reason I chose Yan Yu as a waitress is not because she's beautiful, but because I simply don't know if she is." This statement instantly froze the atmosphere in the bathhouse. The heads of the families exchanged glances, clearly not expecting the boss to be so unpredictable. The head of the Li family cleared his throat and cautiously probed, "Have you ever thought about expanding your operations, boss? The current scale of Tang Nang Yipin is too small to meet the demand of cultivators in the city." Their true intention was to get hold of the recipe for Tang Nang Yipin. The family's descendants had described the bathhouse's wonders in detail, and they had experienced it firsthand. Acquiring such a resource would make wealth accumulation or nurturing family talents a breeze. Li Xiaobai smiled and asked in return, "Oh, are you interested in investing?" Seeing this, Xia Zhouquan straightforwardly suggested, "I'm sure boss Yi has heard of the success of my Xia family Yipin. How about merging your bathhouse with ours? In the future, we'll split the profits 70-30. What do you say?" Li Xiaobai's expression turned peculiar as he retorted, "Xia family, Yipin has already gone bankrupt, and yet you want to ride on the coattails of my Tang Nang Yipin?" This remark turned Xia Zhouquan's face a shade of iron blue with anger. Li Xiaobai continued, "There's nothing special about Tang Nang Yipin's formula. The enhancement of cultivation is purely due to my wholehearted dedication to serving the people. The water in this bathhouse is just ordinary water. If you've taken a fancy to something, feel free to take it. If you genuinely want to collaborate, just invest in my shop." Although this sounded like a joke, it was the truth. If there was a formula, it had to be crafted by him personally. Unwilling to give up, Xia Zhuchuan persisted. Boss Yi, you must be joking. Tang Ming Yi Pin is a blessing for cultivators, a place that can benefit all the city's cultivators. For the sake of the people, you should contribute it. Other family heads chimed in. Indeed, this is for the benefit of the entire city's people. It's not just Boss Ye's matter. It would be more stable if we managed it together. Yes, if we manage it together, with a 7,030 profit split, Boss Yi could make a great profit. Listening to these high-sounding words, Li Xiaobai secretly sneered. These people clearly wanted to seize the secret formula of Tang Nang Yi Pin, yet they stood on moral high ground, using the guise of benefiting the people to pressure him into handing over the formula. Truly insidious. Just then, a few cold voices came from a corner of the pool. Didn't you hear Boss Yi say no? Just soak in the bath quietly, and leave when you're done. Don't cause trouble for yourselves. It turned out to be 3 demonic cultivators who had been following Li Xiaobai. Ever since they learned that Li Xiaobai knew Zhang Rui, their attitude completely changed, and they followed Li Xiaobai's orders, barely paying attention to the Xia family. Xia Zhuchuan looked in surprise at the speakers. Mr. Zuoyo. The demonic cultivators interrupted rudely. Boss Yi is our brother. Bullying him is bullying us. You'd better think twice. The old beggar on the side also joined in, cursing. That's right. You better get lost. You have no sincerity, just spouting nonsense. Even this old beggar can't stand it. Xia Zhuchuan was uneasy, avoiding eye contact with the old beggar. The man's appearance reminded him of someone who should not exist in this world, a thought that sent a shiver down his spine. He suppressed his shock and discreetly tugged at the sleeves of the other family heads, signaling them to remain calm. I am who I am, a unique spark, the old beggar said leisurely, a sly glint in his eyes. Don't try to intimidate with your power. Xia Zhuchuan quickly explained. I have no intention of abusing my influence. His voice trembled slightly, indicating he hadn't fully recovered from the earlier shock. The other families, puzzled by Xia Zhuchuan's reaction, understood he wasn't one to act without reason. They tacitly allowed him to take the lead, awaiting the situation's development. Li Xiaobai glanced around, noticing the tension had eased, and asked, Gentlemen, have you made a decision? One family head pondered for a moment and suggested, we are willing to invest and help Mr. Yi acquire the shop. How about a 50-50 profit share? 1090. Li Xiaobai countered without hesitation. You are just providing the venue. That's too little. Another family head retorted. We also need resources to acquire the shop. 60-40. Li Xiaobai shook his head. 2080. I'm the one managing the shop, and you're doing nothing. After some bargaining, both sides finally reached an agreement. 30-70. That's our final offer. The family heads conceded. Deal. Li Xiaobai concluded. The family heads promptly began organizing their forces, quickly acquiring numerous shops within the city to convert into bathhouses. Li Xiaobai was secretly delighted, knowing that once the branches opened, wealth would flow in, marking the start of his fortune. The family heads departed, feeling somewhat strange about bathing alongside their juniors. Li Xiaobai accompanied them in swiftly selecting suitable locations throughout the city, acquiring all potential bathhouse sites. He secretly used the system to exchange resources and quickly set up the venues. Luxurious bathhouses sprang up overnight, leaving the family heads in awe. They had never seen anyone store so much water and bricks in a spatial ring. Yet, they still couldn't uncover the secret of the water source. Within a single day, dozens of Tang Nang Yi Pin shops appeared in the city, with various promotional slogans attracting cultivators and commoners alike. Under Li Xiaobai's direction, a section of the bathhouse was designated for the underprivileged, catering to all social strata in the city. Every day, ordinary families can enjoy a free half-hour bath, a benefit that has delighted the townspeople. For those wanting more time, they can earn it by helping out at the bathhouse. With a new store set to open soon, people are already anticipating its bustling scene. As night fell, a small dog hurriedly ran back, looking alarmed. Seeing this, Li Xiaobai immediately asked, Hey kid, check if Lord Guzi is hurt. Did you run into any trouble outside? As he spoke, he took out a healing pill from his pocket and tossed it to Guzi. Catching the pill, Guzi suddenly stood up on his hind legs, adopting a mysterious demeanor. With his hands behind his back, he said nonchalantly, Lord Guzi encountered a bandit hideout and fought them for hundreds of rounds, but had to retreat in the end. Li Xiaobai looked at Guzi's sudden act with exasperation, unable to resist a sarcastic remark. You didn't look like that just a moment ago. What did those people look like? Guzi dropped his act and replied honestly. They were all wearing black robes, so I couldn't see clearly. But when they attacked, Lord Guzi saw a bloody aura, definitely evil cultivators. Where did you encounter them? Li Xiaobai pressed further. In a small forest outside the city, Guzi recalled. They were holding portraits, seemingly searching for someone. They didn't look like good people. Li Xiaobai pondered that these evil cultivators might be looking for him. The influence of the cloak-wearing individuals couldn't be underestimated, and to avoid unnecessary trouble, it was wise to lay low in the city. He planned. In a few days, the family disciples would head to the holy demon sect for training. He would join them and take those 3 foolish evil cultivators along, making it less likely for the outside evil cultivators to target him. With this in mind, Li Xiaobai decided to check his system panel. He silently reviewed his attributes. Defense, 6th turn of the 9 revolutions, indestructible golden body, 23-00060-000, ready to advance. Inside the space ring, there were 4 dragon snake fruits. Without hesitation, Li Xiaobai consumed all 4 dragon snake fruits. His attribute points instantly increased by 5,000, totaling 20,000 points. He decisively allocated all the points to defense. Defense, 6th turn of the 9 revolutions, indestructible golden body, 43-00060-000, ready to advance. Li Xiaobai felt pleased, just 1 step away from advancement. This meant that the state of blood demon erosion could soon be eliminated. At that moment, Leo approached with a smile, saying, "Boss Yi, there's a gathering of young talents in the city tomorrow. Would you like to join?" Sister Yinyu has already agreed. At the same time, the atmosphere in the Xia family hall was tense. Several family heads had gathered, their brows furrowed with questions demanding answers. The head of the Wang family was the first to speak, his voice tinged with dissatisfaction. "Master Xia, why did you stop us earlier? A few rogue cultivators are not worth such a fuss, are they?" The others chimed in with agreement, and someone added, "Even if those rogue cultivators outside the city are protecting Tang Nong, this is still our territory. Can he really take someone away from us?" Xia Zhouquan sighed and shook his head at their words. He turned to point at the large portrait on the wall behind him, speaking solemnly. "I think you've all been too absorbed in your cultivation. Didn't the old man in the bathhouse look familiar to you? Take a good look at this portrait and think again about that old man." Following Xia Zhouquan's gesture, they saw a grand portrait hanging on the wall. The figure in the painting exuded authority, his eyes sharp as if piercing through time. The family heads exchanged glances, a hint of surprise and doubt in their eyes. "Is Master Xia suggesting it's Tianwu Elder?" someone asked in a trembling voice. "How is that possible?" another family head exclaimed. "Tianwu Elder disappeared 30 years ago. Besides, why would someone of his stature come to a small place like Guyu City?" However, as Xia Zhouquan's words sank in, cold sweat broke out among them. They realized that every family's hall displayed the same portrait. The image of Tianwu Elder had long become a spiritual symbol in the northern region, and any reputable family would hang his portrait for protection. Despite this, some remained skeptical. This can't be true. Tianwu Elder is someone who could ascend to higher realms. Why would he come to our remote corner? Master Xia, you must be overthinking. There are many people who look alike in this world. Xia Zhouquan frowned, insisting, "I saw it with my own eyes. The old man was identical to the one in the portrait. I worship this Tianwu Elder every day. I can't be mistaken." He paused, then added, "Of course, I can't say for certain that he is the Tianwu Elder of the past. Perhaps he's a descendant or a relative. After all, aside from the hair and beard, he looks too similar to ignore." Finally, Xia Zhouquan made up his mind. "Regardless, I will report this to our clan's elder immediately. Whether true or not, they must be informed." Meanwhile, Li Xiaobai and Liu were discussing the upcoming talent gathering. Li Xiaobai was eager to participate, thinking it would be a perfect opportunity to show off and prove himself. He was only 20,000 points away from advancing his defense and needed to seize every chance to improve. Liu explained, "Speaking of talents, aside from some family disciples in the city, the most outstanding are the second son of the Xia family, Xia Jian, and the eldest daughter of the Wang family, Wang Ruoxian. Xia Jian was sent to Jinyuan country for cultivation from a young age, and is said to be returning soon to join us at the sacred demon sect. Wang Ruoxian has been cultivating at the Xiaoqing sect, and has surpassed her peers in cultivation level. She, too, is preparing to go to the sacred demon sect." Li Ya's tone was filled with reverence and admiration. These two are the most exceptional talents in Guyu City, having reached the high stage of the Golden Core period. They might even be on the verge of entering the nascent soul stage. Hearing the name, Xia Jian, Li Xiaobai couldn't help but internally comment on the peculiar naming of the Xia family members. Nevertheless, he was quite looking forward to the upcoming gathering. He had some experience with both Jinyuan country and the Xiaoqing sect. He just wondered if any of the cultivators he had previously tricked in the Divine Beast Mountain range were from Jinyuan country. Leah glanced at the old beggar surreptitiously, a hint of doubt in her eyes. She pulled Li Xiaobai outside and asked hesitantly in a low voice, "Boss Yi, don't you think that old beggar resembles someone?" Li Xiaobai raised an eyebrow and asked, "Who does he resemble? I've always thought there was something unusual about him." Leah lowered her voice and said mysteriously, "The legendary Tianwu Elder from over 100 years ago. The more I look, the more he resembles him. Every major family in the northern region has portraits of the Tianwu Elder. It seems Bossy might have invited a great figure here. She then elaborated on the legendary experiences of the Tianwu elder. Hailing from the Tianwu sect in the northern region, self-proclaimed as the martial madman, dominating all corners and overshadowing an entire era. 30 years ago, he suddenly appeared in the central state, seized a great treasure, and vanished completely. Li Xiaobai looked at the old beggar in surprise. The man was lazily sitting in a corner, scratching his foot with one hand and picking his nose with the other, grinning foolishly. Li Xiaobai couldn't help but doubt. Could this guy really be one of the continent's top experts? He doesn't seem reliable at all. Li said excitedly. You can't judge a book by its cover. Keep an eye out. If he truly is who we think, getting guidance from him would surely skyrocket our abilities. She seemed eager to seek his advice immediately. Li Xiaobai shrugged indifferently. Doesn't matter to me. I don't need to cultivate. If there's anything I need guidance on, it's probably how to act cool more naturally, or how to get beaten by masters from all over. Just then, Urguzi appeared out of nowhere, saying mysteriously, Woof, there's actually another hidden top expert in this bathhouse. Leah immediately perked up with interest. Oh, may I know the name of this expert? Urguzi announced proudly. Woof, it is none other than your master, Nicholas Urguzi. Master Urguzi punches tigers in the western mountains and kicks dragons across the seas, an unrivaled supreme being, unmatched across the universe. Stick with Master Urguzi, and you'll surely rise to fame. Li Xiaobai looked helplessly at the smug Urguzi, his mouth twitching as he said, Before you say that, wipe the drool off the corner of your mouth. Urguzi remained as unreliable as ever. Even after taking the justice pill, its nature didn't change. With its head held high and a proud glint in its eyes, it said to Li Xiaobai, Kid, don't underestimate me. Lord Urguzi's cultivation has skyrocketed recently, and I don't wish to lower myself to your level. Li Xiaobai raised an eyebrow, looking up and down at the seemingly ordinary dog. You haven't been cultivating, so how did you get stronger? Lord Urguzi's bloodline has awakened. Every good deed I do increases my power, and now the day has come. Urguzi strutted around excitedly, tail held high. I am now a dog with remarkable cultivation. Li Xiaobai understood that this was the effect of the justice pill. Doing good deeds could indeed enhance one's cultivation, a fascinating quirk of the system. Curiously, he asked, So what breed are you exactly? Woof, Lord Urguzi is a supreme being. Urguzi replied proudly with its head held high. What level is your cultivation now? Supreme level. Right? Asking was pointless. Li Xiaobai shook his head, knowing that Urguzi was just as clueless. The creature was mostly a braggart, though it occasionally showed extraordinary traits. Most of the time, it was still unreliable. Li stood nearby, quietly observing Li Xiaobai. She found that everyone around him was shrouded in mystery, including Li Xiaobai himself. No one knew where he came from or the secrets of Tang Neng Yipin. Nonetheless, this didn't stop her from befriending him. Anyone capable of creating such a renowned bathhouse was certainly no ordinary person. In the city, all branches of Tang Neng Yipin opened simultaneously. The entire city was abuzz with cultivators eager to visit. The bathhouse's reputation for enhancing cultivation through bathing was well known, with nearly everyone aware of it. The operations were managed by prominent families, maintaining order and efficiency. Male and female cultivators gathered at the bathhouse, well prepared. In recent days, they had diligently practiced body refining techniques, honing their physiques and muscles. This mass bathing event wasn't just for cultivation. It was also to attract the opposite sex. The heads of various families stood by the pools, faces filled with surprise. They too came to bathe, prioritizing cultivation over pride. Unexpectedly, even the pampered disciples within their families had taken the initiative to refine their bodies. Judging by their physiques and muscles, they had clearly put in considerable effort. Who would have thought that Yez Tang Neng Yipin could be so educational? One family head remarked. These disciples never responded to my efforts to get them to train, yet now they're actively working on it. Indeed, the body is fundamental. I often struggled to make them see the importance of their foundation. Another family head agreed with a nod. This bathhouse has certainly alleviated a concern for us. And I must say, the disciples have trained well. The chubby kid from the Wang family now has an 8-pack. That's impressive progress. Miss Zhang has improved too. She used to be frail, but now she exudes a wild vitality. The family heads were pleased with the disciples' progress. Regardless of their motivations, the young ones were finally enlightened. Inside the bathhouse, the atmosphere was harmonious, with male and female cultivators subtly showcasing their physiques, drawing mutual attraction. The elders watched these interactions, smiling as relationships instantly grew closer in the shared waters. Wow, look at the family heads. Their physiques are impressive, exclaimed one disciple, eyes wide. Yeah, our elders usually wear loose robes, so you can't tell. Who knew they had such strong muscles? I thought our family head was chubby, but I was wrong. Clearly, body refining is the way to go. If the family heads are committed to refining their bodies, it must be beneficial. Following their lead can't be wrong. The whispers of the disciples reached the family heads, who instinctively straightened their backs, muscles tensing slightly to emphasize their contours. Master Xia, your six-pack is impressive, at least a decade's worth of effort, right? Haha, Master Wang, you're too kind. Your latissimus dorsi must have taken at least 20 years to develop. Truly enviable. When it comes to muscles, Master Zhang's physique is the one to admire. With such armor-like muscles, even low-grade spiritual weapons can't pierce it. Meanwhile, the original Tang Nang E-Pin store was relatively quiet. The city had many luxurious branches, making the initial small store less bustling than before. Those who came were mostly old friends or cultivators curious about Li Xiaobai, eager to meet the owner in person. Wang Ruoxian and Xia Jian also visited. These two were hot topics in the city, with young talents speculating about their true strength. Yin Yu, take the ferry to bathe, Li Xiaobai called out. No need, I can do it here, came a cool voice as Wang Ruoxian gracefully stepped into the bath. The male disciples' hearts fluttered. Wang Ruoxian was undoubtedly the city's most beautiful woman, her icy demeanor unmatched. To share a pool with such a beauty was a blessing from above. Xia Jian gently fanned himself, his robe spreading over the water's surface, exuding an elegant air. You must be Yi Liangchen, the one who injured my elder brother and third brother? I am Yi Liangchen. I was merely beaten and didn't actively harm anyone. The disparity in strength was too great, and it was your brothers who got hurt, Li Xiaobai replied calmly. Erguzi stuck out its tongue, looking disdainful. Why bother explaining? People from the Xia family just need a beating. Tomorrow, there's a gathering of young talents in the city. I hope you will attend. Xia Jian's gaze was somewhat shadowy. Of course, any gathering with Liangchun is bound to shine. Without me, it can't be called a gathering of young talents, Li Xiaobai replied with a smile. Wang Ruoxian's beautiful eyes swept over him, her lips parting slightly. You have a way with words. I'm curious about your strength. Unmatched throughout history, Li Xiaobai said lightly. In just 2 or 3 months of cultivation, I've gone from being a weakling to surviving a strike from a tribulation-transcending cultivator. In the northern region, no one can rival me. These two seemed formidable. They might become sources of attribute points in the future. Better to provoke some animosity now. Lord Erguzi is also a supreme being. Erguzi reared up, not losing any momentum. Wang Ruoxian's gaze was indifferent, untouched by worldly matters. You're joking. Those who are truly unmatched are capable of breaking spatial barriers and ascending to higher realms. While your strength is notable, you should remember that there's always someone stronger. The Jinyuan kingdom has a spiritual spring where soaking can help one break through several minor realms in a day. I have experienced your bathhouse today, and now I take my leave. We'll meet at the gathering, Xia Jian said finally. The next morning, Guyu City was buzzing with excitement. Cheers echoed through the streets and alleys. Almost without exception, the cultivators who had spent the night at the luxurious bathhouse experienced breakthroughs. Many even advanced to higher realms, and several family heads felt they were one step closer to the nascent soul stage. Li Xiaobai gained several thousand attribute points once more, allocating them all to defense. His 6th transformation of the 9 revolutions undying body had reached 46,000 out of 60,000, and he was on the brink of advancing. Meanwhile, Situ Yinyu successfully reached the foundation establishment stage, her aura significantly stronger than when they first met. Boss Yi, the gathering is about to start. Shall we head out? Liya reminded him. Let's go, Li Xiaobai responded. Woof, Lord Ergu is going too. Erga barked excitedly. The trio, along with the dog, arrived at the Xia family's blessed land. The area was rich in spiritual energy and picturesque, typically used for cultivating spiritual herbs. Many family members and young talents had already gathered there. This year's gathering was particularly special, as the 2 prodigies of Guyu City Xia Jian and Wang Ruoxian were both present, elevating the event's prestige. When Li Xiaobai and his companions arrived, the place was already packed. Cultivators were engaged in heated discussions. Some believed the Xia family's young master was superior due to his cultivation in the powerhouse-filled Jinyuan kingdom. Others supported the Wang family's fairy, claiming she had mastered the teachings of the Xiaoqing sect. Li Xiaobai's renowned soup was also mentioned, with praise for its contributions to the community. Li Xiaobai casually found a seat, with Ergu following closely. Suddenly, the chatter ceased, and the atmosphere turned tense. Liya quickly whispered, Boss Yi, this is the challenge seat. Anyone sitting here can be challenged at any time and must accept. Li Xiaobai's eyes lit up. No worries, Liangchen enjoys the thrill of a challenge. Ergu immediately stood up, striking a proud pose. Listen up, everyone. This is Lord Ergu's trusted aide. Only by defeating him can you earn the right to challenge Lord Ergu. The cultivators were taken aback by the dog that could speak, commenting on its ugly appearance and arrogant demeanor. Wang Ruoxian and Xia Lu both advised Li Xiaobai to vacate the seat, but their warnings were ignored. Seeing this, Xia Jian instructed the maidens to serve tea and pastries, gradually easing the tension. Later, someone suggested creating a collaborative painting based on the day's gathering. Xia Jian agreed, setting a half-hour time limit. Li Xiaobai and Ergu were also asked to participate, despite their lack of artistic skills. As Xia Jian began painting, his strokes were swift and fluid, earning admiration from the surrounding cultivators. In stark contrast, Ergu failed to produce even a single stroke, drawing ridicule from Xia Lu. Woof! Hey kid, is that how you talk to your master, Erguzi? The sudden bark shattered the calm of the studio, drawing everyone's attention. Xia Chuan spoke with a hint of annoyance in his voice. Whose dog is this? Can't they keep it in check? It's spouting nonsense without considering the setting. No noise during painting. Wang Ruoxian slightly furrowed her brows and softly agreed. Creating art requires inspiration and focus. It cannot be disrupted. Her words, though gentle, carried authority and quickly calmed the crowd's anger. The cultivators refocused on the rice paper in front of them, holding their breath and letting their brushes dance gracefully. Li Xiaobai and Guzi exchanged helpless glances, unsure where to start with their brushes and paper, which now felt like hot potatoes. Guzi, does your bloodline include any painting skills? Li Xiaobai whispered, his tone tinged with resignation. Guzi rolled his eyes, responding with disdain. As an exalted being like myself, Guzi dedicates his entire life to benefiting humanity. How could I waste time on such trivial pursuits? Li Xiaobai looked at his canine companion, speechless. Then why did you act all high and mighty just now and ask for a piece of art? You'll just embarrass yourself later. Just then, an unusual phenomenon erupted at Xia Jian's seat. Rings of white light shimmered, and a large scroll unfolded in the air. The painting depicted an ancient thatched cottage, with a candle casting a dim glow. A young man in white was holding a scripture, frowning in deep thought. After a long while, he set the scripture down and sighed softly. A phenomenon, someone exclaimed. It said that only when one's mental state reaches a certain level can such a vision be triggered. This is the first time I've seen it. That's the rebellious path scroll. Another cultivator recognized the scene. This vision shows a glimpse of the life of Jinyuan Daxian. Legend has it that in his early years, he questioned the scriptures and defied the sages, forging a path contrary to Confucianism. For the young master of the Xia family to grasp such a realm is truly a rare talent. It's a pity it's only a fragment of the rebellious path, someone remarked regretfully. If he could comprehend the whole, it would be a blessing for our northern region. Xia Jian focused intently, his brush moving without pause. The phenomenon above him gradually faded, transforming into an ancient aura that merged into his being, elevating his energy and spirit to their peak. Every stroke of his brush seemed to carry traces of the grand way, etching into the void. Even without using his cultivation, many cultivators present felt a suffocating pressure in their chests. No wonder he's inherited the legacy of Jinyuan Kingdom, someone praised. At such a young age, he already shows the potential of a great power, with limitless prospects. The crowd had barely recovered from their astonishment when another dazzling vision appeared. This time, it featured a woman in white, bent over a table, with a board filled with stars and patterns in front of her. However, the board wasn't filled with chess pieces, but diverse living beings. This is the phenomenon of the minor sect, someone exclaimed. A starry board, using all of heaven and earth as the game board that takes immense courage. Who would have thought the Wang family's fairy also comprehended a phenomenon? Such talent is extraordinary. The cultivators buzzed with excitement, their eyes filled with fervor. The appearance of these visions had transcended mere painting, turning into a battle of mental states and realms. For the bystanders, it was a silent feast of knowledge, with the potential for great insights if they could grasp even a little. However, Li Xiaobai couldn't understand any of it. He puzzledly thought to himself, isn't this supposed to be about painting? Why all the flashy stuff? How does a phenomenon help with painting? Half an hour slipped by in the blink of an eye. Li Xiaobai put down his brush and glanced at the little scruffy dog beside him. On the paper, a few crooked lines barely came together to form a pitiful landscape drawing that looked like a dog's scrawl. He shook his head with a wry smile. Meanwhile, Xia Jian lightly shook the scroll in his hand, unveiling a grandiose scene of pilgrimage. At the center of the painting stood a man in white robes holding a scripture, surrounded by a multitude of people in reverent worship. Though depicted as a scholar, he exuded an aura of commanding authority. The forceful will seemed poised to burst from the paper, directly confronting those present. Forgive my humble attempt, Xia Jian said calmly. The crowd examined the painting closely and found nothing amiss. A supporter from the Xia family spoke first. Young Master Xia's work captures a lofty vision, directly addressing the core of our gathering. We seek knowledge and perspective, and young Master Xia's portrayal of the scholar as a spiritual guide aligns perfectly with our theme. It's truly admirable. Another person chimed in. The spirit of this painting transcends the paper itself. Those lacking in mental fortitude might find it overwhelming. It bears a remarkable resemblance to the legendary Jinyuan Daxian's One Stroke of Chaos. Li Xiaobai was dumbfounded. He secretly thought to himself, it's clearly just posturing. Yet these people managed to extract profound life philosophies from it. Looking at the other cultivators, some were deep in thought, while others nodded frequently, surprisingly agreeing with the interpretation. At this moment, Wang Ruoxian stepped forward and gently unfurled her own scroll. Young Master Xia's painting displays profound skill and exquisite technique, which I greatly admire. I humbly invite young Master Xia to offer his critique. Her painting revealed delicate tendrils of mist, faintly filled with the sounds of birds and the fragrance of flowers. It was an incredibly realistic landscape painting, so lifelike that it seemed to draw the viewer into its world. Wang Ruoxian's painting was like a magical mirror, perfectly capturing the essence of over 100 people at the gathering. Everyone's attire, expressions, and postures were vividly brought to life. Even the unassuming air Guzi was precisely depicted. In just half an hour, she managed to capture the spirit of the crowd, showcasing an impressive level of insight. No wonder she's a disciple of the Xiaoqing sect. The fairy of the Wang family is truly remarkable. An exclamation erupted from the crowd. With such insight, it's no surprise she can comprehend the art of the starry array. Upon hearing this, Wang Ruoxian modestly covered her lips and replied, "You're too kind, everyone. It's nothing noteworthy." Standing nearby, Xia Lu's eyes flashed with a hint of sarcasm as he asked mockingly, "I wonder if Mr. Ye's masterpiece is ready?" He had just witnessed Li Xiaobai's earlier struggle and frustration. At that moment, Air Guzi suddenly barked, "Woof! You weaklings, come and behold the unparalleled masterpiece of your master, Air Guzi." With that, it picked up a sheet of paper and unfurled it, revealing a simplified yet unique depiction of chaos. The twisted lines, though childlike, had a distinct charm. Who would have thought Mr. Ye's dog had such character? Someone marveled. A spirit beast creating art is indeed rare. The Xiaoqing sect has a heaven-swallowing python with nascent soul cultivation, highly intelligent and capable of speech. However, it is rebellious and dislikes humans. Compared to Mr. Ye's dog, it is far less obedient. Hearing this, Air Guzi was instantly infuriated. "Woof! You're the dog. Your whole family is dogs. Your master Air Guzi is a supreme being." Though it couldn't clearly define its species, it refused to admit it was a dog, as it was a matter of pride. Li Xiaobai quickly covered its mouth, inwardly lamenting how this troublesome dog was an embarrassment. Clearing his throat, he pretended to be profound and said, "All right, inspired by the fine day, I've taken an unconventional approach and created quite a good painting. I just wonder if there's any true young talent here who can appreciate it." Li Xiaobai unfurled the scroll with a casual flick of his wrist, boldly displaying it to everyone present. As the scroll unfolded, the gathered cultivators were left speechless. The paper was entirely covered in black ink, except for a single white dot in the center. "Is this supposed to be a painting?" Xia Jian remarked with a hint of mockery in his eyes. "Is Boss Yi trying to make a fool of us? This random scribble doesn't qualify as art." Wang Ruoxian glanced at it and lost interest immediately. "It seems Boss Yi is not skilled in painting. We have been presumptuous." Unperturbed, Li Xiaobai began to speak eloquently. "You two are young talents and should have extraordinary insight, yet you seem no different from ordinary people. This painting symbolizes all living beings. We are gathered here, just as we seek light in the darkness and a beacon in the fog. In the northern region, although the Holy Demon Sect and Tianwu Sect are prominent, only the Holy Demon Sect truly shines as a beacon. This single white that is like the brightest star in the universe, perfectly representing the Holy Demon Sect's unique brilliance in turbulent times." The audience was stunned, not expecting such profound philosophical meaning to be drawn from what seemed like a child's scribble. Spontaneously, applause erupted. Li Xiaobai remained calm, fully aware in his heart. From the earlier flattery towards Xia Jian, he had grasped the true essence of painting not in the skill of the brush, but in the words used. As long as one could articulate a deep core meaning, they could claim invincibility. Painting is not only about aesthetics, but also involves psychology. Nearby, Air Guzi grumbled, "Woof, why didn't you warn me beforehand, making Lord Air Guzi look foolish?" "Have you ever not looked foolish?" Li Xiaobai thought to himself. Xia Jian commented calmly, "Boss Yi seems to have a clear insight into the Holy Demon Sect." His forced reasoning left Xia Jian quite uncomfortable. Xia Lu, feeling resentful, regretted missing a chance to criticize. "It's just sophistry. If you can't paint, you can't paint. Why make it so mystical?" Wang Ruoxian suggested, "Let's look at other people's paintings." Her opinion of Li Xiaobai diminished further. The cultivators began showcasing their works and critiquing each other. Praises were given for the beautiful imagery of scenes from the mountains, the elegance of scholarly pursuits, and the touching depictions of maternal affection. In no time, Li Xiaobai's masterpiece was forgotten. Although the benefits of Tang Ning Yi Pin were undeniable, the owner's performance was less impressive than expected. After the main figure's artworks were reviewed, the rest were just briefly acknowledged before the conversation shifted. Recently, the most talked about topic in the city is Boss Ye's Tang Ning Yi Pin. I've heard many cultivators have made breakthroughs overnight. The effects are indeed remarkable. It's said that even the heads of several families haven't managed to get the bathhouse formula. Is this bathing technique of yours passed down from a master? Li Xiaobai answered calmly. Liangchen has no master to pass down any techniques. It's all due to diligent research for the benefit of all living beings. Boss Ye's heart for the world is admirable. With this bathhouse, even if we don't join the Holy Demon sect, our paths will certainly be broader. The mention of Tang Ning Yi Pin filled the cultivators with joy. Wang Ruoxian slightly raised an eyebrow and commented calmly. The soup is indeed miraculous, but it's still no match for the spiritual spring. I tried it yesterday, but the effects were less than ideal. Li Xiaobai thought to himself. This woman has such a superiority complex. She looks down on everyone. Just as he was about to retort, Xia Jian spoke up. Our journey to the Holy Demon sect is not just for learning, Xia Jian said in a calm tone. I'm all ears, Wang Ruoxian said with interest. Xia Jian explained seriously. Have you heard of secret realms? Throughout history, many extraordinary figures have left behind secret realms. Our trip to the Holy Demon sect is partly to improve our skills and partly because a secret realm in the northern region is about to open. All the major sects will select talents to enter it. In the northern region, only a few sects have the privilege to send people to the central state, and the Holy Demon sect is one of them. A hint of pride flashed in Xia Jian's eyes as he spoke. Wow, someone gasped. I've often heard about the legacy of the wine sword immortal emerging over the years. Could this secret realm be left by him as well? My master from Jinyuan Kingdom told me, Xia Jian explained, that this secret realm was left by Chen Tao, a disciple of the great Jinyuan immortal. Chen Tao mastered Confucian teachings and was known for his noble spirit. The secret realm he left is a blessing for us Confucian scholars. Chen Tao might have been low-key, but he was renowned in Confucian circles. It said he once ventured alone into the western desert and debated with the old Buddha there for 3 days and nights without using any cultivation, turning the entire desert barren. Since then, he's been revered as a sage in the hearts of scholars. Wang Ruoxian covered her mouth and chuckled. With the support of Jinyuan Kingdom and a spot in the Holy Demon sect, your place in the secret realm is assured, Mr. Xia. Congratulations in advance. Xia Jian appeared quite pleased with her words. Li Xiaobai suddenly asked. Liang Chun once met a Jindan stage national master of Jinyuan Kingdom. How is such a position regarded there? He was concerned about this because he had previously turned a national master into a puppet in Jinyuan Kingdom, and if discovered, it could be troublesome. In Jinyuan Kingdom, anyone at the Jindan stage or above can become a national master and receive a salary, Xia Jian explained. In our Jinyuan Kingdom, Jindan cultivators are commonplace and not particularly significant. What about nascent soul stage cultivators? Double digits. And those in the tribulation transcending stage? Xia Jian frowned slightly. You seem overly interested in the strength of Jinyuan Kingdom. The kingdom has Confucian heritage and profound foundations beyond our imagination. Li Xiaobai felt a sense of relief at this answer. Since Jindan stage cultivators weren't significant there, the likelihood of being discovered was small. He quickly said, I apologize for my curiosity. Xia Jian suddenly shifted the conversation. Are you sure you want to stay in this position, Mr. Yi? Yes, it's quite comfortable here, Li Xiaobai replied calmly. Very well, Xia Jian's eyes sharpened. Today, you're sitting in the challenge seat, Mr. Yi. I am curious about your skills. Please, enlighten me. Xia Jian wasted no time with formalities and directly issued a challenge. His intention was to trick Li Xiaobai into sitting in that spot to avenge his brothers. Unexpectedly, Li Xiaobai cooperated, playing right into Xia Jian's hands. Xia Jian was no ordinary family scion. He had been cultivating in Jinyuan country for years, reaching the pinnacle of the golden core stage, with strength rivaling that of the family head. His extensive life and death experiences made him nearly unbeatable at this level. Very well, make your move, Li Xiaobai said calmly, sitting still in his chair, unperturbed. This action instantly infuriated Xia Jian. What does bossy mean by this? Xia Jian asked with a frown. Li Xiaobai responded with a smile. Young Master Xia, go ahead and make your move. If Liang Chun leaves this seat, I will concede defeat. Suddenly, Guzi stood up on its hind legs, speaking in a condescending tone. Woof, this is Lord Guzi's fighter. If you can defeat him, you'll earn the right to face Lord Guzi himself. The arrogant attitude of this man and dog completely enraged Xia Lu, who couldn't hold back any longer. Damn it, this is too much. Second brother, cripple his cultivation. Wang Ruoxian remained indifferent, believing Xia Jian's victory was a foregone conclusion. Just a show. Boss Yi, after today, I hope you'll recognize your limitations and understand there's always someone better. A glint of coldness flashed in Xia Jian's eyes. Then I'll gladly accept the challenge. With a flick of his wrist, a giant brush appeared out of thin air. Ink technique. The gentleman is open-minded. The world is at peace, Xia Jian chanted as he drew in the air. Ancient runes flowed, and 8-character truths manifested, pressing down on Li Xiaobai with the overwhelming aura of all beings. This was a unique Confucian technique, using calligraphy as a weapon and righteous spirit as an attack to suppress everything. The surrounding cultivators were amazed by Xia Jian's impressive display of power, which was indeed formidable for someone at the Golden Core stage. However, to everyone's surprise, Li Xiaobai remained unmoved in the face of such might. Young Master Xia is not open-minded. Li Xiaobai continued to mock with a smile. Seeing this, Guzi immediately chimed in. Did you hear that, boy? You're not open-minded. The gentleman is at ease. The petty person is anxious. That's you. Xia Jian's expression changed upon seeing Li Xiaobai unharmed, and he quickly altered his strategy. The brush in his hand moved differently, sketching a landscape painting in the air. A long river appeared out of nowhere, with surging waters flowing powerfully. This was a fragment of Jinyuan country's national treasure, the mountain and river painting, which even the central continent's forces admired. The roaring waters crashed down with thunderous force, yet even this grand attack couldn't move Li Xiaobai. Young Master Xiao's moves are quite ordinary. Liang Qin's heart remains calm, and I even feel like laughing, Li Xiaobai remarked nonchalantly. These words thoroughly infuriated Xia Jian, causing turmoil within him as his own attack backfired. He struggled to maintain composure, saying, Boss Yi, you're clearly injured. Don't push yourself, just lie down, and I'll send someone to heal you immediately. Don't be stubborn, or your injuries might worsen, affecting your path. The surrounding cultivators urged Li Xiaobai to concede, but he looked puzzled. Liang Qin merely intended to let young Master Xia make 2 moves first. Was that really your full strength? These words were like a heavy blow, shattering Xia Jian's confidence. He stared at Li Xiaobai in disbelief, muttering, Impossible. How could someone of my generation surpass me? I'm at the peak of the Golden Core stage, almost perfect. Even disciples from major sects are merely on par with me. Who are you? Li Xiaobai, with his hands behind his back, responded calmly. I am Yi Liangqin. Liangqin enjoys challenging those who think highly of their abilities. Complete is complete. Incomplete is incomplete. There's no such thing as almost complete. Young Master Xia, stop making excuses. You're really quite weak. In this world, the only one who can harm Liangqin is Liangqin himself. With those words, the entire audience was stunned. Xia Jian had used all his techniques, yet he couldn't harm him in the slightest. What kind of power was this? Everyone present couldn't help but re-evaluate this seemingly ordinary bathhouse owner, whose true identity and strength were likely far beyond anyone's imagination. The owner of Tang Ning Yipin, Yi Liangqin, has astonishing strength. Wang Ruoxian couldn't help but be secretly amazed, realizing her earlier underestimation. She rose slowly, speaking calmly. Boss Yi, you are indeed impressive. I was blind to not see it. Let's end this competition here. However, Li Xiaobai was unwilling to let it end just yet and asked, Doesn't the fairy of the Wang family want to challenge Liangqin once more? Wang Ruoxian maintained her composure and pride. Boss Ye's strength is indeed remarkable, but not enough to be my opponent. Body cultivators, while rare, are not unheard of. In this world, cultivation is the foundation. Many disciples from major sects have already entered the nascent soul stage. A temporary victory doesn't mean much. She paused before continuing. Once we join the sacred demon sect, our strength will increase rapidly. Boss Yi should continue to work hard rather than indulge in momentary verbal victories. Wang Ruoxian astutely noticed that Li Xiaobai had no spiritual energy fluctuation within him and deduced that he focused on physical cultivation. This method progresses quickly at first, but lacks sustainability. With the backing of Xiaocheng's sect and the sacred demon sect, she believed her cultivation would reach new heights without needing to compete with him. Hearing this, Xia Lu was furious. Today, the Xia family had lost face, with even the genius Xia Jian suffering a crushing defeat. He shouted angrily, Yi, your physical strength may be great, but your cultivation is empty. Once my second brother reaches the nascent soul stage, he could easily take your life. Li Xiaobai dismissed him with a sneer, retorting, You want to kill Liangqin? Believe it or not, Liangqin has 100 ways to make you die, while you would be powerless to fight back. He sighed inwardly, thinking the act had ended too soon, failing to provoke the intended group attack, leaving things a bit hasty. Sensing the tension, Wang Ruoxian quickly intervened. Let's end this for today. Tomorrow is our departure day, so it's best for everyone to help each other. Young Master Xia, you should go rest. She didn't want the focus to shift from herself to Li Xiaobai. Li Xiaobai, understanding the situation, said, In that case, Liangqin will take his leave. He cupped his hands in farewell and turned to leave when suddenly, a black token with an ancient aura slipped from his sleeve. Everyone stared at it, and the front of the token was inscribed with the words, Sacred Demon Sect. The cultivators present gasped, wide-eyed, staring in disbelief at the small token on the ground. That's a token from the Sacred Demon Sect. Boss Yi is actually a disciple of the Sacred Demon Sect, someone exclaimed. The cultivators felt a loss of face. especially the Xia family brothers, whose pride in their sacred demon sect training qualification was now overshadowed by someone who had long since achieved it and had been watching them make fools of themselves. It suddenly dawned on them that they were the real fools. Feigning surprise, Li Xiaobai quickly picked up the token, apologizing. "Oh dear, I didn't mean to." Wang Ruoxian was left speechless, her expression shifting. She had always prided herself on her sect background, intending to use it to suppress Li Xiaobai, only to find out that he was a disciple from a prestigious sect. At that moment, she felt extremely embarrassed, as if she was the one who was ignorant. After forcing herself to calm down, Wang Ruoxian regained a composed expression, silently calculating in her mind. An apprentice disciple is ultimately not on par with a sect disciple. I have some connections in the Shima sect, and I will definitely find my footing. In this regard, Li Xiaobai cannot compare. Feigning generosity, she said, "That's great. I have some friends in the Shima sect. I can put in a good word for you and ask them to be lenient." Li Xiaobai smiled calmly. "Good. Then I shall make preparations." With that, he turned and left. Guzi, following behind Li Xiaobai, couldn't help but snicker. This person is really amusing. Can't live without a sense of superiority, can they? Wang Ruoxian's face remained expressionless as she disappeared in a flash, leaving the other cultivators exchanging glances, marveling at the hidden depths of the Tang Neng Yi Pin owner. As night fell, inside Tang Neng Yi Pin, everyone soaked in the warm pool. Leah excitedly remarked, "Boss Yi, who would have thought you're so impressive? Truly, appearances can be deceiving." Li Xiaobai humbly replied, "Just a routine operation, nothing worth mentioning." In Situ Yenyu's eyes, admiration flickered, though she felt a bit disheartened. Tomorrow, Li Xiaobai would head to the Shuma sect, while she remained in Guiyue City, and the gap between them would only widen. Guzi let out a dissatisfied woof, prompting Situ Yenyu to quickly add, "Yes, yes, Lord Guzi is also very strong." After all, she was Guzi's only follower. Li Xiaobai looked at Situ Yenyu and said earnestly, "Tomorrow, I will leave. The bathhouses in Guiyue City are all yours to manage. I will make sure to speak with the family heads." Situ Yenyu waved her hands frantically. "How can I? I'm just a service staff with low cultivation. I can't shoulder such responsibility." Li Xiaobai reassured her. "Cultivation isn't the issue. As long as the bathhouses are there, you'll catch up eventually. Start with Tang Ningyi Pin, and I will return. Don't slack off during this time." Situ Yenyu's heart raced, feeling Li Xiaobai's trust, and she nodded firmly. Li Xiaobai turned to the drowsy old beggar, thinking that if he could bring this old man along, he'd have free reign in the Shima sect. "Old man, what do you say?" The old beggar lazily scratched his toes. "Just soaking. Haven't enjoyed the monthly VIP experience enough. What's the rush?" Li Xiaobai sighed, realizing that getting that kind of wine soon was unlikely, and he'd have to find other ways to earn the remaining attribute points. In a corner of the bathhouse, 3 men in black robes sat uneasily. If Li Xiaobai just left, their trail to investigate Zhang Rui would be lost. They were counting on this for their big break. Zuoda stood up and said, "Brother Liangchen, the road is full of demons and ghosts. We're willing to escort you." Li Xiaobai pondered, "Of course. But those family heads are not easy to deal with. Once I leave, who knows what schemes they might devise." Zuoda assured him, "No problem. With the brothers' reputation, they wouldn't dare disrespect it. I'll tell them Tang Ningyi Pin will always belong to Boss Yi." Li Xiaobai chuckled. "Hee. Thank you all very much." The affairs of Guiyue City were now in order. Li Xiaobai stood atop the city lord's mansion, gazing down at what was to become his stronghold. As a district governed by Zhenyuan Kingdom, it was undoubtedly the best stepping stone for his future entry into the kingdom. He had already considered the potential resistance from the prominent families. The elite disciples from each clan would be accompanying him to the Holy Demon sect, serving as hostages to keep the family heads in check. If they dared to covet Tang Neng Yi Pin, the fate of these family disciples would be all too predictable. Zuoda and the others would naturally grasp this logic. He opened the system panel and quickly reviewed his status. Host, Li Xiaobai. Defense, 9th turn indestructible golden body. 6th turn 480-006-0000 can advance. Attribute points, 0. Skills, muscle weakness, hatred 100%, super abs, drunken 8 immortals, blood demon Yuanhua Tianzuan, etc. Store, activated. Status, blood demon corrosion moderate. I'll find opportunities to improve my attribute points on the road, he mused to himself. I must restore my normal state before reaching the Holy Demon sect. Thinking about how he and his 6th senior brother had robbed the true disciple Xiang Tiandi from the Holy Demon sect, he couldn't help but smirk. The spatial ring was with his 6th senior brother, and with his human skin mask, it shouldn't be traced back to him. With Zuoda and the others around, the evil cultivators outside the city were hardly a concern. "Old man," he approached the old beggar mysteriously. "Do you know about Tianwu Elder?" "Of course I do." The old beggar stroked his beard. "He's a genius seen once in a century, an invincible presence." "Is he still alive?" "Who knows? Such a master, unmatched through the ages, is beyond our speculation. Woof! Air Guzi suddenly chimed in. Lord Air Guzi is also a master unmatched through the ages. Where is Tianwu Elder? Air Guzi wants to challenge him. With this interruption, the conversation couldn't continue. However, Li Xiaobai was now certain that this old beggar was no ordinary person. Perhaps Li Yu's speculation was correct, and he had indeed stumbled upon a treasure. The next morning, after soaking overnight, his attribute points increased by 2,000. He was now just 10,000 points short of advancing his defense. After bidding farewell to the Situ grandfather and grandson and the old beggar, he headed to the city gate with Air Guzi. A large number of cultivators had gathered at the gate, including over 30 disciples heading to the Holy Demon sect, and others who were there to see them off or watch the spectacle. A few family heads were present, but their expressions were not pleasant, and they didn't even bother to greet him, evidently due to something Zuoda had said last night. Young Master Xia, the journey is perilous. How about we travel together? Wang Ruoxian smiled lightly from atop her magical treasure compass in the air. With an invitation from a fairy, how could I refuse? Big brother, third brother, come on up. Xia Jian laughed heartily, summoning a scroll that expanded in the wind. The three of them boarded the scroll, turning into a streak of light and leaving with Wang Ruoxian. The other cultivators watched the two ascend with envy. The magical treasures casually tossed by major sect disciples could soar through the skies, while they could only travel by cultivation. Kid, don't you have a ride or something? Walking there is quite embarrassing, Air Guzi asked, eyeing Li Xiaobai. Li Xiaobai smiled slightly, flipped his wrist, and summoned a heavy-duty truck. This behemoth was 3 meters wide, over 10 meters long, and 3 meters high, wrapped in iron armor with steel railings, exuding a strong aura of iron and blood. A system prompt appeared. Heavy-duty truck, capable of transporting 30 tons of cargo, copper skin and iron armor, extremely sturdy, consumes 1 medium-grade spirit stone per kilometer. Note, even experienced drivers face risks on the road. Drive safely and avoid being a road menace. The surrounding cultivators were dumbfounded. Such a vehicle was unheard of, and its imposing presence was intimidating. If this giant hit someone, there wouldn't even be any remnants. Woof! Kid, you are hiding such a treasure. Boss Yi, what is this? The Xia family head couldn't help but ask. This is Liangchen's exclusive vehicle, a heavy-duty truck. Your disciples can ride along too. They can all come aboard? Of course, just remember what Zuoda and the others said last night. Of course. My son will be in your capable hands, Boss Yi. The Li family head quickly expressed his stance. He was already aware of last night's gathering and was eager to have Li find such a reliable backing. This Tang Nang Yi pin belongs to Boss Yi, and no one can take it. In the future, I will fully cooperate with Miss Yin in managing the shop. Mr. Wang as well. I am the same. My daughter will be in your capable hands, Boss Yi. You all, hurry up and meet Boss Yi. Behave on the road, don't cause trouble, understood? Yes, sir. The cultivators were thrilled. Compared to this imposing truck, flying swords and magical treasures seemed lackluster. Indeed, trucks are the true romance for men. Come on up, Li Xiaobai gestured. The open cargo compartment at the back of the truck could easily accommodate the 30 disciples, allowing them to enjoy the scenery along the way. Thank you, Boss Yi. The cultivators eagerly climbed aboard, sitting on either side. Even the 3 evil cultivators curiously joined in, as this kind of vehicle was a first for them. Woof! Air Guzi nimbly jumped into the passenger seat through the window, finding the fur-covered seat quite comfortable. Li Xiaobai opened the door, took the driver's seat, inserted several medium-grade spirit stones, and started the engine. With a press of the accelerator, the ground trembled as the truck roared and sped off. The family heads left at the city gate were even more astonished. Such a ride, such might, surpassed even that of beasts. Who exactly was this Boss Yi, possessing such treasures? This trip, our disciples are fortunate to catch a ride with him. Indeed, with this safety, they shouldn't be bullied at the Holy Demon sect. It's just a pity about Tang Ningyi Pin. Our disciples are in Boss Ye's hands, and he likely left knowing this. Watching the large bus disappear into the distance, Xia Zhuchuan's face was as dark as iron. Among the family heads, he was the most eager to annex Tang Ningyi Pin, and he had always dismissed the threat posed by Zuoda. Moreover, his offspring had no connection with Li Xiaobai. Yet now, the other family heads had all sided with Li Xiaobai, making Tang Ningyi Pin temporarily untouchable. In the distance, a heavy truck roared past on the main road. The thunderous engine noise shook the ground, causing the surrounding wildlife to scatter like startled birds. The people on the truck were all flushed with excitement. Usually, they would have fled in panic at the sight of a monster, but now they finally felt proud and exhilarated wherever the truck went. Everything retreated, and that feeling was truly satisfying. Boss Yi is truly a remarkable person. The cultivators admired this imposing mount. In the passenger seat, Erguzi eagerly watched Li Xiaobai maneuver the steering wheel, suddenly barking, "Kid, your mount is impressive. Get one for Lord Erguzi too. Aren't you a mount yourself?" Li Xiaobai glanced at it, his tone indifferent. Woof! Kid, how dare you look down on Lord Urguzi? Urguzi was furious, lunging to grab the steering wheel. This was a big problem. The 10-meter-long heavy truck swayed left and right, the tires screeching, and the whole vehicle started to drift, nearly throwing the cultivators off. What happened? Is the mount angry? The cultivators panicked, thinking it was some kind of demon beast mount getting angry, and they cowered in the cabin, repeatedly apologizing. We must have offended the senior mount. It was unintentional. Please calm down. Let go. You mangy dog. You almost caused an accident. Li Xiaobai angrily tried to pull Urguzi away, but found its paws clamped onto the steering wheel, unmoving. Man and dog were at a stalemate, wildly steering, and the truck veered off the road into a nearby grove. Boulders and ancient trees shattered under the truck's impact, dust rising everywhere. The cultivators inside were too shocked to speak, clinging tightly to the railing. This mount is terrifying. It can even break such thick trees. How much power does it have? Let go, let go. I'll give you what you want. Li Xiaobai, helpless, had to compromise. Urguzi cocked its head proudly. Woof, you should have said so earlier. Lord Urguzi is reasonable. I don't ask for much, just something similar to this truck. Its paws still gripped the steering wheel, making it clear no letting go without a deal. Li Xiaobai grumbled inwardly, quickly browsing the marketplace. This spendthrift, even after taking the righteous pill, hadn't changed its sly nature, and he couldn't give it anything too good. Soon, he found a suitable choice: the Pudong rooster. This seemingly ordinary little grass chicken actually possessed the bloodline of an undying phoenix, able to resurrect an hour after death, and the more it died, the stronger it became. It could temporarily enlarge by consuming spirit stones, and most importantly, it only cost 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, with no extra cost to activate, making it the most economical mount. Urguzi, I went through great effort to obtain this mount back then. Today I give it to you, treat it well. Li Xiaobai took out the palm-sized, fiery red Pudong rooster. The little creature had a golden beak and piercing eyes, strutting proudly as it groomed its feathers. Woof, isn't this just a chicken? Kid, don't try to fool Lord Urguzi. Urguzi skeptically pawed at the Pudong rooster, making it squawk. Li Xiaobai quickly explained the chicken's special traits, like its undying phoenix bloodline, resurrection ability, and growth with spirit stones, leaving Urguzi amazed. Is it really that amazing? Give me a spirit stone to try. Though Urguzi feigned disbelief, it had already firmly clutched the chicken to its chest. Earn the spirit stones yourself, Li Xiaobai said calmly, seeing that the dog had taken the bait. The chicken was mostly useless aside from making noise, and even when enlarged, it was more for show, essentially a useless chicken. But he noticed an unusual gleam in Urguzi's eyes. Drool nearly dripping, it was probably thinking of stewing the chicken to drink phoenix blood. Sensing the threat, the Pudong rooster flapped around in the passenger seat. Li Xiaobai saw through Urguzi's intentions and warned. This chicken only has the phoenix bloodline. It's not a real phoenix. Eating it won't help. Don't get any ideas. Woof! How could Lord Urguzi eat its own mount? You're too biased. Urguzi pressed the chicken down with a paw again. After some thought, Li Xiaobai took out an evil pill and fed it to the chicken. This pill could spike evil values, perfect for keeping Urguzi in check. Woof! What good stuff are you giving it? Lord Urguzi wants some too. It's the same one you ate before. Cluck! Darn, this mangy dog looks so dumb, even drooling, tainting my noble and pure feathers. The Pudong rooster flapped its wings a few times, then suddenly stopped. Cluck! I can talk now. The effect of that pill just now, Li Xiaobai thought to himself, his eyes landing on the Pudong rooster. This clueless guy actually has such good stuff. Maybe I should consider making him my personal little treasure trove. As soon as he finished speaking, he was stunned. Why did he say that out loud? What kind of pill was it? The Pudong rooster stood there looking bewildered, but suddenly straightened its neck and spoke with a proud expression. Cluck, cluck, I am Yu Wushuang, the undying phoenix. How dare a mere mutt bark in front of me? Perhaps you don't know how to spell death. Woof! Urguzi bristled immediately. I am none other than Lord Nicholas Urguzi, the unparalleled powerhouse throughout history. How dare a mere chicken act up in front of your Lord Urguzi? Li Xiaobai watched the scene unfold with confusion. Unlike Urguzi, who was eager to do good deeds after consuming the pill, the Pudong rooster showed no unusual behavior. Ji Wuching, is that your name? Li Xiaobai asked with interest, surprised that the system-produced mount had its own name. The phoenix Ji glanced at him disdainfully and preened its feathers. Call me Lord Ji. Woof! Kid, this chicken is too arrogant. Why not stew it? Urguzi grinned with a mischievous smile. Little chicken, do you remember anything? Li Xiaobai ignored Urguzi's suggestion. Ji Wuching held its head high. Call me Lord Ji. Since birth, I have never been defeated. I once shone alongside the great sun, battled the three-legged golden crow, and vanquished countless gods and Buddhas. Now I take life lightly, hiding my achievements and fame, desiring only to be a quiet, undying phoenix. The story continues with all the original fight scenes, car crashes into beasts, etc., until the final sentence. Just then, some familiar shouts came through. I am a disciple of the Xia family from Guyue City. Our family head has always been on good terms with your leader, so please grant us a favor. Looking ahead, a few figures in black robes blocked the road. The three Xia brothers and Wang Ruoxian were forced to stop, their expressions wary. The men in black held a portrait and spoke quietly with Xia Jian. Air Guzi suddenly perked up, growling. Hey kid, those are the evil cultivators I fought with before, and they're here for you. Take them out now. Although excited, it knew its own limits and restrained itself. Yu Wushuang also became spirited, teasing. Kid, they're looking for you. Go fight them. Li Xiaobai said in a low voice. Let's assess the situation first. He opened the car door and got out, followed by the other cultivators. Bossy, what's going on up there? Aren't those the young masters from the Xia family and the fairy from the Wang family? Someone exclaimed. Aren't those black-robed people evil cultivators? This is big trouble. Panic spread among the crowd. Leah calmly said. Our Li family has some connections with the evil cultivators outside the city. Let me talk to them. They should give us some face. Li Xiaobai waved his hand, saying. No worries, let's observe first. At that moment, Xiaolu seemed to notice something and pointed at Li Xiaobai. The evil cultivators immediately turned towards them, their attire identical to that of Zhuda and his companions. Zhuda cheerfully approached. Don't worry, boss Yi. These gentlemen are my superiors. I'll go talk to them. He turned and bowed. Zhuda greets Protector Lu. Protector Lu frowned and asked, Zhuda, what are you doing here? Your names aren't on the list. Zhuda hurriedly explained. Reporting to the Protector, we discovered crucial information about Zhang Rui. Let's hear it. We found an acquaintance of Zhang Rui in Guyue City, and we're about to follow him to the sacred demon sect. Protector Lu's eyes lit up, and he led his men straight to Li Xiaobai. He demanded, Do you know Zhang Rui? Li Xiaobai cautiously asked, And you are? You don't need to know. Just tell me where Zhang Rui is. Protector Lu interrupted impatiently. Li Xiaobai feigned difficulty. I really don't know. The last time I saw him was in the Divine Beast Mountains, and we haven't been in touch since. Are you his creditors too? Yes. The debt he owes is enough for him to be torn to pieces. Li Xiaobai suggested. I'm heading to the sacred demon sect. Maybe I'll run into him. Why not come along? Xia Jian suddenly shouted. How dare you? This is Protector Lu, a mighty nascent soul cultivator. How can he travel with the likes of you? Boss Yi, quickly tell Protector Lu where Zhang Rui is, and stop playing games. Protector Lu's expression relaxed upon hearing this, clearly pleased. Suddenly, an evil cultivator whispered something in his ear, and Protector Lu's expression changed drastically. He flipped his wrist, summoning a soul-reaping banner, ready for battle. You insolent fool, Zhang Rui is hiding among you. Protector Lu yelled angrily. Zhuda was puzzled and uncertain. Sir, that's impossible. I know these people well, and Zhang Rui is definitely not among them. Foolish. You've been tricked and don't even realize it. Step aside and watch. Protector Lu struck Zhuda and his brothers aside, and the other evil cultivators quickly spread out, surrounding everyone. Wang Ruoxian asked in confusion. Protector Lu, what does this mean? Protector Lu coldly explained. Apologies, Miss Wang, but the cultivator we're hunting is hiding among you. He carries a trace we've been tracking. Until we find him, no one leaves. He threatened. I'll count to 3. If Zhang Rui doesn't come out, I'll kill everyone here. Protector Lu was shrouded in black mist, exuding a sinister aura. Several evil cultivators cast spells together, and the soul-reaping banner emitted an ominous energy, forming a black barrier that trapped everyone inside. The wind howled, and ghostly wails echoed, with faint bones floating in the malevolent aura. The cultivators were terrified, their hair standing on end. A nascent soul cultivator was at the level of their ancestral elders. If he started killing, no one would survive. Sweating profusely, Xia Jian tried to extricate himself. Protector Lu, we've been talking with you and haven't shown any abnormality. We should be excluded, right? That's right. Your families have some connections with us, so step aside. Protector Lu allowed. The Xia brothers and Miss Wang quickly retreated, breathing a sigh of relief. The other cultivators panicked, desperately declaring their identities, claiming that the Xia and Wang families knew them and could vouch for them. Protector Lu, spare us. I'm from the Yang family. I even wet the bed with young Master Xia when we were kids. To save their lives, they shamelessly revealed everything from their childhood to recent visits to brothels. Unfortunately, the Xia brothers and Wang Ruoxian had no intention of helping. Xia Jian politely declined. Sorry, everyone. Although I've seen you, we're not close enough for me to vouch. Rest assured, once Zhang Rui is found, you'll be free. Xia Lu and Xia Chuan's eyes gleamed with mockery. Wang Ruoxian coldly said, I've always been in the Xiaoqing sect and don't know you. Let's wait a bit longer. I'm sure Protector Lu will ensure justice. In their despair, the cultivators' anger erupted. Shameless. Our families have been allies for generations. How can you do this? Exactly. Before we left, your family elders specifically told us to support each other. I always saw you as the twin paragons of Guyue, my idols. But now, you're nothing but scoundrels. Shameless, Xia Jian, you're a disgrace to scholars and have brought shame to the Confucian tradition. Protector Lu impatiently interrupted. Silence. Since Zhang Rui refuses to come forward, I must resort to certain measures. Don't blame me, blame Zhang Rui. The items he took from my lord, I'll retrieve from your corpses. At Lu Hufa's command, several dark cultivators sprang into action. They activated their techniques, wielding the soul-summoning banners, and instantly the sky turned dark, with spirits and demons roaring. Amidst the swirling black miasma, red glimmers flickered, intensifying the pressure on everyone present. The oppressive aura of a nascent soul stage cultivator caused the ground beneath them to crack and spread like a spiderweb. This dark magic miasma was of two types, one that eroded the flesh and another that severed the soul. The red glimmers were specifically meant to cut the soul, clearly indicating the enemy's intention to leave the bodies intact for searching some so-called treasure. In the crowd, someone anxiously shouted, Boss Yi, is Zhang Rui here or not? Please say something. Another person echoed, Yeah, we can't risk all our lives for just one person. All eyes turned to Li Xiaobai, who had become the group's pillar of support. Li Xiaobai's eyes darted around before he suddenly declared loudly, What Zhang Rui? Haven't you all grown up together? If outsiders don't know, shouldn't you? This is clearly a trap they've set together to kill us. He urged, Don't just sit there and wait for death. Get on the truck, Liangchen will drive you through. He pointed to a heavy-duty truck, hinting that it could break through the miasma barrier. The other cultivators were momentarily stunned, then suddenly enlightened. Right, we all grew up in Guyu City. Where did this Zhang Rui come from? Someone angrily said. Now it's obvious that the Xia family and Wang family won't save us. They're setting us up. Damn, the situation was so tense. I almost got fooled. If it weren't for Boss Ye's reminder, I wouldn't have thought of this. Those two always seemed decent. Who knew they'd turn out like this? I misjudged them. If we survive today, we'll definitely demand an explanation from the family heads. Boss Yi is the true friend, showing loyalty in adversity. Compared to him, those two are nothing. With everyone chiming in, they quickly climbed into the truck, crouching in the cargo area to avoid being exposed. They had witnessed the truck's defensive capabilities and thought it might withstand the miasma. Li Xiaobai swiftly tossed her Guzi and Ji Wuching into the passenger seat and slipped into the driver's seat himself. He threw dozens of medium-grade spirit stones into the vehicle, ensuring they wouldn't run out of energy this time. Guzi, regaining his composure, barked fiercely at the dark cultivators. Woof woof. If you hadn't stopped Lord Guzi, that arrogant guy would already be dead. Ji Wuching paced a few steps to ease her tense legs, then said with a cool demeanor, Heh, not bad. I was about to make a move myself, but since you want to handle it personally, I won't compete with you. Fight well, don't embarrass me. Li Xiaobai inwardly thought to himself, Really? At a time like this, you're still putting on airs? Outside the miasma barrier, several dark cultivators manipulated their hand seals, driving the soul-summoning banners closer to the group. They aimed to sever the consciousness without harming the body, a delicate task. The chilling wind swept through, turning the land within several miles into a desolate wasteland. Do it, Lu Hufa said, lightly waving his arm. The dark cultivators immediately began their attack. The miasma barrier started closing in, with red blood energy surging inward, beginning to erode everyone's consciousness. Lu Hufa's eyes gleamed with excitement as he looked down at a faintly glowing shard in his hand. It was a piece given by his superiors, capable of sensing the presence of the fragment that Zhang Rui had taken. At that moment, the fragment suddenly emitted a dazzling light, like a beacon in the night. This phenomenon clearly indicated that the other stolen fragment was hidden among the people present. A murderous intent filled the air, like an invisible net enveloping everyone there. The Xia brothers' eyes glinted with a mischievous light, and a cold smile played on their lips. They were secretly pleased, as Li Xiaobai, who had once embarrassed them, now appeared like a lamb to the slaughter, about to meet a tragic end. They were eager to witness his despairing expression before death, as if this would erase their previous humiliation. Wang Ruoxian remained expressionless, as calm as still water. She knew well that these people were doomed today. She had witnessed the terrifying power of a nascent soul cultivator firsthand. She sighed inwardly, thinking, maybe this time you'll finally understand that there's always someone stronger. Unfortunately, it's too late for such realizations. In this world, there are some people you simply cannot afford to offend. The Zhuo brothers still looked bewildered, blankly watching the ominous scene unfold. They wondered, is Zhang Rui really hiding among those family disciples? We know all these people. How could Zhang Rui be among them? But they dared not voice their doubts, only speculating silently. Just then, Li Xiaobai inside the truck sensed a bloody aura approaching. He immediately recognized it as the power of blood demon corruption, knowing that if any cultivator in the truck was tainted by it, they would surely perish. He quickly searched his mind for a solution and soon thought of a way to protect everyone. Golden body talisman, can withstand a full-force strike from a nascent soul cultivator, Li Xiaobai muttered to himself. 100 mid-grade spirit stones, and the rune shatters upon use. He swiftly weighed the pros and cons, knowing that Protector Lu was indeed at the nascent soul stage, and one golden body talisman should suffice. But to be safe, he decided to purchase 2 runes. Li Xiaobai raised his hand and affixed the runes inside the truck. In an instant, the heavy-duty truck was enveloped in a golden glow. Everyone inside was wrapped in this golden light, as if clad in an invisible armor. The fierce aura was kept at bay, unable to breach this defense. A crimson aura surged around, enveloping the truck completely. The windshield was a sheet of blood red, forcing Li Xiaobai to rely solely on memory to steer. He took a deep breath and floored the accelerator. The engine roared deafeningly, the ground shuddered violently, and the armored truck shot forward like an arrow toward Protector Lu. The surrounding malevolent energy dissipated instantly under the ferocious impact. Protector Lu's face changed dramatically, shock filling his heart. "What kind of treasure is this?" he muttered, quickly raising his hand to summon a soul banner before him. Forming a sword seal with his hands, he pointed at the oncoming truck and shouted fiercely, "Thousand Souls command!" A massive cloud of black mist poured out from the soul banner, forming a colossal hand that reached for the speeding truck. Wherever the hand passed, the ground corroded, and stones turned to dust in an instant. These were formed from absorbed human grievances, possessing immense corrosive power, lethal to those with weak minds. Protector Lu sneered. "To possess such a treasure, you truly are a force to be reckoned with for taking the fragment. My master underestimated you." A hint of disdain flickered in his eyes. "But it's a pity. Even with divine weapons to aid you, you're merely a low-level cultivator. Today, I'll show you what it means to be a mantis trying to stop a chariot." Li Xiaobai looked at the scene before him with a peculiar expression. "These evil cultivators don't seem too bright," he thought. Standing there waiting to be hit. It's like they're asking for it. He estimated the power of his truck. Never mind the nascent soul stage. It feels like even a tribulation stage could be crushed. With that thought, Li Xiaobai decisively shifted gears and slammed the accelerator again. The truck roared like a steel beast, colliding fiercely with the black hand formed by the soul banner. With a crisp snap, the soul banner broke, and the black hand shattered instantly, dispersing into a cloud of black mist. Before Protector Lu could react, the truck had already caved in his chest. Blood gushed from his mouth as he fell to the ground like a kite with a broken string. This can't be. Protector Lu was terrified, his eyes filled with disbelief. But he had no time to think further. The steel beast backed up slightly, the engine roared again, and with dust flying, it rolled towards the fallen Protector Lu. The blood demon primordial spirit soared into the sky. Protector Lu, enduring excruciating pain, frantically activated his technique, and a blood-red figure shot up, piercing the clouds. With hands clasped together, he braced himself to confront the roaring, iron-clad behemoth. How is this possible? Protector Lu was shocked. His soul-summoning banner, his lifebound spiritual treasure, enhanced by the spiritual power of several evil cultivators, was shattered in a single blow. Such power was beyond his wildest imagination. "Quick, everyone, assist me and stop this person," Protector Lu urgently shouted. The power of this ironclad mount was unheard of, far beyond his ability to contend with. The other evil cultivators snapped to attention, immediately channeling spiritual energy into the blood demon primordial spirit. The blood-red shadow rapidly expanded, solidifying into a massive claw that reached out to seize the heavy truck. The space trembled violently, the screech of metal on metal piercingly sharp, as the pressure of a nascent soul cultivator swept over the area. "Fight in all directions!" Protector Lu roared, his fists transforming into blood-red millstones, striking fiercely at the front of the truck in an attempt to overturn it. System notifications popped up. Attribute points 800. Attribute points 1000. Li Xiaobai was unimpressed. The attribute boosts from these evil cultivators were nothing compared to those from the nascent soul cultivators in the divine beast mountain range. Floor it. Even a celestial being would get wrecked. Li Xiaobai sneered, shifting into second gear. The consumption of spirit stones doubled, and the truck's impact force surged exponentially. The blood-red claw shattered upon contact with the truck, and the blood demon primordial spirit was equally fragile, dissipating in a wisp of smoke after just a moment. Ugh! Protector Lu spat blood as his lifebound treasure and primordial spirit were destroyed in succession. With bloodshot eyes, he hastily summoned a blood-colored talisman in an attempt to escape. Blood Demon Transformation True Technique. Seizing the opportunity, Li Xiaobai summoned a towering blood-red demon god phantom, instantly locking down the surrounding space. The talisman in Protector Lu's hand crumbled to dust. How is this possible? The Blood Demon Transformation True Technique? Who are you? Protector Lu was terrified. "Help me stop him. Contact Lord Lu." The heavy truck exuded a cold, killing intent, relentlessly crushing Protector Lu beneath it. The blood demon primordial spirit dissipated, and the truck barreled forward toward the remaining evil cultivators. Black fiendish aura surged and swirled. Xia Lu and Xia Chuan, reacting too slowly, were instantly consumed, turning into black powder. Second brother, save me. Lady Wang, save me. In their despairing screams, both were annihilated, leaving no trace. Big brother, third brother, I will avenge you. Xia Jian bit his tongue, spitting blood as he used the power of a scroll to make a swift escape. Wang Ruoxian dared not linger, flying away on her sword. The other evil cultivators weren't so fortunate. The heavy truck drifted and swept them away, reducing them to mangled flesh. The wheels were adorned with severed limbs, gruesome and terrifying. Woya and his companions were petrified by the horrific scene, collapsing to the ground. Boss Yi, we are just law-abiding citizens. Please have mercy. Li Xiaobai stepped out of the truck, retrieving a fragment from the remains of Protector Lu. The fragment transformed into a stream of light, merging into his body. A system notification appeared. Attribute points 10,000. As expected, Li Xiaobai felt a chill. This fragment was identical to those found in the Divine Beast Mountain range, able to directly increase 10,000 attribute points, an absolute treasure. The system panel updated. Host, Li Xiaobai. Defense, 9th turn indestructible golden body, 7th turn 300, 070000, can advance. Attribute points, 0. Shop, unlocked. Achievement unlocked, troublemaker. Current progress, 2108, complete for a reward. His defense finally broke through, and the negative effects of the blood demon corrosion were completely eliminated. Li Xiaobai felt refreshed. This newly unlocked achievement seemed related to the fragments. He had acquired 2 so far, with 106 more awaiting discovery. Each fragment was worth 10,000 attribute points, and collecting them all would surely cause his defense to skyrocket. Bossy. Woya nervously spoke up, secretly marveling at the depths of the bathhouse owner's power, who could kill nascent soul cultivators with ease. Brothers Wa, are you still looking for Zhang Rui? No. We'll retreat to the mountains and forget today's events entirely. Woya swore repeatedly. Good, you 3 aren't bad. Leave your contact information. Li Xiaobai nodded. These 3 evil cultivators might be dim, but they could prove useful in the future. This is a sound transmission token, equipped with a sound transmission array. Activate it to communicate with us, Woya explained, handing over the token, a common tool for long-distance communication in the cultivation world. All right, you can go now. If needed, Liang Qin will contact you. Rest assured, Boss Yi, we'll go through fire and water without hesitation. The 3, feeling like they'd been granted a reprieve, used talismans to make a quick escape. The eerie wind dissipated, and the wailing ceased. The cultivators inside the truck cautiously peeked out. Upon seeing the scene before them, their faces turned pale, and they leaned over the truck's edge, vomiting violently. The ground was stained with blood, scattered with bones and skin, many limbs entangled with the wheels. The thick, dripping blood and the overpowering stench made their stomachs churn. Boss Yi, a divine being indeed. Everyone was left in awe. A mere nascent soul stage cultivator is nothing to fear, Li Xiaobai said confidently. Trust me, I'll lead you to victory. He quickly gathered the spoils of battle, pocketing all the valuable items from the evil cultivator. Li Xiaobai's wealth had reached an astonishing level, only needing to be converted into spirit stones. He casually picked up a broken sword and carved a few large characters into the ground with sword energy. The killer is Zhang Rui. Feeling smug, Li Xiaobai enjoyed targeting those who thought highly of their own strength. If any of you think you have the skills to play with Zhang Rui, he doesn't mind having some fun, he thought. Same old story, surviving in the martial world means using a small account to save your skin. If there's a big mess, Zhang Rui will take the blame. No choice, he's the only enemy I know. Sorry, brother, you need to survive so I can continue to enjoy life. The other cultivators marveled at Yi Boss's strength, praising his loyalty and righteousness. In contrast, Xia Jian and Wang Ruoxian's actions were scorned as petty. Some worried about how to explain the deaths of Xia Lu and Xia Chuan to the Xia family, but Li Xiaobai decisively stated, there's nothing to explain, they deserved it. Frankly, it's a shame Xia Jian and the Wang family's young lady didn't die. The Xia family patriarch should be the one giving us an explanation. As the cultivators calmed down, Li Xiaobai laughed heartily. Ladies and gentlemen, as fellow cultivators of Ancient Moon City, we should unite, share our blessings, and face our challenges together. Only then can we avoid being bullied. The cultivators, moved by his words, pledged their allegiance to Yi Boss. Li Xiaobai opened the truck door, climbed in, and drove off, leaving dust in his wake. In the passenger seat, Erguzi and Yu Wushuang finally settled down, still shaken by the truck's power. Erguzi reluctantly praised, Kid, you did well back there, about 10% of Lord Erguzi's power. At least you didn't embarrass me. Yu Wushuang added coolly. Indeed, not bad. Barely comparable to one of my phoenix feathers. For a human, You're quite impressive. Li Xiaobai was exasperated. These two were all talk and no help. He jerked the steering wheel, causing the truck to sway, making the chicken and dog behave themselves. Meanwhile, hundreds of male and female cultivators gathered before the entrance of the holy demon sect. Among them, the presence of fairy Lan from Little Bamboo Peak and the eccentric Shibei fish, 3 whips, drew attention. Lan dismissed the chatter around her, even stopping her maid from scolding those she deemed lowly. She attempted to engage fish 3 whips in conversation, but was met with indifference. Anger simmered in her heart. If she couldn't recruit him, she resolved to destroy him. Li Xiaobai drove the truck steadily, encountering only a few oblivious beasts along the way. Erguzi managed to catch a Pudong rooster, but the chance of turning it into a mount remained non-existent. Finally, the truck arrived at the entrance of the holy demon sect. The roaring engine drew everyone's attention, and the bloodstained vehicle made many pale. After disembarking, Li Xiaobai realized the so-called entrance was a sheer cliff face, inscribed with the golden characters, Holy Demon Sect, exuding an aura of Dao charm. The unique entrance puzzled the onlookers. Leah surveyed the surroundings and said, "Ye boss, I'll go gather some information." Leah navigated through the crowd, chatting with a few familiar disciples. Meanwhile, Li Xiaobai signaled for the group to wait in the vehicle as he surveyed the surroundings. He noticed that the mountain gate had yet to open, leaving the disciples anxiously waiting. However, the group from Piaomiao Peak was nowhere to be seen, presumably having already entered the sacred demon sect. At that moment, a man with a scarred face and closed eyes silently approached Li Xiaobai. He wore a short tunic, with a whip stained with dark red blood hanging from his waist, exuding a menacing aura. After a moment of thought, Li Xiaobai exchanged for a pack of cigarettes called Huazi from the store. He murmured to himself, "Huazi, a smoke beats you Qian. Among the fresh faces, I'm the most celestial. 1 puff, and I'm refreshed." He then added, 10 low-grade spirit stones. Remember, smoking is harmful to health. He offered the cigarette to the fierce-looking man, attempting to break the silence. "Friend, care for a Huazi?" The man slightly frowned, sniffing the air. "What's a Huazi?" Li Xiaobai explained. "Huazi is a specialty from my hometown. Real men from my place smoke this. Want to try?" The man responded curtly. Li Xiaobai skillfully lit the cigarette for him, and the man took a deep drag, exhaling 2 thick streams of smoke from his nostrils. "This is sandalwood tobacco," the man exclaimed, his previously impassive face showing a hint of surprise. Li Xiaobai lit a second cigarette for him and asked with a smile, "I'm Yi Lianchen. May I know your name, friend?" "Northwest Yusanbian," the man replied flatly. "So it's friend Yu," Li Xiaobai said. "Doesn't friend Yu recognize me?" Li Xiaobai scratched his head, unsure how to respond. The man in front of him gave off a slightly odd vibe. Yu Sanbian began to boast about his famous name, and Li Xiaobai silently labeled him a narcissist. Just then, Erguzi emerged from the car and started bickering with Yu Sanbian. Ji Wuching also joined the argument. Li Xiaobai quickly ushered them back into the passenger seat, trying to ease the awkward atmosphere. Meanwhile, Leah returned with news about training at the Sacred Demon Sect. She explained in detail that entering the sect required passing 3 tests, the first of which involved climbing the towering mountain before them. The group suddenly realized that the towering cliff was the first challenge. For those from Guyu City, this was undoubtedly a daunting task. As Li Xiaobai pondered a strategy, the crowd suddenly stirred. A beam of light descended from the sky, revealing the figure of an elderly man in gray. Li Xiaobai recognized him as Feng Bo, whom he had encountered in the Divine Beast Mountains, and was said to be the Grand Elder of the Sacred Demon Sect. Feng Qingyang introduced the rules and difficulty of the test, before transforming into a beam of light and disappearing into the sky. The disciples immediately began climbing the cliff, racing against time. In the distance, Qinlan noticed Yu Sanbian with Li Xiaobai and the others, her beautiful eyes flashing with a hint of curiosity. She walked over to Li Xiaobai with a smile and asked, "I'm Qinlan. How should I address you, brother?" Qinlan eyed the heavy truck behind Li Xiaobai, its gruesome appearance making her secretly apprehensive. This man calling himself Yi Lianchen seemed to be quite the formidable character. Li Xiaobai was secretly delighted when the goddess-like figure, often discussed among cultivators, approached him. He felt immensely charming. Qinlan suggested they travel together, and Li Xiaobai readily agreed. Facing the steep cliff, Qinlan effortlessly took out a piece of silk, which transformed into a long ribbon as she tossed it into the air. Her maid haughtily introduced Qinlan as the esteemed partner of a true disciple from the Central States Xingtian sect. Li Xiaobai's eyes lit up, thinking that with such an expert's help, he might achieve victory effortlessly. He immediately called everyone forward, hoping to take the opportunity to climb the ribbon. However, Qinlan and her maid appeared shocked. The maid angrily rebuked the lowly people, saying they were unworthy of using the lady's magical artifact, and brandished her sword to drive them away. Li Xiaobai intervened, questioning why they couldn't travel together. The maid haughtily replied that Qinlan only valued Li Xiaobai. The cultivators of Guyue City expressed understanding, advising Li Xiaobai not to miss this opportunity. But the maid sarcastically insulted them as troublemakers. Suddenly, a dog and a chicken poked their heads out of the truck window, mockingly retorting to the maid's derision. Li Xiaobai spoke passionately, declaring he would never abandon his companions. His words moved the cultivators, but Qin Lan and the maid turned green with displeasure. In the end, Qin Lan left with a hint of annoyance, and the maid warned Li Xiaobai that he had missed a great opportunity. The cultivators praised Li Xiaobai's loyalty and righteousness. Li Xiaobai then invited everyone onto the truck, planning to forcefully cross the cliff. Unexpectedly, Yu Sanbian quietly took the passenger seat and even asked for a cigarette. Li Xiaobai started the truck, and the roar of the engine shook the ground. Before anyone could react, the truck was already speeding towards the cliff. The cultivators in the truck panicked, realizing that Li Xiaobai intended to drive straight into the cliff. The monks in the carriage stared in terror at the cliff that was getting closer and closer. Boss Ye's reckless actions had them scared out of their wits, as the heavy truck seemed destined to crash into the solid rock face. "Don't talk, shut up and hold tight," someone shouted. "We're about to hit, don't bite your tongue." Get down, another voice cried out in fear. Chaos erupted inside the carriage. Everyone shut their eyes tightly and clung desperately to the railings around them, too afraid to face the impending disaster. In the passenger seat, Guzi saw the looming danger and barked in alarm. "Woof! Kid, you don't really plan to crash into it, do you?" Ji Wuching was equally shocked, his fur standing on end as he stammered. No way, you're not really going to crash into it, right? I want out, Brother Yi, please open the door." Yu Sanbian maintained a calm facade, but his hand involuntarily gripped the handle beside him as he softly said, "Small problem, just a little hill, nothing to fear." Li Xiaobai, however, was fearless. He floored the accelerator, yanked the steering wheel, and drove the truck straight toward the cliff. "What's there to be scared of about a little hill?" he shouted. A thunderous crash erupted, as if the sky were falling. The truck's front end plowed into the cliff, causing the entire mountain to shudder violently. Numerous monks cautiously climbing the mountain were so startled by the sudden tremor that they lost their grip and tumbled down. The heavy truck charged forward with unstoppable momentum. Within a few breaths, the entire vehicle had penetrated deep into the mountain, carving out a dark and deep tunnel through the solid rock. Outside, other monks stared in disbelief at the enormous hole that suddenly appeared at the base of the cliff. They never imagined that such a method could be used to pass the test. What kind of mount is that? It's incredible. And who's the madman driving it? This is sheer madness. While others are figuring out ways to get over the cliff, this guy just punches a hole through the bottom and goes straight through. That's not a normal way of thinking. Li Xiaobai's path-clearing act saved other monks a great deal of effort. Some brave monks decided to take a chance and followed the path through the hole at the cliff's base. "Won't the mountain suddenly collapse?" someone asked worriedly. "I'll accept it even if it does." Another monk gritted his teeth and said, "This is my third attempt at entering the sacred demon sect as a disciple. If I fail again, I truly won't be able to face the folks back in Jiangdong." "That's right, take a chance, turn a bike into a motorcycle. That guy seems reliable, I trust him." "Enough talk, time is short, let's go." The rest of the monks steeled themselves and followed into the tunnel. They knew that attempting to scale the mountain on their own was too difficult, so they pinned their hopes on this madman. His mount and approach clearly marked him as a major player, sure to pass the test. With him leading the way, their chances of success increased significantly. Meanwhile, inside the cliff, Li Xiaobai was getting more and more excited. He pulled out a remaining high-grade spirit stone and, without hesitation, stuffed it into the truck's fuel tank. Instantly, the truck roared to life with incredible power, kicking up dust and sending rocks flying. The truck accelerated wildly, crashing forward with abandon. Before the truck's sturdy front, the solid rock seemed as fragile as tofu, easily pierced through. The truck encountered almost no resistance, charging forward with unstoppable force. Inside the carriage, everyone was still on edge, clutching anything they could hold on to as they felt the truck driving deeper into the mountain. In the darkness, only the roar of the engine and the sound of shattering rock echoed, as if proclaiming that they were creating a miracle. They had to be cautious of the stones constantly being shattered and scattered ahead, while also fearing a sudden collapse of the mountain above. The entire process was nerve-wracking, and they lay in the truck cabin hardly daring to breathe. The atmosphere inside the truck was tense to the extreme, with everyone holding their breath, afraid that a single misstep could lead to disaster. Suddenly, Guzi excitedly shouted, "Woof, kid, let Master Guzi take the wheel." Its eyes sparkled with excitement as its paws eagerly reached for the steering wheel. Li Xiaobai glanced at the restless dog and sternly scolded, "Shoo, go play with your Pudong rooster." But Guzi was not willing to give up. It continued to shout, "Woof, this useless chicken is of no use at all, not even a proper mount. Master Guzi demands a refund and wants a super cool ride." This immediately annoyed Ji Wuching beside him. "Cackle, You should address me as Master Ji. Ji Wuching's eyes flared with anger as it pecked furiously at Erguzi, causing another round of chaos inside the truck. Meanwhile, Yu Sanbian seemed completely detached from the chaos, calmly smoking a huazi, taking small puffs with an extremely content expression, as if the surrounding turmoil had nothing to do with him. The atmosphere inside the truck was extremely bizarre. A suffocating fear pervaded the cabin, while the front was a scene of comical absurdity. Fortunately, this chaos did not affect Li Xiaobai's driving. The truck continued to forge ahead, smashing through layers of rocks. With high-grade spiritual stones powering it, the truck demonstrated incredible impact force, and the system panel's numbers kept jumping. Attribute points 100. Attribute points 100. What breed is this mount of yours, Brother Yi? Yu Sanbian suddenly asked, breaking the brief silence. One of a kind, Li Xiaobai replied succinctly. Does it have a name? Heavy-duty truck. At this moment, Yu Sanbian noticed something. We have quite a few cultivators following us, probably looking to pick up scraps. Brother Yi, shouldn't you do something about it? Li Xiaobai smiled calmly. Liang Chun has always enjoyed helping others. Leading many cultivators through difficult times is an honor for Liang Chun. Hearing this, Guzi chimed in again. Woof, not bad. This is doing good deeds without seeking recognition. Kid, you have a righteous heart, and Guzi is willing to lend you a hand. It once again tried to grab the steering wheel, attempting to seize control. However, Ji Wuching disagreed. Cackle, a bunch of low-level cultivators trying to take advantage? I believe we should immediately collapse this mountain and bury those scavengers right here. It seemed a bit agitated, with its evil energy stirring. Unmoved, Li Xiaobai lit a huazi for himself and said leisurely, as cultivators, we roam the world valuing righteousness. Without loyalty, one could lose their life out there. Woof, kid, give Master Guzi a huazi. Cackle, give one to me too. A man, a rooster, and a dog simultaneously lit cigarettes, and the driver's seat was once again filled with smoke. As time passed, the truck's speed increased, and the quality of the rock wall ahead significantly declined, resulting in fewer attribute points gained. Attribute points 50. Attribute points 30. The frequency of system notifications noticeably decreased, indicating that the truck had passed through the hardest rock layer and was gradually moving towards the edge. In the darkness, faint beams of light began to filter in, signaling that the truck was about to burst out from inside the cliff. We're about to exit. Close your eyes so the light doesn't blind you, Li Xiaobai loudly reminded, and everyone held their breath, awaiting the imminent light. The truck roared like a metallic beast, breaking free from the rocky confines of the mountain, bursting out into the open. The blinding sunlight immediately filled the view, prompting Li Xiaobai to squint and quickly exchange for a pair of sunglasses from the mall. The sunglasses not only blocked the intense light, but also protected his eyesight, all for just one inferior-grade spirit stone. Kid, what are those? Lord Erguzi wants one too. Erguzi exclaimed excitedly. Huh, get one for me too. Ji Wuching wasn't about to be left out. Li Xiaobai shook his head helplessly and pulled out 2 more pairs of small sunglasses, tossing them to the dog and the chicken. With the sunglasses on, the world turned to shades of gray, but the outlines of objects became clearer. Erguzi and Ji Wuching were fascinated, looking around as if they had discovered a new world. The truck entered an open area where the cultivators who had set off earlier were already waiting. When they saw the large truck emerge directly from within the mountain, their jaws dropped in shock, and they stepped back repeatedly. The truck, with its menacing appearance and remnants of blood not yet cleaned, exuded a strong smell of blood. What kind of maneuver is this? They dug a hole through the mountain. Is this something a human can do? Someone exclaimed. Nearby, Feng Bo was dumbfounded, finding it hard to believe someone would use such a method to pass the test. What shocked him even more was that the sign of the Holy Demon Sect, standing for hundreds of years, had been dug through today. Moreover, a steady stream of disciples was now coming through the massive tunnel, clearly indicating that Li Xiaobai had opened a shortcut and everyone else was following through. You over there, what are you doing? Feng Qingyang asked angrily, instantly appearing in front of the truck to question them. Li Xiaobai calmly braked, turned off the engine, and opened the door. I'm passing the test at the mountain gate. Who are you? I am Yi Liangchun. Who allowed you to dig through the cliff? This is the facade of our holy demon sect. Feng Qingyang was furious. Elder Feng, the rules only state that we have to come from the other side of the cliff. It doesn't specify that we have to fly over. I just wanted to approach it in a more down-to-earth way, Li Xiaobai responded calmly. What about them? Because of you, the cliff test is meaningless. All the disciples who should have been eliminated have come through. How do you explain this? Feng Qingyang suppressed his anger. It's not my concern. If these cultivators hadn't made their own effort to walk through the tunnel I made, they wouldn't have passed the test, Li Xiaobai replied confidently. Feng Qingyang's blood pressure skyrocketed, and he was so angry that he saw stars. If it weren't for the fact that Li Xiaobai was talented, he would have slapped him to death. Those in the back, hurry up. The tunnel is open for you, so stop dawdling. Feng Qingyang shouted with a displeased expression. He originally intended to eliminate the unworthy disciples at the mountain gate, but now, not a single cultivator was eliminated. They all came through the tunnel. It seemed the next test would have to be more challenging. At this moment, the cultivators at the back were entering the clearing, their faces beaming with excitement and joy. We actually made it. The tough guy is incredible, taking us all with him. Don't say anything more. For the next stages, I'm sticking with the tough guy. Tough guy, I bow to you. Many cultivators bowed in gratitude to Li Xiaobai. If it weren't for him, they would have been eliminated by now. Li Xiaobai merely waved his hand nonchalantly. Seeing this, Feng Qingyang's anger intensified. He barely contained his urge to lash out, walked to the edge of the cliff, and with a wave of his hand, pulled all the cultivators inside out. Then he formed hand seals, extracting stones from the side of the road to fill the gap in the mountain. Although he managed to block the hole, the repair marks were evident, making it look somewhat unsightly. Consider yourselves lucky to have passed. Next is the blade array, which can't be overcome with little tricks. Take care of yourselves. Feng Qingyang snorted coldly, turning and disappearing from sight. As soon as Feng Qingyang left, the cultivators surrounded Li Xiaobai, thanking him profusely. Qin Lan's beautiful eyes sparkled. This way of passing the test was indeed astonishing. Miss, this Yi Liangqian is too reckless. Fortunately, you didn't join him, or the sect would have certainly targeted you, the maid said worriedly. Anu, you're mistaken. The Holy Demon sect is different from other sects. They appreciate disciples with character. Yi Liangqian's way of doing things is actually to their liking, Qin Lan said calmly. It's a pity the young master isn't here. He also has quite a personality. His performance is decent, but it seems a bit showy. Compared to the young master, he's far behind. At the same time, on a certain mountain peak, a few old men laughed heartily, watching the test below. Feng Qingyang was displeased, gulping down a bowl of tea, muttering, "Damn it, another talent. This is the first disciple in a long time to make an impression on me since those 6 rogue cultivators a while back. He has character," said a white-clad old man nearby. "Indeed, he's innovative, daring, and imaginative. It's just a bit costly for the mountain gate," said an old man who had been meditating, gesturing for Feng Qingyang to pour him a cup of tea. Feng Qingyang hurriedly brewed tea. "Senior Ouyang, this kid is even more outrageous than those 6 rogue cultivators. They only charged spirit stones to help cultivators pass the test without causing any damage. But this kid turned the cliff into an open cave." Mentioning those 6 cultivators from a while back made Feng Qingyang grit his teeth even more. How could there be such shameless people in the world, openly making money under the guise of testing, right under his nose? Let it be open. When did our holy demon sect become so petty? As long as he's a genius, even if it's 10 cliffs, I'd bring them over for him to tear down. Elder Ouyang said boldly. "Ouyang, do you really think highly of this disciple?" the white-clad old man asked in surprise. "Of course. He'll definitely be a part of the sect's talent selection. When the time comes for the entry competition, we'll see what this kid can do," Elder Ouyang said. "And you, Feng, the sect's disciples are pushing themselves in cultivation, yet you're slacking off. I heard that recently in the Divine Beast Mountain Range, you and a few others were outplayed by a group of youngsters, bringing shame to the Holy Demon sect. Write a report on your recent cultivation issues." The red-clad elder, who had been pretending to sleep, sipped his tea and said lightly. Feng Qingyang broke out in a cold sweat. "You're the grand elder, whatever you say goes. I'll do as you say." At the foot of the cliff, Li Xiaobai felt a bit elated. Being the center of attention felt really good. He waved his hand grandly and said, "It's just a blade array. It'll be gone in a flash. Follow me, and I'll lead you all through." "Understood, brother Ruthless." The cultivators responded in unison, their eyes filled with awe and anticipation. They quickly ran to the back of the truck, ignoring the pungent smell of blood, and waved enthusiastically at the people on board. The people on the truck exchanged awkward glances, unsure how to handle this sudden adulation that had inexplicably turned them into leaders. Meanwhile, the more experienced cultivators looked on with disdain. "Just a bunch of clowns trying to show off," they sneered. "No matter how much trash there is, it's still just a pile of trash. What good is it to gather together?" At that moment, Qin Lan gracefully stood up. With a slight smile and a flick of her silk scarf, she leaped into the air. "Everyone, Qin Lan will go ahead," she said in a clear and pleasant voice. "Take care, fairy." The crowd respectfully bid her farewell. Simultaneously, Li Xiaobai settled back into the driver's seat. He took a deep breath, feeling the weight of responsibility on his shoulders. "With great power comes great responsibility," echoed in his mind. He was now tasked with leading the entire village to safety. "It's time for some music," Li Xiaobai muttered to himself, then shouted, "Music!" The truck's speakers erupted with a rousing tune. When injustice is seen, shout out. Act when needed, and charge boldly across the land. With the music blaring, Li Xiaobai floored the gas pedal. The truck roared to life, speeding down the road. Ahead lay the blade formation checkpoint, but Li Xiaobai was undaunted. What blade formation can penetrate this truck's defenses? Against this armored beast, they're nothing, he thought confidently. The music echoed through the entire valley as the cultivators followed closely behind, their blood boiling with excitement. They thought to themselves, Brother Ruthless not only leads us through the blade formation, but also lifts our spirits with song. We must succeed and not let him down. Ahead lay a dense forest, the location of the blade formation. This formation was made of hundreds of low-grade spiritual weapons. Any living creature entering would face a fierce barrage of blade and sword energy. Even foundation-building cultivators would be severely injured, and even golden core cultivators might not escape unscathed. To pass safely, one needed either great cultivation or exceptional agility. Suddenly, Urguzi exclaimed, "Woof, kid, let Lord Urguzi drive." It was tired of seeing Li Xiaobai in the spotlight. Ji Wuching, not to be outdone, flapped its wings and chimed in, "Caw, caw, let me handle it this time." Yu Sanbian calmly added, "How about another cigarette?" Li Xiaobai was exasperated. Clearly, cigarettes were no longer enough to satisfy Urguzi and Ji Wuching's mischief. He tossed a pack of cigarettes to Yu Sanbian, saying, "Take it easy. You, don't choke." "No problem." Yu Sanbian quietly accepted them without further comment. Li Xiaobai then handed the vacuum cleaner, a product of the system, to the chicken and the dog. "You two use this." "Woof, what's this?" Urguzi asked, puzzled. Ji Wuching, however, scoffed. "Caw, caw, it's a vacuum cleaner. Don't you know anything? What a country bumpkin." As a product of the system, it was familiar with most of the store's items. "Woof, stupid chicken, looking down on Lord Urguzi." Urguzi barked angrily. Li Xiaobai quickly explained, "This vacuum cleaner has a special use." "Hey race, what will do?" He briefly outlined the vacuum cleaner's purpose. After hearing his plan, the chicken and the dog in the cabin were instantly eager to try it out, their eyes shining with excitement. To most, the blade formation appeared as a deadly weapon, but to one individual, it was a moving treasure. He secretly calculated that if he could somehow capture this blade formation, he could sell it for a handsome price. After all, the old man only mentioned getting through the formation, not that it had to be done by weaving through it. A sly grin appeared at the corner of his mouth, clearly indicating he had a clever plan in mind. Meanwhile, atop a distant mountain peak, several elderly men with white hair and beards watched the cultivators below with interest. One of them, his eyes lighting up, pointed to a graceful figure and remarked, "That young woman is not bad at all. Her form and steps have the style of Xiaozhu Peak." Another elder sighed. "It's a pity she's married into the Zhongzhou Xingtian sect. Zhongzhou is a deep water. She's probably here at the Holy Demon sect for that slot." "Indeed." The third elder nodded. "We should count her in when the time comes, out of respect for old Xingtian." "Heh." Another elder chuckled suddenly. "I'm more curious about how that young man plans to cross the blade formation. Surely, he won't just charge straight through, will he?" "Xiao Feng," the lead elder instructed, "take some protective measures. The lower-grade spiritual artifacts aren't worth much, but if too many get damaged, they'll be a hassle to repair." The elder referred to as Xiao Feng responded respectfully, "Understood. I've already increased the difficulty of the blade forest and included a few mid-grade spiritual artifacts. I believe this time, that young man won't find it easy to get through." Inside the blade forest, a dozen self-proclaimed high-level cultivators had already ventured in. Qin Lan and her maid led the charge, not taking the blade formation seriously at all, directly flying in on their magical treasures. Immediately, the surrounding swords and blades seemed provoked, emitting a deafening hum. Blades and swords swept in all directions, with powerful spiritual energy rippling through the entire forest. Countless sword beams and blade auras crisscrossed, slashing fiercely toward Qin Lan's position. "Dao lead, Thousand Night Sacred Art." Qin Lan casually pointed at the overwhelming sword aura. Instantly, the silk beneath her feet transformed into a torrent, sweeping towards the blades and swords. Under this mighty current, the sword beams and blade lights shattered instantly, crumbling into pieces. "This blade formation is only a trap for those with low cultivation," Qin Lan remarked with a hint of disdain in her eyes, her figure flickering and disappearing into the forest. Her maid glanced contemptuously at the slowly moving crowd behind, sneered, and vanished without a trace as well. The other cultivators weren't as carefree as Qin Lan. They employed their techniques cautiously, navigating through the blades and swords, occasionally enduring the impact of the sword aura. Many had flushed faces, clearly having sustained internal injuries. "Damn it! Why is the blade forest so powerful?" One cultivator gritted his teeth. "Some of these sword auras don't seem like they're from lower-grade spiritual artifacts at all." "Yeah," another agreed. "Even someone at the golden core stage would struggle to get through. I've only taken 100 steps, and I'm nearly seriously injured. If I get hit by the sword aura a couple more times, I'm quitting the test." Someone called out urgently, "Does anyone have a defensive spiritual artifact? I'll trade with you." The once confident cultivators now struggled, each pulling out various spiritual artifacts to fend off the relentless sword aura. Fortunately, There were no top-grade spiritual artifacts or magical treasures mixed in, or there would be no chance at all. Let's go for it. One cultivator gritted his teeth, swallowing a few berserk pills, intending to force his way through. Just then, the ground suddenly began to tremble. Simultaneously, the incoming sword aura and blade lights paused for a moment, then shifted direction, slicing through the air toward the back. The ground rumbled loudly, with the roar of engines tearing through the eardrums, mixed with the wild laughter of some creature. Woof! Lord Erguzi is invincible. Haha. I can almost feel the glory of my past dominance. Vacuum cleaner, suck it up for Lord Erguzi. The cultivators were dumbstruck, their vacant eyes reflecting the shocking scene before them. Deep in the forest, countless flying swords whistled through the air like a swarm of locusts, all aimed directly at the armored chariot. Outside the window, a dog and a chicken poked their heads out, each clutching a uniquely shaped Devisea vacuum cleaner. A powerful suction emanated from them, drawing in the surrounding sword energy and flying swords as if they were immobilized. Woof! Don't you dare snatch from Lord Ergu. These are all mine, barked the dog, domineeringly. Bok bok, today I shall sweep across the land. No one shall hinder my pleasure, screeched the chicken, its voice sharp and piercing. Huazi is not bad, came a low voice from inside the vehicle. The truck sped through the forest, the clamor of swords and blades incessant. Blades and sword shadows continuously struck the vehicle's body, sparks flying, yet not leaving a single mark. Ergu and Yu Wushuang were completely unleashed, each controlling half of the vacuum cleaner, frantically absorbing the spiritual artifacts around them. Be they lower grade or middle grade, they all ended up in their possession. The thrill of instant wealth was intoxicating. The cultivators behind followed easily, jogging leisurely. All the sword energy had been sucked away by the vacuum cleaner, turning the once perilous forest of blades into an ordinary little forest. They were overjoyed, convinced that they had made the right choice. Following Brother Ruthless was undoubtedly correct. In contrast, the dozen or so cultivators who had entered earlier were completely transformed. Once spirited and confident, they were now dispirited, and some even coughed up blood, seriously injured, far from their former composure and ease. Brother Ruthless is incredible. The cultivators at the back couldn't help but exclaim. Those who had entered earlier were utterly stunned. They had fought tooth and nail, only for the main group to pass through so effortlessly. The stark contrast left them feeling deeply frustrated, especially when they thought about how these low-tier cultivators they had previously looked down upon had breezed through. Brothers, stop holding on. Come with us and let Brother Ruthless lead you through. Isn't it nice to pass with ease? Yeah, you probably can't make it on your own. Come along, we won't mind you. The cultivators called out amicably, now fully appreciating the power of unity. Under the protection of Brother Ruthless, all distinctions of status and ability vanished. Everyone was just a small fry being carried by the big shot. The dozen or so cultivators at the back wore expressions of shame, silently following the group. They were full of regret, thinking that if they had known, they wouldn't have tried to show off. Wouldn't it have been better to be carried along without making a fool of themselves? However, Li Xiaobai didn't notice these little thoughts. He was focused intently on the depths of the forest, where too many spiritual artifacts lay hidden, not to be missed. He sharply turned the steering wheel, steering the truck down another path. The cultivators behind followed without hesitation. Wherever the truck went, the vacuum cleaner began its harvesting work. In the passenger seat, Yu Sanbian wore a peculiar expression. He had never imagined that the cultivator he casually chatted with could be such a genius, effortlessly collecting the entire blade array. This was not something an ordinary cultivator could achieve. This person's cultivation must be at least half a step into the nascent soul stage, perhaps even touching higher realms. Yet Yu Sanbian was also filled with doubt. Why had he never heard of such a powerful individual before? Meanwhile, atop a certain mountain peak, a few elders closely monitoring Li Xiaobai's movements were filled with shock. This move deserves full marks, turning a test into a money-making opportunity. Quite the business mind, a real talent. Daring and bold, he's got something. Being able to turn danger into opportunity at any moment is a skill in itself. Just a bit extravagant with the spiritual artifacts. The old men commented nonchalantly as they sipped their tea. Suddenly, Feng Qingyang was furious. That brat dares to openly plunder the sacred demon sect's property. I'll be back shortly. Before the words were finished, his figure had already vanished. By this time, the truck had swept through a third of the forest, and more than half of the spiritual artifacts had been sucked away. Li Xiaobai felt a bit uneasy, thinking that taking others' things like this wasn't right. But he consoled himself, reasoning that leaving these treasures in the forest would be a waste. Resources should be used to their fullest. Ergu and Yu Wushuang were unconcerned. Seeing the vacuum cleaner's power diminishing, they were immediately dissatisfied. Kid, bring out the best spirit stones. Today Lord Ergu wants to drain this forest dry. Bok bok, I want to leave a terrifying mark on the sacred demon sect's heart. This Huazi is really good, Yu Sanbian said indifferently. Li Xiaobai's face twitched, thinking that aside from himself, every other creature in the cockpit seemed to have a bit of a screw loose. Just then, an angry shout came from the sky. "Stop this nonsense immediately." Feng Qingyang's figure descended from the sky, landing steadily on the truck's hood. Through the windshield, he locked eyes with Li Xiaobai. "Kid, why is it always you causing trouble?" Li Xiaobai was so startled he shivered, slamming on the brakes. Feng Qingyang, caught off guard, was flung off. Feng Qingyang was dumbfounded. How could the vehicle stop so abruptly without any warning? In his panic, he quickly circulated his cultivation, enveloping himself in a dazzling light that obscured him from view. Feng Qingyang breathed a sigh of relief, almost embarrassed himself in front of the disciples. He steadied himself and said with a stern face, "Kid, you dare to swallow the sacred demon sect's spiritual artifacts under my nose. You've got some nerve. Hand over the items before I lose my temper." Li Xiaobai touched the mask on his face, nonchalantly replying, "What brings the great elder here? I'm just in the middle of the trial. Besides, the rules never said spiritual artifacts couldn't be collected. It's just my way of passing the test. And really, these are just some lower-grade spiritual artifacts. Why be so petty?" These words made Feng Qingyang's face turn green with anger. "Kid, not only do you take the sacred demon sect's spiritual artifacts right under my eyes, but you also destroy the testing environment in front of me. I have a big problem with you." Li Xiaobai calmly responded, "I'm just doing my best to pass the test. Giving it my all is the greatest respect for this forest. Saying I'm destroying the testing environment is absurd. If it weren't for these cultivators relying on their efforts and choosing to trust me, they wouldn't have gotten this far." "Nonsense, kid, you're driving me mad." Feng Qingyang's face was flushed, shouting in frustration, wanting to act, but unable to. Just then, an elderly voice came from the sky. "Return, the test continues." It was the voice of the Supreme Elder. Feng Qingyang was taken aback, glaring at the cultivators before turning into a streak of light and vanishing into the sky. The cultivators were left speechless by this series of events. Not only did he openly take away hundreds of lower-grade spiritual artifacts, but he also dared to confront the Great Elder directly. Truly worthy of Brother Ruthless, he's too ruthless. Boss Yi is truly a divine being. The cultivators praised, their admiration for Li Xiaobai evident. "Wang, the old man is gone, the young man is driving. Let's continue." Li Xiaobai decisively stopped and drove the truck out of the forest. He understood the importance of leaving a margin. Taking everything might cause resentment in the future. The cultivators behind him followed at a leisurely pace, feeling optimistic. So far, not a single person had been eliminated, which kindled hope among them. Perhaps following this fierce brother, they could make history by becoming the largest group of disciples to ever enter the sacred demon sect. Suddenly, Yu Sanbian took a drag on his cigarette and said calmly, "Brother Yi, there's the aura of a meat mountain ahead." Li Xiaobai examined the area carefully and saw a dense fog enveloping the place. He couldn't help but ask, "What is a meat mountain?" Yu Sanbian explained simply, "In the immortal spirit continent, there are many forbidden zones, and Meat Mountain is one of their products. It appears as chunks of meat and can pollute a cultivator's soul, causing them to go berserk and become machines solely focused on cultivation and killing. Many sects capture a piece or two of Meat Mountain to use as tools to train their disciples' primordial spirits." Li Xiaobai was astonished to learn that such bizarre creatures existed in this world. He asked further, "How is this thing created? Is it a species?" Yu Sanbian continued, "Meat Mountain has independent consciousness but low intelligence. Some say it is formed from the evil thoughts severed by ancient powerful beings, while others believe it is the remnants of a powerful being's corpse. The truth is unknown. It's only dangerous when gathered in large numbers. The aura ahead isn't strong. Just one cigarette can resolve it. So it's not a big problem." As he spoke, he took another puff, exhaling smoke. Li Xiaobai's eyes lit up, realizing that cigarettes were a natural counter to Meat Mountain. This challenge tested the cultivators' willpower. As long as their minds were steadfast, they could break through the influence of the Meat Mountain. Along the road ahead, several large chunks of meat loomed faintly, shrouded in thick smoke. These meat chunks were about a meter high, with a faint crimson hue, covered in a layer of mucus, and the faint pulsing of blood vessels could be seen. They lay quietly on the ground, wriggling rhythmically. Through the truck window, Li Xiaobai caught a whiff of the nauseating, rotten stench permeating the fog. Meanwhile, the values on Li Xiaobai's system panel began to jump. Attribute point 1. Attribute point 2. He judged that these things didn't have much attack power and could likely only affect cultivators in the foundation establishment stage and those who had just entered the golden core stage. However, most of the cultivators behind him were within this power range, and relying on themselves, they might not all make it through. Li Xiaobai opened the truck door, got out, and said to the group, "Everyone, the Meat Mountain ahead blocks the way and can disturb one's mind. Entering directly might turn you into emotionless killing machines. I have a treasure here that can help you pass safely, but it's quite costly." The cultivators immediately expressed their understanding and willingness to pay with spirit stones. Li Xiaobai cheerfully said. Originally, this item cost 100 lower-grade spirit stones, but since we're about to become fellow disciples, he'll give you a half-price deal, just 50 lower-grade spirit stones each. The cultivators stirred. 50 lower-grade spirit stones were no small amount, enough to cover a cultivator's expenses for 2 to 3 months. Even disciples from large families hesitated, considering whether to spend the spirit stones. Leah led the decision, saying, "We'll buy it." The cultivators from Guyu City had great respect for Li Xiaobai, and they could afford 50 lower-grade spirit stones. Some golden core stage cultivators stated, "Brother Fierce, we trust in our own mental fortitude and won't use your treasure. Well, go ahead." These more advanced cultivators didn't want to waste money, believing their strong will could withstand the test. In the end, more than half of the cultivators, worried about spending the spirit stones, chose to enter on their own. Li Xiaobai sighed inwardly, realizing that many cultivators were destined to be eliminated this time. He exchanged a large number of cigarettes from the mall and began distributing them to the cultivators willing to purchase. Despite the reduced numbers, hundreds eagerly bought them, and after collecting payments, his small treasury increased by nearly 10,000 lower-grade spirit stones, a profitable venture. Li Xiaobai explained. This item is called a cigarette, a one-time use treasure. Light it with fire and inhale through the tip. The fragrance it releases can block the mind-disturbing forces. The cultivators were amazed, as they had never seen a food-type magical item before. A chicken and a dog also eyed Yusambian's cigarette with envy and asked Li Xiaobai for one. Li Xiaobai tossed them two, saying casually, "The last one. If you want more, you'll have to exchange spirit stones, 100 lower-grade spirit stones per cigarette." He thought to himself that this business might be a good way to make money in the future within the Sacred Demon sect. Li Xiaobai restarted the truck and drove into the fog, paving the way through the meat mountain mounds, with the rest of the cultivators following closely. The foul stench hit them, making them dizzy. In the dense fog, they vaguely saw the people they most wished to see. Not good. This stench is messing with our minds. I see my deceased parents. It's my fault for being unfilial. That's my enemy, who tortured and killed my family. I've trained hard to take revenge. These are illusions. Quickly smoke the cigarette. Stop talking. Smoke the cigarette. The cultivators lit their cigarettes and struggled to resist the meat mountain's influence, pressing on toward the end of the fog. The monks were taken aback, surprised by the powerful effect of the mist. As soon as they stepped into it, their minds began to waver, and their hands and feet started trembling involuntarily. "Let's calm our nerves with a cigarette," someone suggested, shakily pulling out a cigarette and lighting it. As the smoke swirled around them, their tense expressions gradually relaxed, and the inner turmoil melted away like snow in spring. "This cigarette is something else," one monk remarked, taking a deep drag and suddenly widening his eyes. He felt a clarity in his mind and body that he had never experienced before, as if his thoughts were so pure they could reflect his true self. The complexities of the techniques that had long puzzled him suddenly became as clear as a flowing spring. "I've made a breakthrough," someone exclaimed from the crowd. "I'm just a step away from reaching the 4th level of the 9 transformations of the heavenly demon." Brother Hen's move is incredible. 50 lower-grade spirit stones for a breakthrough. Those stingy folks will regret it. Hundreds of monks were so excited they were jumping for joy. Inside the carriage, over 30 monks from Guyu City were moved to tears. Although Boss Yi was collecting money on the surface, he was actually helping these less capable monks improve, all while considering their dignity by disguising it as a test. In contrast, the actions of Qin Xianzi, Wang Ruoxian, and Xia Jian seemed rather selfish. The truck roared past, leaving behind monks struggling in the dense fog. Although the unknown chunk of flesh didn't actively attack, its foul stench was enough to destabilize even the minds of Golden Core stage experts. Everyone closed their eyes tightly, desperately resisting the force that was disturbing their peace of mind. However, as Li Xiaobai's truck thundered by, the deafening engine noise shattered the hard-won calm of the monks. Many coughed up blood on the spot, ready to protest, but then they saw a group of people leisurely following the truck, occasionally taking a drag from something in their hands, looking utterly content. "Why aren't you affected?" someone asked, puzzled. "Do you even need to ask?" Brother Hen's treasure not only stabilizes the mind, but also enhances perception. A monk in the group laughed proudly. Watching the figures disappear into the distance, the monks trapped in the mist suddenly realized the truth. "Brother Hen, I'm willing to pay double." "I'll pay triple," they all clamored. Li Xiaobai smiled slightly. "Liang Chun has always been selfless. Once the sect is stable, I'll open a shop to sell it, and you're all welcome then." With that, he stepped on the gas and sped away, leaving behind many regretful monks who had lost their chance to enter the sacred demon sect for a mere 50 spirit stones. Soon, the aura of the meat mountain invaded their minds, driving them mad, and they began to attack each other. At that moment, 6 figures descended from the sky. "Old Feng really knows how to create trouble, insisting on testing people's temperament," a chubby man grumbled. "Sixth junior brother, This task was hard-earned by our senior sister, don't slack off. The leading female cultivator reminded him. That figure on the iron vehicle looks a lot like our junior brother. The chubby man mused. Let's focus on the task. The six swiftly moved in, quickly transferring the frenzied monks out of the mist and collecting all their space rings. Old Feng is almost here, retreat. The six vanished in an instant. Moments later, Feng Qingyang appeared, looking at the unconscious monks on the ground, his expression changing several times. It's those six again. Nearly 1,000 space rings. I'm not taking the blame for this. With that, he hurriedly left. Meanwhile, deep in the mist, Qin Lan was using the aura of the meat mountain to temper her primordial spirit. As Li Xiaobai's truck roared past, the vibration disrupted her concentration, nearly causing her to lose control, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. That person did it on purpose, her maid said angrily. Qin Lan wiped the blood from her lips. This debt will be settled sooner or later. The truck burst through the fog, revealing an imposing mountain gate, the true entrance to the Shema sect. People bustled about in front of the gate, with numerous disciples moving back and forth. Feng Qingyang had been waiting there for some time. Amidst the rumbling engine noise, a large truck appeared out of nowhere, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Even more surprising was the group of panting cultivators following behind the truck, a spectacle that was truly eye-opening. At least not everyone was brought along. Feng Qingyang nodded slightly after counting the heads. Although it's beyond expectations, it's still within an acceptable range. Qin Lan, her face flushed and chest heaving, glared fiercely at the bewildered Li Xiaobai. Let's begin the cultivation level test. Feng Qingyang signaled the disciple to bring out a compass-like magical tool, with the yin and yang energies swirling around it, and a central pearl to detect specific cultivation levels. I'll go first. Qin Lan stepped forward, lightly touching the compass with her palm. The pearl shone brightly, and Feng Qingyang stroked his beard with a smile. Not bad. You're just a step away from breaking through to the nascent soul stage. The surrounding cultivators looked on enviously. It's nothing worth mentioning, Qin Lan said arrogantly, glancing at Li Xiaobai before taking her token and leaving with her maid. Others followed suit in testing, with most at the foundation establishment stage and only a few at the golden core stage. This result made Feng Qingyang's expression increasingly grim. Those with higher cultivation levels were eliminated because they refused to spend money to follow Li Xiaobai, while the weaker cultivators succeeded by wisely choosing to follow. You come test. Feng Qingyang pointed at Li Xiaobai, who pretended to be profound. I'm afraid this compass can't measure Liang Chen's cultivation. Woof. Lord Air Guzi wants to test too. Air Guzi excitedly chimed in. Without further ado, Feng Qingyang grabbed Li Xiaobai's hand and placed it on the compass, but there was no reaction. As he pondered this, Air Guzi's paw glowed, interrupting his thoughts. In 3 days, there will be a competition. The top 100 can become outer disciples, Feng Qingyang announced. Additionally, due to your low cultivation levels, you'll temporarily stay in the servant quarters. Cultivation level doesn't define strength. Though Yang Chun has no cultivation, his strength is unrivaled, Li Xiaobai argued, trying to stay with the advanced disciples. The surrounding cultivators were moved, believing he was fighting for their rights. Feng Qingyang seemed to calm down, stroking his beard and nodding, but suddenly unleashed the pressure of a nascent soul stage cultivator. Rejected. In the world of the strong, only results matter. You're all weaklings. If I say stay in the servant quarters, you stay in the servant quarters. Li Xiaobai had no choice but to comply, bowing his head. Thank you for the elder's guidance. Very well, go on. I have high hopes for you all, huh? Feng Qingyang finally revealed a satisfied smile. In the sacred demon sect, Li Xiaobai and his group were placed in the servant disciples' living quarters as expected. Although it was the lowest level of accommodation, the environment was decent, and since they would only stay for 3 days, it was not a concern. Li Xiaobai looked around and noticed that Yu Sanbian and Qin Lan were absent from the crowd, clearly having found better accommodations due to their connections. Li Xiaobai mused to himself. Brother Ruthless, you truly are a person of great loyalty and integrity. In these times, it's rare to find a cultivator as sincere as you. I will surely serve you faithfully in the future, going through fire and water without hesitation. Suddenly, a loud and synchronized shout echoed through the mountains. On a hilltop, over 200 cultivators knelt on one knee, their voices rising and falling. Boss Yi, we will never forget your great kindness. This astonishing scene frightened the nearby servant disciples into staying behind closed doors. Even the troublemakers who had intended to intimidate the newcomers were struck silent with fear. They watched the intimidating group of cultivators with terror, thinking that it must be an entire organization coming to attack. While everyone was paying homage to Li Xiaobai, Erguzi and Ji Wuching refused to be outdone. Erguzi barked in dissatisfaction, and Ji Wuching giggled. How could you forget us? The cultivators immediately understood and began to flatter the dog and the chicken as well. Lord Erguzi, you are formidable and destined to become a god soon. Lord Ji Wuching, your dominance is unmatched. We cannot compare. Urguzi, full of pride, stood tall with his paws crossed, glancing nonchalantly at the stunned guide disciple. This disciple, named Yuan Fong, originally intended to give them a hard time, but was now too intimidated to speak. Fellow cultivators, I am Yuan Fong, in charge of managing the servant disciples. I will arrange your accommodations, please follow me. Yuan Fong forced a smile and led the group to a row of small houses. Li Xiaobai assigned the rooms, 2 people per room, and chose to share a room with Urguzi and Yu Wushuang on the edge. The room was simply furnished with 2 beds, each with a cabinet and stool at the head, and a long table in the middle, all neat and tidy. Urguzi and Yu Wushuang immediately fought over the beds, but Yu Wushuang couldn't climb onto the bed due to his short legs, and Li Xiaobai pushed him aside. Just as Yu Wushuang was protesting, there was a knock on the door from Yuan Fong outside. Li Xiaobai opened the door to welcome him, and Yuan Fong, changing his previous attitude, respectfully asked if they needed anything else. Li Xiaobai politely declined his offer, but inquired about any trading places within the sacred demon sect. Yuan Fong explained, there's a trading shop at the foot of the mountain. You can set up a stall there for 2 low-grade spirit stones. Many senior brothers and sisters frequent the place, and if you have enough spirit stones, you can find many good items. Hearing this, Li Xiaobai casually handed him a low-grade spirit sword as a gift. Trading goods was Li Xiaobai's favorite activity, especially selling to sect disciples, who were potential big buyers. He knew well that sometimes, just for the sake of saving face, these disciples could become the perfect targets for him to make a handsome profit. Li Xiaobai descended the mountain alone and arrived at the hill designated for the sect's menial disciples. This place had no name, only a quiet atmosphere. As he passed by, the doors and windows were shut tight, with not a sound to be heard. These menial disciples, often bullied due to their low status, had become extremely timid. They had witnessed Li Xiaobai leading over 200 people to pledge their loyalty on the hill, and were both envious and in awe, convinced he was an extraordinary figure. To avoid offending him, they chose to remain indoors and avoid any interaction. Li Xiaobai shook his head helplessly. He hadn't even done anything, and yet they were already so scared. He touched the human skin mask on his face and muttered to himself, I must look pretty handsome with this face. He knew that provoking resentment among these menial disciples was nearly impossible. Down the mountain, the scene was lively, with disciples coming and going in an endless stream. As a major sect, the Holy Demon sect had several dangerous areas nearby, filled with treasures for disciples to explore. It had become routine for them to venture into these areas daily, then trade the materials they found within the sect. Following the route described by Yuan Fong, Li Xiaobai found the trading area for sect disciples. It wasn't a formal shop, but a bustling street market. In the busiest part of the sect, people of all kinds set up stalls, calling out to passers-by. Come and see, freshly roasted bear paw, 300-year-old golden core cultivation, a great tonic. 9 heavens mystical herb, absolutely genuine, 10 times your money back if it's fake. Heavenly wind sword, top-grade spiritual weapon at a low price, grab it while you can. The streets were filled with a dazzling array of goods, overwhelming to the eye. Haggling and curses could be heard constantly, full of marketplace flavor. Li Xiaobai was prepared. He found the person in charge of the area and paid 2 low-grade spirit stones to set up his stall. As a newcomer arriving late, the prime spots were already taken, leaving only some peripheral spaces for him to choose from. But he wasn't worried, confident that good products would attract buyers no matter the location. He went to a corner stall and laid out several low-grade spiritual weapons. Hey there, you look new here, is this your first time? The stall owner next to him, with nothing better to do, struck up a conversation. This spot was evidently not ideal, as his stall had hardly any visitors. Yes, I'm Yi Lianchen. May I know your name? Li Xiaobai greeted him politely with a clasped fist. Just call me Fist Brother. The man was thin and haggard, his face pale, and he had a somewhat sleazy smile. Li Xiaobai thought to himself, this guy is so scrawny, he hardly looks like a Fist Brother. So, it's Fist Brother, Li Xiaobai replied courteously. Fist Brother glanced at the few swords and knives on Li Xiaobai's stall and said dismissively, I have to say, brother, these aren't going to cut it. The quality of these low-grade spiritual weapons is average, and in this area, hardly anyone will buy them. I like to sell in volume, Li Xiaobai replied with a calm smile. Suddenly, with a flick of his wrist, nearly 1,000 low-grade spiritual weapons piled up on the stall, with several mid-grade ones mixed in, clattering to the ground. Whoa, brother Yi, did you raid a sect or something? Fist Brother was dumbfounded, almost drooling. Just a mere 1,000 low-grade spiritual weapons, nothing worth mentioning, Li Xiaobai said with a wave of his hand, his tone indifferent. Feeling slighted, Fist Brother fell silent. Li Xiaobai exchanged a large sign from the mall, inscribed with Divine Sword Auction, highest bid wins, and placed it beside him. He didn't rush to call out, simply waiting quietly for customers to gather. Sure enough, in just a moment, the mountain of spiritual weapons attracted a large crowd. Selling nearly 1,000 weapons at once was certainly a grand gesture. This senior brother looks unfamiliar, the Does anyone know him? Not knowing him is normal. With so many spiritual weapons, he must have raided some sect. Experts of this level usually don't like to show themselves. That's true, but why do these spiritual weapons look so familiar? They seem like the ones from the sect's sword forest formation. Many disciples recognize the origin of these spiritual weapons, having faced the formation as part of their trials. A pretty female cultivator asked, "Senior brother, how much for these spiritual weapons?" Low-grade spiritual weapons are 100 low-grade spirit stones each. Mid-grade ones are 1 mid-grade spirit stone each. Li Xiaobai quoted his prices. At this, the crowd's eyes lit up. Li Xiaobai's prices were at cost, at least 10% lower than other sellers of similar goods. Moreover, the quality of these weapons was decent, with no sign of inferior products. "You're a fair seller, senior brother. I'd like to buy this light blue mid-grade spiritual sword," the female cultivator said, tossing a mid-grade spirit stone and taking the sword. Seeing this, the other cultivators became excited, quickly reaching for their wallets to purchase from Li Xiaobai. Some even hurried back to their previous stalls to return their purchases. Li Xiaobai smiled slightly, knowing that his good value and large stock made it impossible for other vendors of low-grade spiritual weapons to compete. In just a few minutes, he had collected over 10,000 low-grade spirit stones, along with several mid-grade ones. Next to him, Fist Brother watched with envy, eagerly asking, "Brother Yi, how about we combine our stalls? That way, we'd have more space, and you could display even more items." "Don't worry, we'll still sell separately, no profit sharing." After a moment's thought, Li Xiaobai agreed that combining stalls wasn't a bad idea, as he did have a lot of goods to offload. "All right," he agreed succinctly. The two stalls merged into one, and Fist Brother, with a sly grin, placed his bottles and jars before the many cultivators. Compared to Li Xiaobai's stock, his items were hardly enough to fill a gap. However, it wasn't long before someone recognized the items he was selling. That's the inner core of a half-step nascent soul stage beast. This is the skin of a blood crocodile. "You killed that crocodile. Brother, may I know your name? I want that inner core, no one fight me for it." This elixir is actually for golden core stage cultivators. The cultivators went into a frenzy again, surprised to find such treasures in what seemed like a forgotten corner. Watching Fist Brother happily negotiating prices, Li Xiaobai realized he'd been set up. The man was clearly using his influence to sell his goods, and judging by the quality, they were indeed valuable. No wonder he insisted on separate sales. He was afraid of sharing the profits. Li Xiaobai sighed inwardly. This guy is quite the sly one. "Ha ha ha. Highest bidder wins. No pushing, no fighting," Fist Brother said with a broad smile as he stood in front of his stall, watching the bustling crowd. The long-awaited opening had finally arrived, and the stall was packed with cultivators of all kinds. The treasures in his hands were indeed of excellent quality, and despite their limited quantity, they quickly turned into spirit stones. "Thank you, Brother Yi," Fist Brother said cheerfully. Beside him, Li Xiaobai wore a sullen expression as he watched the transaction that easily earned more mid-grade spirit stones than he did, secretly grinding his teeth. This guy really knew how to attract a crowd. Li Xiaobai decided to ignore Fist Brother, and with a flick of his wrist, a pile of dazzling spiritual herbs and medicines appeared before him. These were his spoils from the divine Beast Mountain range, and after half a month, no one would recognize their origin. "Brother Yi, Fist Brother was dumbfounded. "Did you rob some sect's treasury?" The surrounding cultivators nodded in agreement. With such a variety of spiritual medicines, it seemed Brother Yi had indeed emptied a treasure vault. "Brother, you could sell these at the Treasure Pavilion auction and earn even more," Fist Brother kindly suggested. "Good things shouldn't be kept away from fellow disciples." "I'm just doing something for the sect," Li Xiaobai replied calmly, winning the admiration of those around him. Selling so many resources at a low price was indeed a boon. "Boss Yi, give me 100 spiritual herbs." "I'll take 100 too." The cultivators eagerly pulled out their spirit stones to purchase, knowing that the medicines could be refined into pills worth 10 times as much. After a round of trading, Li Xiaobai's mid-grade spirit stone income had exceeded 1,000. Fist Brother looked conflicted, wanting to leave but reluctant to miss out on such a rare trading opportunity. "Brother Yi, if you have more good stuff, bring it all out." The crowd grew larger, nearly blocking the passage. Li Xiaobai knew that the real treasures should be saved for the auction house. What he was selling now were mid to low-grade items. He glanced around and took out a light blue soft armor with a faint fragrance. This is the personal soft armor of a female cultivator from the Tianwu sect. Its defense is comparable to a high-grade spiritual weapon. For those who practice water-based techniques, it can be as powerful as a magic weapon. At this, the cultivators present blushed. The female cultivators cursed him inwardly for being shameless, but their eyes remained fixed on the armor. The male cultivators were even more eager. This was the inner armor of a Tianwu sect female disciple. "Bossy, give me one. It's for my mother," a male cultivator said with feigned seriousness, earning him eye rolls from the crowd. In the end, Li Xiaobai displayed both male and female inner armors, pricing them at 10 and 15 mid-grade spirit stones respectively. As the transactions heated up, he was already considering auctioning Yunming Qing and Xiang Tiandi's inner armors in the future. Just then, a shrill voice rang out. Nice inner armor. I'll take them all. The speaker was a large, chubby man. Although Li Xiaobai didn't know him, his figure and voice were strangely familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before. Why do you need so many female cultivator inner armors, you fatso? Someone questioned. Yeah, you filthy fatso. You look like someone up to no good. Get lost, another person chimed in. Exactly. The crowd joined in, expressing their outrage at the chubby man's words. Everyone believed that these inner armors were communal property. How could they let him take them all for himself? The chubby man sneered at their words. Huh, you think I'm only interested in desecrating these inner armors? How short-sighted. To you ordinary folks, these might just be playthings, but to me, they're a way to make money. He paused before continuing. Think about it. If you buy these armors and sell them back to their original owners at a high price, wouldn't that be wonderful? His words left everyone momentarily stunned. Indeed, selling them back to the original owners at a high price would be a lucrative deal. Finding the original owners wouldn't be difficult. Just auction these armors at the treasure pavilion, and the original owners would eventually spot them. Then, the highest bidder would win, and they might even fetch an exorbitant price. The cultivators quickly caught on and started agreeing with the chubby man's idea. Seeing this, the chubby man cheerfully said, So, I'll take all these inner armors. Spirit stones aren't an issue. I'm willing to pay double the price, so don't bother competing. With that, he began pulling out his spirit stones. Wait, I'll offer triple the price. Just give me 10 pieces, a cultivator hurriedly shouted. I'll offer triple as well. I can pay 4 times as much. Give me 20 pieces. That's unfair competition. Boss, I'll pay 5 times the price. I don't need anything else. Just give me that pink corset. The cultivators, seeing the chubby man about to hand over spirit stones without hesitation, panicked. They couldn't let this opportunity slip away. This was their chance, and everyone wanted to share. Li Xiaobai watched the scene unfold, feeling a strong sense of déjà vu, unintentionally raising the product's value, and then starting a bidding war, causing the crowd to compete fiercely and ultimately sell at a high price. This was a tactic he knew all too well, one he might have used himself. Looking at the chubby man, who now wore a troubled expression as he watched the bidding, Li Xiaobai suddenly had a realization. Damn, could this possibly be my 6th senior brother, Lu Jinshui? May I ask your honorable surname, senior brother? Li Xiaobai asked tentatively. The humble surname is Lu, given name Jinshui, the chubby cultivator replied cheerfully. Li Xiaobai was relieved, finally finding his group. He hadn't expected his 6th senior brother to appear in the Holy Demon sect just as he had imagined, even though he had changed his identity more thoroughly, even changing his name. I'm Yi Liangchen. Since 6th senior brother wants it so much, I'll give you one for free, Li Xiaobai said, hinting at his identity. Ah, never mind. The highest bidder should win. 6th senior brother exclaimed, putting on an impressive act, his face flushed as he weighed his spirit stone bag, seemingly ready to add more money. The other cultivators became even more frenzied, forcibly stuffing spirit stones worth several times more into Li Xiaobai's hands before taking the inner armors. Li Xiaobai was overjoyed inside. These cultivators were truly something, believing whatever 6th senior brother said. But his senior brother's acting was indeed convincing. If not for his familiarity with this tactic, he might not have recognized him. One at a time, don't rush, don't push, the highest bidder wins. Li Xiaobai shouted, though inside he was positively delighted. Li Xiaobai shouted to start collecting spirit stones. Medium-grade spirit stones flowed in like a tide, piling up into a small mountain. Fist brother, standing nearby, had red eyes and clenched fists, struggling to resist the urge to grab them. To him, Li Xiaobai seemed like a walking treasure trove. The stock of inner armor rapidly dwindled as both male and female cultivators scrambled to buy. The inventory was quickly exhausted. Originally an unremarkable item, its price had increased 5 or 6 times due to the manipulation of 6th senior brother, Lu Jinshui. Li Xiaobai suddenly realized that the best sellers were not rare treasures, but rather these essential items. This way of making money was truly puzzling. As the crowd dispersed, Li Xiaobai's 3 batches of goods sold out, earning him a fortune. Someone asked, Boss Yi, when will you set up your stall again? Another chimed in. Yeah, let us know, and we'll definitely come to support you. Li Xiaobai nodded slightly and replied, Well, I plan to open a shop in the sect soon. You are all welcome to visit then. Seeing their knowing expressions, he added with a sigh. Ahem, some secrets cannot be revealed. Fist brother approached him and said, Brother Yi, I live on Holy Demon Peak. Come by for a visit when you have time. Li Xiaobai smiled and said, Definitely, definitely. Liangshan's shop will open in a few days, and I hope Fist brother will support it. He pondered silently that although Fist brother seemed ordinary, the goods he just bought were extraordinary, suggesting he had some background. After tidying up, Li Xiaobai returned to the foot of the mountain where the servant disciples lived. Lu Jinshui quietly appeared behind him. Junior brother, it's been a while. I've missed you. Lu Jinshui laughed heartily. Li Xiaobai said excitedly. Senior brother, you haven't changed a bit. Your acting is still superb. What's with your face? Hee, it's second senior sister's handiwork. When roaming the world, we must master the art of illusion and reality, never letting others see through us, Lu Jinshui explained. Are the other senior brothers and sisters doing well? They're doing great. We teleported thousands of miles multiple times that day, crossing vast distances, and the cloaked man couldn't find us. Mentioning the battle at the Divine Beast Mountain Range, Li Xiaobai's expression darkened. Back then, he had foolishly rushed in to help, only to find his senior brothers and sisters had teleported away, leaving him in a difficult spot. Noticing Li Xiaobai's mood, Lu Jinshui changed the topic, saying, Junior brother, we've heard about your situation. Who would have thought that Feng Qingyang, that old miser, would be so petty, making you live with the servant disciples? Bear with it for a while. In 3 days, we'll make our mark in the competition. Then, no one in the Holy Demon sect will dare to oppress us. Li Xiaobai quickly reassured him. No need for that, senior brother. I'm doing well on the mountain. On the way to the sect, I even recruited a lot of followers. Li Xiaobai recounted his experiences in Guyue City to Lu Jinshui, who listened with a grave expression. He earnestly said to Li Xiaobai, Junior brother, the upcoming examination for advanced disciples in 3 days is crucial. You must become a formal disciple of the Shengma sect. A secret realm in the Northern Territory is about to open, and the Shengma sect will select elite disciples to explore it. This is a rare opportunity for us that we cannot afford to miss. Lowering his voice, Lu Jinshui continued. From what I know, many geniuses from Zhongzhou have come to the Shengma sect specifically to compete for a spot. Their goal is to become disciples of the Shengma sect and gain access to the secret realm. Li Xiaobai recalled that Xia Jian had mentioned the secret realm before. Thinking of Qin Lan, he couldn't help but ask, does Zhongzhou not have slots to enter the secret realm? Why do these geniuses come to the Shengma sect? Lu Jinshui explained. Zhongzhou has many geniuses and limited slots, so they don't get a chance. That's why they set their sights on the Shengma sect. The competition this time will be extremely fierce. The strength of Zhongzhou's geniuses far exceeds that of the Northern Territory, and even our senior sister feels the pressure. Junior brother, you must not underestimate them. Li Xiaobai nodded solemnly. I understand, and I will give it my all in this competition. He thought to himself, not expecting so many twists and turns among the advanced disciples. However, with his indestructible golden body defense, as long as he doesn't encounter a freakishly strong opponent like the man in the cloak, he isn't too worried. After bidding farewell to his 6th senior brother, Li Xiaobai returned to the mountaintop. From a distance, he heard a commotion. He frowned and hurried forward, only to see a group of servant disciples surrounding a spot tightly. In the center stood a few well-dressed individuals causing a disturbance. Li Xiaobai immediately recognized among them the young master Xia Jian from the Xia family and the fairy Wang Ruoxian from the Wang family. It was clear that their backing in the Shengma sect was the disciple leading the commotion. Li Xiaobai mockingly thought to himself that these people, adorned in gold and silver, were obviously lost in mundane pleasures, forgetting the essence of cultivation. On the ground, Leah lay prostrate, coughing up blood, clearly suffering internal injuries. She angrily shouted, Xia Jian, Wang Ruoxian, we were family friends, yet you show such faces. I should have seen through you earlier. Wang Ruoxian replied coldly. Li Gongzi, we advised you not to oppose senior brother Su. You can't afford to offend him. Pay the spirit stones, and senior brother Su will ensure your safety. Xia Jian echoed. Indeed, senior brother Su means well. I hope you understand. Hearing this, Leah was so enraged that she spat out more blood. Although the surrounding cultivators were angry, the opposing force was too strong for anyone to dare step forward. Just then, Guzi and Ji Wuching charged out, furiously attacking the leading youth. Guzi barked, woof woof. You poser, Lord Guzi is here to punish you. Ji Wuching wasn't to be outdone. Cluck cluck, dare to hit my little brother. I'll teach you a lesson today. The chicken and dog bit wildly, and the diamond embedded in the youth's shoe was bitten off. The youth's face darkened with anger. You dead dog. How dare you bite me? Do you know who I am? With that, he kicked Guzi, sending him flying. Li Xiaobai was furious, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. He thought to himself, these people are just too disrespectful. How could he maintain his reputation if the underling he just took in was already beaten up? He straightened his back and let out a thunderous roar that commanded the room. Who do you think you are? How dare you even touch Liangshan's dog? If you don't give Liangshan a proper explanation today, you little punks won't leave this place alive. The sudden outburst was like a bolt of lightning, causing everyone present to shudder. All eyes turned towards the source of the voice, where a young man in simple, rough clothing was angrily pushing through the crowd. Xia Jian and Wang Ruoxian's expressions changed instantly. They hadn't expected to encounter their adversary here. They quietly stepped back, ready to flee if necessary. The surrounding cultivators seemed to find a sense of relief and began to voice their grievances to Li Xiaobai. Brother Ruthless, thank goodness you're here. These people have gone too far, extorting protection fees from us, and even threatening us. Yeah, they demanded 200 low-grade spirit stones from each of us. Li Xiaobai understood immediately. This was a common tactic in large sects where the bigger the sect, the more mixed the internal disciples. Senior disciples would exploit junior ones, demanding spirit stones under the guise of protection. Inner disciples extorted outer disciples, who in turn would extort the servant disciples to recover their losses. As the lowest tier, the servant disciples had no choice but to endure silently. The sect leaders tacitly allowed this to happen, believing it was the only way to prepare these sheltered disciples for the harsh realities of the cultivation path and to spark a fighting spirit within them. Only by improving their cultivation and shedding their low-level status could they avoid being bullied. At this moment, Yuan Fong was trembling on the sidelines, not daring to make a sound. He felt trapped, caught between the troublesome outer disciples and the local gang leader, unable to afford offending either side. Senior brother Su frowned and asked, "Who are you to speak to me like this?" Li Xiaobai replied calmly, "I am Yi Liangchen. If you know what's good for you, hand over your spatial ring as an apology, and we'll call it even. You're with them?" Senior brother Su's eyes turned sharp. In all his years in this area, he'd never encountered someone so audacious. Li Xiaobai clasped his hands behind his back, his tone steady. "Liangchen doesn't waste words. If you think you can take on Liangchen, I won't mind entertaining you." The tension in the air was palpable, and senior brother Su was livid. If it weren't for the sect's ban on private fights, he would have attacked already. "Do you know who I am? A servant disciple should act like one and obediently pay the spirit stones. If you cause trouble, I can have you all thrown out." Su threatened harshly. Li Xiaobai remained unfazed, his demeanor dismissive. "Liangchen doesn't need to know who you are. You only need to know that I'm Yi Liangchen. From today on, servant disciples won't be paying spirit stones anymore. You won't need to come here again. I'm local and have 100 ways to make you leave, and you won't be able to do anything about it." Li Xiaobai's arrogant words and indifferent expression stirred the cultivators present, filling them with excitement. No wonder he's brother ruthless. That was so satisfying, they thought to themselves. "You're courting death." Su Gongzi was furious, and his energy surged instantly, unleashing a powerful pressure that swept over everyone present, causing them to gasp and step back. Li Xiaobai sneered dismissively, pointing at the two people hiding behind Su Gongzi. "So weak, yet still pretending? You too. Tell him loudly, who's really courting death?" Xia Jian and Wang Ruoxian looked uneasy as they recalled how Li Xiaobai had easily crushed a nascent soul stage evil cultivator before. They warned quickly, "Brother Su, be careful. This person possesses an incredibly powerful artifact." "Oh, an incredibly powerful artifact." Brother Su's eyes lit up with greed as he stared at Li Xiaobai. "Cut off your own arm and hand over the artifact, and I might spare your life. The sect forbids private fights, but the death of an outer disciple won't be pursued." Li Xiaobai beckoned with a finger, a hint of mockery in his eyes. "Liang Chun doesn't waste words. If you think you're capable, come and try." Ignoring Xia Jian and Wang Ruoxian's warnings, Brother Su struck out with a palm in midair. The spiritual energy fluctuated, and a fierce wind roared towards Li Xiaobai. Li Xiaobai stood with his hands behind his back, showing no intention to defend himself, allowing Brother Su's attack to land on his chest. Amidst the flying dust, Brother Su's hands turned into large black-purple handprints, pressing heavily on Li Xiaobai's chest. Brother Su withdrew his hands, looking smug. "Nowadays, any random cat or dog dares to be arrogant in front of me." He was convinced that Li Xiaobai was doomed, not even bothering to look again. Li Xiaobai stared curiously at the system panel in front of him, secretly amused. "This is too weak, even worse than Xia Jian and Wang Ruoxian." He asked nonchalantly, "Is that all? You're not dead?" Brother Su's face changed dramatically, staring in disbelief at the unharmed Li Xiaobai. Li Xiaobai smirked. "Not only did Liang Chun survive Brother Su's attack, but I also feel like laughing." He thought to himself that ordinary golden core stage cultivators were no longer on his radar. Divine transformation handprint. In panic, Brother Su steeled himself and launched another full-force attack. A golden palm broke through the air with astonishing momentum, causing all the cultivators present to change their expressions. Li Xiaobai casually reached out and firmly grasped the incoming golden palm. With a crisp sound, Brother Su's hand twisted at impossible angles, fracturing inch by inch from fingertip to wrist. A piercing scream echoed around as Brother Su fell to the ground, writhing in pain. Xia Jian and Wang Ruoxian quickly stepped forward, administering pills to stabilize his injuries. "You're dead." Brother Su snarled through gritted teeth. "Dare to harm me, and there will be no place for you in the Holy Demon sect. My brother is an inner disciple, Su Kuan, and he won't let you off." Xia Jian and Wang Ruoxian helped Brother Su up, a flicker of disdain in their eyes. They knew well that Brother Su was just a worthless bully riding on his brother's coattails. If not for Su Kuan being a standout among the inner disciples, they wouldn't bother with him. The crowd parted to let the trio leave, feeling secretly pleased. Brother Su, usually arrogant and domineering, had finally met his match today, much to everyone's satisfaction. Thank you for your help, Great One. Brother Ruthless is amazing. Without you, even if we joined the Holy Demon sect, we'd be at the mercy of others. Indeed, who would have thought such scum existed in a major sect like the Holy Demon sect? As the cultivators chatted, Li Xiaobai handed Liya a bottle of healing pills. Yuan Feng approached with a troubled expression. Brother Yi, this might not be wise. Brother Su's brother is a genuine inner disciple, almost at the nascent soul stage, comparable to a true disciple. We mere servant disciples, how can we contend with him? Li Xiaobai reassured him. Rest assured, this matter of bullying servant disciples, Liang Chun will handle it for you. However, the servant disciples still looked troubled, clearly not taking his words to heart. Li Xiaobai sighed inwardly. These low-level disciples had developed a servile nature. Words alone wouldn't change their views, only actions would. Seeing this, the surrounding cultivators spoke up. You don't need to worry, Brother Ruthless is very strong. He single-handedly carried us all that day. He'll definitely handle it. Yes, Boss Ye's cultivation is very high. Even the nascent soul stage is no match. Yuan Feng reluctantly placed his hopes on Li Xiaobai. Then we'll rely on you, Brother Yi. Meanwhile, in a cave within the sacred demon peak, a man and a woman were engaged in a lively conversation, seemingly having reached an agreement. Suddenly, Xia Jian and Wang Ruoxian burst in, carrying the injured Brother Su. Big brother, you have to stand up for me. Brother Su cried out. What happened? Who dared to injure you like this? Su Kuan was furious, stepping forward to examine his brother's injuries. Calm down, Brother Su. The female cultivator offered a bottle of ointment. Qin Lan has a bottle of black jade restorative ointment here. It should heal young Master Su's injuries. After taking the medicine, Brother Su's cries lessened considerably. Su Kuan exhaled in relief. Thank you, Fairy Qin. It's true that those from the central state have extraordinary means. You flatter me, Brother Su. Qin Lan giggled modestly. Su Kuan turned to Xia Jian and Wang Ruoxian. Tell me, who did this to my brother? The two stiffened and quickly recounted the events in detail. Yi Liangchen. Su Kuan pondered for a moment, unfamiliar with the name. He looked at Xia Jian and Wang Ruoxian. You two did well to bring my brother back. That's a favor. I'll help you in the upcoming trials. The two were overjoyed and thanked him repeatedly. Thank you, Brother Su. Su Kuan calmed himself, staring at his tearful younger brother while calculating his next move. He was well aware that the disciple advancement test had attracted numerous talented youths and disciples from powerful factions. Their real aim was to join the Holy Demon sect through this test to secure a precious spot in the secret realm. These prodigies, born with silver spoons in their mouths, had lowered themselves to join the Holy Demon sect just for a chance at a secret realm slot. What do you think of this Yi Liangchen's strength? Su Kuan asked in a serious tone, a hint of wariness in his eyes. If Yi Liangchen was one of those prodigies, the situation could become troublesome. After all, there are some people in this world that you just can't afford to provoke. Su Shixiang, still sniffling, replied. He's very strong. He took my attack heat in without any defense and wasn't hurt at all. But he's definitely no match for you, big brother. As soon as you step in, you can kill him right away. With that, his tears began to flow again. Big brother, you must stand up for me. Su Kuan frowned and asked, do you know anything about Yi Liangchen's background? Qin Long glanced at Su Shixiang with disdain and said, he has no background. He lives with the labor disciples and mingles with the advancement disciples. He's just a bumpkin. She sighed inwardly, lamenting the stark difference between the Su brothers, the elder being a strong figure, while the younger was a weakling. Wang Ruoxian suddenly spoke up. Su Shixiang, we know where Yi Liangchen comes from. Su Kuan's eyes brightened. Tell me. Wang Ruoxian explained. He comes from Guyue City. It seems he got into trouble with some evil cultivators outside. I personally saw a nascent soul stage evil cultivator trying to capture him, but he killed the cultivator with a strange artifact. Qin Lan's interest was piqued, and she asked, was it a uniquely shaped mount? Exactly. Wang Ruoxian was surprised. Have you seen it too, Qin Fairy? Su Kuan pondered. Brother Su, Qin Lan has seen him once. He participated in the entrance test with her. From what I know, he's on good terms with Yu Sanbian and owns a powerful mount. It's this mount that helped him smoothly enter the Holy Demon sect. And how strong do you think he is, Qin Fairy? Su Kuan pressed. Qin Lan replied coldly. Without relying on that mount, he can be easily defeated. Su Kuan's eyes gleamed. I would like to ask you for a favor, Qin Fairy. Qin Lan understood his intent and nodded silently. Meanwhile, on the mountain peak, Li Xiaobai had a peaceful night. In the morning, he carefully checked his system panel, preparing to head down the mountain again. Host, Li Xiaobai, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Defense, 9th turn Undying Golden Body, 7th turn 600, 07000, can advance. Attribute points, 0. Store now open. Pudong Rooster Death Count, 0. Li Xiaobai noticed a new line of information about Yu Wushuang in the system. This was a system-produced mount that could record its death count. The more it died, the stronger it became. Logically, a being that knew it could infinitely resurrect and grow stronger through death would jump at the chance to die. Yet, the Pudong rooster seemed to lack this awareness entirely. Li Xiaobai had discussed this with it once, but the creature stubbornly refused to die, believing instead that it possessed the bloodline of an undying phoenix, capable of matching the world's great powers with a mysterious confidence. However, Li Xiaobai never expected to rely on a chicken to dominate the world anyway. After a brief check of the panel, Li Xiaobai prepared to set off. He understood that to quickly establish himself in an area, cultivation alone wasn't enough. Just like the previous day, after dealing with the brother, the elder would soon follow, bringing more trouble. The waters of this cultivation world were deeper than he had imagined. Only by benefiting fellow cultivators, creating value, and making a name for oneself, can one live freely and comfortably. This is the survival lesson Li Xiaobai learned in Guiyue City. At this moment, he plans to open a small shop at the foot of the mountain, selling Huazi cigarettes that he bought at a low price from the marketplace. Through previous business dealings, he has already accumulated a number of loyal customers, making this shop opening a natural progression. The foot of the mountain remains bustling as ever, with cultivators hurriedly passing by. The air is filled with shouts of cave residences for sale, stalls for lease, shops for transfer. The trading area buzzes with activity and chatter. Li Xiaobai weaves through the bustling crowd and quickly finds a cultivator preparing to sell their shop. To his surprise, it's a familiar facing Susu, a true disciple of the Saint Demon sect with a half-step nascent soul cultivation, whom he met in the Divine Beast mountain range. Beside her stands the frail-looking little girl. At this moment, several cultivators have gathered around In Susu, seemingly in a dispute. Sister In, there's no need for this. My brother-in-law, Brother Yu, is willing to buy your shop out of goodwill. One cultivator earnestly persuades. Yes, Sister In, this shop is nothing for Brother Yu. Since you can't sell it anyway, why not accept Brother Yu's kindness? Another chimes in. Sister Susu, many people are lining up to win Brother Yu's favor. You'd better accept it. Indeed, with us here today, no one dares to buy your shop except Brother Yu. In Susu responds emotionlessly. Please leave. I can't accept Brother Yu's goodwill. I only wish to cultivate, uninterested in matters of romance. The little girl angrily shouts. Yes, you people are so annoying. Who does you fan think he is to covet my sister Susu? Get lost, or I'll call for help. As the standoff continues, Li Xiaobai seizes the opportunity, squeezes into the crowd, and straightforwardly says, I'll take the shop. What's the price? Everyone is stunned by his words. The cultivators look at Li Xiaobai in surprise, clearly not expecting someone to dare to touch a shop that Brother Yu has his eyes on. In Susu is also surprised, looking around to find everyone else avoiding the situation, except for this stranger who boldly steps in. She can't help but wonder if he understands the situation. The little girl doesn't hesitate and immediately states the price. 100 mid-grade spirit stones. No problem, I'll take it. Li Xiaobai swiftly pulls out a bag of mid-grade spirit stones, hands it to In Susu, and takes the shop token from her. He turns to leave quickly, fearing recognition. The sharp-witted little girl is too perceptive, and a slight mistake might reveal his identity. Wait, who are you? The cultivators finally react, with one grabbing Li Xiaobai's shoulder and sternly questioning him. Li Xiaobai calmly replies, I'm Yu Liangchen. What do you want? The leading cultivator arrogantly says, whichever hand touched the token, cut it off yourself. Li Xiaobai responds unflinchingly. Both hands touched it, so I can't cut them off myself. Puffed. The little girl can't help but laugh. She finds this Yi Liangchen character amusing and strangely familiar, as if she's seen him before. In Susu also can't suppress a smile, amused by his humor. The leader's eyes flash with malice as he coldly says, Do you think you're funny? Junior brother, some people aren't for you to joke with. With that, he forms his hand into a claw and lunges at Li Xiaobai's wrist. The other cultivators watch with interest. It's their first time seeing someone so reckless. They believe blood will surely be shed here today. Li Xiaobai sighed inwardly, feeling as if he was born with a knack for attracting the ire of cultivators, with trouble following him at every turn. In the past, he might have been elated, but now these disciples could no longer offer him worthwhile attribute points. Rather than wasting time in lower-level skirmishes, it seemed wiser to open a shop and earn spirit stones. Amidst his swirling thoughts, a powerful hand suddenly gripped his wrist firmly. Instantly, he received 100 attribute points, and the counterattack mechanism was triggered. The leading cultivator felt as though he had grabbed an unbreakable steel rod. The harder he tried, the more his hand was injured instead, his grip cracking under the pressure. Who are you? The leading cultivator asked, his face filled with shock, while the others grew solemn, realizing this man was no ordinary person. Li Xiaobai responded calmly, I am Yu Liangchen. The only one who can harm Liangchen is Liangchen himself. Which peak is Brother Yi from? Have you considered the consequences of opposing Brother Yu? One cultivator asked tentatively. Li Xiaobai impatiently replied. Liangshan just wants to open a shop for honest trade. Why is that your concern? If there's an issue, let that so-called brother you come see me himself. With that, he turned to leave. Courting death. The group erupted in anger, convinced he was here to cause trouble on purpose. Ignoring the sect's prohibitions, they drew their swords and lunged at Li Xiaobai, their sword energy crisscrossing in the air. Stop! In Susu shouted sternly, reaching out with her hand to break their swords. We're conducting legitimate business, and you dare to cause such a disturbance. Do I need to call Elder Sun from the discipline hall? The young girl beside her chimed in angrily. That's right, you just violated the sect's teachings. I'm going to have the enforcement hall arrest you. The cultivators left, muttering threats. Yi Liangchun, we'll remember this. Prepare for Brother Yu's wrath. In Susu approached apologetically. Mr. Yi, I'm sorry for causing you trouble. The young girl bounced over and said, Brother Yi, your skills are impressive. I've been itching to teach those guys a lesson. Li Xiaobai asked. It's no problem. I'm just curious. Who is this Brother Yu? And is he significant? The young girl widened her eyes. Yu Fan is one of the true disciples. You really don't know? You must be new. She scrutinized Li Xiaobai, feeling he looked familiar but unable to place him. Well, now you know. Liangshan is in a hurry to open his shop, so I'll be on my way. Li Xiaobai wanted to keep his distance from the two women, worried about being recognized. He clasped his hands in farewell and quickly departed. The young girl, Chu Sha Sha, frowned and asked, Sister Susu, don't you think he seems familiar? I feel like I've seen him somewhere before. In Susu replied, You probably saw him when you sneaked out. Since we've involved him with Brother Yu, he might face trouble. We should ask Brother Xiang for help. Yes, my master said if there's trouble, find Xiang Tiandi and have him teach you Fan a lesson, the young girl said excitedly. Li Xiaobai arrived at a shop near the training grounds, a bustling area where disciples frequently passed by for training or dueling. The shop had been cleared out, with rows of shelves indicating it used to sell spiritual herbs and techniques. However, due to the sect's abundance of such low-level items, business was understandably poor. He exchanged for a sign from the store, inscribed with Liangpin Shop in large characters, and hung it by the shop, marking the official opening. Then he took out a pile of huazi, filling the shelves completely. This would be his capital for wealth in the foreseeable future, a more stable venture than selling single-use items. Li Xiaobai also exchanged for several bags of air purifiers, substances that could slightly enhance comprehension over a short period. He scattered the powder, and as the breeze blew, it quickly spread. Nearby cultivators immediately noticed something unusual. Several who were resting on the ground jumped up excitedly, exclaiming that they had achieved enlightenment. More and more cultivators showed expressions of astonishment, with many breaking through on the spot. Something's off. This isn't natural enlightenment. What's happening? It's that shop. We smelled the fragrance from there. And then we had breakthroughs. Isn't that Sister In Susu's shop? How is it so miraculous? I heard Sister In Susu sold the shop. There's a new owner now. See, even the name has changed. Cultivators gathered around Liangpin shop, discovering the owner had indeed changed. The new owner wore dark sunglasses, a mysterious item in his mouth, exhaling clouds of smoke in a distinctive style. Surprisingly, the smoke he exhaled cleared the mind and refreshed the body significantly. What kind of treasure is this? It's incredible, someone exclaimed. On the shelves were packages of an unknown item, presumably the treasure that aided enlightenment. Boss, what's your name? What does this new shop sell? A cultivator asked. I am Yi Liangchun, and this shop sells an item called huazi, Li Xiaobai answered. What is huazi? It's this item. One puff clears the mind and helps you briefly enter a state of clarity, improving your understanding of techniques. Want to try it? How much is it? 10 mid-grade spirit stones for one, or you can buy a pack for a discount, just one high-grade spirit stone. Honest trading, Li Xiaobai replied calmly, beginning his business. The cultivators frowned, feeling that the price was a bit steep. Boss, a top-grade spirit stone is enough for a month's cultivation. Isn't it a bit expensive to buy just one pack from you? However, a top-grade spirit stone can't enhance your comprehension. This huazi not only improves comprehension, but also helps resist the mind-corroding powers of things like the meat mountain. Li Xiaobai cheerfully explained. Let me try one first. A cultivator tossed over 10 mid-grade spirit stones, eager to test it out. Li Xiaobai accepted the stones and handed over a huazi. The surrounding cultivators watched intently, curious about the effects. The cultivator, following Li Xiaobai's instructions, placed the huazi in his mouth, ignited it with a small flame from his finger, and took a deep puff. The huazi quickly shortened visibly, and the cultivator trembled with pleasure, exhaling clouds of smoke. The materials inside the huazi were genuine enlightenment materials, cleansing his organs and clearing his mind, purifying his spirit significantly. The crowd, witnessing such a remarkable reaction, couldn't contain their curiosity and rushed to buy a huazi from Li Xiaobai, eagerly puffing away. After smoking one, everyone's eyes brightened, their minds cleared, and their understanding of cultivation deepened. The area outside the shop was soon enveloped in fragrant smoke, attracting passing disciples who were eager to investigate. Inhaling the smoke, they were astonished, their faces lighting up with joy. What is this? It helped me break through. What are you all smoking? The newcomers were desperate to know, but second-hand Huazi effects were not ideal and short-lived, leaving many on the brink of a breakthrough, but unable to proceed. However, no one paid them any mind. The fewer people knew about Huazi, the more they could purchase, gaining an advantage over others. Boss, 30 packs of Huazi, here's the spirit stones. 50 packs, spirit stones are no issue. I'll take 100 packs. I want to break through right here. The cultivators were thrilled that such a treasure could be sold in bulk. For a treasure that enhances comprehension, they were willing to pay even 100 top-grade spirit stones, as the benefits were immense. Don't worry, there's plenty for everyone, Li Xiaobai assured them with a smile. The Huazi supply was endless, a true treasure for cultivators. Seeing the joy and satisfaction on the faces of those who had tried it, the next batches of cultivators couldn't resist any longer. What kind of treasure is this that can enhance comprehension? I must buy some too. 10 packs, please. Inspired by those before them, they skipped the trial phase and bought in bulk. The shop had an incredible opening day, with business booming within just an hour. At this rate, the entire sect would soon know of Huazi's wonders. Brother Yi opened the shop so quickly. I'll take 10 packs of Huazi. At some point, Yu Sanbian squeezed through the crowd with a sycophantic smile, tossing a bag of spiritual stones. Li Xiaobai sighed inwardly, thinking how opportunistic Yu was always showing up when there's a benefit, and disappearing when there isn't. He forced a smile despite his discomfort, saying, "Thanks, Brother Yu, for your support. Best of luck in the competition in 2 days." Upon hearing this, Yu Sanbian smirked disdainfully, lit a cigarette, and exhaled a smoke ring, arrogantly saying, "I don't even consider competitions of this level worth my attention." With that, he continued to flaunt his pretentious demeanor. Li Xiaobai rolled his eyes internally, unwilling to engage with this pretentious person. The surrounding cultivators, intrigued by the conversation, gathered around and asked, "Is Boss Yi an advanced disciple?" Li Xiaobai nodded. "Yes, Liangshan just arrived at the sect yesterday." The cultivators expressed concern upon hearing this, voicing their thoughts simultaneously. "Boss, you must be careful. This year's advanced disciples are different from previous years. Many geniuses from other regions have acquired advanced disciple tokens to enter the Holy Demon sect, aiming to rank in the competition and become sect disciples. Indeed, they're all after that secret realm in the northern region. These people are annoying. If they can't be the best, they'll settle for being the leader among the lesser. I heard a few geniuses from the central state have arrived, including the Golden Spear Little Overlord who dominated 3 years ago. People from the Western Desert have also come. My senior brother spoke with them a few days ago, and their cultivation is unfathomable." The crowd buzzed with excitement, eagerly anticipating the advanced disciples competition. The chance to witness battles between prodigies is rare, and they might even learn something from it. Hearing the discussions, Li Xiaobai understood. Just as Six's senior brother had mentioned, many experts had arrived this time, enough to pressure even the senior sister. It seemed that even those at the nascent soul stage might not be absent. However, he comforted himself, thinking his indestructible golden body had already reached the 7th transformation, so passing the test shouldn't be too challenging. Meanwhile, on Star-Plucking Peak, true disciple Yu Fan was practicing calligraphy. His brush danced across the rice paper, seemingly focused, yet his ears were keenly listening to several cultivators reporting the day's events. "Are you telling me that this cultivator named Yi Liangshan ignored your warnings, bought Su Su's shop right in front of you, and even injured you?" Yu Fan asked in a deep voice, his brush still moving across the paper. "Yes, that Yi Liangshan was incredibly arrogant, showing no regard for Brother Yu." A cultivator responded nervously. "What background does this Yi Liangshan have?" Yu Fan pressed further. "He should be an advanced disciple, temporarily staying at the servant disciples mountain." The cultivator answered cautiously. As soon as he finished speaking, a crack was heard, and Yu Fan's brush turned to dust, veins bulging on his forehead. "Useless," he scolded. "You let an advanced disciple drive you back, disgracing Star-Plucking Peak." The cultivators trembled in fear, hurriedly explaining, "Brother Yu, please calm down. Sister Ian stood up for him at the time, and we didn't want to complicate matters, so we thought to report to you first." Yu Fan took a deep breath, barely calming himself, and coldly ordered, "Keep an eye on him and see how he performs in the arena. Also, once you leave, administer your own punishment 100 strikes each." "Yes." The cultivators, feeling relieved, quickly retreated. Yu Fan picked up another brush and slowly wrote, "Yi Liangshan," on the paper. Narrowing his eyes with a cold smile, he mused, "Yi Liangshan, even Su Su is protecting you. Let's see what makes you so special." In the evening, the crowd at Liangpin's shop began to thin out. The first batch of cultivators had stocked up on enough Huazi to last a month, temporarily reducing demand. However, Li Xiaobai knew this was just a temporary calm. Soon the word would spread, and more cultivators would flock to the shop. He could even imagine the scene of sect elders making large purchases. Just as Li Xiaobai was about to close the shop, several figures swiftly entered. Leading them was none other than sixth senior brother Lu Jinshui, who cheerfully exclaimed, "Junior brother, we came to see you." Second senior sister Yu Wushuang praised, "Junior brother, your disguise technique is superb. Even I couldn't recognize you. But this face is too handsome, it might attract too much attention." Fourth senior brother Yang Chun agreed, "Indeed, junior brother. As we roam the world, the last thing we need is a noticeable appearance. Look at me. I've made my handsome face utterly plain to stay low-key. You need to learn from this." The group chatted happily about the dragon snake fruit, choosing to ignore the memory of how they had wronged Li Xiaobai, focusing instead on the breakthroughs the fruit had brought them. A female cultivator with an unfamiliar face, presumably the eldest senior sister, suggested, "Junior brother, why not set up a bathhouse? The water in the old one has gone stale." All six of them had changed their appearances, blending into the crowd unrecognizably. Li Xiaobai handed over a few huazi with a smile, filling the room with smoke and bringing a look of satisfaction to their faces. "Junior brother, this is such a great thing," they praised. "Even better than a bath, though it doesn't last long enough." Li Xiaobai asked, "Did you come by specifically tonight for something important?" Su Yunbing replied seriously, "Yes, almost forgot. In 2 days, there's a competition, and this time the arena is extraordinary, with quite a few nascent soul cultivators. Junior brother, you must be prepared." Li Xiaobai nodded. "Sixth senior brother already reminded me." "Well, there's another matter," Su Yunbing continued. "You must have heard about the secret realm opening soon. It's crucial to rank in the top 100 and become a disciple of the Saint Demon sect to have a chance at entering." Li Xiaobai nodded earnestly. Entering the secret realm was key to enhancing his defense. Without fortuitous encounters, his power growth was too slow. Lu Jinshui, with a fierce look, said, "This secret realm was left by the great Confucian Chen Tao, and it must be filled with countless treasures. When the time comes, we brothers will ambush the other cultivators, teaching those arrogant ones a lesson." The group didn't linger much longer, offering a few more words before vanishing quickly. The next morning, Li Xiaobai returned to the mountain. Although no one disturbed him anymore, the servant disciples were still on edge. Guzi and Ji Wuqing, after consuming the good and evil pills, were causing chaos. One was overly eager to do good deeds, while the other was constantly plotting mischief, turning the mountain into a scene of chaos. Yuan Feng came to report some trivial matters, assuming the role of the mountain's leader. Li Xiaobai felt helpless but stayed on the mountain for the day, avoiding trouble. He took out the remaining beast materials from his spatial ring, including several golden core-level beast cores. Though his cultivation wasn't high, the quantity was substantial, allowing him to increase his attribute points significantly. Li Xiaobai began consuming them one by one, rapidly boosting his stats. Attribute points increased by 200, 600, 1,000, eventually reaching 12,000. Li Xiaobai unhesitatingly allocated all of them to defense. Defense, 9th transformation Immortal Golden Body, 7th transformation 170,007,0000, ready to advance. Although still a long way from the next level, there was a noticeable improvement. Time flew by, and the day of the grand competition finally arrived. Numerous cultivators gathered, heading towards the arena, not daring to slack off on this important day. Li Xiaobai led the cultivators down the mountain, forming a grand procession towards the sect's central arena, creating a unique spectacle. On the high platform, several sect elders, led by the Grand Elder, were already assembled, waiting for the disciples to arrive. The elders murmured among themselves, "I wonder what the sect leader is thinking, swapping out over a third of the advanced disciples. Yes, this secret realm's opening is a great opportunity for our northern region, yet these powerful factions want to join in, showing no respect. The sect leader probably wants to curry favor with those old guys. He knows how to play the game. Feng Qingyang, don't you know any inside information?" Feng Qingyang coughed awkwardly. "Ahem, the sect leader's thoughts are beyond me. Perhaps he wants to use these disciples to hone the Saint Demon sect's disciples, letting them experience real talent and gain motivation for future cultivation." "Haha, that's nonsense," an elder interrupted. "Who do you think will win? Care to place a bet? I'll wager a high-grade magical treasure on Miss Qin's victory." "Haha, I'll bet on those baldies from the western region." "Elder Feng, who do you favor?" Feng Qingyang recalled a recent conversation with some of the Grand Elders, feeling a spark of anticipation. "Heh, well, I favor a young genius named Yi Liangchen." He mused, emulating the ancient Qi practitioners, achieving sainthood through physical prowess. "I wonder how far this kid can go." Just then, a formidable group of about 200 people marched into the arena, startling nearby cultivators who quickly made way, filled with shock. Where did this big shot come from, arriving with such a large group? Who is this prodigy? Do you recognize them? Don't know, but there are about 200, surely not all geniuses? That would be terrifying. The cultivators behind Li Xiaobai felt a surge of pride, regaining their confidence by following a formidable leader. Regardless of the competition's outcome, at this moment, they were respected and feared. This sense of having a solid backbone invigorated them. On the high platform, Feng Qingyang stood up, calmly surveying the crowd, and announced, "Since everyone is here, let's begin." Feng Qingyang gracefully landed on the platform, his gaze sweeping across the crowd like a hawk. He spoke in a deep voice. "Everyone, the importance of this test cannot be overstated. The top 100 will become outer disciples, while the top 10 will advance to the inner circle. Due to the large number of participants, the rules have changed." He pointed to the 3 towering arenas and continued, "Each arena can hold 1,000 people. You will enter the arena in groups of 1,000, and the last 100 standing will automatically advance." Understood. The crowd erupted in astonishment. They exchanged bewildered glances, surprised by the Saint Demon sect's audacity. A chaotic battle of 1,000 was indeed brutal. Li Xiaobai furrowed his brow, pondering. These rules are harsh. Someone might be targeted right from the start. He looked around, grateful that he had arrived late and was largely unknown. With my defensive abilities, as long as I hold out, I should be able to advance. Li sighed. "Bossy, it seems we'll have to part ways." She exchanged worried glances with other cultivators, clearly not hopeful about advancing. Around them, fellow cultivators cheered Li Xiaobai on. "Brother Ruthless, you can definitely make it to the top 10. Li Xiaobai replied with a smile. "Haha, thanks for the good wishes." Guzi stood up proudly, declaring, "Kid, everyone on this platform is trash. If Lord Guzi took action, they would be wiped out in an instant." Yu Wushuang elegantly preened his feathers, saying leisurely, "Indeed, kid, don't embarrass me." Li Xiaobai shook his head helplessly and stepped onto the platform. He breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that he was grouped with a few fellow senior brothers and sisters, so he wouldn't have to fight alone. In the crowd, he also spotted Xia Jian and Wang Ruoxian. Xia Jian and Wang Ruoxian noticed Li Xiaobai as well and instinctively took a few steps back. A strange smile appeared on Wang Ruoxian's lips, setting off alarm bells in Li Xiaobai's mind. He thought, "This woman better not be planning something against me." Sure enough, as soon as Feng Qingyang announced the start of the competition, Wang Ruoxian soared into the air, shouting, "Fellow cultivators, there's a young prodigy on our platform, a murderous demon. If we don't eliminate him, our lives are at risk. I suggest we join forces to take him down first, then compete fairly. What do you say?" She pointed at Li Xiaobai, her eyes filled with malice. Xia Jian immediately chimed in. "Yes, yes, yes. I've seen him kill cultivators and snatch advancement tokens. He even desecrated corpses. He tortured someone beyond recognition." He vividly described Li Xiaobai's crimes, stirring anger among the surrounding cultivators, who glared at him with fury. However, they were also wary of Li Xiaobai's strength, and no one dared to make the first move. Li Xiaobai's face darkened as he angrily retorted, "These two have ulterior motives. Don't listen to their nonsense. We cultivators must not believe or spread rumors, and we must not slander good people." Fifth brother Lin Feng suddenly interjected, "But we also can't let bad people go." Li Xiaobai's heart sank, recalling past events in the Divine Beast Mountain, sensing trouble. Then, other senior brothers and sisters spoke up. "I agree, I can't stand murderous demons. This person must die today. The group battle can be lost, but this person must die. I'm the first to object. I'm willing to kill him. Who else will join me? For the safety of all cultivators, I'm willing to help. I love fighting strong opponents. Today, only one of us will survive." I've never liked. The atmosphere heated up quickly, and other cultivators became agitated, shouting to eliminate Li Xiaobai. "Damn, the more I look at him, the more I dislike him. Brothers, let's take him down first. Let's get him. I've heard a genius snuck in to compete with us. Today, we must teach him a lesson. There are so many of us. Are we afraid of him?" The crowd grew increasingly excited, nearly losing control. Li Xiaobai cursed inwardly, damning his senior brothers and sisters' ancestors. "I've never seen such betrayal, inciting 1,000 people to attack their junior brother. These guys have issues. Wang Ruoxian and Xia Jian, I'll find a chance to deal with you." Below the platform, Guzi shouted excitedly, "Kid, 1 against 1,000. Today is the day to take them down." Other spectators were drawn over, finding this targeted conflict more intriguing than the other chaotic battles. However, some recognized Li Xiaobai. "Isn't that the boss of Liangpin's shop on the platform?" "Yeah, he looks just like him. It must be him. Didn't expect Boss Yi to be targeted. Hope he doesn't get beaten to death." "Brother, who's this Boss Yi? Is he famous?" "You don't know Boss Yi? Brother, do you smoke Huazi?" "What's Huazi? Looks like we can't be friends, goodbye." On the platform, Li Xiaobai couldn't hear these discussions. Facing the onslaught of 1,000, he felt immense pressure, his heart racing. Just then, 6 streaks of light shot into the sky, 6 senior brothers and sisters exuding a powerful aura, shouting in unison, "Kill! Kill!" Nearly 1,000 cultivators erupted, ignited by their aura, and charged at Li Xiaobai, not noticing anything amiss. In the void, the six exchanged cold smiles, their gazes shifting to Xia Jian and Wang Ruoxian watching from the side. In an instant, the two's hair stood on end, as if plunged into an icy abyss. Let's unite against a common enemy and eliminate that person first, Wang Ruoxian said with a forced smile, her eyes glinting with caution. She keenly sensed that the aura of the people in front of her far surpassed hers, undoubtedly marking them as true prodigies. Silently, Wang Ruoxian prepared herself. If a fight broke out, she intended to blend into the crowd. As long as she could hold out until there were only 100 people left, she would consider it a victory. Standing nearby, Xia Jian shared the same thought and discreetly stepped back, creating more space for a retreat. Naive, Su Yun sneered coldly. Do you really think that 100 people will be left standing on this stage? Upon hearing this, Wang Ruoxian and Xia Jian were filled with a sense of foreboding. Was the other party planning to clear the field? On the high platform, several elders watched the stage below with peculiar expressions. One of them remarked, "This stage is quite intriguing. It's been a long time since we've seen a spectacle where nearly 1,000 people target one individual. I wonder who this disciple is that's being singled out. Hopefully, they can hold on for a while." Another elder nodded in agreement. To be targeted like this, they must have something special. Perhaps this is a dark horse in the making. This young man is impressive. Feng Qingyang stroked his beard with a satisfied smile. This young man never failed to stir things up wherever he went. However, what no one noticed was an elder in the corner, whose eyes were fixed on the stage with a chilling gaze. A few days ago, he received news that the person who killed the evil cultivator, Protector Lu, was among these disciples. This person had disguised themselves and was likely the cultivator who had seized the important figure's belongings. He was determined to observe closely and identify this person. On the stage, numerous cultivators suddenly appeared before Li Xiaobai, unleashing various techniques like a storm upon him. Heavenly Spirit Blade Technique. Killing Fist. Blood Demon Hand. A fierce wave of energy surged in the void as dozens of people attacked simultaneously, launching the first wave of ferocious assaults. Techniques and skills struck Li Xiaobai, shredding his clothes and causing the stage beneath his feet to crack like a spider web and sink. A system notification echoed in Li Xiaobai's mind. Attribute points 200. Attribute points 100. Attribute points 50. The cultivation level of these attackers was mostly at the golden core stage, which posed little trouble for Li Xiaobai. After a brief adjustment, he shielded his head with his hands and allowed the cultivators to gang up on him. Watching the system panel before him flicker wildly, excitement gleamed in Li Xiaobai's eyes. Great, just a little more attack, and I can level up, he thought with delight. The many cultivators did not notice anything unusual. Seeing Li Xiaobai crouching with his head covered, they assumed he was unable to resist and was trying to protect himself. Their attacks grew even more ferocious. Senior brother wants the left hand, then junior brother will take the right, Yang Chun said with a cold smile, a hint of mockery flashing in his eyes. Well, I like feet. Lu Jinshui laughed, raising his voice on purpose. Take off both feet of this woman for me. Yu Wushuang covered her face and chuckled. Then I'll just have to take this gentleman's hands and feet. Their casual conversation was like discussing tonight's meal, yet they had clearly divided the limbs of the two lambs waiting to be slaughtered. The two on the stage turned pale and trembled, knowing they couldn't escape their fate today. Elder, I surrender. They want to kill me. I give up. Elder, stop them. A heart-wrenching cry echoed across the stage. However, the expected dismemberment did not occur. The crowd below watched this farce with curiosity. When the two on stage cautiously opened their eyes, they found the 6 people looking at them with faint smiles. We were just talking, didn't say we'd actually do it. All right, it's over. Carry on with what you were doing. The 6 stepped back to a corner of the stage, clearly just wanting to scare them. Li Xiaobai watched this scene with mixed feelings. With all this time to stand up for me, couldn't you have just come to save me directly? What's with the act in the sky? What frustrated him more was that this group even encouraged others to continue attacking him. In the void, Xia Jian and Wang Ruoxian exchanged a glance, ashamed, and immediately left the stage. By then, Li Xiaobai's attribute points had accumulated to 40,000, which he decisively invested all in defense. The defense showed, 9th turn immortal golden body 7th turn 57, 00070, about to break through. The attacks from the many cultivators had ceased, their attention drawn entirely to the performance of those in the sky and Su Yunbing's enormous primordial spirit projection. Now it's your turn, let's go for a grand slam, Su Yunbing said nonchalantly, lighting a cigarette. The cultivators below sensed something amiss and buzzed with speculation. What's she planning? Wasn't she supposed to eliminate this guy first? In the sky, the towering red primordial spirit projection exuded immense pressure, making one's eyes ache just to look at it. Li Xiaobai looked up to see the giant projection manifesting a golden giant hammer, mysterious totems shimmering on its shaft, faint beastly roars echoing. A primordial spirit that can forge a natal spiritual treasure. This person is definitely not a newbie in the nascent soul stage. The crowd exclaimed below. Where is this genius from? The central continent or the western desert? Elders from the three stages stood up, among them Yuan Feng, who seemed thoughtful. He recalled rumors of a great figure being toyed with by 7 juniors, and silently speculated whether this female cultivator wielding the giant hammer was one of them. Beside him, Feng Qingyang watched Yuan Feng's unusual reaction quietly. Su Yunbing's lips parted slightly, one decisive strike. The massive golden hammer head was raised high, and then came crashing down with overwhelming might. Li Xiaobai, looking at the giant hammer descending upon him, squatted down and covered his head in despair. Don't hit me. I have a passive counterattack. Run. Get down. The cultivators in the corner of the ring shouted in terror. This woman wants to take us all down at once. Before the words had even faded, they jumped off the platform like dumplings dropping into a pot. Shadows flickered in the air, falling swiftly. The spectators below scattered like a retreating tide, afraid of being caught in the chaos. In the void, a massive golden hammer descended with a thunderous crash, striking one corner of the platform with immense force. The impact spread a terrifying pressure akin to a mythical beast from ancient times, sweeping across the area. The shockwaves caused nearby cultivators to have their spiritual energy thrown into disarray, their blood churning. Many felt a sweetness in their throats and spat out mouthfuls of blood. The pale golden spiritual energy rippled outward, making the cultivators feel dizzy and see stars. A nascent soul stage master, terrifying indeed, someone exclaimed. Li Xiaobai glanced at his system panel. Attribute points 5,000, defense. 9 revolutions, undying golden body, 7th revolution, 720-007. 0000, ready for advancement. He was secretly pleased, thinking, as expected, attacks from a nascent soul stage cultivator are powerful, earning me thousands of attribute points effortlessly. In the sky, Su Yunbing looked surprised. After the hammer struck, a considerable force rebounded, causing a slight tremor in her primordial spirit. Although uninjured, she realized that this force was not to be underestimated. She frowned at the now empty platform, thinking that this junior disciple was not simple, having not only impressive defense. Stop! Several elders suddenly appeared. The contest on this platform is over, no more attacks. They struck the air a few times, neutralizing the overwhelming pressure emitted by the golden hammer. Feng Qingyang landed with a furious expression. Who told you to do this? He explained that leaving 100 surviving disciples on each platform was to quickly identify talent. But now, with only 7 left, there were no more competitors. How was the contest supposed to continue? The cultivators below protested. Elder, these masters targeted us right away. We had no chance to show our true strength. Yes, we are dissatisfied. We stood no chance against a nascent soul stage cultivator. She shouldn't use her cultivation level to deter our dedication to the sacred demon sect. I demand a rematch. Li Xiaobai said calmly. Nonsense, didn't you all just gang up on me? The hammer wasn't particularly aimed away from me, yet here I am, still standing on the platform. It was you who jumped off. The cultivators were speechless, recalling their own embarrassing retreat when faced with the nascent soul expert. Feng Qingyang reassured them. All right, rules are rules. You're off the platform and have lost the qualification to compete further. Just be spectators for now. If you show outstanding performance later, there's still a chance to become disciples of our sect. The cultivators reluctantly agreed, feeling frustrated but unable to express it. Just as Feng Qingyang finished speaking, thunderous sounds erupted from the nearby platforms. Several enormous primordial spirit projections rose, confronting Su Yunbing's red primordial spirit from afar. Su Yunbing felt provoked. Her primordial spirit wielded the giant hammer, pointing at the other primordial spirits with disdain, ready for confrontation. The spectators were terrified, fleeing on their light beams. The nascent soul experts were about to go all out in the first round, and the aftermath of their battle was not something they could withstand. Feng Qingyang was alarmed, guessing what these prodigies intended. He quickly shouted, Elders, stop them. We can't let them wreak havoc like this. He then flew to one of the giant primordial spirit projections, intending to suppress it back into the prodigy's body. To his surprise, the projection faded, his hand passing through with no resistance. A member of the Void clan, from the proud nation of the East Sea, his expression changed slightly. You're from a place a million miles away, and yet you're here to stir things up. The prodigy replied calmly. I'm just traveling the world and happened to be in the northern region, so I came. With that, his primordial spirit flickered and returned to his body, giving Feng Qingyang some face. Yang Chun and the others, seeing this, released their primordial spirit projections as well. He led the charge, wielding a Fangtian halberd, openly hostile. You want to fight my senior sister? Did you ask us first? Several primordial spirits rose simultaneously, each modeled after its owner, wielding various weapons. Their overwhelming aura threatened to overturn the entire training ground. glaring at the other prodigies on the platforms. In the arena, the primordial spirit projections became more solid, their intangible auras clashing in the void. Many cultivators felt pressure in their chests and jumped off the platform to avoid harm. They knew well that a battle between masters could injure them with just a glance. Their lives were more important. The distant cultivators watching in awe trembled with fear. Damn, turns out those on the platform are all nascent soul stage masters. No wonder we lost. The spectators from the sect were even more thrilled. In all their time at the sect, they had never seen such a grand spectacle. Even among the true disciples, only one had reached the nascent soul stage, while the others were merely half a step there. Seeing over 10 nascent soul stage cultivators in action at once was a rare sight, likely not seen for decades. Someone remarked, "What a spectacle, you couldn't see this even if you paid." Unexpectedly, in the Northern Territory, there were so many exceptional talents. A young cultivator wielding a golden spear, eyes gleaming with battle intent, remarked, "Even in Zhongzhou, such opportunities are rare. Today is indeed special." A young cultivator from the proud ally kingdom of the Eastern Sea, dressed in a white Taoist robe, responded calmly, "Indeed, they are all masters. Not only do their cultivation levels rival ours, but their foundations are equally deep and solid." He had traveled far and wide and happened upon this place, his gaze revealing a hint of admiration. Two monks, with hands clasped in prayer, smiled and said, "Today, we have broadened our horizons." Su Yunbing, as bold as ever, shouted, "It's right to be amazed. We are here today to surpass all the young elites." A Zhongzhou genius, clad in golden armor and exuding wealth, was not to be outdone. So what if it's the nascent soul stage? Just an ordinary woman. The little overlord with a golden spear, refused to accept it. His attire alone was worth a fortune. Feng Qingyang and a group of elders watched as 5 more primordial spirit apparitions emerged behind them, feeling a headache coming on. Feng Qingyang shouted angrily, "Stop it, follow the rules. Flaunting your primordial spirit in front of us. Do you think you're being funny?" Before he finished speaking, a massive primordial spirit suddenly emerged behind Feng Qingyang, a divine figure towering into the clouds, larger than all the other spirits combined. In the presence of this divine spirit, the talent's spirits seemed like mere infants. Everyone solemnly observed the spirit behind Feng Qingyang. It was not an apparition but a solid entity, visible and tangible. They all thought the same. This is the spirit of a transformation stage expert, truly extraordinary. Under the pressure of a strong presence, everyone retracted their spirits. Observing a strong spirit was a gain in itself. On the arena, the tension suddenly eased, the anticipation dissipated. However, only a few remained on the stage. The clash of auras had driven weaker cultivators to leap off the stage, and those aware of their low strength dared not linger before the many nascent soul experts. Li Xiaobai stared blankly at the giant spirit in the sky, comparing it secretly. His own blood demon transformation skill seemed quite basic, and although his spirit was large, it was still dwarfed by those of the other talents. He sighed inwardly. Indeed, skills without upgrades are not good skills. Looking at the now empty arena, the elders were both amused and exasperated. The disciples were too timid, surrendering before the fight even began. Now, the disciples on the 3 arenas combined were fewer than 50, disrupting the original plan entirely. Feng Qingyang sighed and announced, "Let the competition continue. Regardless of the outcome, you are already outer sect disciples of our sacred demon sect. The top 10 will enter the inner sect, as promised." As for the other eliminated disciples, they could only blame their bad luck. The elders returned to the high platform, and the crowd gathered once more. Although there was no real battle, the mere sight of those 10 or so primordial spirits was enough to leave a lasting impression. The little overlord with a golden spear, disdainful of all, said coldly, "What's there to compete about? I see many weaklings mixed in here, truly embarrassing. In my opinion, those not at the nascent soul stage don't deserve to be on this stage." Many cultivators at the peak of the golden core stage and those half-step into the nascent soul stage had unpleasant expressions but couldn't refute. He was indeed a true genius, entitled to say such things. Lan was visibly angry. Though she was only half a step into the nascent soul stage, she was a talent in her own right. With her good looks and figure, she was admired everywhere. Even the geniuses of Zhongzhou treated her politely out of respect for her partner. When had she ever been treated like this? Unable to hold back, she said, "You are being too overbearing." The little overlord with a golden spear glanced at her dismissively. "Who are you? Not even at the nascent soul stage, yet you dare to talk to us." Lan's breath caught. Her face turning pale with anger, she replied with difficulty, "I am Lan, partner of Xing Mohan from Zhongzhou's Xingtian sect." "So, a woman who climbed up using a man." The little overlord with a golden spear sneered, "Xing Mohan? He's nothing in front of me." The little overlord with a golden spear. "He can only beg for mercy." He waved dismissively, indicating she could leave. Lan's face alternated between red and blue. feeling humiliated and furious at being belittled. At that moment, a scar-faced man on the stage, eyes closed, lit a cigarette, and said coolly, "What's this little overlord with a golden spear? Just someone with higher cultivation, nothing to be arrogant about." I, Yu Sanbian from the northwest, refused to accept it. Li Xiaobai then noticed that this poser was also on the stage. The little overlord with a golden spear was extremely arrogant. A mere half-step nascent soul, easily crushed. With that, he shook his spear and thrust it at Yu Sanbian. The others stepped down from the stage, leaving it to the two of them. Yu Sanbian drew the long whip from his waist, flicking it out. "Today, I'll teach you a lesson." The whip turned into countless shadows, sweeping towards the little overlord. The spear was blocked, and the little overlord's face showed surprise. A half-step nascent soul had managed to block his attack, a remarkable feat. He couldn't help but ask, "Are you blind? Why don't you open your eyes?" Yu Sanbian remained as arrogant as ever. "I don't need to open my eyes to hit you." The atmosphere was charged, and the two clashed again, locked in combat. This was undoubtedly a great embarrassment for the little overlord. As a nascent soul stage talent, he couldn't defeat a half-step nascent soul cultivator. He was both anxious and angry, thinking of using supreme abilities to crush his opponent, but that would make him seem insecure. He resolved to defeat the opponent with proper means and dignity. Meanwhile, Su Yunbing pointed at the Eastern Sea's Ally Kingdom talent. "I've long heard that the cultivators of Ally Kingdom's Huahua Mountain excel in both life and cultivation, balancing movement and stillness. Today, I finally have the chance to learn from them." The person smiled slightly. "I am Shun Shuzi, eager to learn from your skills." As he spoke, the void rippled, and he appeared on another arena. Su Yunbing's eyes gleamed, and she swung her hammer. On another side, Lin Yin was also engaging in a fierce duel on the arena. In no time, the three arenas erupted into chaos once more. Li Xiaobai felt a bit helpless. His senior brothers and sisters were too eager for a fight. Couldn't they follow the normal process for once? Nearby, Yang Chun and Ling Yun looked frustrated. Their senior brother had gotten ahead of them. Li Xiaobai watched all this, unsure of what to do. The elders were deeply troubled, their brows furrowed. As soon as they left, the prodigies couldn't wait to start fighting, completely ignoring the rules of the competition. These unruly geniuses left the elders feeling both gratified and helpless. Are all geniuses this hard to manage these days? One elder sighed, reminiscing about his own formidable reputation in his youth. "Back then, I was a well-known figure in the northern region, yet I was so obedient." Another elder, however, saw the situation differently. "This might not be such a bad thing. Let these hotheads sort out their differences before the formal duels." That Yu Sanbian is impressive, challenging a central state prodigy beyond his level. "Reminds me of myself back in the day." "Don't flatter yourself," someone nearby scoffed. "You spent countless resources to advance to the nascent soul stage. How can you compare to someone naturally gifted?" "Exactly," another elder chimed in. "Yu Sanbian is clearly suppressing his cultivation to solidify his foundation. I hear an old monk from the western region taught him a secret technique. When he masters it, his power might increase by 30 to 40%. The elder's attention shifted to other contestants. "Those 6 disciples over there are all at the nascent soul stage, and they're from our northern region. Truly a blessing for our sect. We were worried that outside talents would overshadow our sacred demon sect disciples, but it seems we were overly concerned. Our northern region also has outstanding talents. Soon, we can hold our heads high in front of those old guys from the central state." The elders were in high spirits. This competition was not just about the performance of the disciples, but also a showdown between northern region prodigies and talents from other regions. So far, the northern region prodigies were holding their own, with extraordinary strength and a tough demeanor. On the arena, 3 groups were locked in fierce battles. The first to decide a winner was between Golden Spear Little Overlord and Yu Sanbian. Growing impatient with the stalemate, Golden Spear Little Overlord unleashed his supreme powers to suppress his opponent. Although Yu Sanbian was strong, his lower cultivation level was a disadvantage. "So this is the strength of a central state prodigy. I've learned my lesson," Yu Sanbian said with a faint smile, turning away, not taking his opponent seriously. This infuriated Golden Spear Little Overlord, but he couldn't argue. Everyone understood that it was the nascent soul stage prodigy who had lost face. Yu Sanbian walked over to Li Xiaobai, shaking an empty cigarette box. "Brother Yi, can I have a Huazi?" Li Xiaobai looked at him skeptically. "Brother Yu, didn't you buy 10 packs the other day?" "I forgot to bring them," Yu Sanbian replied nonchalantly. Li Xiaobai, helpless, handed him a cigarette and lit it for him. As they smoked, Li Xiaobai asked, "Brother Yu, how strong is Golden Spear Little Overlord? You managed to hold your ground with just half a step into the nascent soul stage." Yu Sanbian took a small puff, exhaling a smoke ring. "Golden Spear Little Overlord is quite strong, definitely a standout among people. It's just unfortunate for him that he encountered a true genius." Li Xiaobai had no response, silently agreeing in his mind. "Fine, you're the expert, whatever you say goes." On the arena, Su Yunbing had also decided his match. His opponent was a prodigy from the mysterious Eastern Sea. Eastern Sea cultivators, accustomed to battling sea monsters, have unique techniques. However, even so, the Eastern Sea prodigy named Shuzi was no match for Su Yunbing. Su Yunbing followed a domineering path, proving his way with strength. No matter how Shuzi tried to hide in the void with his techniques, a single strike would bring him out. After several exchanges, Shuzi was seriously injured, sent flying by a single blow. Thanks for the match. Su Yunbing cupped his hands in courtesy, stepping down from the arena. Shuzi, not angered, returned the gesture with a calm expression. Meanwhile, third senior brother Lin Feng had also won his match. Li Xiaobai always thought third senior brother's techniques resembled those of an evil cultivator, vicious and poisonous. The gray mist clearly had a strong corrosive effect. Although his opponent was also a prodigy, he quickly succumbed to the relentless assault, coughing up blood and losing energy. The disciples below the arena were wide-eyed. Today's competition was spectacular, high energy with no dull moments. The prodigy's voluntary clashes were not about advancing to the top 10, but about testing themselves against peers of similar standing. However, this also stirred the ambitions of many cultivators present. With 3 top contenders eliminated, and 1 leaving out of shame, their chances of making the top 10 significantly increased. As long as they didn't face those monsters, they had a shot at winning. Qinlan's gaze sharpened. She wanted to become an inner disciple of the sacred demon sect, not because the inner sect was particularly great, but to prove herself. Entering the top 10 would earn her more admiration from fellow disciples, a feeling she relished. Seeing no one else causing trouble on the arena, Feng Qingyang spoke up. Anyone else want to stir things up? If not, follow the rules and compete in order, 2 by 2. Understood. Everyone responded in unison. The elders began distributing number cards, pairing up those with matching numbers for duels. Li Xiaobai looked at his card. Arena 3, first group. He was the first to compete. Hey, junior brother, good luck. If you can withstand senior sister's attacks, making the top 10 should be no problem, second senior sister said with a smile. Yeah, just relax, senior brother added. Yu Sanbian joined in. Brother Yi, you can have a cigarette first to relax. Li Xiaobai was speechless. His senior brothers and sisters were as unreliable as ever, and Yu Sanbian was no different. Holding the number card, Li Xiaobai slowly walked to Arena 3. As he looked up, he was surprised. His opponent was a familiar face, a female cultivator with a stunningly beautiful face, none other than Qin Lan, who had participated in the entrance test with him. She had even invited him to join her back then, and now they were about to face off on the battlefield. Truly, life was full of surprises. However, a match is a match, and he couldn't hold back. Once on the arena, he had to put on a show. My name is Chun, and I've had the honor of meeting Fairy Qin. Li Xiaobai greeted respectfully with a cupped fist, his demeanor full of courtesy. Young Master Chun, I didn't expect our next meeting would be in the arena. It must be fate, Qin Lan said with a light laugh, covering her mouth. The thought of defeating Fairy Qin leaves me with a sense of reluctance. Perhaps it would be best if you stepped down, Li Xiaobai said with his hands behind his back, exuding a compassionate aura. Qin Lan's expression twisted at his words. Young Master Chun, surely you jest? I may not have reached the nascent soul stage, but I'm not one to be easily defeated. Your confidence seems a bit excessive. Believe it or not, I have 100 ways to make you lose, and there's nothing you can do about it, Li Xiaobai replied calmly. His words caused an uproar among the cultivators below. Some praised Li Xiaobai for his previous feat of battling 1,000 cultivators without defeat, while others doubted whether he could truly match Fairy Qin from the Central Plains. The other prodigies, having witnessed Li Xiaobai withstand Su Yunbing's hammer without injury, understood he was no ordinary talent. Then let me experience it today. Qin Lan's eyes flashed with cold intent as killing intent surged within her. She recalled the request from inner disciple Su Kuan 2 days ago to cripple Li Xiaobai on the stage. The provocation now gave her a perfect excuse. Qin Lan conjured a silk ribbon, which transformed into a curtain that enveloped the arena, blocking the elder's view. Below, young Master Su was barely able to contain his excitement, anticipating Li Xiaobai's impending defeat. The elders on the high platform sensed Qin Lan's murderous intent and frowned slightly. Feng Qingyang, however, smiled mysteriously, saying, one who follows the ancient path of physical sanctification cannot be restrained by a mere half-step nascent soul. The red silk completely covered the arena as Qin Lan sneered. Yi Liangchen, you've offended someone you shouldn't have. Through their brief exchange, Li Xiaobai confirmed she was sent by Su Kuan. Qin Lan activated a formation to bind Li Xiaobai, then brandished a long sword aimed at his dantian. Xing Tian's sword technique. The sword's tip glimmered with a bloody light. Unfazed, Li Xiaobai used his super abs skill for the first time. His muscles were as hard as granite, shattering Qin Lan's sword upon impact, and the backlash caused her to spit blood. In shock, Qin Lan unleashed her strongest technique, Xing Tian's sword intent, primordial spirit projection. An elder's spectral figure appeared behind her. Yi Liangchun, before my sword intent and primordial spirit, you are doomed. The primordial spirit nodded, reshaping the long sword, and with a wave, countless sword energies rained down like a storm, tearing apart the red silk barrier in an instant. The storm of sword energy surged like a furious tide, crashing against Li Xiaobai's body. His clothes were instantly torn into shreds, fluttering in the air. However, Li Xiaobai remained unscathed and instead felt a warm current coursing through his body. Attribute points 2000. Attribute points 2000. The system's notification echoed in his mind. Defense. 9th turn indestructible golden body. 7th turn 670-007-0000 can advance. Li Xiaobai was secretly delighted. Just 3,000 more to advance. This old man's primordial spirit is quite strong. The attribute points gained are almost catching up with those from a few of my senior brothers and sisters. He smiled calmly and said to the sword demon, Old man, your skills are impressive, but you still can't hurt me. The only one who can harm Liangchun is Liangchun himself. Qinlan, witnessing everything from the side, was shocked. Even the nascent soul sword demon can't harm him in the slightest. Could it be that he is also at the nascent soul stage? Impossible. That's absolutely impossible. She quickly shouted, Senior sword demon, allow me to assist you. However, an aged voice suddenly spoke, No need. Qinlan was startled. It was the first time she had heard the sword demon speak. Previously, when summoned, he never communicated with her. The sword demon continued, I am the sword demon, a remnant soul for the juniors of Central State to command. Since my birth, I've never been defeated. I thought leaving my remnant soul in the sect would ensure peace. Little did I expect, as a remnant soul, I've almost never lost. Those who summon me are mere youngsters, with vessels too weak for me to unleash even a fraction of my power. Today, I'm fortunate to witness a true young talent, and I must indulge. The sword demon's words were like a thunderclap, shocking all the cultivators present. The name Sword Demon was known across the immortal spirit continent. He was devoted to the sword, even at the cost of his cultivation, to perfect his swordsmanship. He had slain countless enemies, ultimately killed by an upper realm expert while breaking through the spatial barrier. Unexpectedly, the sword demon had left his remnant soul in Xing Tian's sect, which was truly surprising. Rumor had it that the sword demon was once an immortal level expert, piercing the spatial barrier with a single sword strike, a testament to his extraordinary talent. Yet, even with such strength, he was eventually killed by a powerful figure from the upper realm. People couldn't help but marvel that Qin Xianzi carried such a formidable weapon. At this moment, Qin Lan's face on the stage suddenly changed. She sensed her power rapidly draining, while the sword demon's primordial spirit grew more solid. As if realizing something, she quickly spoke, Senior sword demon, please show mercy. Qin Lan is the Dao companion of Xing Tian sect's sect master's son, Xing Moan. Silence. The sword demon interrupted Qin Lan rudely. Are you teaching me what to do? You should have anticipated this when you summoned me. The disciples of Xing Tian sect are becoming more useless. I was already at the peak of the transformation stage at 20, and you aren't even at the nascent soul stage. Truly pathetic. The sword demon's expression was cold, and his sword glowed brightly. Qin Lan's face turned ashen, and her spiritual energy was drained in mere breaths by the sword demon's primordial spirit. Yet, the feeling of power rapidly dissipating didn't stop. After draining her spiritual energy, the sword demon began extracting her life essence. In an instant, Qin Lan felt her foundation crumble, her cultivation level plummeting. She was terrified. If her life essence was completely drained, she would die. Wasn't it said that the sword demon wouldn't harm the host? What's happening now? She thought in despair. At this critical moment, the sword demon suddenly turned to Li Xiaobai and asked, What is your name? Li Xiaobai calmly replied, I am Yi Liangchun. A fine name. The sword demon nodded. Then his long sword vibrated. Prepare yourself. Sword 23, sword burst. The sword demon's long sword shattered into pieces, transforming into starlight. The fierce sword energy pierced the sky, slashing towards Li Xiaobai as if to cleave the heavens and earth. Li Xiaobai's eyes sparkled with excitement. He knew that if he could withstand this one sword strike, his defensive capabilities would reach a new level. Although the sword demon before him was formidable, he was still stuck at the nascent soul stage. Even after absorbing Qin Lan's power, he couldn't break through this barrier. The sword energy sliced through the void like lightning, leaving afterimages as it pierced through Li Xiaobai's chest. This was not a physical attack, but a sword intent designed to target the primordial spirit. A system notification echoed in Li Xiaobai's mind. Attribute points 5,000. Defense, 9 revolutions, undying golden body, 8th revolution, 200, 080000 can advance. Beep, detecting continuous sword intent attack on host, skill upgraded. 9 revolutions, undying sword intent, 5th revolution. Li Xiaobai felt a surge of joy. Both his defense and sword intent skills had improved, thanks to the sword demon in front of him. In this world, many wield swords, but few truly master the way of the sword. To upgrade such skills, one must constantly seek out duels with similarly skilled opponents, which is far more challenging than simply enhancing defense. The sword demon frowned, puzzled by the ineffectiveness of his attack, and asked warily, "My attack had no effect on you. What is your cultivation level? Could it be some ancient cultivation method?" He scrutinized Li Xiaobai closely but couldn't detect any spatial fluctuations, making him even more perplexed. Ignoring the old man's questions, Li Xiaobai waved his hand nonchalantly and said, "It's time for Liang Chun to make a move. You're called the Sword Demon, but Liang Chun has a Blood Demon. Let's see who's stronger." With that, he unleashed his trump card, the Blood Demon Metamorphosis Sovereign. In an instant, the arena was filled with a thick, bloody aura. Behind Li Xiaobai, a massive blood-colored demon phantom materialized, with dozens of blood demon tentacles writhing wildly like a long-starved beast, sending chills down one's spine. The sword demon's eyes narrowed in shock. "That's the Blood Demon Metamorphosis Sovereign. Are you a demonic cultivator?" The onlookers below the stage were just as astonished, their mouths agape. They had only known Li Xiaobai for his resilience, and now he had summoned such a terrifying primordial spirit phantom. The Blood Demon Primordial Spirit was not something just anyone could handle. Even among demonic cultivators, few dared to approach it due to its corrupting influence. The elders on the platform were equally taken aback, whispering among themselves, "In this day and age, to see such an evil primordial spirit, I thought only demonic cultivators practiced this. Who practices the Blood Demon Primordial Spirit seriously? Wait, are there any serious people left these days? This young man is extraordinary. His future potential is limitless. But the primordial spirit is quite small, suggesting he's just entered the nascent soul stage. Compared to other geniuses, there's still a gap. Still, it's impressive. The Blood Demon Primordial Spirit is very difficult to master." On the arena, Li Xiaobai leisurely lit a cigarette, took a slow drag, and blew a perfect smoke ring. He waved towards the sword demon and said casually, "Take him down." As soon as he finished speaking, the Blood Demon Primordial Spirit roared, glowing with intense red light, as dozens of tentacles shot toward the sword demon like lightning. Having exhausted his strength with the previous sword strike, the sword demon made no attempt to block the blood demon's attack. He allowed the bloody tentacles to pierce his body as his form gradually faded. Before disappearing, the sword demon left a parting word. "Kid, impressive strength. I'll be waiting for you in Zhongzhou for another battle. The next time we meet, I hope you'll be stronger," the sword demon said as his figure gradually faded away and finally disappeared into the air. Feng Qingyang glanced around and loudly announced, "In this match, Yi Liangchun is the victor." The crowd was in a daze, their eyes fixed on Li Xiaobai in the center of the arena. They hadn't expected that this seemingly ordinary young man could summon a blood demon primordial spirit. On reflection, it made sense. Liangpin's store was known for selling items that stabilized one's mind, so cultivating a blood demon primordial spirit wasn't surprising. "From now on, if we encounter Boss Yi, we better steer clear. Too dangerous," someone in the crowd murmured. Several seniors looked astonished. They remembered when they last saw their junior brother. He was just a rookie. Now, he had advanced to the nascent soul stage at an astonishing speed. "It seems he has some big secret," a senior sister mused. "And it's the blood demon primordial spirit of a demonic cultivator. He must have been inspired by the figure in the straw raincoat from the divine beast mountain range. Whatever the case, it's a good thing," another senior brother chimed in. "We can't slack off either. We need to undergo some intense training." Li Xiaobai slowly stepped onto the stage. Although the battles between the three groups of prodigies of the same level were exciting, they hadn't made others fully realize the gap between themselves and geniuses. But now, Li Xiaobai's blood demon primordial spirit facing Qin Lan made everyone clearly understand this. On the stage, Qin Lan looked dazed. In just a few minutes, she had fallen from a proud and arrogant princess to an ordinary cultivator at the peak of the foundation establishment stage. Her foundation was damaged, and her cultivation level regressed, cutting off her future path of cultivation entirely. Without her cultivation, she was nothing more than a cripple in the cultivation world, and even the Xingtian sect wouldn't accept her anymore. "Yi Liangqin, you ruined me," Qin Lan shouted in madness. The surrounding cultivators shook their heads and sighed, remembering how many people admired this Qin fairy. Now, she had fallen from grace. But it was her own doing, suffering a backlash from her own technique, leaving nothing to blame. Li Xiaobai remained calm and said slowly, "Liangqin won't kill you. Just cripple your cultivation. Whether you can live peacefully in the future depends on your luck." These words were exactly what Qin Lan had said to him at the start, now returned to her unchanged. "Yi Liangchun, Su Kuan, Shang Mo sect, I will remember you all." Qin Lan gritted her teeth and then collapsed to the ground. Li Xiaobai stepped down from the stage, and the crowd instinctively made way for him. His senior brothers and sisters came forward to congratulate him, and they managed to snag a few cigarettes in the process. "Woof, kid, Well done. You didn't embarrass Lord Urguzi. Urguzi barked excitedly. Haha. You show some of the grace I had back in the day. Ji Wuching didn't hold back her praise. Junior brother, why did you bring meat all the way here? This chicken is quite plump, perfect for a barbecue. Lu Jinshui chuckled. This dog looks good too, probably best boiled. Enough talk, let's have a barbecue tonight. These quality ingredients need to be cooked by 6th senior brother. Woof. Urguzi seized the opportunity and bit Lu Jinshui's leg hard. Lord Urguzi thinks you look tasty. How dare mere ingredients challenge Lord Urguzi? Stupid dog, let go. Lu Jinshui shivered in pain. The fat one seems tasty. I want to cook you right now. Ji Wuching fluttered her wings and pecked at Lu Jinshui. Instantly, chaos ensued with chickens and dogs flying everywhere. A few minutes later, Lu Jinshui sat on the ground, looking disheveled, while the chicken and dog held their heads high, like victorious warriors returning home. Who would have thought the spiritual beasts around Junior Brother are so intelligent? Almost like us. Other senior brothers and sisters marveled. On the stage, the matches continued in an orderly fashion. Most of the cultivators were in the golden core stage, and whenever they faced a nascent soul stage prodigy, they would immediately concede, afraid of ending up like Qinlan. As the rounds progressed, fewer and fewer cultivators remained. The elders on the stage kept nodding, quite satisfied with this generation's performance. Even at the golden core stage, they were full of confidence and hadn't disgraced the sect. Yuan Fang's gaze was fixed on Li Xiaobai and his companions. Having seen their primordial spirits, he was almost certain they were the 7 who had obstructed his master that day. That Yi Liangshun must be Zhang Rue in disguise. The corners of his mouth curled up unconsciously, thinking that if he could pass this reliable information to his master, he would gain many treasures and techniques. Breaking through to the nascent soul stage and achieving the deity transformation stage would be easy. Perhaps his master would even be in a good mood and give him some guidance. Little did he know, all this was observed by Feng Qingyang. On the stage, the matches continued. Li Xiaobai was up again, and this time luck wasn't on his side. His opponent was a young prodigy exuding an aura of wealth, clearly from a powerful background. The blood demon Yi Liangshun is up. Don't talk, watch the blood demon in action. Stay back, Boss Ye's blood demon reeks. It's overwhelming. The disciples below chattered, and Li Xiaobai's face turned dark. Blood demon Yi Liangshun, what a tacky title. Brother Yi, I'm Jin Lichuan from the Myriad Beast sect, a beast tamer. All my skills rely on my beast companions, so don't say I'm bullying you with numbers, Jin Lichuan said with a smile. Li Xiaobai understood. Beast tamers were a unique profession, able to tame powerful beasts for their use. On the battlefield, a beast tamer was as valuable as 1,000 soldiers, not to be underestimated. After all, at the same level, a beast's physical strength far surpassed that of a human, making them hard to deal with. Liangshun fears nothing. Li Xiaobai gestured for Jin Lichuan to begin. Jin Lichuan wasn't offended. He made a hand seal and patted the spirit beast pouch at his waist. Instantly, thick gray mist spread throughout the arena. Roar! The roars of beasts pierced the ears, and a powerful pressure swept across the stage. The surrounding cultivators felt a heavy weight on their chests, struggling to breathe. As the mist cleared, towering beasts emerged. The spectators screamed in shock. That's the Golden Lion King, at the peak of the Golden Core stage. And the Nine Heavens Black Hawk, with the bloodline of the Golden Winged Rock. Look at what Jin Lichuan is standing on. Is that a dragon turtle? My god. It's said that dragon turtles have dragon and Xuanwu bloodlines, with endless potential, capable of reaching the immortal stage, and he tamed it. The myriad beast sect of the Central State is truly extraordinary. The cultivators were thrilled. Usually, they would run at the sight of these beasts, but today they could observe them up close. This generation of disciples was truly fortunate. Li Xiaobai stroked his chin, his expression somewhat peculiar. His gaze swept over Jin Lichuan's mount, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. Compete in mounts? I have one too, Li Xiaobai said calmly, a hint of subtle confidence in his tone. Jin Lichuan was taken aback, surprise written all over his face. Instinctively, he glanced down to see a large husky and a golden-feathered rooster standing proudly. Brother Yi also has mounts. Are those the dog and rooster below? Jin Lichuan asked, his tone carrying a mix of doubt and disdain. As soon as he spoke, the crowd erupted. Woof! You're the dog. Your whole family are dogs. The husky barked, full of scorn and anger. Cock-a-doodle-doo. You're the rooster. Your whole family are roosters. The golden rooster retorted, its sharp crow filled with pride. Guzi and Ji Wuching were furious. They hated being treated as mere pets. Guzi stood tall, exuding an air of superiority. Lord Guzi is an unparalleled existence, it declared proudly. Ji Wuching was not to be outdone, flapping its wings and proclaiming loudly, Cock-a-doodle-doo. I was reigning supreme when you weren't even born. Jin Lichuan looked on, his face showing a mix of awkwardness and confusion. He turned to Li Xiaobai, trying to ease the tension. Brother Ye's beasts are truly unique, full of character. However, His words only further incited Guzi and Ji Wuching's dissatisfaction. Woof, you're the beast pet. No, you're a human pet. Guzi shouted angrily. Cock-a-doodle-doo. Come down quickly, I want to ride you today. Ji Wuching taunted. Li Xiaobai's forehead was lined with exasperation. He shook his head helplessly and said to Jin Lichuan, Brother Jin, there's no need to mind these two weaklings. Liangshan's mount is much more formidable than yours. Just wait and see. Jin Lichuan raised an eyebrow at this, clearly skeptical. He thought to himself that his dragon turtle mount had the cultivation level of the nascent soul stage, and his other beasts had inherited bloodlines that allowed them to challenge beyond their level. At this stage, his beast lineup was considered top-notch. Just as Jin Lichuan was feeling smug, Li Xiaobai waved his hand lightly. Instantly, a massive heavy-duty truck appeared silently in everyone's view. For most present, this was their first time seeing such a vehicle. Its unique design delivered a powerful visual impact. The truck's body stretched over 10 meters long, 3 meters wide, and 3 meters high, with its imposing front exuding an aura of iron and blood. Most striking were the bloodstains on its wheels and the severed arms hanging from its exterior, creating a horrifying scene. No wonder he's called Blood Demon Yi Liangshan. Even his mount is so bloody, someone in the crowd exclaimed. Girls shouldn't look. You'll have nightmares tonight, another voice advised. However, some were intrigued by this unusual mount. Who do you think you're looking down on? Brother Ye's ride is way cooler than your flying swords. I'd love to try it with him. A woman said, full of longing. Honestly, this mount looks strange, but it's undeniably imposing. I'm trembling from afar. Does anyone know what it is? No idea. It must be Brother Ye's fortuitous encounter. On the high platform, Feng Qingyang's expression changed multiple times. He was well aware of this strange mount's power. Back then, Li Xiaobai had ridden this peculiar vehicle, crashing through the mountain gate, stealing the blade array, and running rampant. Now, bringing it out in the open, was he planning something again? Feng Qingyang prayed silently, hoping as long as the sect wasn't demolished, everything could be negotiated. On the stage, Jin Lichuan looked serious. He stared at the massive truck and asked, puzzled, Brother Yi, what is your mount? Why can't I sense its life force? This is a heavy-duty truck. I call it Ferrari, Li Xiaobai replied calmly. Ferrari, what a name. Such a powerful mount certainly deserves it. Jin Lichuan praised, a glint of admiration in his eyes. In the next moment, the golden lion beside Jin Lichuan let out a long roar and pounced towards the heavy-duty truck. Li Xiaobai remained unfazed, lighting a cigarette and blowing a smoke ring, as the golden lion collided with the truck's front. The lion's golden claws struck the truck, creating a sharp, ear-piercing noise and sparks flying. To everyone's astonishment, the truck remained unscathed, while the golden lion was left in tears from the pain. How is this possible? Jin Lichuan's expression changed dramatically. He knew the golden lion, though only at the half-step nascent soul stage, had formidable attack power. Its piercing ability alone could rival the nascent soul stage. Yet such a powerful attack had no effect on Li Xiaobai's mount. Nothing is impossible. It's time for Liang Chen to make a move. Li Xiaobai expressionlessly opened the car door and skillfully slid into the driver's seat. He glanced at the fuel gauge and was satisfied to see that the spiritual stone energy was full. Without hesitation, he floored the accelerator. Instantly, the truck roared with a deafening noise, its sound waves piercing the sky. The ground shook violently, and debris from the arena scattered in every direction. The surrounding disciples retreated swiftly, like a receding tide, fearing the impact of this massive beast. Li Xiaobai's steed was indeed formidable, not only in its immense size but also in the thunderous roar of its engine, which was enough to strike fear into anyone. Faced with this sudden threat, Jin Lichuan quickly reacted. A shui, a who, stop them. Ing, deal with the person in the vehicle. He issued orders decisively, a hint of unease flickering in his eyes. Honestly, it was his first time confronting such a unique steed, and he had no experience in dealing with it. He could only rely on instinct, choosing what he believed to be the best attack strategy. As a beast tamer, Jin Lichuan's role was to command the beasts in battle, acting as a strategist. Following his command, 3 fierce beasts let out earth-shattering roars, their momentum even overshadowing the truck's engine noise. The Golden Lion King and a large-sized pigeon lunged at the windows from both sides, while the eagle swooped directly at the windshield. The beasts unleashed their full aura, enveloping the entire area in a violent pressure. Yet, to the indestructible truck, it was as if they were merely scratching an itch, having no effect. Jin Lichuan's strategy should have been correct. When he realized the Golden Lion King couldn't budge the front of the truck, he immediately adjusted his tactics, directing the beasts to focus on the relatively fragile glass parts. However, even the glass was not something a few beasts at the half-step nascent soul stage could easily destroy. The massive truck charged forward, the beasts barely causing any hindrance before being sent flying. Li Xiaobai watched as system prompts flashed continuously. Defense 300. Defense 1000. Defense 500. Ahu. Ashui. Aying. Jean Lichuan's voice carried urgency. To a beast tamer, these beasts were not just battle companions, but equal friends. However, he had little time to grieve, as the massive truck was already upon him in an instant. At this critical moment, the old turtle beneath Jean Lichuan suddenly awoke. An ancient and dormant aura erupted, its eyes glimmering with a commanding presence. The old turtle slightly raised its head, lifting a paw to firmly press against the oncoming truck. In an instant, layers of ripples spread through the void, causing an eerie disturbance. The heavy-duty truck was forcefully stopped. Though the wheels continued to spin wildly, the vehicle seemed to have hit an invisible wall, unable to move. Li Xiaobai couldn't help but take a closer look at the old turtle. It was the first time a creature had been able to confront the truck heathen. Even a nascent soul stage evil cultivator had been crushed in an instant. Yet this old turtle could stop the truck single-handedly, which was indeed remarkable. He recalled hearing from other cultivators that the old turtle contained the bloodlines of both dragon and Xuanwu, two divine beasts, with limitless potential. Such strength was not surprising. However, Li Xiaobai knew the characteristics of the truck. The more spiritual stones invested, the higher the grade, the greater the horsepower. For now, the old turtle could withstand it, but that might not be the case for long. Looking at the old turtle's scornful gaze, Li Xiaobai chuckled lightly and leisurely lit a cigarette, taking 2 deep drags. He reached into his pocket, pulled out a few top-grade spiritual stones, and casually tossed them into the fuel tank. This turtle sure knows how to put on a show, Li Xiaobai thought. Let's see how long you can keep it up. Attribute points 100. Attribute points 100. The dragon turtle merely held the front of the vehicle without launching an attack, as Li Xiaobai had limited attribute points. However, this gigantic creature was extremely arrogant, showing no intention of making a move, as if it scorned all attacks. Its demeanor was exactly like Li Xiaobai's half an hour earlier. The dragon turtle possessed the bloodlines of the ancient divine beasts, the true dragon and the black tortoise, making it inherently proud. With such a noble lineage, it reached the peak of the foundation establishment stage at birth and could advance to the golden core stage with minimal cultivation. At this moment, its movements were lazy, its expression arrogant, and its eyes full of disdain, dismissing everything in its path. The audience was stunned, amazed that a creature could withstand the iron-blooded war chariot. The previous fierce beasts couldn't even budge the vehicle, yet the dragon turtle stopped the steel beast single-handedly, leaving everyone in awe. Truly, the dragon turtle was magnificent and extraordinary. Its power and attack were unparalleled, and its defense was equally astonishing. Judging by the aura it exuded, it was likely a seasoned nascent soul stage beast. If the previous golden spear little overlord had faced it, he would likely have stood no chance. The cultivators in the audience were abuzz, marveling at the beast tamer's prowess. Some speculated that if he could tame a few more nascent soul stage beasts, he could practically walk sideways through the world. Others immediately retorted that nascent soul stage beasts weren't like cabbages, easily tamed. On the arena, the 2 giant beasts were locked in a contest of strength, and everyone was eager to see whose mount, blood demon Yi Liangchen's or the beast tamers, would prevail. On the high platform, several elders wore solemn expressions. One elder frowned and asked, Feng Shixiao, do you remember what the master said when he passed away? This is a dragon turtle. Feng Qingyang replied seriously. The dragon turtle is a symbol of destiny. It remains dormant in peaceful times and emerges in chaotic ones. It's said that the emergence of a dragon turtle foretells impending chaos in the world. He fixed his gaze on the dragon turtle beneath Jean Lichuan and said, considering what we've seen and heard today, it's hard not to think along those lines. The northern region has always been weak, yet today so many prodigies have appeared at once, an unusual number. In times of chaos, fortune is distributed among more prodigies, and their emergence signals the start of turmoil. This matter needs to be reported to the sect leader. Another elder agreed. I'll discuss the situation with the sect leader. For now, the most urgent thing is to determine the victor between the 2 sides. If Li Xiaobai's mount can even defeat the dragon turtle, the notion of impending chaos gains more credibility. On the arena, Li Xiaobai, oblivious to everyone's thoughts, sat comfortably in the driver's seat, smoking a cigarette and blowing rings. He kept throwing spirit stones into the fuel tank, causing the engine's roar to grow louder, its explosive sound piercing the sky. Under the wheel's force, the arena sank, revealing 2 huge pits. Jean Lichuan's expression changed. Even without direct contact with the heavy truck, he could feel the sudden surge in power and the immense pressure. He couldn't help but ask, Baxia, can you hold on? The dragon turtle lazily responded, easy, child's play. Li Xiaobai was quite surprised, as this was the first talking beast he had encountered besides Erguzi and Ji Wuching. He knew that their ability to speak was due to the system's elixirs. The dragon turtle's ability to speak on its own was indeed remarkable. However, its arrogant demeanor was just like Erguzi and Ji Wuching's. Do all talking beasts behave this way? How could he tolerate being looked down upon by an old turtle? Li Xiaobai flipped his wrist and tossed a dozen high-grade spirit stones into the fuel tank. Now that he was wealthy, spending money like a pay-to-win player was no big deal. With the addition of the high-grade spirit stones, the truck's impact force increased several times. The dragon turtle's expression changed, its claws trembled slightly, and it stared in astonishment at the steel beast before it. Jin Lichuan asked urgently, Baxia, how's it going? He was anxious, as the dragon turtle disliked attacking proactively, and he had no other means to restrain Li Xiaobai. The dragon turtle arrogantly said, this guy is interesting. You step aside. The old turtle will take it for a spin. Without waiting for Jin Lichuan to respond, it stood up, shaking him off. Jin Lichuan was speechless, thinking, could you give me some face? So many people are watching. The dragon turtle addressed the truck. Kid, you have some strength. Not many can withstand the old turtle's claw, you're one of them. But hurting the old turtle is nearly impossible. Only the old turtle can harm itself, so save your strength and step aside. Its attitude was extremely arrogant, its small eyes fixed on the steel beast, but unfortunately, the truck was just a truck and couldn't respond. In the driver's seat, Li Xiaobai's expression was peculiar. Why did this sound so familiar? This was his line, after all. So, this is how annoying it sounds when I say it. High defense, infinite aggro, talking like a jerk. This old turtle is a spitting image of me. No more words, keep pushing. Today, I'm going to clash with you. There can only be one show-off in this world. Li Xiaobai flicked his wrist and tossed several dozen high-grade spirit stones into the fuel tank. The truck's engine had transitioned from a roar to a massive explosion, with wisps of blue smoke rising from the arena, occasionally accompanied by sparks. The truck's impact was so intense that it created sparks from friction with the ground. The dragon turtle's body stiffened instantly, involuntarily using another claw, sliding back slightly before managing to stop the truck again. Its two hind claws were deeply embedded in the ground's trenches. Damn, what kind of creature is this, able to withstand the old turtle's primordial power? The dragon turtle finally acknowledged its opponent. But it was too late. The heavy truck was now fully powered, and the dragon turtle had to exert all its strength just to withstand the pressure. Its arrogance had cost it the best opportunity to counterattack. Watching the scene unfold, Li Xiaobai chuckled again. Casually, he took out a few high-grade spirit stones and tossed them into the fuel tank. Li Xiaobai, what's up? Still feeling cocky? Baxia. At this moment, Li Xiaobai felt completely at ease. This was the most relaxed battle he had experienced since stepping into the arena. There was no need for him to take action personally. He only had to keep feeding the spiritual stones. As the quantity of stones in the truck increased, its power surged, forcing the old turtle to use all its might. Baxia, if you can't hold on, retreat. Don't force yourself, Jin Lichuan anxiously reminded. Shut up, the old turtle shouted, its face flushed with effort. I'll show you my true power now, the manifestation of heaven and earth. A massive shadow of a dragon turtle appeared behind the old turtle, a manifestation of its spirit, envisioned using itself as a template. The giant spirit raised a claw and struck towards the truck's front. The old turtle felt aggrieved. An opponent it should have defeated effortlessly kept unleashing immense power, making it nearly unbearable. But with its spirit out, it was confident of victory. As a 6th-level nascent soul master, it was no rookie. With the power of its spirit, that strange, dark vehicle was destined to be dismantled. Inside the cockpit, Li Xiaobai remained relaxed, even humming a tune. He saw through the old turtle's foolishness. Instead of using its spirit power to overturn or push aside the truck, it insisted on a heated clash. You think your deep-sea turtle can stop this multi-cylinder powerhouse? Li Xiaobai taunted, flipping his wrist to toss another dozen high-grade spiritual stones into the tank. The truck roared deafeningly, shattering the arena into fragments. It charged through the spirit's blockade with fiery force, shattering the dragon turtle's shadow instantly. Under the relentless assault of the massive truck, the old turtle felt intense pain in its chest, its strength diminishing, and was knocked away. With a puff, a spray of golden blood splattered onto Li Xiaobai's truck. Baxia, Jin Lichuan screamed in agony, also spitting out a mouthful of blood. The beast and its tamer were linked by blood. They shared cultivation speed and broke through bottlenecks faster. But in times of crisis, they also shared injuries. Their fates were intertwined. Just then, a system notification chimed. Ding, achievement detected, divine beast bloodline. Reward, skill 100 barehanded blade catch. 100 barehanded blade catch. When a sword strike is made, the selected target will kneel and catch the blade with both hands. Note, any object capable of slashing can trigger this effect. Wow, Li Xiaobai marveled secretly. This skill is powerful. Another 100 series skill, even more potent than the previous one that drew aggro. It's practically a hard control. Li Xiaobai's eyes twinkled as he glanced at Jin Lichuan, who was tending to the dragon turtle's wounds, a meaningful smile playing on his lips. Jin Lichuan was startled, every hair on his body standing on end. Through the transparent windshield, He witnessed an inexplicable scene. Li Xiaobai raised a piece of wood high and then suddenly swung it down. Activate barehanded blade catch at 100. Before the words were fully spoken, Jin Lichuan felt his body lose control, as if drawn by an invisible force. He lunged forward, leaping and crashing into the windshield. He landed on his knees, arms raised above his head, as if performing some bizarre ritual. Li Xiaobai watched the scene unfold in amazement. Their eyes met, and Jin Lichuan's mind was in turmoil. He had no idea what was happening, why a simple swing of a stick by the opponent compelled him to react. What made him feel even more ashamed was that, despite being a proud cultivator in the nascent soul stage, he found himself kneeling like a humble servant. Li Xiaobai was also a bit stunned. He hadn't expected the skill to be so effective. The moment he swung his arm, the opponent rushed forward like a moth to a flame. From the looks of it, as long as the skill wasn't deactivated, the opponent would remain in this humiliating position. Not bad, very good. Li Xiaobai thought to himself, praising the system's quality. He began to imagine the future. If anyone dared to show off in front of him again, he could just use barehanded blade catch to great effect. Just thinking about it was exhilarating. The crowd below exchanged puzzled glances, their expressions strange. They could understand the dragon turtle and the steel behemoth being defeated and spitting blood. But for this prodigy to suddenly dive in front of Boss Yi, kneel, and raise his hands, what was that about? This wasn't how one begged for mercy. Was this some kind of special ritual? Did Jin Lichuan have a hidden ace up his sleeve? The spectators were baffled, watching the bizarre scene unfold with rapt attention. Even the elders on the high platform couldn't understand what was happening. Jin Lichuan was kneeling on the ground, supporting himself with his hands, his rear end raised high, a position that would make anyone blush and their heart race, no matter the angle. What people didn't know was that Jin Lichuan, the person involved, was even more mortified and internally struggled with shame. Fortunately, he had a laid-back personality and didn't mind losing face. If it were someone like the fierce genius who vowed to conquer all, such humiliation could have shattered their mental state and caused their skills to regress. Inside the car, Li Xiaobai squinted, savoring the recent maneuver. He had confirmed that the control was indeed strong. As long as he didn't voluntarily release it, the opponent had no chance of escape. Satisfied with the effectiveness, Li Xiaobai casually waved his hand, dismissing the skill, and the large truck vanished instantly. He leisurely exhaled a smoke ring, a slight smile playing on his lips. Seeing this, Jin Lichuan quickly pleaded, I give up, I surrender. He was secretly shocked by the terrifying prowess of the blood demon, Yi Liangqin. Not only had he been thoroughly defeated, but he nearly lost more than just the match. Once back in the central state, he must report to his family about the hidden talents in the northern region. The other geniuses squinted, carefully scrutinizing Li Xiaobai. The previous match against Qin Lan hadn't been enough for them to take Li Xiaobai seriously, but his performance this time far exceeded their expectations. They pondered to themselves that even if they were on stage, they might not escape a crushing defeat. Such a talent must be reported to their own families and sects, as he could very well become a formidable rival in the future. Feng Qingyang stood up and announced, in this round, Yi Liangqin wins. He was extremely satisfied with Li Xiaobai's performance. Such prowess would bring pride to the younger generation of the northern region. It was an honor for these talents to choose to join the sacred demon sect. Feng Qingyang felt a sense of joy, thinking that in time, as these geniuses matured, their sect might also compete for a place on the prestigious list. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.